Upon waking up, Zhao Chen was horrified to find himself transported to an unfamiliar interstellar era, becoming a cadet at the Northern Star Military Academy of the Starshine Empire. Just last night, he had been staying up late playing video games, but now he was sitting in a classroom that looked like a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie, staring in shock at an alien teacher who was speaking passionately at the podium. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the classroom, the vast expanse of space was mesmerizing. Memories surged like a tide, and Zhao Chen realized that the original owner of this body had poisoned himself due to a failed romance, inadvertently facilitating his own time travel journey. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice named the Super Interstellar Fleet System echoed in his mind. As a special benefit for a time traveler, the system presented him with an invaluable gift: 100 points, the title of top starship engineer, and a rare T3 class Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint. Although Zhao Chen currently couldn't afford the astronomical cost of building this starship, he understood that the blueprint represented immense glory and daunting challenges. Given his current lack of strength, he knew he had to cautiously guard this secret and wait for the right moment. As the system suddenly displayed 3 special attribute options, Zhao Chen had an inkling that this quirky system might have ulterior motives. What path should he take in the future? The young time traveler felt a mix of confusion and a hint of excitement. Could it be that he could really build a starship with his own hands? Zhao Chen's face darkened as he thought, is this system trying to mess with me? Without giving Zhao Chen much time to think, a cursor began to move rapidly among the 3 options, spinning like the wheel of fate. Finally, it settled on the second option. A mechanical female voice announced that Zhao Chen had received a fleet luck boost and the Eye of Insight, but he also had to accept the condition of only being allowed to recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, not only would he lose the rewards, but he would also face unknown penalties. Zhao Chen helplessly covered his face. The condition seemed a bit too much. However, deep down, he felt a tinge of excitement. Since it was already decided, he might as well go with the flow. He began to carefully study the effects of these 2 rewards. As the name suggests, the fleet luck boost would grant Zhao Chen and every member of his fleet an increase in luck, though how it would manifest was still unknown. The Eye of Insight, on the other hand, would allow Zhao Chen to perceive any hostility or murderous intent towards him on his starship, providing him with a solid defense. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and the alien teacher announced that the semester was coming to an end. Next semester, they would enter the practical training phase. Each cadet in the fleet captain program would need to have their own starship, whether purchased with personal funds or exchanged for academy points. As for the crew, they could be sourced from other departments or personally hired, as long as they met the requirements. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chatter. Students from wealthy families flaunted the starships their families had prepared. Some boasted about their fathers ordering the latest T2 class interstellar destroyers, while others bragged about piloting interstellar battleships, the epitome of masculine dreams. Those from more modest backgrounds could only opt for the more economical interstellar frigates. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about his own starship. As a young man, who hasn't dreamed of soaring through the stars? Hey Zhao, have you decided which starship to exchange for? His friendly Wei leaned in, reminding him to get ready. The Academy offers quite a few options, but good ships don't wait around. And don't forget, you need to assemble a crew too. How about you? Are you all set? Zhao Chen asked casually. Leeway proudly displayed a holographic model from the terminal on his wrist. It was a T2 class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer, equipped with several main cannons and missile launchers, with a market price of 4.3 million star coins. This is what my dad ordered for me, and the crew are all retired veterans with over 10 years of experience. Leeway boasted, but then his tone shifted to one of concern. Zhao, if you can't find a suitable ship in the Academy's warehouse, I can ask my dad to help you. Don't worry about it. I have a plan for my starship, Zhao Chen interrupted with a smile. Let's go get my ship after lunch. Leeway's family was one of the top interstellar trade magnates in the Northern Star Zone, so it was no surprise for them to afford such an expensive starship. In contrast, Zhao Chen, although inheriting the title of Baron and a star system, had a territory that was resource poor, with only 1 star and no means to build a Stargate, rendering it economically worthless. If it weren't for his great-grandfather's distinguished military service as a fleet commander in the Imperial Navy, earning the title of Earl and land grants, their family's decline wouldn't have been so rapid. The 2 friends walked into the college cafeteria, chatting and laughing, only to unexpectedly run into Zhao Chen's fiancée in name, Jiang Shasha, who was currently engaged in a close conversation with another guy. Leeway quickly suggested in a low voice that they take a different route to avoid any awkwardness. Jiang Shasha, a fellow villager of Zhao Chen, had been betrothed to him since childhood. However, since joining the military academy, she had started favoring boys with higher status and more lavish spending habits, repeatedly breaking Zhao Chen's heart. Leeway knew his friend was troubled by love, but had no idea that Zhao Chen had attempted suicide earlier that day, leading to the new person he was now. Faced with Leeway's suggestion, Zhao Chen simply shook his head and walked straight ahead. To an outsider, it appeared as though Zhao Chen was heading directly towards Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha felt a wave of disgust and unease as she saw Zhao Chen walking straight towards her. She hadn't expected him to be so stubborn. Despite her clear words the previous night about the insurmountable gap between them, he still clung to past feelings, foolishly hoping to win her back. Leaving her impoverished and backward hometown, Jiang Shasha had finally experienced the dazzling life she longed for. She couldn't accept returning to a futureless star system, becoming an obscure baroness, and watching her children lose their right to inherit a title. She yearned for a glorious future that matched her ambitions and refused to make the same mistakes again. The young man by her side, Jiang Haoren, was her carefully chosen prospect. His father was currently a viscount and was expected to be promoted to earl in the coming years, at which point Jiang Haoren would naturally inherit the title. Jiang Shasha had made up her mind to find an excuse to reject Zhao Chen. She had given him enough face, but if he couldn't appreciate it, she wouldn't hesitate to publicly humiliate him. A smug smile appeared on Jiang Haoren's face. He had thoroughly investigated Jiang Shasha's background and was well aware of Zhao Chen, the destitute baron. He relished seeing rivals humiliated after losing their beloved. But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Chen didn't even glance at Jiang Shasha and simply walked past them. This move shocked not only Jiang Shasha and Jiang Haoren, but also Zhao Chen's friend, Leeway. He had expected Zhao Chen to confront his fiancée about being with another man, but was taken aback when Zhao Chen walked away without a word. "Look, this spot is the best. You can even see the starships docked in the distance," Zhao Chen said, sitting at a table near a large transparent floor-to-ceiling window and pointing towards the starship port. Leeway was puzzled. Could it be that his friend really chose this spot just to enjoy the view? In fact, Zhao Chen was indeed drawn by the starships. Perhaps the fascination with starships was ingrained in his very blood, and now he was especially interested. Using his newfound knowledge, Zhao Chen carefully observed the ships docked in the starport. Most were T2 class starships, with a few outdated T1 class ships interspersed. The latter were mostly used for civilian purposes or system patrols in this era, while T2 class ships were the minimum standard for battle. Compared to T1 class ships, T2 class starships were several times larger and came in a greater variety, with interstellar destroyers and frigates being the most common, making up 2/3 of the fleet. The remainder consisted mainly of interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted an ancient T1 class battleship, though he was disappointed not to see the legendary carrier starships. It was well known that interstellar battleships and carrier starships were the most expensive types, one being the dominant force in space combat and the other a colossal behemoth. Soon, Zhao Chen spotted a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer identical to the one Leeway had ordered. This starship was currently the most popular model in the Xingyao Empire, widely admired. The vessel spans an impressive 230 meters, comparable to a large sports arena, with its exterior elegantly painted in a steely shade. 3 emblems adorn the starboard side, each representing its identity. The first, symbolizing its allegiance to the Galactic Union. The second, the 7 stars emblem of the Starshine Empire, formed by the 7 founding families. And the last, the largest and most prominent, denoting the ship's owner and its identification number. These emblems serve as the spacecraft's identity card. "What do you feel like eating today?" "It's on me," Leeway generously offered. "Really?" Zhao Chen glanced at him playfully before tapping the order button on the table, pulling up a holographic menu and scrolling straight to the last page.
Leeway Logo Quarli, Buddy.
"Just because my dad bought me a spaceship doesn't mean I have a lot of spending money each month." Seeing his friend's discomfort, Zhao Chen relented. "You may be a rich kid, and I'm just a down-and-out baron, but I'm not so broke I need to mooch off you. Save the treat for when you're truly rolling in it." With that, he picked the cheapest set meal, and Leeway followed suit. In no time, a robot waiter brought over their meals. "Here are your nutrient meal A and nutrient meal C. Enjoy your meal." Zhao Chen started eating. Though the food looked tempting, it tasted bland, like chewing on plastic. If he had to describe it, feels like chewing on plastic. Food prices seem to have gone up again. "Eating this synthetic stuff every day is numbing my taste buds. I'd love to try some of that lab-grown food," Leeway complained with a bitter expression. "Why not ask your dad for more allowance?" Zhao Chen suggested without looking up. "My dad's a real tightwad. Buying me this spaceship was already a big splurge for him. Getting more money out of him? No way. Besides, do you know how expensive lab-grown food is now? Even my dad can only afford the most basic 3 dishes and a soup, with meat just once a week. Only the top-tier nobility can afford to live in luxury every day," Leeway said, shaking his head helplessly. Zhao Chen silently stared at the food on his plate, feeling a surge of emotion. Despite the advanced era, food had become one of the biggest pain points. Due to population explosion and dwindling land resources, most commoners could only afford cheap synthetic meals, which tasted like cardboard. The prices of naturally grown crops were exorbitantly high, only affordable to the wealthy elite. Even the simplest staples from his previous life, like rice and vegetables, had become luxury items here, with even mid-level nobility only getting to taste them occasionally. Isn't this Baron Zhao? How come a noble like you is eating such low-grade food? A malicious voice interrupted from the next table. Leeway frowned and looked over. It was Jiang Shasha and the boy Zhao Chen had ignored earlier, sitting at the neighboring table. The boy, Jiang Haoren, was no small figure. His father was a viscount. Zhao Chen ignored them and continued eating. Oh, by the way, Shasha agreed to be my girlfriend. As for your engagement, you'd better call it off yourself if you know what's good for you. Do you really think you deserve her? You should know your place, Jiang Haoren taunted, his eyes full of disdain. He relished in belittling others. Jiang Haoren was extremely annoyed by Zhao Chen's indifference towards him. To provoke Zhao Chen, he deliberately mentioned his relationship with Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha frowned slightly. She had only agreed to spend some time with Jiang Haoren, but he was now claiming they were together, which displeased her. Zhao Chen finally looked up, gave Jiang Haoren a brief glance, and said just one word, "Oh." Jiang Haoren's mouth twitched in confusion. Rumor had it that Zhao Chen was deeply in love with Jiang Shasha, so why was he so calm in the face of provocation? Jiang Shasha also looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, feeling he had changed. You're just a useless baron, Jiang Haoren taunted again, unable to hold back. Leeway couldn't take it anymore and pointed at Jiang Haoren. Stop pushing your luck. Who do you think you are? If Zhao Chen is a useless baron, then you're even worse. You failed your exams for 3 years straight, and if it weren't for your dad pulling strings, you would have been expelled. Zhao Chen, in an extremely calm tone, delivered a cutting remark. You? Jiang Haoren was furious, hating when others pointed out his flaws. So what if I have connections? My dad already arranged for me to get a T2 starship next semester. You'll probably only get a T1 and be my target practice. He laughed uproariously. Suddenly, a random mission was triggered. Challenge Jiang Haoren to a starship duel and defeat him. Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the system to issue a task at this moment. Defeating Jiang Haoren wouldn't be easy, but compared to previous quarterly tasks, it was a minor challenge. More importantly, aside from the unknown rewards, completing the task would earn him valuable mission points. Although Zhao Chen had some system points, the items in the system shop required both points and mission points, which he currently lacked. Instead of embarrassing yourself here, why don't you go back to your remote territory? Jiang Haoren thought Zhao Chen's silence meant he had hit a nerve. Jiang Shasha watched coldly, thinking that although Jiang Haoren's words were harsh, if they made Zhao Chen face reality and back off, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Who's really embarrassing themselves? We'll see. He looked Jiang Haoren straight in the eye, filled with defiance and disdain, while silently accepting the mission. Task received. Challenge Jiang Haoren to a starship duel and defeat him. Task difficulty, D level. Reward, 1 mission point plus 300 points. Penalty for failure, deduction of 300 points. Zhao Chen was taken aback. There was a penalty for failure, and it was 300 points. He currently had only 100 points in his account. If he failed, he'd be in the negative. A guy without even a ship dares to lecture me. I'd leave if I were you. You don't deserve to stay on North Star. Jiang Haoren, enraged, pointed at Zhao Chen's nose. A fallen noble should know his place. Why does this guy never play by the rules? If you're so sure, how about a starship duel? Zhao Chen pulled out his student ID card from his collar. It's not just for schoolwork. You can also use it to organize various activities, including starship duels. Starship duels? With you? Jiang Haoren was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter and walking over to Zhao Chen's desk. You don't even have a decent ship. What are you going to duel me with? Do you even qualify? Of course not now. By the end of June, I'll let you know the exact time. If I lose, I'll voluntarily drop out next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Haoren. I'll drop out too. Jiang Haoren blurted out. The situation had already spiraled beyond Jiang Shasha and Leeway's expectations. Leeway stood up abruptly, pushed Jiang Haoren aside, and stood in front of Zhao Chen. Jiang Haoren, if you've got the guts, come at me. Don't bully Zhao Chen. Jiang Haoren glanced sideways at Leeway and chuckled, spreading his hands. What's this got to do with me? Zhao Chen issued the challenge. He was aware of Leeway's powerful family background and didn't want unnecessary complications. Leeway, let me handle this, Zhao Chen said, placing a hand on Leeway's shoulder. But, if you truly consider me a friend, trust me, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Leeway gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Jiang Haoren, but there was nothing he could do. At that moment, a holographic projection appeared between the two. Third-year student Zhao Chen has challenged third-year student Jiang Haoren to a starship duel, tentatively scheduled within a month. Do you accept? This caused quite a stir among the onlookers. Starship duels were no trivial matter. They involved real combat and could result in ship damage or even casualties. At North Star Military Academy, there were only 4 or 5 such duels a month. I don't know where you get your confidence from, but you'll regret this decision. Jiang Haoren scoffed, pulling out his ID card to accept the challenge. With that, the duel information was entered into the Academy's database, awaiting the final date. Leeway, are you done eating? Let's go if you are. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened. Oh, I'm done, Leeway. Having lost his appetite, quickly followed Zhao Chen out. Jiang Haoren sneered as he watched Zhao Chen walk away. A guy without a decent starship dares to challenge me? He'll only embarrass himself. Shasha, don't worry. I'll defeat him and make him leave the academy, so he won't bother you anymore. Jiang Haoren looked at Jiang Shasha with a confident smile. Jiang Shasha silently watched Zhao Chen's departing figure. For some reason, she felt that the Zhao Chen in front of her was different from the one she used to know. What bothered her even more was that Zhao Chen hadn't looked at her directly even once. Had he really forgotten about her? Or was it intentional? Jiang Shasha felt a tinge of inexplicable loss and frustration. Leeway stood anxiously beside Zhao Chen, trying to persuade him. Zhao Chen was too impulsive. Leeway knew how much Zhao Chen hated Jiang Haoren for taking Jiang Shasha away, but challenging him to a starship duel was rash. Now that the duel request had been submitted, it was impossible to withdraw. As a last resort, Leeway planned to lend Zhao Chen his T2 Hyena starship for the duel. He looked worried, as if he were the one going into battle. Zhao Chen, seeing his friend's concern, felt touched. He reassured him, "Don't worry, I have my own ship." Leeway was taken aback. "You have a starship? Why didn't I know?" Considering Zhao Chen was almost always with him, except when sleeping, Leeway found it hard to believe. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. "Well, we're going to redeem one now." "What? Right now?" Leeway was stunned and then lamented, "My dear friend, are you planning to fight Jiang Haoren with some old ship from the Academy's storage?" Half an hour later, they arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. Unlike the spaceport, the warehouse stored idle ships. Some were heavily dust-covered, having been dormant for years. Zhao Chen approached the administrator. "Hello, sir. I'd like to redeem a few starships." The administrator glanced at him. With the semester ending, many third-year students were planning for the next term, so it was common to see students redeeming ships. He opened the search interface. "Take a look yourself. Here are the details and required points for each ship." The catalog listed over 300 starships, mostly second-hand T1 models. Brand new ships were too valuable to be left in storage. "Zhao Chen, with your excellent performance in the past semesters, you should have around 30,000 points. This 20-year-old T2 Hyena-class medium destroyer is quite good. Though it's a bit old and slightly damaged, it still has all the core technologies intact." With the starship duel inevitable, Leeway started thinking about the aftermath. Zhao Chen shook his head and continued browsing. Leeway suggested several more value-for-money T2 starships, but Zhao Chen remained indifferent. "Are you planning to take forever to choose? Out of these 300 ships, the most suitable ones are just a few." Leeway was puzzled. "I know what I'm doing," Zhao Chen replied calmly. "You've decided? Which one?" Leeway's interest piqued. Zhao Chen asked the administrator, "Sir, as long as I have enough points, can I redeem multiple ships?" The administrator nodded. "Yes, there's no limit on the number." Zhao Chen immediately selected 3 ships on the interface. "I'll take these 3. "3? Leeway and the administrator exchanged surprised looks and checked the details of the selected ships. A T2 Hyena-class medium destroyer, in service for 59 years, heavily damaged but repaired, requiring 9,000 points. A T2 Grey Wolf-class light cruiser, in service for 65 years, requiring 7,000 points. A T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium battleship, in service for 80 years, requiring 11,000 points." Seeing the records of these ships, both Leeway and the administrator were stunned. In this warehouse, they were undoubtedly old relics. "Are you sure about these 3? Maybe you should reconsider," the administrator cautiously advised. Although these ships were top-notch in their time, they've severely deteriorated due to age and lack of maintenance. Leeway quickly chimed in, "Zhao Chen, don't joke around. The starship duels are one-on-one. Choosing 3 won't help you at all." But Zhao Chen was resolute. "My decision is final. These 3 ships it is. Please, teacher, help me with the exchange procedures." After repeated confirmations, the administrator finally transferred ownership of the 3 starships to Zhao Chen. Leeway, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. Zhao Chen's actions today were completely beyond his understanding. "These 3 ships are yours now. You can use them anytime. If you want to keep them in storage, it's free for the first month, but there will be a parking fee afterward," the administrator said, eyeing Zhao Chen as if he were crazy. "By the way, teacher, can points be exchanged for starship components? Also, every student has free access to a dock, right? I haven't used mine for the first 3 semesters, so I should have 30 days of free access, correct?" Zhao Chen asked. "That's right," the administrator nodded. Then I'll make a list of parts. Please arrange a dock for me and have these 3 starships along with the components sent there, Zhao Chen instructed. The administrator quickly glanced at the list. It was all standard parts. Zhao Chen's remaining points were just enough to cover these items. Do you need to hire a starship engineer or mechanic? They can modify or repair the starships to your specifications, the administrator asked. No need. Zhao Chen shook his head. The administrator, not wanting to meddle further, said, I'll have it all arranged within half an hour. You'll receive the dock number, and you can go directly there. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude and left. Watching the two walk away, the administrator muttered to himself, what a puzzling student. Once outside the warehouse, Leeway couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed Zhao Chen by the shoulder. Zhao Chen, what are you up to? What use are those 3 old ships? You're playing with your future. Zhao Chen remained calm. Leeway, trust me, everything is under control. You? Never mind. I give up on you. Leeway waved his hand in frustration, looking helpless. Zhao Chen smiled wryly. His upcoming plans were too complex to explain to Leeway, and even if he did, Leeway probably wouldn't believe him. Better to let the results speak for themselves later. Ding! A message arrived. Third-year student Zhao Chen has been granted access to Dock 017 for medium and small starships. You can enter using your student card during the usage period. Parting ways with Leeway, Zhao Chen headed alone to the dock. Swiping his card at the entrance, he was greeted by an enormous space, easily the size of 3 to 5 football fields. The air was thick with the smell of rust and engine oil. As he approached, he saw 3 starships standing silently, as if awaiting his arrival. The mottled rust told tales of years of service and past glories. Despite the Academy's diligent maintenance, these ships were undeniably old. Zhao Chen went straight to the control panel, bringing up one holographic interface after another, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard as he input data. Soon, detailed information and 3D models of the 3 starships appeared. Upon close inspection, the models showed areas marked in gray and red. Just combine these red areas, and it will be done, Zhao Chen thought excitedly. He overlapped the red parts, roughly assembling a crude starship shape that looked odd at first glance. Then, he pulled up a confidential document on his handheld device, a starship blueprint. It was none other than the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Zhao Chen's purpose in assembling these 3 starships was quite straightforward. With his current capabilities, constructing a T-3 Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser from scratch was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, by using the technical blueprints of the T-3 Storm class as a reference and modifying the 3 old ships he had at hand, he might just be able to create a simplified version of the T-3 Storm class. His mind, now equipped with the skills of a top-tier starship engineer, had calculated the feasibility of this plan to be as high as 80%. Using the hull of a T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship as the base, and integrating performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chen eagerly muttered to himself, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Once he had finalized the assembly plan, he immediately set to work. Approaching the control panel, he personally operated the mechanical arms to cut apart the 3 starships. Although it was his first time modifying a starship by hand, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, executing each operation with remarkable proficiency. If the most experienced starship engineers from the Academy were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by this young man's skill. Such fluid technique would be impossible without decades of hands-on experience and extensive knowledge. Disassembling 3 starships alone was an enormous task. Hiring repair workers or engineers would have made the job much easier, but Zhao Chen couldn't afford that. He had already spent all his Academy credits on parts, leaving no money to hire help. Moreover, the entire process had to be kept strictly confidential. If anyone caught wind of him combining 3 different starship models and incorporating T-3 Storm-class core technology, the consequences could be disastrous. Therefore, he had to complete the entire process by himself. Zhao Chen roughly estimated that it would take about 20 days to finish the job. For the next 3 weeks, he almost completely ignored his classes. Fortunately, it was the end of the semester, most exams were over, and Zhao Chen had enough credits to advance to the 4th year. Skipping a few classes wouldn't make much difference. However, his challenge to Jiang Haoren had spread among the 3rd-year students. Many came to Zhao Chen's class hoping to catch a glimpse of the notorious Fallen Baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep beep beep. The shipyard door flashed red, indicating someone was requesting to enter. Zhao Chen initially ignored it, focused on his work. But the persistent beeping continued for over 10 minutes. Reluctantly, he dragged his exhausted body out of the workshop and went to the door. Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind? Even before the door was fully open, a sharp voice rang out, followed by a slender, snow-white leg stepping in. It was Zhao Chen's younger sister, Zhao Waner, a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy, 1 year his junior. She immediately began scolding Zhao Chen, but he was too exhausted to respond. leaning against the doorframe and struggling to keep his eyes open.
Waner.
Are you done? If so, I'm going to rest now, Zhao Chen mumbled, yawning. The beautiful woman before him, with her graceful figure and porcelain skin, was not only his sister but also a prominent figure in the academy. She was exceptionally gifted, completing a 3-year course in just 1 year and skipping directly to the 4th grade. At this moment, she wore a pristine white military uniform, exuding an extraordinary presence. Reflecting on it, this young lady had waited over half a month after the incident to come and demand answers, likely delayed by the 4th grade final assessments. Those assessments required personally piloting a starship in live combat exercises. Upon her return to the academy, she immediately received the news and rushed over to interrogate him. Zhao Waner scrutinized Zhao Chen, noticing his dark circles, disheveled hair, and an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Glancing behind him at the dock entrance, she saw an improvised bed with leftover instant food containers scattered around and several wrinkled uniforms tossed haphazardly. It was clear what kind of life Zhao Chen had been living for the past half-month. Do you even have time to rest? Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Just for a woman, you challenged Jiang Haoren to a starship duel, betting that the loser would drop out of school. Have you lost your mind?
Zhao Waner, exasperated, grabbed Zhao Chen's ear.
Normally, this would hurt, but Zhao Chen, half asleep, collapsed onto Zhao Waner, who fell to the ground with him lying on her like a child, sound asleep. This guy. Zhao Waner, at her wit's end, dragged Zhao Chen into the dock. When she looked up at the vast starship docking area, the size of several football fields, she was stunned. A starship stood there, looking old and clearly not newly built. Its surface was uneven, with visible battle scars from past conflicts. The surrounding control stations were littered with components of various sizes. Despite this, Zhao Waner keenly sensed an ominous aura emanating from the starship. What puzzled her was the familiarity it evoked, though she couldn't recall seeing this model in any of her starship studies.
Waner.
A low voice from behind brought her back to reality. Zhao Chen had woken up and was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although he had only taken a short nap, his condition seemed significantly improved. What is this? Zhao Waner pointed at the unfamiliar starship. This is my starship, Zhao Chen replied instinctively. Stop kidding. I heard from Leeway that you used your academy points to exchange for 3 wrecked ships, not? Zhao Waner trailed off, turning her head to reassess the starship with incredulity. Gradually, she began to understand why the vessel seemed so familiar. Waner, aren't you always the clever one? Haven't you figured out what's going on yet? Zhao Chen said with a teasing smile. Zhao Waner meticulously examined the starship from top to bottom, then looked at Zhao Chen in shock. Is this starship assembled from the T2 hyena, T2 gray wolf, and T2 devil crocodile? She finally understood why the ship felt so familiar. Its hull was 90% similar to the T2 devil crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. The weapon modules resembled those of the T2 hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, and numerous details hinted at its origins from those 3 old ships. Exactly, Zhao Chen admitted calmly. Though he couldn't yet reveal the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, his feat of assembling a starship by himself couldn't remain hidden. The detailed exchange records in the starship warehouse, coupled with his upcoming duel with Jiang Haoren, made it easy for anyone with common sense to piece things together. You've been holed up here for over half a month assembling this starship? When did you learn how to modify starships? Zhao Waner looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Disassembling 3 starships and reassembling them into one was no small feat. The key challenge was ensuring the newly assembled starship could actually operate smoothly. Pointing to the brand new warship in front of him, Zhao Chen smiled and said, I have many secrets. Besides our captain's course, I've self-studied a lot of starship engineering. This is my maiden work, and I've named it Zero Blizzard. He didn't directly name it the T3 Blizzard because, although this assembled ship was based on the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser design, it was essentially a simplified version. Using the original name outright seemed inappropriate, so Zhao Chen decided to give it a new name. Zero Blizzard? Zhao Waner muttered, puzzled by the odd name. This starship, a mix of interstellar battleship, cruiser, and destroyer styles, was hard to classify. Are you sure it can really start? Zhao Chen, I know you can't let go of Jiang Shasha, but she's not worth this. You don't have to go to such lengths for her. Besides, you know the situation back home. It took a lot of effort to save enough money to send us to Northern Star for our studies. Only by graduating successfully can we hope to revitalize our homeland. If you get expelled, we might even lose our title. You're gambling with your future. Do you think this is fair to our parents' spirits in heaven? And to our sister's sacrifice? Zhao Waner glared at Zhao Chen, then grabbed his wrist. I'm going to ask my best friend for help. Her family is influential. She can negotiate with Jiang Haoren to cancel the duel. To her surprise, Zhao Chen didn't budge. Instead, he scooped her up in a princess carry. What are you doing?
Zhao Waner blues hit.
I'm taking you to tour my new ship, Zhao Chen said, offering no further explanation as he carried her towards the hatch. They passed through the slightly outdated corridors and arrived at the brain of the starship, the bridge. The bridge was not large, about 100 square meters. Since the ship wasn't yet activated, it was pitch dark around them. Zhao Chen set Zhao Waner down, then walked to the captain's chair and sat down, placing his right hand on the armrest. Detecting highest authority. Initiating identity verification. Captain. Zhao Chen. Identity confirmed. As a floating crystal control panel emerged, Zhao Chen tapped a few keys on it. The starship is powering up. Main control system online. Energy system online. 10%, 30%, 60%. As Zhao Chen operated the controls, lights flickered on one by one on the bridge, gradually illuminating the entire space. Simultaneously, the colossal vessel began to awaken. Starship propulsion system self-check in progress. Self-check completed, functioning normally. Weapon system self-check in progress. Self-check completed, functioning normally. A series of mechanical voices echoed across the bridge. Zhao Chen's first starship had officially come to life. All systems operational, energy reserves at 19%. Zhao Chen pumped his fist in excitement. Despite his solid technical skills, he couldn't be entirely sure the initial startup would be successful. To his surprise, everything went smoothly. It actually works.
Zhao Waner was equally astounded.
Not bad, huh? Zhao Chen jumped down from the captain's chair and threw an arm around his sister's shoulders like a brother. Although they were siblings in name, Zhao Waner's exceptional performance had always made their relationship more like that of an older sister and younger brother.
Sau wenn rollt her's.
So what if it starts? What about combat performance? I heard Jiang Haoren's ride is a legit T2 starship. Are you sure this patched-up thing can take it on? It might fall apart before the fight even starts. Little sis, you're underestimating your brother. Forget about whether it can fight. I'll take down that Jiang Haoren in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen confidently made a cross with his fingers. 10 minutes? Since when did you become such a braggart? Zhao Waner shot him a sidelong glance, clearly taking his bold claims with a grain of salt. Besides, it's just you on this ship. Where are you going to find a crew to fight with? Smack. Zhao Chen slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up. How could I forget that? No wonder something felt off when I started the starship just now. Zhao Waner sighed in exasperation, feeling a mix of despair and helplessness towards her unreliable brother. I better go talk to my friends about how to clean up your mess. Waner, where can I quickly recruit crew members? Zhao Chen looked eagerly at his sister. He was good at modifying starships, but he had no clue about assembling a crew. You haven't even thought about that, and you're dreaming of starship duels? Zhao Waner was speechless, but she kindly gave him some pointers. There are generally 3 sources for crew members. First, students from other majors at the Starship Academy. Besides our captaincy department, there are various other specialties. Second, retired veterans from the Imperial Army. They are experienced but costly. Third, recruits from unofficial channels, such as those who have worked in underground activities, pirates, slaves, and the like. The Academy also provides crew recruitment channels. You can find them by logging into the school network with your ID card. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and asked without hesitation, which is the cheapest? Zhao Waner rolled her eyes again, knowing her brother was short on funds. The cheapest would be slaves. Most of them are war prisoners, and some are skilled starship pilots. However, due to issues of loyalty and status, few people are willing to entrust them with important tasks. They're usually given the most basic work. When it comes to highly confidential positions like the bridge, it's better to... Before Zhao Waner could finish, Zhao Chen had already swiped his card to log into the school network. In a section named Crew Recruitment, he found the slave option in the most inconspicuous corner. Upon clicking it, a long list of slaves appeared. To Zhao Waner's surprise, Zhao Chen immediately selected one option and decisively hit the exchange button. Since he had already spent all his academy points, he paid directly from his own account this time. What did you just do? Zhao Waner asked, a sense of foreboding rising within her as she watched Zhao Chen smugly close the holographic screen. Zhao Chen proudly announced that he had recruited a batch of new soldiers who could start as early as tomorrow. Zhao Waner, skeptical, asked, new soldiers? What new soldiers? Are you talking about slave soldiers? Didn't you say they were the cheapest? How much did you spend? Didn't you use up all your credits? Not much, just 3,000 star coins, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. But isn't that about the same as your living expenses? Zhao Waner was exasperated with her brother's foolishness. The roster came with photos, and as Zhao Waner studied them, her anger flared. All the slave soldiers were female beastmen. She scolded Zhao Chen fiercely and stormed off, thinking her brother had completely lost his mind and that she would have to clean up his mess once again. As soon as Zhao Waner left, Zhao Chen eagerly freshened up. The recruiters had arrived, their leader wearing a broad smile, with a dozen or so mechanical carts behind him covered with tarps, hiding their contents. Mr. Zhao, we have brought you 100 slaves. Please verify their identities and inspect them. Where are they? Zhao Chen looked around. Right here. The leader lifted the tarps, revealing iron cages with ragged beastmen inside, their limbs shackled with electronic restraints, looking lifeless and desolate. The collars are remote-controlled. They can deliver electric shocks and even self-destruct. They can't be removed without the correct password, the leader explained in detail.
Fine.
Leave the cages and the carts, Zhao Chen instructed. Of course, the leader replied, grinning. Finding a buyer for this long-held batch was a relief, and he didn't mind leaving the cages and carts behind. Zhao Chen inspected them one by one, amazed at the variety and number of different species. There were rough, beastly types and delicate, human-like ones, with dog, pig, and sheep clans being the most common. The most striking was a white-haired beast woman with piercing sapphire eyes, filled with a mix of anger and defiance. Despite her injuries and mutilations, she was clearly once a beauty. General Charlotte, long time no see, Zhao Chen greeted her with a smile. The beast woman looked up sharply, surprised that he knew her identity. She was indeed the legendary figure from the Black Steel White Tiger clan of the Warhammer Star region. She had led a rebellion against an oppressive local lord, forming an interstellar guerrilla team. For over 3 years, she fought more than 50 battles, commanding 300 warships at her peak, defeating enemies 5 times her size, and destroying a priceless T3-class starship. But 3 months ago, she fell into a trap set by a traitor, leading to her army's annihilation and her own mysterious disappearance. Now, this once mighty general had been reduced to a slave, sold across the ocean to the Starshine Empire. As Zhao Chen recounted Charlotte's story, she felt a deep sorrow. He opened her cage and sat cross-legged in front of her. Want to talk? Charlotte gave a bitter smile. Talk about what? I'm just a prisoner. What is there to say? About your freedom, and the freedom of your comrades who have also fallen into captivity, Zhao Chen replied, sparking Charlotte's curiosity. She stared at him suspiciously. What do you mean? She asked. I'll be blunt, Zhao Chen said honestly. I have a ship, but I need a crew. I hope you and your people will join me as my crew members. Ha, so you just want us to work for you for free. Why else would you buy us slaves? No, you misunderstand, Zhao Chen corrected. I don't want slaves. I want warriors who are willing to risk their lives for me. Half-orcs will never serve outsiders, Charlotte replied, her eyes gleaming with the pride unique to her kind. Think about it differently. You should consider those who have fought and bled alongside you, Zhao Chen urged. From what I know, after your defeat, as many as 30,000 of your kin were sold into slavery in the Empire. My 100 are just a drop in the ocean. The whereabouts of the others remain a mystery. Don't you want to rescue them? Charlotte fell into deep thought. Zhao Chen sensed victory was near. He stood up and solemnly declared, If you are willing to fight for me, I give you my word. I will do everything in my power to buy back every single one of your comrades scattered across the Empire. Serve me for 3 years, and when the contract expires, you and your kin will be free. So, will you fight for your people? Zhao Chen extended his hand towards the caged Charlotte. Her face showed signs of struggle, her eyes conflicted. Finally, she reached out and grasped his hand firmly, saying defiantly, I do this for my people. 100 half-orcs sat on the ground, devouring their meals from lunchboxes. Despite the bland taste, they ate ravenously. Ever since becoming prisoners, they hadn't had a proper meal. After all, slave owners never treat their captives well. Zhao Chen and Charlotte sat next to each other, their meals identical. The former fleet commander, unlike the other soldiers, maintained a certain decorum, eating slowly and methodically. Seeing Zhao Chen eating the same food as her, she couldn't help but be surprised. You're eating this too? She asked. Zhao Chen smiled wryly. What choice do I have? To be honest, your new captain is broke. We have enough rations for maybe 2 weeks. Whether we have food in the future depends entirely on your abilities. Seeing Zhao Chen's lack of pretense, Charlotte's opinion of him improved slightly. However, she still eyed him suspiciously. Why did you only recruit female half-orcs? Usually, men are the ones who fight battles. I'm warning you, if you have any ulterior motives, our agreement is off. For the sake of freedom, I won't allow my people to sell their dignity and bodies. The young man shook his head vigorously. You have nothing to worry about. I have no improper intentions towards any of them. Due to certain reasons, I had to recruit only females this time. As for the reason, I can't say for now. He looked rather helpless. If it weren't for the system's strict requirements, he wouldn't have put himself in such an awkward position. You don't need to explain, but if I find out you have any hidden agenda? Charlotte glared at Zhao Chen fiercely. Despite her anger, the white-haired half-orc looked unexpectedly cute, though the scars covering her body were a bit disheartening. Did you inflict these wounds on yourself? Zhao Chen asked casually. Charlotte nodded frankly. Yes. My resistance army was betrayed by a traitor and wiped out. If I hadn't disguised myself, I wouldn't be here now. The enemy wouldn't have shown mercy to a resistance leader, much less sold me as a slave. Zhao Chen understood. If Charlotte had been recognized by the enemy, her fate would have been far worse. Even without being recognized, her original appearance would have led to a harsher outcome. It's impressive you recognized me at first glance, Charlotte said, eyeing Zhao Chen curiously. He had called out her identity immediately, indicating he was well prepared. I studied your battles at the academy and saw some photos. When I saw your name on the slave list, I could hardly believe it. Your current appearance is so different from before. You used to look like a goddess of dawn. Zhao Chen smiled. It wasn't until I tested you earlier that I was sure you were General Charlotte. I owe it to the memories of this body's previous owner. He was a bookworm, obsessed with studying the military history of various races. Charlotte scoffed, realizing she had given herself away. With current medical technology, fixing your scars wouldn't be difficult, Zhao Chen suggested. He had seen her old photos. She was undoubtedly a beauty, even by human standards. In the academy, she would have been the belle of the school. No need. A warrior doesn't care about appearance, Charlotte firmly declined. Seeing her resolute attitude, Zhao Chen didn't press the matter further. Moreover, he doesn't have the means right now. That kind of medical restoration isn't cheap. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen said, let's go take a look at your future workplace. He pointed to the steel behemoth. Charlotte didn't object and followed him aboard the number 0 Blizzard. Did you assemble this? Charlotte asked as they walked down the corridor of the ship. Zhao Chen nodded, yes. I pieced it together using modules from AT-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, AT-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and AT-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. I named it number 0 Blizzard. I'm not very familiar with these models, but from the inside, they seem quite old, Charlotte remarked bluntly. This kind of ship might not hold up well in combat. Oh, trust me, it won't be long before you take back those words. You'll come to love this ship, Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Charlotte didn't dwell on it. A broken ship was better than no ship at all. Since she was already here, she decided to make the best of it. At least Zhao Chen hadn't shown any off-putting traits so far, although his preference for hiring only female half-beasts was suspicious. They soon arrived at the bridge. It was Charlotte's first time here and Zhao Chen's second. The last time he had come with his sister, Zhao Waner. Charlotte glanced around. The layout was quite ordinary, with nothing particularly noteworthy. From now on, it's your responsibility to assign positions to the half-beast crew members. I need them to become a combat-ready team as soon as possible, Zhao Chen instructed. Charlotte looked at him and made a request. For that, I'll need to understand the ship's performance modules first. Before she could finish, Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. I've already entered your information into the system. Besides me, you now have the highest authority on this ship. You can access nearly all the data. From now on, you're the vice captain. Charlotte was taken aback and accepted the terminal, eyeing Zhao Chen skeptically. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Zhao Chen gave a faint smile. The moment Charlotte boarded the ship, he had used his system skill, Inside Eye, on her. Since Zhao Chen was the ship's captain, he met the conditions to activate the skill. According to Inside Eye, Charlotte currently harbored no malice or hostility toward Zhao Chen. As for her loyalty, that was still uncertain. But that was enough for Zhao Chen. He didn't expect Charlotte to be completely loyal in such a short time. He just needed her to be willing to work for him. Feigning a relaxed demeanor, Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair and said, I trust my choices. Now, my dear vice captain, it's time for you to get to work. Charlotte found herself deep in thought after hearing Zhao Chen's words. She didn't say much but instead strapped on the handheld terminal and began sifting through the data on the mysterious starship. As the astonishing parameters appeared on the screen, her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't hide her amazement and turned to Zhao Chen, hesitating before asking, are these data really accurate? Zhao Chen flashed a proud smile, as if showcasing his masterpiece. Of course, they're genuine. So, what do you think of my starship? He asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Charlotte's expression grew serious. If these numbers are accurate, then this starship would be nearly unbeatable in its class. Its performance is simply unimaginable. The word unbeatable carried a weight that was hard to ignore. If Zhao Waner and Leeway heard this, they would probably scoff. They might sarcastically remark, a mere cobbled-together starship, claiming to be unbeatable? What a joke. Zhao Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, we'll take it out for a test run later. You can also assign the crew positions. Honestly, since I'm short on funds right now, this test run is mainly for everyone to familiarize themselves with the ship and get some necessary training. I hope you all can quickly master the controls. Charlotte nodded in agreement and then asked, can I see the list of slaves you purchased? No problem, you can access it with your clearance, Zhao Chen replied readily. When Charlotte opened the crew candidate list, she was surprised to see her 100 former half-beast comrades. Her gaze softened, but a wave of guilt washed over her. The thought of many compatriots still imprisoned filled her with anguish. Fortunately, these were seasoned veterans. Given that this was only a second-class warship, they should be ready for combat after 3 to 5 hours of familiarization, Charlotte analyzed. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Within half a day, Charlotte had already grasped the basic structure of the starship, and the other half-beast crew members had also finished their rest. Charlotte handed Zhao Chen a personnel assignment list, stating that 50 crew members would be sufficient to operate the starship. The rest would serve as reserves and get familiar with the work environment first. Understood, Zhao Chen instructed. After all, this was his first starship, but it wouldn't be his last. These talents would be crucial in the future. I've submitted the departure application to the spaceport. The rental period for this workshop is about to expire, and I've secured a berth at the Academy spaceport with my limited funds. After the test run, we'll head straight there. I've also procured some basic living supplies. From now on, you'll be living on this starship. As for supplies, I'll figure something out, Zhao Chen said, feeling a pang of financial pain. With his funds already stretched thin, supporting 100 half-beast crew members would be a challenge. He needed to find a way to make money. It was quite embarrassing for a Star Lord to be in such dire straits. Understood, Charlotte responded obediently, gradually stepping into her role. Zhao Chen sat resolutely in the captain's chair, surveying the old bridge with unwavering determination. He silently vowed that one day, he would command a genuine Blizzard-class Tier 3 light interstellar battlecruiser. Listen up, everyone, he addressed the crew. This is your living quarters. 5 people per room, and the mess hall serves 2 meals a day. Make sure to eat on time. Each post operates on a 3-shift schedule. Understood? Charlotte stood before the 100 Orc crew members, momentarily transported back to the days on the rebel warships. In just a few months, everything had changed. A female crew member hesitantly raised her hand. General, do we really have to fight for the humans? The other orcs looked equally confused and uneasy. As slaves, their spirits had undoubtedly taken a hit. Charlotte spoke with conviction. All of you have been my loyal soldiers. It's my failure that led us to this situation. If you still trust me, I swear I will win back our freedom. Captain Zhao Chen has promised that if we serve for 3 years, we will be granted our freedom. Moreover, any battle honors will be rewarded with efforts to rescue our kinsoul to the Starlight Empire. You may not trust humans, but I, Charlotte, am willing to believe in this man. So please, trust me one more time. I swear on the honor of the White Tiger clan, I will lead us back to our homeland. Charlotte's impassioned speech stirred every warrior present, a scene captured entirely by the bridge's surveillance system. Zhao Chen couldn't help but admire Charlotte's honesty. She followed him not out of loyalty but for freedom. He appreciated this sincerity. A slave who immediately pledges loyalty upon being bought is far more suspect. In no time, the once chaotic Starship workshop was tidied up, ready for departure. The route to the outside world was now open. Blizzard 0, clearance granted to enter D13 subroute, came the command. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, glanced at his vice captain Charlotte and the dozen or so Orc crew members. Calmly, he ordered, set off. Charlotte promptly relayed the command. Start the Starship engines, enter D13 subroute. Though the Orc crew members were a bit inexperienced, they managed competently. Moments later, Blizzard 0 slowly departed from the port of Northern Star Academy. The bridge, fully enclosed, projected the external view onto the interior screens via cameras mounted on the ship's exterior. Gazing at the vast expanse of space on the screen, Zhao Chen felt a surge of emotion. Here he was, sitting upright on his command ship, venturing into the boundless cosmos. Captain, we have 29 trial navigation tasks ahead. Please give the command, Charlotte stated formally. Begin, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Having a capable deputy like Charlotte made everything easier, as she could handle all the details meticulously. Course 071/299, engine power at 30%, speed 30 knots, Charlotte efficiently issued the orders. Thus, Blizzard 0 commenced its maiden trial run. Maintain course, engines at full power, speed 100 knots. All personnel, closely monitor all data. Report any anomalies immediately. Charlotte was now overseeing the final test, full-speed navigation. This test pushes the starship's performance to its limits, and it's the part she worries about the most. Just a month ago, it was still known as 3 dilapidated starships. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Report, engine systems operating normally, power output stable. Report, hull structure intact. Report, navigation steady, all indicators are good. 3 hours later, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Zhao Chen, she straightened up and solemnly reported, Captain, all 29 trial objectives have been successfully completed. Requesting further instructions. Wrap it up and head back, Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. I think someone here can't wait to get a good scolding. At the Starship Academy of the Northern Star, during a break in Class 3 to 8, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, Hey, Is Zhao Chen from Class 8 absent again? Is he too scared to show up? Everyone turned to see Jiang Haoren from Class 3 to 2 and his gang of cronies. Ever since Zhao Chen accepted Jiang Haoren's Starship Duel Challenge, Jiang Haoren had been swaggering into Class 8's territory. With Zhao Chen taking a long leave of absence, Jiang Haoren had grown even more arrogant, convinced that Zhao Chen was afraid of him. A stern-looking girl stepped forward and said coolly, Jiang Haoren, this is Class 8's domain. If you have no business here, please return to your own class. There's no school rule against visiting other classes during break time, Jiang Haoren said, his eyes roving over Xinbing, the class beauty and president of Class 8. Besides, I'm just here to remind your classmate Zhao Chen about our upcoming duel. It's almost the end of June, and I wouldn't want him to forget. Xinbing replied icily, Zhao Chen hasn't been here for over 2 weeks. If you want to find him, figure it out yourself and stop bothering us. Aren't you all supposed to be a team? Why does Zhao Chen sound like an outsider when you talk about him? Jiang Haoren sneered. His followers chimed in, mocking Zhao Chen. I bet he's hiding because he's scared. Once June is over, he'll have to slink back home in disgrace. What a coward, making a challenge he can't keep. Despite their anger, the students of Class 8 mostly stayed silent. Many of them came from humble backgrounds and weren't top students, unlike the wealthy kids in Class 2. Only the proud and talented Xinbing dared to stand up to Jiang Haoren, while the others bit their tongues. This also led to resentment towards Zhao Chen, who they felt was bringing trouble upon them. This guy is a jinx, they thought. If he can't handle himself, he should just drop out. Jiang Haoren, if you have guts, challenge me instead. Leeway couldn't hold back any longer. What's the point of yelling here? And the duel isn't until the end of the month. We still have a few days. Although Leeway's merchant father had always advised him to stay low-key, he couldn't stand seeing his friend being bullied. Oh, Leeway, standing up for your useless friend? Jiang Haoren ignored Leeway, continuing to ridicule Zhao Chen. You've really backed the wrong horse with that loser. How far do you think you'll get with him? You. Leeway was trembling with rage. At that moment, a calm voice came from the doorway. Since someone is in such a hurry to see Zhao Chen expelled, I'll oblige them. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. After nearly a month of absence, Zhao Chen strolled into the classroom with a carefree demeanor, casting a mocking glance at Jiang Haoren and his group. Well, I thought you were hiding and too scared to show your face, Jiang Haoren said, slightly surprised but not at all flustered. In his eyes, Zhao Chen was nothing more than an insignificant ant. I was just taking a few days to rest. Who would have thought someone couldn't wait? Zhao Chen said calmly. Since you're so eager, how about we schedule our duel for tomorrow? Leeway quickly stepped forward, whispering urgently, Zhao Chen, you need to think this through. A starship duel is no joke. Once it starts, there's no turning back. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Zhao Chen reassured Leeway, patting his shoulder. Stubborn fool. Fine, let's set the duel time, Jiang Haoren said, flashing his student ID card as he looked provocatively at Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen took out his ID card, and in front of everyone, they officially set the duel for 10 a.m. the next day at North Star Academy's Simulation Arena No. 2. Now that it's settled, take your lackeys and get out. Stop disrupting our class, Zhao Chen ordered sharply. You piece of trash, how dare you insult us? Jiang Haoren's followers fumed with rage. Jiang Haoren raised his hand to stop them, sneering, the duel is set. No need to waste words here. Tomorrow, we'll humiliate this baron in front of everyone and force him to drop out. Won't that be delightful? He added. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's show. Don't chicken out, before strutting away. Zhao Chen calmly took his seat as the classroom buzzed with whispers, most filled with mockery. Zhao Chen must be crazy to challenge Jiang Haoren. With that junk of a starship, how could he possibly win? I heard Jiang Haoren has a brand new T2 ship. Zhao Chen doesn't stand a chance. He's not just embarrassing himself. He's dragging our whole class down with him. Ignoring the gossip, Zhao Chen knew only facts could silence the murmurs. Leeway sat next to him, about to speak, but someone else beat him to it. Without strength, everything you do is wrong, Xinbing said coldly, standing before Zhao Chen. As a member of Class 8, I don't want to see you become a laughingstock. Your sister is a genius. With her connections, she might be able to resolve this. Zhao Chen looked up at the beautiful class monitor from a humble background and asked, Xinbing, even you don't believe I can win? What do you think? Xinbing retorted bluntly. Let's wait and see, Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. Seeing his stubbornness, Xinbing's eyes grew even colder as she turned and left. Old Zhao, are you really going to fight? Leeway asked, his expression serious. Absolutely, Zhao Chen replied, a bit impatient. Some people need to learn that I'm not to be trifled with. If you're determined, Leeway sighed, then take my T2 hyena tomorrow. My vice captain has 20 years of combat experience in the Imperial fleet. He'll handle everything, ensuring your victory. I have my own plans. No need to trouble yourself, Zhao Chen said, waving his hand dismissively. With those 3 pieces of junk, How can you possibly win? Leeway was nearly frantic. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he had no choice but to give up. Zhao Chen casually made up an excuse and bid farewell to Leeway. At this moment, no one probably believed he could win, but this only strengthened Zhao Chen's resolve. He was determined to redeem himself and silence the critics with a decisive victory. The next day, the number 3 Starship duel zone, under the jurisdiction of the Northern Starship Academy, was prepped in advance. This area, located on the outskirts of the Academy, is composed of dozens of desolate asteroids and is specifically used for the Academy's Starship simulations and dueling events. As per tradition, the live broadcast of this duel was streamed on the Academy's internal network. In Class 8's classroom, someone had tuned into the broadcast channel and projected the holographic image in the center of the room. The students were buzzing with excitement, speculating when the duel between Zhao Chen and Jiang Haoren would start. I checked the announcement. It's scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's already time, and by regulation, both parties must arrive at the battleground within the next half hour, someone said. Look, isn't that Jiang Haoren's starship? A student exclaimed. That's the Empire's finest T2, Class White Eagle light cruiser. I heard it sells for at least 7 million star coins, and it's practically impossible to get one. Zhao Chen is done for this time. The students in Class 8 were generally pessimistic about Zhao Chen's chances. With such an impressive starship, how could he possibly come up with something better? Class monitor Shen Bing, however, wasn't as envious as the others. She had studied this starship and found it to be more style than substance. Apart from its speed, the other configurations were just modified destroyer standards. Its light armor was thin, and its firepower didn't meet the standard T2 cruiser level. However, in a one-on-one duel, with proper command and a kiting strategy leveraging its high speed, it could still outperform most opponents. But in a real interstellar battlefield, against fleet-level combat, it wouldn't be of much use. Class monitor, do you think Zhao Chen still has a chance? Shin Bing's close friend asked. Shin Bing was not made class monitor because of her looks, but because of her genuine talent and hard work. If not for her humble background, she could have easily been in a higher-ranked class. Even so, she had consistently ranked in the top 10 in theoretical exams over the past 3 years, earning her the title of a top student from a modest background. Very slim, Shin Bing replied calmly. Her friend scoffed. Then why was he so arrogant yesterday? Isn't he just setting himself up for failure? If it were me, I would have already tucked my tail and gone back to my territory to be a useless baron. There were plenty of similar snide remarks in the classroom. Most of the students in Class 8 were either commoners or children of merchants. Zhao Chen, a baron, was an oddity among both nobles and commoners, naturally making him a target for exclusion. Shin Bing didn't respond, but she recalled Zhao Chen's determined expression from the day before and wondered to herself, does he really have a hidden card, or is he just overconfident? Where's Zhao Chen's starship? There's less than 15 minutes left until the half-hour deadline, someone urged. Is he going to chicken out? I don't care if he wins or loses, but this is about our class's reputation. Forget it. If he loses, at least we won't have to see his annoying face next semester, another student joked. A loud bang echoed as Li Wei punched the wall. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the room, causing everyone to avoid his eyes. In Class 8, his father's wealth and status were unmatched. Zhao Chen is still one of us in Class 8. Instead of cheering him on, you mock him? Did you all feed your camaraderie lessons to the dogs?
Leeway skulda.
No one in the classroom dared to confront Li Wei directly, but there was still a lot of whispering behind his back, and it was probably not anything good. Ahem. All right, it's time for class. Everyone, please return to your seats, the teacher on the podium announced, glancing at Li Wei as he prepared to start the lesson. Li Wei clenched his fists and silently returned to his seat. He was very worried about Zhao Chen, but he hadn't been able to reach him since this morning. Look, that strange spaceship, isn't it Zhao Chen's? Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned back to the holographic screen. In the once empty expanse of space, another spaceship was slowly approaching the White Eagle, commanded by Jiang Haoren. This new ship had a plain and unremarkable exterior, appearing even a bit worn out compared to the White Eagle, with visible patches in several places. What model is this? I've never seen it before. It looks like a battleship, but the weapon caliber doesn't match, one student said. This piece of junk would probably be blown to bits by Jiang Haoren's ship with a single shot, another remarked, shaking their head in disdain. The students of Class 8 were all sighing and shaking their heads at the unimpressive sight of the new spaceship. Shin Bing, you know a lot about spaceships. Do you know what model this is? A friend asked Shin Bing. Shin Bing scrutinized the ship for a while and frowned. This spaceship, it combines structural features of the T2 Hyena-class destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class battleship, and the T2 Grey Wolf-class cruiser. Could it be a custom-built ship? A custom-built ship? Zhao Chen expects to defeat the White Eagle with this thing? Is he dreaming? Her friend said sarcastically. Shin Bing didn't reply, her eyes fixed on the screen, her brow deeply furrowed. All right, class is starting. Turn off all unrelated devices. The most important thing for you now is to study, not to worry about irrelevant matters. Be honest and down to earth, the teacher said, seemingly hinting at something more. Leeway clenched his fists, feeling uneasy. The holographic video feed was cut off. He wanted to keep following Zhao Chen's situation, but his grades were not as good as Zhao Chen's. Skipping classes for a month would mean repeating the grade. Zhao Chen had left him with just one message before leaving. Not to worry, to focus on class, and to wait for his good news. But given the current situation, who could stay calm enough to focus on class? Actually, it wasn't just Leeway. Many students in the class were curious. However, their curiosity wasn't about the outcome, but rather how badly Zhao Chen would lose. They feared it would be a crushing defeat. The judgment center of the duel zone on Starship number 3 is also where the prime spectator seats are located. Despite the limited seating of fewer than 100 people, today's highlight is the presence of the 3 most admired beauties from the Northern Star Military Academy. Your brother really showed up? An energetic girl with twin ponytails exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Waner replied with a complex expression. He's just that stubborn, no other redeeming qualities. So, that wrecked starship is the one he put together? A cold beauty remarked indifferently, and it actually works. To cobble together 3 old starships into one functional vessel in a month, your brother does have some skills in starship engineering, she added. Biting her lip, Zhao Waner pleaded, Sister Su Lan, if my brother loses, could you please talk to Jiang Haoren and ask him to retract the bet? Both girls were close friends of Zhao Waner. The playful girl with twin ponytails was Shui Xiao, her classmate, while the aloof beauty, Su Lan, was her senior with considerable influence in the academy. Even the dean showed her respect. Su Lan furrowed her delicate brows and replied reluctantly, it would have been easier before the duel, but after it starts, it's tricky. I can probably make sure he doesn't get expelled, but Jiang Haoren will definitely mock him. As long as he doesn't get expelled. Zhao Waner nodded eagerly and clung to Su Lan's arm. I knew you were the best, Sister Su Lan. Waner, why are you so sure your brother will lose? What if he wins? Shui Xiao muttered. That's impossible, Zhao Waner sighed. Look at my brother's wrecked starship and compare it to that 7 million star coin T2 White Eagle-class light cruiser. It's one of the top 10 ships in our academy in terms of single-ship combat capability. She gazed at the assembled starship, hoping for her brother's victory, though it seemed like a distant dream. Meanwhile, the judges began contacting the captains of both ships, and 2 video feeds appeared before them. On one side was the bridge of the T2 White Eagle, where Jiang Haoren sat regally in his captain's chair, dressed in an elaborate military uniform. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50 years old, clearly a retired officer. The other bridge was much humbler. Zhao Chen sat smiling in an old captain's chair, with a stern-faced, scarred white-haired half-beast girl standing behind him, her expression indifferent. Is that a half-beast? Shui Xiao exclaimed. Zhao Waner covered her face in resignation. My brother ran out of funds after assembling the starship and could only afford to buy half-beast slaves as crew members. Half-beast crew members? Su Lan frowned, becoming even more convinced of Zhao Chen's unreliability. The duel is between Jiang Haoren of Class 3 to 2 and Zhao Chen of Class 3 to 8, the head judge announced. The rules are unrestricted combat, except you may not leave the duel zone. Victory is determined by one side surrendering, their starship losing combat capability, or a decision by the judges. Once a result is reached, all combat must cease immediately. Are both sides clear? Understood, Jiang Haoren sneered. He couldn't believe Zhao Chen dared to show up with such a wrecked starship. Victory was assured. Understood, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, as if he didn't care about the duel, even taking a moment to yawn. The judges will randomly select starting points for both starships. You must reach them within 10 minutes. The battle will then officially begin, the head judge concluded. The judge activated a device and soon, 2 circles, one red and one blue, appeared on the star map of the duel arena, marking the starting positions for both sides. The coordinates were transmitted to the 2 starships, which immediately set course for the target area. At that moment, Jiang Haoren taunted Zhao Chen through the video link. Clapping his hands, he sneered, Zhao Chen, I didn't think you'd have the guts to actually show up. Where did you pick up that piece of junk you call a ship? It looks like it's made of paper. One hit and it'll fall apart. If I blast you to bits, I might actually feel a bit sorry for you. A sinister grin spread across his face, knowing that killing an opponent in a starship duel was within the rules. Zhao Chen stretched lazily, dug at his ear, and replied, Finished? If so, book yourself a ticket home. Jiang Haoren's face contorted with anger as he pointed at Zhao Chen and shouted, You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine. I'll show you the taste of overwhelming power. You, Zhao Chen, are just a worthless baron, while I am destined to be a viscount, maybe even a count. The judges timely cut off the video feed between them. Turning to his deputy captain, Wang Cheng, Jiang Haoren sneered, Deputy Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that piece of junk like a cat with a mouse. Wang Cheng, a veteran hired by Zhang's father from the military, stood tall and assured, "Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that Heap won't make it back to port. With our T2 White Eagle, which is the fastest in its class, we may have some shortcomings in a real battlefield, but against a student with that wreck, I've got plenty of tricks to destroy him." Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Zero Blizzard, Zhao Chen asked his deputy captain, Charlotte, confident, 10 minutes to finish the fight. "If it takes a minute longer, I'll take your last name," Charlotte replied coldly, showing no interest in the duel. Zhao Chen, however, was visibly excited, rubbing the well-worn armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his first starship duel. The battle began. The voice of the referee echoed simultaneously on the bridges of the Zero Blizzard and the T2 White Eagle-class light cruiser. In the dueling arena, Jiang Haoren's supporters erupted in cheers, fervently rooting for him. "Go Jiang Shao! Teach that arrogant guy a lesson," they shouted. "I hope Zhao Chen struggles a bit longer. It would be a waste of our trip if the fight ends in just a few minutes, don't you think?" Ha ha ha. These were Jiang Haoren's cronies, who were convinced that the victory in this starship duel belonged solely to him. Among the spectators, Jiang Shasha's presence was hard to miss. She watched the battle footage transmitted by drones with a cold gaze, seeing both starships departing from their starting points and moving towards each other. At this trajectory, they would enter each other's firing range in about 10 minutes. Jiang Shasha muttered to herself, "Zhao Chen, you're overestimating yourself. If you get expelled, you have no one to blame but yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you." In her eyes, the outcome of this duel was already decided. Jiang Haoren's victory was inevitable. I. On the bridge of the Zero Blizzard, maintain a cruising speed of 40 star knots on the current course, Charlotte ordered, having been given full command of the starship's battle operations by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen chuckled. 40 star knots? Are you planning to play dumb and catch them off guard? Charlotte replied calmly, "I just don't want to waste time on trivial matters." Feeling bored, Zhao Chen pulled up the detailed specs of the Zero Blizzard. Ship type, cruiser, destroyer, battleship. Tech level, T2. Hull armor strength, 210 to 270 units. Cruising speed, 100 star knots. Warp engine, level 3, 85,000 tons. Crew, 50. Weapons, 1 T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Croc cannon, single shot, 300-second cooldown. 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons, single shot, 180-second cooldown. 3,130 mm medium close-in defense guns, twin-mounted, no cooldown. The latter two types of weapons are directly mounted on the hull, while the Devil Croc cannon is a hidden trump card. "Can I guess your battle plan?" Zhao Chen asked, rubbing his chin as he looked at Charlotte. "You're the captain. You can take back command anytime," Charlotte replied calmly. "Here, your word is law." Zhao Chen then opened a more concise set of specs, this time for their opponent, the White Eagle. The White Eagle's main weapons included 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons, 10-second cooldown. 2,150 mm quadruple-mounted close-in defense guns, no cooldown. 1 T2 medium laser main cannon, 210-second cooldown. A gleam flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. "First, our advantage lies in the fact that they have no idea about the extent of our capabilities. By ordering a cruising speed of 40 star knots, you're creating the illusion that this is our maximum speed. When the shooting starts, we'll catch them off guard with a sudden burst of speed. The White Eagle's rapid-fire cannons are powerful but have limited range. The only real threat is their laser main cannon. When the time comes, we can seize the moment, accelerate suddenly, and evade their attack. The trajectory of the laser cannon can be predicted, and its flight time is enough for us to evade. Once it enters its cool-down period, that's our prime opportunity to strike back." Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen and said, "Your time at the Military Academy wasn't wasted. I've never seen a T2 class ship reach a speed of 100 knots in star velocity before. That's why I said this number Zero Blizzard is unbeatable among its peers." After hearing Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen leisurely leaned back in the captain's chair, waiting for the show to unfold. Soon, both the number Zero Blizzard and the White Eagle entered each other's radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and muttered, 10:45, setting a countdown timer that projected between them. The digits, 10 o'clock, flashed on the screen. "This girl is really serious," Zhao Chen thought to himself. She confidently claimed she'd finish the battle in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, there was movement on the White Eagle. "Report. Target spotted. Approaching at a speed of around 40 knots, the radar operator reported. Full speed ahead. Blast that piece of junk." Jiang Haoren shouted excitedly. Deputy Captain Wang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Haoren. Usually, recklessly advancing without knowing the enemy's strength is a big no-no in space battles. But then again, the opponent was just a young kid piloting a ragtag starship that looked unimpressive and had subpar weaponry. It probably posed no real threat. Besides, the White Eagle boasted a top speed of 65 knots, so they could always rely on their speed advantage if anything went wrong. Captain's orders. Full speed ahead towards the target. All weapons on standby. Wang Chang commanded, though it was technically under Jiang Haoren's name. After all, Wang Chang was the one truly calling the shots. Jiang Haoren instructed, once in range, hit them with our main laser cannon first. Show them what a real power difference looks like. Haha, I bet Zhao Chen will fall off his chair in fright. Yes, sir. Wang Chang had no objections to this plan. In his eyes, the duel's outcome was already predetermined. It was just a formality. In no time, the two starships were about to enter each other's maximum weapon range. Charlotte stared intently at the radar screen, her eyes sharp and focused, as if waiting for something. Warning, warning, laser weapon detected charging. Warning, warning, laser detected charging. Zhao Chen noticed a slight smile forming at the corners of Charlotte's mouth. Her usually calm eyes now sparkled with excitement. Full speed. Hard right? Charlotte commanded. In the dual arbitration zone, the audience watched intently as two starships approached each other, each person eager not to miss a single moment of the impending clash. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! It's the White Eagle's main laser cannon. It's about to fire." Zhao Chen better pray for luck. I don't think his rust bucket of a starship can withstand that blast. Yeah, look at that pitiful thing, another chimed in. Aside from a few close-in defense guns and 5 laser cannons, what decent weapons does it have? How is it supposed to compete with the White Eagle? Among the crowd, only Zhao Waner looked deeply worried. Her fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with concern. Su Lan, sitting beside her, tried to comfort her. The White Eagle's main cannon isn't that powerful. If it hits from this distance, it might cause severe damage, but as long as your brother surrenders when the time comes, his life won't be in danger. She had no hope that Zhao Chen could win. She just hoped he would recognize the situation and back down in time. As for the man's fate, she didn't care much. She just couldn't bear to see her friend heartbroken. Zhao Waner silently prayed, "Stubborn brother, please don't get yourself killed. As long as there's life, there's hope." On the screen, the White Eagle's main laser cannon was sparking, clearly ready to fire. Moments later, a blinding beam of light shot out, heading straight for Zhao Chen's starship. But then, something unexpected happened. The monitoring data showed that the number 0 Blizzard, which had been cruising at 40 knots, suddenly made a right turn and began accelerating. In less than 3 seconds, its speed doubled from 40 to 80 knots. It was drawing a graceful arc around the White Eagle. This sudden change in speed and maneuvering caused the laser cannon's attack to miss its target entirely. The audience erupted in astonishment. What just happened? Did I see that right? How did the Blizzard's speed double like that? It must be a coincidence. Or maybe our instruments are malfunctioning. There's no way that junk could reach 80 knots. That's impossible. Even the White Eagle maxes out at 65 knots. So how did it dodge that laser blast? Faced with these questions, the spectators who had previously dismissed Zhao Chen fell silent, staring at each other in disbelief. What on earth just happened? Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she looked at her two sisters beside her. 80 knots. How is that possible? Zhao Waner murmured to herself, swallowing hard. Even Su Lan, usually composed, was now staring at the screen with a grave expression. The Blizzard completed its elegant arc and then made another left turn, adjusting its course directly toward the White Eagle. Meanwhile, its speed continued to climb. 85 knots, 90 knots, 95 knots. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Blizzard's speed monitor. Finally, the reading settled at 100 knots. Incredible. Unbelievable. The audience erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Even the judges at the referee's table were left speechless, their faces filled with shock. After all, in the T2 class of starships, those capable of reaching 100 knots were extremely rare, and most were specially modified. The unassuming assembly ship in front of them was capable of such incredible speed. It was truly astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Chen on the bridge of the Blizzard had no time to consider the reactions of the outside world. Just now, he had held his breath, eyes fixed on the radar, and witnessed the enemy ship's laser narrowly missing the tail of his vessel. Although the screen showed some distance between them, the onboard computer's analysis indicated that a second's delay could have resulted in the Blizzard being hit. Even if it wouldn't be sunk in one shot, the damage would be inevitable. Now was the perfect time for a counterattack. Unleash our 1200 cannon. Take them down. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet, one foot on the captain's chair, pointing forward. Charlotte immediately gave the order. Target the enemy ship, full speed ahead. Prepare to fire the 1,200 mm Devil Croc cannon. Aye, Captain. Approaching the target at full speed. Initiating the 1200 cannon. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, a hatch silently opened at the bow of the Blizzard, revealing an enormous cannon barrel, its dark muzzle sending shivers down the spine. The audience in the stands was instantly stunned, many standing up in shock, and even the judges were taken aback. That That's the main cannon of the Devil Croc-class battleship? A 1,200 millimeters cannon? How could it be on this starship? Stammered a middle-aged instructor. Quick, get me the file on this cadet, the head judge ordered his assistant. Soon, a dossier was pulled up. After reading it, the head judge suddenly understood. So that's it. T2 Grey Wolf, T2 Devil Croc, T2 Hyena. They all match. This kid actually combined 3 different T2 class ships and transplanted the main cannon of the Devil Croc. Hearing this, some sharp-eared students in the back rows erupted in chatter. Oh my god, he's equipped with the 1200 main cannon of the Devil Croc-class battleship. Devil Croc? What on earth is that? You bookworm, can't even remember exam questions. The Devil Croc was a classic from a century ago. It's the only model that mounted a 1200 cannon on a T2 battleship. They say its firepower is unmatched by any T2 class ship. 1,200 millimeters? Isn't that exclusive to T3 class battleships? Why don't we see it anymore? Because it had too many design flaws. It sacrificed too much for firepower, was prone to frequent malfunctions, and was insanely expensive, costing several times more than a regular T2 ship. That's why it was discontinued in less than 30 years. Your brother never mentioned this before, Su Lan said, her mouth agape, turning to Zhao Waner. Zhao Waner looked equally baffled. I have no idea either. What is my crazy brother up to? Super cannons. I love super cannons. Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms, her big eyes sparkling. Su Lan and Zhao Waner exchanged helpless glances. Clearly, Shui's fascination with massive cannons had taken hold again. She was obsessed with battleships equipped with such firepower. At this very moment, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the Zero-class Blizzard is speeding towards the White Eagle-class light cruiser at an astonishing pace. As the audience catches sight of the dazzling 1,200 caliber Devil Croc cannon, they immediately grasp Blizzard's intent. Everyone holds their breath, anticipating the thrilling confrontation to come. Damn it! How does that wreck of a ship have a 1,200 main cannon from a Devil Croc-class battleship? Exclaimed Deputy Captain Wang Cheng on the bridge of the White Eagle. He solemnly ordered, full-speed evasive maneuvers. All close and weapon systems, prepare for interception. Jiang Haoren, his face ashen, asked with a trembling voice, Deputy Captain Wang, what's going on? That damn giant cannon. And the bizarre speed of that wreck? Are we in danger? Victory? It's still ours, right? Though a playboy, Zhang had spent 3 years at the military academy and understood a thing or two. He knew the power of a 1,200 caliber cannon was no joke. Wang Cheng did not respond. The situation had become clear. Their main cannon was cooling down, and the secondary cannons were not yet in range. Meanwhile, the enemy ship was hurtling towards them at 100 knots, brandishing that fearsome giant cannon. The White Eagle was a sitting duck. Their only hope was for the enemy to miss, giving them a chance to counterattack. But considering the terrifying speed of the enemy ship, a shadow loomed over Wang Cheng's heart. Damn it! Isn't this supposed to be a military academy exercise? Isn't the opponent a fallen noble? How does he have such a monstrous ship capable of cruising at 100 knots? He raged internally. 1 minute until we enter the enemy's secondary cannon range, Wang Cheng announced. On the Blizzard's bridge, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen. We need to fire first before that happens. I'll handle the targeting, you give the order to fire. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded firmly. I'll take over the 1,200 cannon targeting. Charlotte began her operations. In 40 seconds, reduce speed to 0, she commanded. 40 seconds to 0 speed. Why stop before firing? Because the hit rate is much higher when stationary compared to high-speed movement. 40 seconds flew by. Begin deceleration. Reverse engines. The operator's shout echoed as the Blizzard's speed dropped rapidly. Current speed, 80, 60, 40, 20, 5. Report. The starship is stationary. From 100 knots to 0 in less than 5 seconds, the Blizzard once again shattered everyone's expectations. They all knew the spectacle that awaited. Captain, target locked. Ready to fire at any time. Charlotte reported after careful calibration. Fire. Zhao Chen roared, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Even before he finished speaking, the dormant Devil Croc main cannon roared to life once more. A 1,200 millimeters diameter titanium alloy shell screamed towards the White Eagle. At the moment of firing, Zhao Chen felt the entire bridge tremble slightly. From the outside, the shot propelled the Blizzard back several meters, its bow lifting slightly as smoke billowed from the cannon's muzzle. Warning! Warning! Incoming locked attack detected. Evade! The White Eagle's bridge was a flurry of alarms and flashing red lights. All turrets, open fire. Intercept that shell. Wang Cheng bellowed. 20 quad-barrel close-in weapon systems roared in unison, weaving a dense web of fire along the shell's trajectory. However, against a massive 1.2-meter diameter shell, Their efforts seemed utterly futile. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the bridge of the White Eagle, causing it to tilt violently. Jiang Haoren was thrown across the room, slamming hard into the bulkhead, blood immediately staining half his face. He slumped to the ground, muttering in terror, "What's happening? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Mom, save me." Wang Chung, ignoring the pampered young master who clearly had no basic knowledge of protection, listened intently to the crew's reports. Report. Portside armor has been breached, triggering an explosion in the ammunition hold. We've had a secondary explosion. 37 compartments are damaged and sealed off. 8 crew members confirmed dead, casualties unknown. Report. The secondary explosion has affected the power system. Energy supply is dropping by 10% per minute. If we don't control it, the ship will be completely incapacitated in 10 minutes. Report. Weapon systems malfunctioning. Some modules are inoperable. Report. Speed is decreasing continuously, and we can't stop it. The barrage of bad news left Wang Chung standing there in stunned silence. He hadn't expected a single shot to cause such severe damage. If this continued, the destruction of the ship and loss of lives were inevitable. "Young Master Zhang, we must surrender," he said, walking over to Jiang Haoren with a grave expression. "Surrender?
Impossible.
This can't be happening." Jiang Haoren screamed hysterically. "Aren't you supposed to be a top captain? My father paid a fortune to hire you, and you let a student defeat us? Do you know if I lose, I'll have to drop out of school? You useless fool." As the explosion sounds subsided, Jiang Haoren snapped out of his fear, staggered to his feet, and slapped Wang Chung across the face. Wang Chung lowered his head silently, not saying a word. Just then, another series of explosions rocked the ship. "What's happening? What's going on?" Jiang Haoren immediately curled up into a ball again. He looked up at the specially reinforced glass in front of the bridge, now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, stronger than the ship's armor. Report. The enemy ship is closing in fast. Their secondary cannons are continuously hitting us. Report. Front armor is 20% damaged. Report. Front armor is 40% damaged. Crack. Crack. Jiang Haoren seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering, envisioning the scene of the window breaking. At that moment, he felt his soul leave his body. "I surrender. I surrender," he cried out. In the arbitration zone, everyone was stunned. With a single shot, the Blizzard's massive cannon severely damaged the White Eagle, nearly destroying it. The audience clearly saw a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter on the right side of the White Eagle's armor, with flames flickering inside from the internal explosions. Seizing the opportunity, the Blizzard relentlessly battered the White Eagle's frontal armor. The outcome was clear. Seeing this, the judges prepared to declare the match, as the victory was already decided. Just then, the White Eagle conceded defeat. The winner of this starship duel was Zhao Chen's Blizzard 0. The chief judge immediately announced, "Ceasefire immediately." This starship was incredibly powerful. Jiang Haoren lost just like that? So, Zhao Chen won? The crowd erupted in astonished whispers. Jiang Shasha was so shocked she couldn't speak, her eyes wide open. Zhao Chen won? That old ship defeated the White Eagle? Remembering Zhao Chen's indifference towards her in the restaurant, she felt a mix of emotions. "Shasha, Zhao Chen actually won." Her companion looked at her with a strange expression. "I'm not blind," Jiang Shasha replied, her face darkening. She cast one last glance at the unusual starship on the screen before leaving the stands without looking back. "Shasha, aren't you waiting for young Master Zhang? Wait for me." Some were downcast, while others were thrilled. "See, firepower is the ultimate truth." Shui Xiao Xiao, the twin-tailed girl, exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "Waner, your brother's ship is amazing. Tell him I want to board it and touch that 1200 cannon." Zhao Waner was too shocked to speak. It ended so quickly? The battle from start to finish lasted barely 5 minutes. Especially that critical shot. No one expected it to decide the battle so swiftly. The White Eagle's armor was already thin, and facing a heavy cannon of the Devil Crocodile class, it was no surprise the hit caused internal explosions. Su Lan commented from the side, "Your brother also had some luck this time. But I must say, the performance of this assembled ship is astonishing. Its cruising speed is unbelievable." She smiled at Zhao Waner. "Looks like your brother doesn't need my help after all." At that moment, Su Lan had a newfound respect for her friend's brother and even felt a tinge of curiosity. To assemble such a powerful weapon from 3 old ships in a month, this Zhao Chen was quite something. Meanwhile, aboard the Blizzard 0, "Bullseye with one shot," Zhao Chen exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. "Lucky hit, it must have struck the enemy's ammo depot, causing a chain reaction across multiple compartments," Charlotte analyzed. "That's why I ordered a high-speed approach to press the advantage. As a veteran, how could I miss such a rare opportunity?" Luck? Zhao Chen thought of the fleet's luck bonus given by the system. though it came with the condition of only being able to recruit female soldiers. It seemed this perfect shot was no coincidence. If every shot hit like this from now on, that would be amazing. He happily fantasized about it, though only time would tell if this was truly the case. Zhao Chen, you have won. The chief judge's voice rang out abruptly. Cease fire immediately. Understood, Zhao Chen replied. Through the porthole, he saw the bald eagle in a dire state, with thick smoke still billowing from its punctured hull. It was clear the ship couldn't make it back on its own, and would need to wait for an interstellar tug to come to its rescue. Judge, can I connect to the bald eagle's video feed? Zhao Chen requested. The judge hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. As an arbitrator, they had the authority to establish communications between the combatants. Soon, a video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen. The bridge on the other side was in complete disarray, filled with smoke and debris, a far cry from its former pristine condition. Captain Jiang Haoren was slumped on the floor, his face ashen, with a suspicious wet patch on his pants. Uft, Jiang Haoren, did you seriously wet yourself? Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the bridge. Jiang Haoren, startled by the presence of the communication window, erupted in a mix of shock and rage. Zhao Chen, you cheated. There's no way you could have beaten me. Something's fishy. The judge is listening too, Zhao Chen taunted. Are you questioning the fairness of the judging panel? The judge, who had connected the video feed, spoke coldly. Jiang Haoren, we monitored the entire duel, and there were no irregularities. If you have any objections to the ruling, you may appeal to a higher authority. Zhao Chen, if there's nothing else, we'll end this communication here. It was evident that the judge held a poor opinion of Jiang Haoren. Just one last thing, Zhao Chen said calmly, looking directly at Jiang Haoren. The duel is over. I trust you haven't forgotten our bet? It was sanctioned by the Academy. That's correct, the judge added, twisting the knife. According to your agreement, Jiang Haoren, you are to withdraw from the Northern Star Military Academy. Do you understand? I understand. Jiang Haoren hung his head in defeat. If he was truly expelled, he might as well be dead. His Viscount father would have his hide. The communication ended, and Zhao Chen had no interest in the loser's fate. He leaned back comfortably in the captain's chair and ordered, set course for home. His mood was elated. However, the storm stirred by this starship duel was far from over. The class of 3B had just ended. Why can't I find the live stream of the duel between Zhao Chen and Jiang Haoren? A puzzled student asked. They had planned to catch up on the highlights after class, but the channel was mysteriously closed. What's so strange about that? Scoffed a nearby classmate. Zhao Chen probably got thoroughly thrashed. That was the bald eagle, after all. Yeah, he was biting off more than he could chew. Serves him right. Another chimed in. Good riddance, he was just an eyesore. We have a group mission next year, right? With him along, we'd be doomed. The classroom was filled with derisive laughter. Leeway, with a dark expression, was dialing Zhao Chen's number, figuring out how to console his friend. Wait, something's off. A girl who frequented the forums suddenly screamed. Look at the Academy's internal trending list. It seems like Zhao Chen won. Did Zhao Chen really win? The classroom fell silent at the news, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Some students in the back even doubted their ears. How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure you saw it right? A boy asked skeptically. It's all over the Academy forum. See for yourselves. A girl enlarged a holographic screen so everyone could see. On the trending list, a post was skyrocketing in popularity, its title boldly declaring, Zhao Chen defeats Jiang Haoren in Starship Duel. Unveils 1,200mm heavy cannon. Sinks bald eagle in one shot. There were other related posts, but none as hot as this one. It not only contained the full video but also a detailed feature on the power of the 1,200mm cannon. This can't be real. The video's got to be fake, someone insisted. Just 5 minutes? A starship duel of this caliber usually takes at least half an hour, if not hours of intense combat. How could it end so quickly? But as the video played, everyone was left speechless. Even the lingering teachers gathered around. From the snowstorm's evasive maneuvers at high speed to its abrupt stop from full cruise in just 5 seconds, and then the stunning action that followed. When the 1,200mm cannon appeared, many of the boys were pumped with adrenaline. The sight of the massive cannon hitting its mark and devastating the enemy ship left everyone in awe. How on earth did Zhao Zhen's ship get a 1,200mm cannon? Someone exclaimed. A teacher stepped forward, swallowing hard, and said in astonishment, if I'm not mistaken, that's the standard T2, level 1,200mm heavy cannon of the Devil Crocodile class battleship. The classroom buzzed with chatter. It wasn't until someone pulled up the official Academy announcement on the duel's outcome that everyone believed it. Duel ID 303-006-2701. Jiang Haoren vs. Zhao Chen. Winner, Zhao Chen. Even the usually composed class monitor, Shun Bing, was repeatedly watching the video, his eyes filled with disbelief. He actually did it, he muttered. My bro is amazing. Leeway suddenly exclaimed, snapping back to reality, as excited as if he had won the duel himself. See that? That's my bro Zhao Chen. And you all doubted him, thought he'd be a goner. What now? My bro wiped the floor with that Jiang Haoren. He glared around the room, eyes blazing. You bunch of fair-weather friends, get lost. With that, he stormed out of the classroom, determined to find Zhao Chen and get the full story. That guy must have some tricks up his sleeve to pull this off, he thought. The classroom remained silent, everyone too ashamed to lift their heads. Even the teachers looked embarrassed. They had all underestimated Zhao Chen, and now, Leeway's public scolding felt like a series of stinging slaps to their faces. The snowstorm was docked at the Academy's starport, in the berth Zhao Chen had reserved in advance. It was unscathed from the battle and required no repairs. All right, mission accomplished. You guys can move around in the allowed areas of the ship, Zhao Chen said warmly, patting Charlotte on the shoulder. In truth, he was eyeing her fluffy ears, tempted to touch them and feel their texture. But he held back, wary of her sharp fangs. Seeing her tattered white ears filled him with a pang of sadness. This is really a buskill. We'll definitely have to fix it in the future. Consider it a perk for the deputy captain. Yes, sir, Charlotte replied calmly. Watching her leave, Zhao Chen returned to the captain's quarters. The space was expansive, around 50 square meters, and apart from the bedroom. It also had a living room, office area, and even a private bathroom. Even with the old layout from decades ago, the captain's accommodations were quite decent. Zhao Chen had once inspected the quarters for regular crew members, which were similar to university dormitories from his previous life, only more cramped. One room had 6 triple bunk beds, housing 18 people. The aisle between the beds was less than a meter wide, and all 18 shared a single bathroom. The smell was something Zhao Chen could still vividly recall even after decades. Space was extremely limited on the starship, and to save room, the living quarters for the lower-ranked crew had to be compressed to the maximum extent. Of course, there were single or double cabins reserved for the higher-ups. The current situation was even worse, with over 100 half-beast people crammed into a space originally designed for 50. Many had to sleep on the floor. In comparison, Zhao Chen's environment was worlds apart. Sighing, Zhao Chen threw himself onto the large bed, enjoying a few seconds of laziness before getting down to business. After defeating Zhang Hao, the system had notified him that the mission was complete, and he could now claim his reward. The mission was to challenge Jiang Haoren to a starship duel and win, with a difficulty rating of D. The reward was 1 mission point and 300 credits. Failure would result in a deduction of 300 credits as a penalty. With a thought, Zhao Chen brought up the new interface information. Host: Zhao Chen, profession: top-tier starship engineer, special attributes: fleet luck boost, eye of insight, credits: 400, mission points. 1. Starships. 1. Missions. Quarterly mission incomplete. Inventory: T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprints. His credits had increased from 100 to 400, and he had gained an additional mission point. With the mission point in hand, it was time to hit the shop for some treasures. Zhao Chen opened the system store and began searching for his desired items. T1 class medium destroyers and T1 class shield frigates. As a series of T1 class ships flashed before his eyes, Zhao Chen's initial excitement gradually faded. Scrolling further, he found nothing but subpar T1 items, which didn't require much to redeem, just a single mission point plus a few dozen credits. The problem was, Zhao Chen had no interest in these junk ships. Although from a system perspective, their cost-performance ratio far exceeded that of other ships in the same class, they were still just T1s. Zhao Chen's current makeshift ship had already reached T2 standards. Why would he stoop to building mere T1s? The key issue was that the store only sold these inferior goods at the moment. Zhao Chen began investigating ways to upgrade the system store. If he could access T2, then there would be something to discuss. T1s were simply not presentable. It turned out that upgrading required meeting certain conditions. Zhao Chen carefully examined the system's prompts. The conditions to upgrade the T1 system store were: 1. Redeem any T1 item, not yet achieved. 2. Complete a D-level system task, already achieved. 3. Spend 100 credits on the upgrade, and all requirements must be met simultaneously. The previous duel with Jiang Haoren was precisely a D-level task, and now the credits were sufficient. The only obstacle was the need to redeem a T1 item. After going around in circles, he still couldn't escape this hurdle. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, but then had a flash of inspiration. Who said that redeeming something meant he had to build it himself? Why not just sell it directly? Advanced starship technology was always in high demand, but due to its rarity, few were willing to part with it. Zhao Chen had no such concerns. Although selling the technology blueprint directly would yield less profit than building and selling the ship himself, he didn't have the time to fuss over each one. The immediate priority was to upgrade the store as quickly as possible. Making quick money was the real deal. However, if I suddenly release AT1 technology, it might attract unwanted attention. Even if it's low-end, coming from a student, it would still be suspicious. Zhao Chen calculated in his mind. He needed to conceal his identity. Hiding his identity would make things easier and more reliable. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. Leeway. Leeway's family was in the interstellar trade business, and their Bayin Interstellar Trade Group had been expanding into the arms sector in recent years. However, despite developing several starship models, their sales were disappointing, with few orders failing to recoup their costs. Leeway had previously complained to Zhao Chen that if they couldn't produce a best-selling starship by the end of the year, his family might have to abandon the business altogether. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? Having Leeway act as a middleman could facilitate the transaction and minimize the risk of exposure. Zhao Chen immediately logged into the Academy network to search for Lee's family's performance in the starship sector over the years. In the past 5 years, the Lee Group had launched 6 starship models, covering various types, including auxiliary and combat ships, but all had failed without exception. Some had poor performance, while others had serious flaws. The worst ones sold fewer than 10 units before being recalled due to quality issues, resulting in a significant financial loss. Even the best-selling model barely sold 100 units, merely breaking even in the hope of gaining market traction, but ultimately, it failed to meet expectations. Zhao Chen quickly browsed and analyzed, trying to find the most suitable T1 item for the Lee family that would also correspond to their needs in the T1 product range. The construction difficulty is quite high, and the market is too niche. After some careful selection, Zhao Chen finally chose a T1 Starship blueprint from the system store. This is it. Without hesitation, he clicked to redeem it. Do you want to spend 50 points and 1 mission point to exchange for the T1 Wolf-Laus class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T1 Wolf-Laus class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint. Your remaining points, 350. Zhao Chen felt a jolt in his mind, followed by a torrent of starship design data flooding his consciousness. This was the Wolf-Laus class destroyer, the result of Zhao Chen's meticulous selection. If he didn't already have the Zero Blizzard and the T3 battlecruiser blueprint, he might have been tempted to build this T1 ship himself. Its best selling points were its cost-effectiveness and durability. Captain, there's an external communication request from your classmate Leeway, the soft female voice of the AI suddenly announced. Speak of the devil. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a shrewd smile. Leeway, don't blame me for driving a hard bargain. Business is business, even with friends. This ship will guarantee you a big splash in the arms market, especially in the T1 category. Let him wait outside. I'll be right out. Zhao Chen instructed the AI and got up to leave the captain's cabin. Before heading out, he specifically ordered his deputy, Charlotte, to stay on standby on the ship. No one was allowed to leave or board the ship without his permission. In case of an emergency, she was to report to him immediately. Outside the starship berth, Leeway was staring intently at the steel behemoth before him. The Zero Blizzard was nearly 260 meters long, with a battleship hull that made it particularly massive. Although its exterior was weathered and rusty, and its design somewhat ancient, it exuded an air of formidable grandeur to Leeway. Unfortunately, the 1,200mm giant cannon was hidden, out of sight for now. As the hatch slowly opened, Zhao Chen strolled out leisurely. Leeway quickly stepped forward and threw an arm around his shoulder. Bro, when did you get your hands on such an impressive ship? Just assembled it from those 3 wrecks we got from the Academy, Zhao Chen replied casually. I mean, where did you learn this kind of tech? Leeway pressed on. Zhao Chen shrugged and chuckled. While someone was out chasing girls and having fun, I was buried in my books. So you were reading shipbuilding manuals? Leeway looked at Zhao Chen skeptically. He knew his friend was always diligent, consistently ranking in the top 5 in their class for theoretical scores. He didn't doubt Zhao Chen's words too much, but he hadn't expected Zhao Chen to achieve this level of expertise through self-study. Brother, let me take a tour, and I'd love to see that 1,200mm cannon.
Leeway pleada eagerly.
Well, Zhao Chen gave Leeway a knowing look. I don't mind, as long as you help me with a little favor. At that moment, Leeway seemed like a godsend of fortune to Zhao Chen. You don't mean to tell me you want my collection of action movies with 720 different genres and a total capacity of 10,000 terabytes, do you? Leeway sidled up to Zhao Chen with a mischievous grin and whispered, It's all yours. I even found a few rare gems recently. We should check them out together sometime. Get out of here. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Chen recoiled 3 feet back, glaring at Leeway with a look of disdain. Leeway walked through the narrow, outdated corridors of the starship, feeling a bit disappointed. Isn't this a letdown? Zhao Chen could see through Leeway's thoughts. After all, this was a patched-up old ship that had been in service for nearly a century. Its comfort and aesthetics couldn't compare to the modern ships. After a brief 10-minute tour, Leeway took his leave. It looks better from the outside, he said. By the way, old Zhao, why are all your crew members part beast? I didn't know you had such a preference. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but space battles are no joke. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Get out of here. I'm not as twisted as you. I have my reasons for choosing them. Besides, they all have military backgrounds. They only ended up here due to unfortunate circumstances. And didn't they just win a brilliant battle? If they were just pretty faces, could they have achieved that? Fair point. Leeway nodded. Oh, right. You mentioned you needed a favor from me. What's up? Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Your family business is an interstellar trade and dabbles in arms dealing, right? I have a self-developed T1 starship design that I want you to pass on to your family to see if they're interested in buying it. But this needs to be kept confidential. I don't want my identity exposed. Got it? Not even a word to your dad about me. You want to sell your own starship design? Leeway was shocked. You can build a starship on your own? Then he thought about it and realized that if Zhao Chen could retrofit old ships with such skill, developing a T1 on his own wasn't impossible. After all, T1's technical barriers were relatively low, with plenty of publicly available teaching blueprints. I can't make any promises. Whether they buy it depends on your product, Leeway said. But I can mention it to my sister. It was her idea to expand into the arms market, and she's now in charge of that division. But this sector has been losing money for years and is on the verge of being shut down. Even the new T1 ship we launched this year hasn't found any buyers. The shareholders are putting a lot of pressure on her, and they're about to give up on this business. Zhao Chen handed a thumb-sized storage device to Leeway and patted him on the shoulder. It doesn't matter if the deal goes through or not. The key is to get your family to see this. Just encrypt the files and send them to your sister. Remember, keep my identity absolutely confidential. If she asks, just give her some vague answer. Is this the blueprint for the T1 ship? Leeway carefully held the chip. Are you sure about giving this to me? Is network transmission safe? Maybe I should deliver it to my sister in person. I'm going home for the holidays in a few days anyway. I can't tell you the result next semester. Starship blueprints are critical commercial secrets, usually delivered by hand to avoid leaks. Even though T1 is low-end, it's still Zhao Chen's hard work. No need. I've already encrypted the files. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just let me know when you send it, and I'll remotely authorize the unlock. Do it now. I'm in a hurry. He couldn't wait until the end of the semester. Zhao Chen's plan was to trade the T1 blueprints for some startup capital, and then figure out a way to build a legitimate system starship. As powerful as the Zero Blizzard might be, it was still just a patched-up vessel. All right, I'll do as you say. Leeway quickly agreed, but then cautiously added, but don't get your hopes up too high. My sister is ruthlessly business-minded. If she doesn't like it, she'll definitely reject it outright. He was worried that Zhao Chen's precious blueprints might be turned down by his sister, embarrassing his good friend. Just follow my instructions and leave the rest to me, Zhao Chen reassured him with a smile. He was confident that unless Li Wei's sister was a fool, she wouldn't miss the value of this ship design. With that, Li Wei bade farewell to Zhao Chen and returned to his dormitory to carry out the plan. Due to the large file size and the need for interstellar transmission, it was estimated to take about a day to arrive. Li Wei sent a brief message to his sister in advance to give her a heads up. Zhao Chen also returned to his dorm room. Although he now had a captain's quarters on the Storm Zero, many of his personal belongings were still in the dorm. He used this opportunity to move everything over. With the semester ending soon, he wouldn't need to book a ticket. He could just fly the Storm Zero back to his territory. The single dorm room was naturally less spacious than the captain's quarters. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Zhao Chen opened the system interface and navigated to the upgrade options in the store. He saw that 2 prerequisites had already been met, leaving only the final step. Without hesitation, he clicked the upgrade button. Confirm the expenditure of 100 points to upgrade the T1 store to the T2 store? Confirm. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the T2 series of the system store. Additionally, you have been granted 1 opportunity to directly redeem an item without using task points. Wow, what a pleasant surprise, Zhao Chen exclaimed with delight. He had been worried about the T2 items, which typically cost 3 task points each. At his current pace, he had no idea when he would accumulate enough. It seemed that the higher the tier of system items, the more points and task points were required. He quickly checked the conditions for upgrading from T2 to T3. 2 C-level tasks, 2 T2 items, and an additional 2,000 points. The difficulty was significantly higher, making it a distant goal for him at the moment. For now, his priority was to take advantage of this golden opportunity and carefully select a T2 starship. This was a crucial decision that would impact his future shipbuilding career, and Zhao Chen approached it with even more caution than when choosing his T1 ship. Strictly speaking, this would be his first genuine starship, as the Storm Zero was at best a semi-finished product. A destroyer? A cruiser? Or perhaps a battleship? Zhao Chen deliberated over the options, his gaze lingering on each one. Finally, his eyes settled on a particularly special option, a T2 carrier starship. This is the one, he decided. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. In his memories, owning a carrier starship was the dream of every space explorer. Even in the interstellar age, carrier starships still shone brightly. When people talked about massive ships in this era, they usually thought of two types: interstellar battleships and carrier starships. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen chose to redeem a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. After spending 250 system points and using a no-mission required redemption opportunity, he finally got his wish. Zhao Chen obtained the technical blueprints for the T2 Queen B, and his system points dropped to 0. At that moment, data on the T2 Queen B flooded his mind. Typically, an interstellar fleet with a carrier starship requires a large number of escort ships, unlike interstellar battleships, which can operate independently. Therefore, the number of operational carrier starships is far fewer than interstellar battleships, given the enormous cost of building a fleet centered around a carrier. However, the T2 Queen B is unique. It has the capability to operate independently, which is why Zhao Chen chose to redeem it. The combat methods of carrier starships mainly include interstellar fighters, interstellar drones, and medium to small-sized starships. The T2 Queen B primarily utilizes interstellar drones as its main combat force. Zhao Chen meticulously examined the detailed introduction of the ship. The T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship boasts formidable hull armor, with a cruising speed between 300 and 350 units. It is equipped with a level 4 warp engine, measures 460 meters in length, weighs 400,000 tons, and requires a crew of 100. Its weaponry includes T2 Larvae-class light interstellar drones, T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. The standard hangar configuration allows for the storage of 300 Larvae-class, 100 Killer B-class, and 20 Hornet-class interstellar drones. Just by looking at its size and mass, one can tell it's a behemoth. At 460 meters long, it is almost twice the length of the Zero Blizzard, and its mass is nearly 5 times as much. The T2 Queen B is equipped with a total of 420 interstellar drones, which is uncommon. Different types of drones usually require different maintenance teams and systems, but the T2 Queen B can efficiently manage these three types of drones, maximizing their combat effectiveness. These three types are interstellar drone interceptors, interstellar drone fighters, and interstellar drone bombers. Zhao Chen had full confidence in the T2 Queen B and eagerly anticipated showcasing its unparalleled power on the interstellar battlefield. The interstellar unmanned interceptor is hailed as the close guardian of the carrier starship, tasked with ensuring the carrier's safety by intercepting any enemy threats. Meanwhile, the interstellar unmanned fighter is the core force in securing air superiority in space battles and can also strike enemy ships. As for the interstellar unmanned bomber, its mission is to carry out bombings, equipped with various interstellar weapons such as missiles, bombs, and even torpedoes, making it highly effective against starships. However, its capability in space combat is relatively weak. Therefore, these three types of interstellar drones complement each other perfectly through mutual cooperation. Typically, multiple carrier starships work in unison, but the T2B King combines these three roles into one. More importantly, it does not require an escort fleet because it possesses the Star Shield. The Star Shield is an energy shield, a standard feature of T3 starships, capable of forming a shield in a specific area to block enemy attacks. This technology is a groundbreaking advancement for T3 starships, significantly enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Hence, it is often said that T3 starships are the true starships. To get back to the point, the T2B King also has the Star Shield, greatly boosting its defense. Paired with T2 drone-class light interstellar drones, it is formidable in both offense and defense. Although it might be at risk against a T3 starship fleet, the B-King is a terrifying force against T2 starships. Even facing multiple enemies at once is not out of the question. Therefore, Zhao Chen chose the T2 B-King, which costs a whopping 1.3 million star coins. Calculating the cost of building this starship made Zhao Chen gasp. The Zhao family's total savings do not exceed 100,000 star coins. Due to the poor condition and mismanagement of his interstellar territory, annual taxes and other revenues amount to only 1 million star coins. This is why Jiang Haoren calls him the impoverished baron. Even if it were a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at 4 million star coins, Zhao Chen couldn't afford it. However, selling the T2B King could fetch at least tens of millions of star coins. Selling starships is indeed a path to wealth, as the arms trade has always been a lucrative industry. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen currently lacks the capability and time to pursue this. 1.3 million star coins. Using the funds from selling the T1 Wolf Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer should be enough to build a T2B King, Zhao Chen mused. Now, he just had to wait for news from Leeway. At the headquarters of the Bayan Interstellar Trading Group, a board meeting was in progress. Besides the Li family members, several other shareholder directors were present. Over the past 5 years, Bayan has been losing money in the starship arms trade, relying on other industries to cover the losses, even causing the overall profit of Bayan to dip into the red last year. Therefore, he believed they should abandon the starship arms trade, as it is not a straightforward business, with enormous R&D costs and high risks. It would be better to focus on interstellar trade transportation and interstellar industry. A board member calmly tapped the table, firmly expressing his opinion. The other members echoed his sentiment, advocating for an end to the crackdown on starship arms trade. However, this perspective was met with opposition. Absolutely not, declared a captivating woman as she stood up, her voice filled with determination and longing. Other board members voiced their dissent as well. Miss Liyaki, your words do not represent everyone. Although your family founded Beiyin, you and your father now only hold 45% of the shares. The rest are against it. This is a collective decision of the board, stated a shareholder, who held the most shares apart from the family members, coldly. Liyaki bit her lip, remaining silent. The starship arms trade was not just a dream for her. It was her life's work. Others might see only 5 years of investment, but she had been planning for this for a decade, pouring all her time and energy into it. Now in her 30s and still single, she couldn't easily give up the fruit of her labor. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. They were all uncles and elders of Yaki. Yaki's venture into interstellar arms trade was also for the benefit of Beiyin. This is about expanding our territory, and every beginning is difficult. When my father established Beiyin, he struggled through the first 10 years before we had the Beiyin Interstellar Trading Group we have today. This middle-aged man was none other than the chairman of Beiyin Interstellar Trading Group, the current head of the Li family, and Leeway's father. Chairman, that was then, and this is now. Nowadays, we all have families to support. We trust you as the head of the Li family, which is why we've invested everything in Beiyin. But now, we're running a deficit. Investing in the interstellar arms trade is like throwing money into a bottomless pit. If we keep this up, Beiyin will be ruined. The second director snorted. Sticking to old ways, refusing to innovate, and not daring to step out of your comfort zone is what will ruin Beiyin. Liyaki couldn't hold back and stood up to angrily retort. Hearing Liyaki speak like this, the directors began to murmur among themselves, criticizing her for being disrespectful. I've said it before, a woman isn't suited for business. Yaki, you're almost 40. If you had listened to me and married that Earl's son, you wouldn't have to work so hard now. You'd be living comfortably as the Countess. The second director chuckled. Living comfortably? Second uncle, I don't want to end up like my cousin, a bird in a gilded cage, unable to speak up even when her husband is unfaithful. If that's what you call living comfortably, then I want no part of it. Liyaki shot back without backing down. The second director's face darkened. He was Yaki's second uncle, her father's younger brother, and the second largest shareholder of Beiyin Interstellar Trading Group. All right then, let's give Yaki a bit more time. Didn't we agree on 5 years? There's still 6 months left. Why is everyone in such a rush? The family head said cheerfully. Fine, let's give my niece 6 more months. If she fails, I'll arrange a good marriage for her. The second director snorted and left the meeting room. The other directors followed suit. The family head looked at his daughter, who was visibly upset and frustrated. He sighed deeply. Yaki, it's not that I don't want to help you. Business is like this. Everyone only cares about profits. You have 6 months left. If your arms trade department can break even or turn a profit within that time, I'll let it continue. But if you fail, then it's over. You can always go back to interstellar transport trading. 6 months. How can I turn things around in 6 months? I don't even have a decent starship product. Yaki thought to herself, doubting her ability to make a profit in such a short time. I understand, Dad. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back now, Yaki whispered as she walked out of the meeting room. Liyaki threw herself onto her bedroom bed, with a fluffy pet beside her that leapt up like a cat. Ming, I'm really exhausted today. Go play by yourself, she said, covering her eyes with her arm, trying hard to hold back her tears. 5 years of hard work, 5 years of dedication, over a decade of youth. Was it all going to be in vain? Suddenly, her terminal beeped. She glanced at it. It was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, composed herself, and accepted the call. Sis, why are your eyes red? Leeway asked through the video feed, his voice delayed by nearly 10 seconds due to interstellar communication lag. It's nothing, just tired lately. What do you need? Ran out of living expenses again? The holidays are coming up. Did you fail your assessments this year and have to repeat a grade? Liyaki stared at him intently.
Leeway pouta.
Sis, why don't you ever think of me? I still have living expenses, and I didn't fail. I'll be piloting a starship next year. Then why did you call? Liyaki looked suspiciously at her brother, who never contacted her without a reason. Leeway began to explain, yesterday, I sent you a starship design. It's from a friend of mine. He wants to know if you'd be interested in purchasing it. A starship design? Liyaki stared at her brother again. Are you in debt and trying to scam me? Sis, why do you always look down on me? Just take a look. If you're interested, let me know. I'll connect you with my friend. Don't be too demanding. If it's usable, give a fair price. It'll save me some face. Leeway didn't really believe that Zhao Chen's starship design was impressive, so he ended the call after saying a few nice words. Liaki was skeptical. There's no way he could design a starship. He must be bluffing. Still, she opened her email and found a decrypted data file. Thinking she had nothing to lose, she decided to check it out since her own starship design team hadn't made any progress. Convincing herself, she opened the file and saw the extensive starship design information. Her demeanor began to change. From initial indifference to intense focus, her breathing becoming steadier. After over half an hour of examining the designs, she suddenly snapped back to reality and summoned a holographic computer to simulate the data. After 3 hours of simulation, she confidently declared, "No issues. Everything checks out." Liaki's expression was ever-changing as she murmured to herself, "The T-1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. This technical blueprint." Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, hurriedly copied the starship technology onto a data disk, and dashed out of her bedroom, heading straight for her starship design research department. A journey that normally took an hour, she completed in just 10 minutes with her flying car. Without bothering to change her clothes, she burst into the research department and stood before her team of researchers and engineers, pointing at the data disk. "Quick, help me verify the feasibility of this starship blueprint." Liaki could hardly contain her excitement. "I need a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. "No, make that 3 hours." 3 hours had passed, and in the research lab, the scientists had gone from bewilderment to shock to excitement. "Mr. Lee, where did you get this starship technology?" one of them asked. Although only 80% of the data was available, the crucial technical details were missing. However, the feasibility of this starship technology was remarkably high. The cost-performance ratio of the T-1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer was astonishing. "I never imagined that a starship with such a low cost could have such outstanding performance. Once this starship hits the market, it will undoubtedly be a huge hit." The chief engineer of the lab, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, stood excitedly in front of Liaki. Holding the data disk, Liaki's eyes sparkled like she had found a treasure. If she had been in despair before, this data disk was like a divine salvation from heaven. She resolutely handed the data disk to the chief engineer. "Mr. Lee, where exactly did this starship technology come from?" Before the elderly chief engineer could finish his question, Liaki had already hurried out of the lab. Sitting in her flying car, she immediately contacted her brother. The first call was declined. Liaki felt puzzled. The second call declined again. A hint of unease surged in her heart. The third call still declined. But this time, Leeway sent a text message saying, "Sis, I'm taking a shower. Can we talk after I'm done?" Liaki's forehead creased with fine lines as she angrily typed a reply. "If you don't want trouble, pick up the phone immediately. If you dare hang up again, the day you come home will be your Memorial Day next year." She tried calling again, and this time it wasn't immediately declined. After half a minute of waiting, the call was reluctantly answered. Leeway appeared on the screen, wrapped in a towel, looking like he had just hurriedly finished his shower. "Sis, what's the rush?" he asked with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. "Who gave you that starship technology blueprint?" Liaki asked directly. That person is?"
Li pausa, recalling Zhao Chen's instructions.
Clearing his throat, he said, "Sis, my friend prefers to stay low-key and doesn't want his identity revealed. Just tell me, what do you think of the starship technology? Do you want it or not? If not, I'll let him know." "Not even your sister can know?" Liaki tried to entice him. "If you tell me who he is, I'll triple your allowance next semester." Liwei hesitated but ultimately stood firm. "No, I promised him. Besides, sis, if he finds out I revealed his identity, he might not want to talk to you again." Realizing he had a point, Liaki suppressed her curiosity. Perhaps the starship technology was the work of a professor from the Starship Engineering Department at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. "Then can you help me get in touch with him? I'm very interested in his starship technology. Can we arrange a meeting?" "What? You're interested in it?" Li Wei asked in surprise. Li Wei shook his head, glancing at the information on the screen while laughing. "I don't understand these things. Unlike you, sis. You're a graduate of the Starship Engineering Department. You're good at this stuff." Li Wei's sister, Li Yaki, had a keen interest in starship development and manufacturing. Coupled with their family background, she decided to venture into the starship arms trade. Urging him, Li Yaki said, "Hurry up and let me know as soon as you get any news." She was anxious. Without the authorization for the starship technology, she couldn't rest easy. This authorization was her last hope.
Unde Liaki's urging, Li contacta Zhao Chen.
10 minutes later, Li Wei reappeared on the video call. "Sis, my friend said if you're interested, join this online room to discuss." He then sent a link to Li Yaki. Discuss in an online room? Li Yaki was a bit surprised, not expecting such an important matter to be handled in this manner. However, she knew the most crucial thing now was to obtain the technology. "Got it," she said, clicking the link and entering a chat room. After taking a deep breath, Leeway sent her first message. Hello. I am Leeway's sister, Leeway, head of the Starship Arms Trade Department at Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. Half a minute later, she received a reply. Hello? The simplicity of the response made Leeway a bit nervous, as it was her first time negotiating in such a setting. I'm very interested in your T1 Wolf Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer technology and would like to discuss a potential collaboration, Leeway proposed. The other party replied bluntly, no need to set a time. Just name your price. If I agree, I'll transfer the funds, and then you send me the complete technical data. This sudden demand caught Leeway off guard. She had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment of thought, Leeway asked for the other party's expected price. After a few minutes of silence, the other party gave a number, 3 million star credits. This price surprised Leeway, as the market price for this starship was only a few thousand star credits. The other party then sent 2 more words, buyout. This meant that once the payment was made, the technology would entirely belong to Leeway, not just the authorization. After confirming, Leeway immediately agreed. On the other end, Zhao Chen was stunned when he saw the word agree. Clutching his chest, he lamented, damn, I underpriced it. Zhao Chen was considering the possibility of negotiating a bit. He was worried that his initial offer might be too high. However, to his surprise, Leeway accepted it without hesitation. The deal was finally sealed. Leeway spent 3 million star coins to acquire the interstellar technology for the T1 Wolf-class medium destroyer. Once the agreement was finalized, Zhao Chen immediately sent all the technical data of the T1 Wolf to Leeway. The starship technical data has been sent to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days upon receipt, Zhao Chen said, handing Leeway a Star Empire Interstellar bank account number. Sir, you just sent me the starship technology like that? Aren't you worried I might not hold up my end of the deal? Leeway was astonished by how bold Zhao Chen was, as if he had no fear of being deceived. The transaction felt less like an interstellar deal and more like a casual shopping trip at a supermarket. I trust Leeway. If you dare to cheat, I will make you pay dearly. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so let's leave it at that. I hope our cooperation will be pleasant, Zhao Chen replied. The network indicated that the other party had already left. Leeway was eager to ask how to contact him in the future, but there was no response. This person is really strange. This might be the weirdest deal I've ever experienced, Leeway muttered, feeling as if she were dreaming. She didn't even know the other person's name. Strange person, strange deal. But as long as I can obtain all the technical data of the T1 Wolf, I am confident I can turn around the losses in the starship arms trade within 6 months and surprise those waiting to see me fail. Zhao Chen felt a pang of regret. I should have quoted 4 million, he thought with a bitter smile. For business, he was still too inexperienced. In fact, buying the T1 starship technology for 3 million star coins was already a high price. It was just a coincidence that Leeway urgently needed the starship technology. When a thirsty person gets water, they naturally overlook the high cost. 3 million. Zhao Chen began planning the construction of his second starship, the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Building a starship required a vast amount of materials and technology, far from simple assembly. Raw materials, construction site, construction technology? Zhao Chen pondered. His phone rang. It was his sister, Zhao Waner. Well, the young lady actually contacted me. That's rare, Zhao Chen joked. Zhao Waner seldom reached out to him, usually only in private. This time, Zhao Chen noticed 2 other girls behind Zhao Waner. One was Su Lan, a 5th-year student, and the other was Shui Xiaoxiao, a 4th-year student. I don't need to introduce myself, right? This is my brother, Zhao Waner said, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hello, Waner often mentions you, Su Lan greeted politely. Mention me? As long as she doesn't badmouth me, I'm fine with it, Zhao Chen shrugged. Shui Xiaoxiao suddenly approached Zhao Chen with great excitement, asking if she could take a look at his cannon. Zhao Chen felt a bit awkward. The request was somewhat. Zhao Waner immediately pulled Shui Xiaoxiao back and scolded. What are you saying, little one? I just want to admire brother Zhao Chen's number 0 Blizzard 1200mm heavy cannon up close, Shui Xiaoxiao said, pouting. Senior sister Su Lan walked up to Zhao Chen, breaking the silence. Brother Zhao Chen, we came to see you because of yesterday's starship duel. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes, waiting for senior sister Su Lan to continue. She went on, Jiang Haoren approached me, hoping to leverage my relationship with you and your sister, Zhao Waner, to ask if you could cancel his expulsion. Zhao Chen had already guessed it had something to do with Jiang Haoren. He would never willingly drop out of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. His future was at stake. Can the expulsion be cancelled? It was agreed upon in the starship duel, Zhao Chen asked curiously. Senior sister Su Lan explained. According to Academy rules, the agreements made in starship duels are recognized and enforced by the Academy. But if the winner is willing to cancel the bet, the loser can avoid the punishment. I need your consent, she added. Zhao Chen remained silent. Senior Sister Su Lan continued. This is a request from a friend I owe a favor to. If you're unwilling, just forget I mentioned it. But if you are, I can help arrange a time and place for you to talk. You can set your own conditions. After all, it's not fair for you to cancel the punishment for nothing. Can I have a private conversation with my sister? Zhao Chen requested. Senior Sister Su Lan agreed, and she left with Shui Xiao. Zhao Waner crossed her arms and waited for Zhao Chen. Do you want me to help Senior Sister Su Lan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Waner was a bit surprised. This is your decision. Why are you asking me? I know my sister wouldn't easily ask for my help. You must be very close to Senior Sister Su Lan, Zhao Chen said, smiling at her. Zhao Waner's cheeks turned red as she admitted, I do like Senior Sister Su Lan a lot. She's been very kind to me at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. She's one of my only two friends here, the other being Shui Xiao. I also know about her situation. She's being harassed by a fifth-year senior, Tiano Wong. He once helped her, and now he uses that as an excuse to pester her and even wants to date her. Senior Sister Su Lan doesn't like him, but because she owes him a favor, she has to endure his harassment. If she can repay this favor, she can finally get rid of him. Zhao Chen nodded. All right, let Senior Sister Su Lan handle it. Have her send me the time and place tonight, and I'll be willing to talk. Really?
Jau Waner asked, surprised.
After all, it's the first time my little sister has asked for my help, Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Chen beamed with a broad smile, while Zhao Waner rolled her eyes dismissively and playfully retorted, Who asked for your help? Just leave it. With that, she abruptly ended the call. However, Zhao Chen couldn't stop thinking about Jiang Haoren. To him, whether Jiang Haoren dropped out of school or not was of little consequence. He was merely a peripheral figure in the complex relationship between him and Jiang Shasha. If it weren't for the need to complete the system's task, he wouldn't have suggested a starship duel in the first place. Yet, now that such a golden opportunity presented itself, one that could help Zhao Waner Sr. and let him gain a little advantage, how could Zhao Chen possibly ignore it? A sly smile played on his lips as he thought to himself that tomorrow was bound to be an exciting show. Zhao Chen stood in the maritime-themed restaurant of the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, gazing at the holographic images of mysterious aquatic creatures floating before him. The restaurant was serene and elegant, with only a few dozen patrons. As one of the more upscale dining spots on the Northern Star, it typically catered to the nobility. It was said that half of the ingredients used here were organically grown. Accompanied by three beautiful women, Zhao Chen drew the attention of many. Senior Su Lan asked with concern, Zhao Chen, have you decided on the terms for negotiating with Jiang Haoren? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, I have a plan. Su Lan, recognizing her role as merely a mediator, didn't press further. She wasn't overly concerned about the outcome of the negotiations. She was simply helping out of gratitude for past assistance. Suddenly, a voice called out. Zhao Chen saw a handsome young man sitting at a round table by the window, waving at Su Lan's group. Three people were already seated at the table, including Jiang Haoren and an unfamiliar face. Jiang Haoren's expression was sour, and his brief eye contact with Zhao Chen quickly shifted away, revealing a hint of helplessness. Zhao Chen keenly sensed Jiang Haoren's hostility. For someone like Jiang Haoren, one lesson was never enough. Su Lan whispered to Zhao Chen, if the negotiations don't go well, just leave. Don't worry about our presence. Zhao Chen nodded. Zhao Waner, feeling somewhat uneasy, followed closely behind, concerned for her brother. Despite being a baron, Zhao Chen had never faced such a formal occasion. On the other hand, Shui Xiao was full of anticipation, relishing the challenge. As they approached the round table, Senior Tiano Wong didn't acknowledge Zhao Chen, who was supposed to be the focus of the negotiation, but instead pulled out a chair beside him. Lan, sit here, he said. The table had exactly 7 seats, corresponding to Tiano Wong's group of 3 and Zhao Chen's group of 4. Tiano Wong had specifically reserved a seat for Su Lan, but she politely declined and sat next to Zhao Waner and Shui Xiao, leaving Tiano Wong slightly embarrassed. The only available seat for Zhao Chen was next to Tiano Wong. This is Zhao Chen, right? Have a seat. Tiano Wong said indifferently, already seated himself. Zhao Chen was the only one still standing. However, instead of taking the seat next to Tiano Wong, Zhao Chen placed his hand on the chair in front of him. No thanks, I'll sit here, he said. This action created an awkward atmosphere, as Zhao Chen's hand was on Jiang Haoren's chair. Jiang Haoren's face turned ashen. He glanced at Tiano Wong, who avoided eye contact. Faced with the situation, Jiang Haoren could only lower his head and move to sit next to Tiano Wong. Zhao Chen sat in Jiang Haoren's seat. When he saw Jiang Haoren approaching to sit down, he unhesitatingly picked up a glass of water and poured it on the chair. His cold eyes revealed a provocative glint. Jiang Haoren clenched his fists, his face darkened. Zhao Chen, there's no need to be so aggressive. The previous misunderstanding was actually Haoren's fault. We're here today to clear the air and get along from now on. Tiano Wong stepped in to diffuse the tension. Lan, what do you think? Su Lan smiled and said, we're just here as guests today, not to get involved in any disputes. We'll follow Zhao Chen's arrangements. This seat is meant for him, and I'm fine standing. Senior, what's your opinion?
Zhao Chen stared unwaveringly at Han Tianwang.
Han Tianwang's eyes flashed with a hint of irritation, but his expression remained amicable. Yes, an apology should be sincere. Haoren, you can stand. Waiter, please remove the extra chair. Zhao Chen signaled the waiter to remove the additional chair. The waiters, all young women dressed in elegant uniforms, highlighted the upscale nature of the restaurant. Once the chair was removed, Jiang Haoren stood like a solitary pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. Zhao Chen smiled at Jiang Haoren. We're all seated while you stand. Does that make you feel superior? It makes everyone uncomfortable. Jiang Haoren gritted his teeth. What do you want? Zhao Chen casually replied, kneel. The people present displayed various expressions. Jiang Haoren's anger flared. Zhao Chen, don't push it too far. Too far? Zhao Chen smiled. Or is it that young Master Zhang doesn't care to continue his education at North Star? This statement struck a nerve with Jiang Haoren. He couldn't afford to jeopardize his studies at North Star. His father was a viscount, destined to become an earl, and Jiang Haoren wasn't the sole heir. North Star was one of the Star Empire's premier military academies, and his father had pulled strings to get him enrolled. Failing to graduate from North Star could mean losing his title to his siblings. After receiving a text from his mother, he understood that he had to find a way out of this situation. Dropping out was not an option. Zhao Chen, this isn't necessary. Han Tianwang tried to mediate. Haoren realizes his mistake. We're all classmates. There's no need to escalate things. Please, let's sit down and discuss this over dinner. I'll ensure you get a satisfactory resolution. Zhao Chen laughed and asked, face? Senior, are you asking me to give you face? Will you kneel on his behalf? Zhao Waner, observing from the side, sighed inwardly. What happened today, for Zhao Chen to even challenge Han Tianwang? Su Lan and Shui Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, realizing this junior was quite different from what they had imagined. Han Tianwang's face darkened in that instant, but Jiang Haoren didn't hesitate to shout, I'll kneel. He immediately knelt down where the chair had been, with the table conveniently hiding his head, ensuring it wouldn't disrupt everyone's dining experience. All eyes at the table were fixed on him, but it was Han Tianwang who broke the silence, reminding everyone of their original purpose, to enjoy a meal together. He urged everyone to order quickly, confessing that he was already starving. Order whatever you like, Senior Han. No need to be polite, he added. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the holographic menu, quickly tapping away at random. Sitting next to him, Zhao Waner barely had time to see what he had selected. Zhao Chen, beaming, said, I've already ordered. Feel free to add anything else you want. He emphasized that there was no need for restraint, as dining with Senior Han was a rare opportunity, and everyone should enjoy themselves to the fullest. Shui Xiaoxiao nearly burst into laughter, silently marveling at the group's dynamic. Senior sister Su Lan was astonished as she looked at the dishes being served. Each dish was meticulously prepared with natural ingredients. On the table were delicacies like the black chicken egg stir-fried with 6-legged pork priced at 200 star coins, the vinegar-glazed 3-legged duck at 300 star coins, the flame fish soup from the Flame Galaxy at 500 star coins, a fruit platter worth 1,000 star coins, and the special 3-piece set from the Agate Galaxy priced at a staggering 5,000 star coins. However, the highlight was the arrival of a bottle of wine. This renowned fruit wine, valued at an astounding 13,000 star coins, even made Han Tianwang wince. The bottle alone was worth more than all the dishes combined. Before he could fully appreciate it, Zhao Chen had already poured the precious wine for himself and the 3 ladies beside him. Han Tianwang sighed internally, knowing that this restaurant only had 1 bottle of such wine, and if they wanted more, they would have to order several more bottles. Zhao Chen noticed Han Tianwang's reaction and said with a smile, sorry, I don't drink. Han Tianwang felt a pang of frustration. Such a rare bottle, and there was only 1. His hope of ordering another bottle was instantly dashed. Zhao Waner leaned in and whispered to Zhao Chen, are you sure it's okay to order so much? Zhao Chen reassured her, don't worry, these natural foods are much better than the synthetic ones. It would be a shame to miss out on such a feast. Just enjoy it. Zhao Chen began to devour the food with such enthusiasm that the word eating seemed insufficient to describe his appetite. Initially, Su Lan and the others maintained a semblance of table manners, but seeing Zhao Chen's enjoyment, they couldn't help but quicken their pace as well, though their eating manners remained more refined compared to Zhao Chen. Such a lavish spread was something even Su Lan and her friends had never fully experienced before, having only sampled a few of these dishes at best. This meal could easily cost more than 100 families' lifetime savings. The average person earned only 40 star coins a year, barely enough to support a family of 3, subsisting on synthetic foods. Zhao Chen, who had been eating synthetic foods for over a month, was now truly savoring the flavors on his palate. Han Tianwang watched Zhao Chen, who ate like a starving beast, wanting to speak several times but finding no opportunity. Ultimately, he too joined in, realizing that if he didn't eat, the sumptuous food might all be gone. Even he, as senior Han, rarely had the chance to enjoy such fine cuisine. The most pitiable, however, was Jiang Haoren, who knelt nearby, enduring the humiliation of his posture and the sensory torment of the delicious aromas, tastes, and sounds. His heart bled because, nominally, he was the one footing the bill for this meal. After an hour of feasting, Zhao Chen patted his significantly bulging stomach, thankful that his clothes could automatically adjust in size. Otherwise, he might not have been able to button them. Zhao Waner, Su Lan, and the others were also full, contentedly rubbing their bellies. At this moment, Han Tianwang approached Zhao Chen and urgently reminded him, Junior Zhao Chen, now that you're full, it's time to take care of business. Please apply to the academy to lift the punishment on Junior Haoren. Zhao Chen suddenly realized and, with a smile, said, Apologies, it's my first time tasting such delicious food. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Senior Su Lan couldn't help but smile at Zhao Chen's mischievous expression. Meanwhile, Zhao Waner stared intently at her brother, wondering how she had never noticed his cunning before. All right, what conditions are you going to propose for me to let Jiang Haoren off the hook? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Han Tianwang was momentarily stunned, staring at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Conditions? Do you think a meal is enough to settle this?
Zhao Chen feignait de surprise.
Han Tianwang's mouth twitched, barely restraining the urge to punch Zhao Chen. Forcing a smile, he said, Just state your terms directly. I'm all ears. Zhao Chen raised his hand, showing 5 fingers. My starship went through a grueling battle. Repairs and maintenance will cost a lot.
Sao wenn rollt her's.
Come on, that 5-minute skirmish didn't even drain 1% of your energy. That's nonsense. Everyone saw through Zhao Chen's attempt to take advantage. 50,000 star coins? Han Tianwang asked, eyeing Zhao Chen's raised fingers. Zhao Chen immediately interrupted, grinning. Not 50,000, 50 million star coins. The exorbitant demand made Senior Su Lan's eyes widen in shock. 50 million. That's extortion. Jiang Haoren couldn't help but exclaim, stumbling over the dining table and landing face first in the leftover food. Thankfully, the table was fixed in place, avoiding further embarrassment. Extortion? If that's what you think, then there's no need for further discussion. I can waive the 50 million, and you can leave North Star. Zhao Chen spread his hands, ready to walk away. Jiang Haoren, seething with anger and desperation, shouted, I can compensate you, but I really don't have 50 million. You do? Zhao Chen replied. Jiang Haoren looked at him in surprise. Your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is heavily damaged, but if you sell it quickly, you can still get 50 to 60 million star coins. Zhao Chen smiled, looking at Jiang Haoren. This guy is a devil. Jiang Haoren roared internally, realizing Zhao Chen had planned everything. Everyone present now saw Zhao Chen in a new light. Oh, and one more condition. I heard your friend say that if you won, I should kneel and call you Grandpa? Maybe this could save me from expulsion. Zhao Chen's smile looked devilish to Jiang Haoren. My time is precious. I'll give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen tapped his fingers on the table. All eyes turned to Jiang Haoren, as if counting down silently. Finally, Jiang Haoren knelt. The action spoke louder than words. Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Jiang Haoren's head hit the ground with a heavy thud. At the restaurant entrance, Zhao Chen mercilessly laid down his terms to Jiang Haoren. Transfer 500,000 star coins to his academy account by the end of the semester. With ease, he led Zhao Waner and the others out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoren remained kneeling on the ground, repeatedly apologizing, Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Around him was a mess, and he looked like a pitiful soul tormented to the brink. Han Tianwang's voice was cold and stern. Zhao Chen has some skills, but Haoren, remember, revenge is a dish best served cold. Staying at the Northern Star Military Academy is crucial. I will make Zhao Chen pay dearly for this. Jiang Haoren knelt, his face contorted in pain. However, another handsome man, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, as if a mere observer but undeniably significant. He said softly, Young master son, success depends on effort. Zhao Chen indeed went overboard and deserves a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Han Tianwang's eyes. Zhao Chen had shown him no respect, even speaking rudely in front of Su Lan. Young master son smiled faintly, saying no more. Just then, a restaurant manager approached, looking at the kneeling Jiang Haoren with some surprise. Excuse me, who will be paying the bill? Jiang Haoren struggled to his feet, his legs still trembling. The total is 53,000 star coins. We can waive the small change, the manager said with a smile. Jiang Haoren nearly collapsed, staring in shock. 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? Our table's order was only worth 25,000 star coins. The manager explained, The guest who just left ordered additional dishes to go, besides the drinks, so the total is 50,000 star coins. Takeout. Jiang Haoren was furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood and roaring, Zhao Chen. Seeing Zhao Chen carrying several bags of food in both hands was almost comical. Shui Xiaoxiao patted her belly and laughed, Zhao Chen, you're too much. This meal was worth it. Not only did we eat and drink our fill, but we also got a good show. And you're still taking food to go. Seeing the bill, 50,000 star coins, I bet Jiang Haoren must be livid. Zhao Waner glared at Zhao Chen and said, treating Jiang Haoren like this, and showing no respect to Tiano Wong, aren't you afraid they will retaliate? Zhao Chen smiled calmly. If it can't be changed, why fear it? Su Lan covered her mouth and laughed gently. Waner, your brother is truly unique. He's not just a bookworm as you said. If he's considered naive, then there are no smart people in this world. Zhao Waner pouted, thinking to herself how well he had hidden his true self. Senior Su Lan looked sternly at Zhao Chen and his junior, Zhao Chen, reminding them, today you might have offended Jiang Haoren and Tiano Wong, but be especially wary of Tiano Wong. He's a smiling tiger with deep schemes. You've embarrassed him, and he will definitely look for a chance to retaliate in the future. Zhao Chen nodded, indicating he would be careful. Shui Xiaoxiao, curious about holiday plans, asked Zhao Chen, who explained with a sigh, Waner and I have to return to our territory to handle a bunch of trivial matters. Although I'm a baron in name, all the tasks are arranged by my sister. Senior Su Lan mentioned his sister's outstanding performance in the Imperial military service, and Zhao Chen felt a rare sense of admiration for her. His parents had passed away early, and his sister had left home to attend Starship Academy. She meticulously managed the territory's affairs. Otherwise, it would have fallen into chaos long ago. Zhao Chen then shared good news with Waner. This year, we don't need to book tickets. We'll take my starship back. In previous years, they always had to book tickets to return to their territory, but now traveling by starship would be faster and save a lot of money. Zhao Chen mentioned the 500,000 star coin cost with a smile, and Waner reluctantly agreed. He told Waner they would depart the day after tomorrow, and to prepare what she needed to bring. After saying this, Zhao Chen hurriedly bid farewell to Senior Su Lan and the others. Shui Xiaoxiao watched longingly as Zhao Chen took away some delicious food. Waner watched her brother's departing figure, finding him both unfamiliar and intriguing. Senior Su Lan remarked that Zhao Chen was interesting, surprising both Waner and Shui Xiaoxiao, as Senior Su Lan rarely spoke of men this way. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chen boarded the starship, where Charlotte was already waiting. He handed her several meal boxes, with marks on his arms and wrists, and his fingers pale from lack of blood. Charlotte curiously asked what was inside the boxes, and Zhao Chen gave a mysterious smile, instructing her to gather all the crew members, adding an air of mystery. Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's order without hesitation and relayed it to her subordinates. The two then headed towards the starship's dining hall together. Zhao Chen watched as Charlotte carried a pile of items with such steadiness and ease, and couldn't help but admire her performance. Need a hand with that? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte calmly replied, this weight is nothing. Zhao Chen was slightly surprised and couldn't help but marvel. It seems the strength of the White Tiger tribe of the half-beasts is truly remarkable. At the Zero Storm Starship restaurant, following Captain Zhao Chen's orders, all 100 female or crew members gathered together. They stood in neat rows, as if awaiting something. Captain Zhao Chen observed the standing crew members, and, with a slight frown, gestured for them to sit down. In the somewhat awkward atmosphere, the female crew members slowly took their seats. Charlotte, help me distribute these dishes, Zhao Chen instructed, opening several bags of meal boxes handed over by Vice Captain Charlotte. A rich aroma immediately filled the entire restaurant. With their superior sense of smell, the orc crew members were drawn to the enticing scent. Charlotte stared at the mouth-watering meal boxes for a few seconds. Don't just stand there. Start distributing. The food won't taste as good if it gets cold, Zhao Chen urged. He personally took on the role of head chef, dividing the food into 100 portions, and directed Charlotte to distribute the trays filled with delicious dishes. Besides the various dishes, there was also a large bowl of white rice. Many of the female crew members couldn't help but swallow as they looked at the rice. Are we supposed to distribute all of this? Charlotte asked, somewhat puzzled by Zhao Chen's intention. Of course, this is today's lunch, Zhao Chen replied casually. Lunch? These were mouth-watering delicacies. Both Charlotte and the other female crew members were stunned, finding it hard to believe what their increasingly familiar captain had said. Hurry up and serve the food, everyone is waiting, Zhao Chen prompted as he noticed Charlotte still in a daze. She then began distributing the food, quickly handing out over 30 portions. Zhao Chen glanced up and noticed that the crew members who had received their food were not eating. Although some were drooling over the dishes, they remained seated without touching their chopsticks. Start eating. Those who have food can begin. And those who haven't received theirs yet, please wait a moment, Zhao Chen said. Seeing that the crew members still weren't moving, Zhao Chen pretended to be angry and said, that's an order. Only then did the female crew members start tasting the food, initially with some restraint, taking small bites. But as their taste buds were tantalized, they couldn't help themselves and began devouring the food enthusiastically, even using their hands. In less than 3 minutes, each portion was completely devoured, and everyone was licking their plates and utensils, still craving more. Zhao Chen watched these female crew members with their beastly ears, feeling a mix of affection and sadness. Some of them were even younger than him, including a few who were not yet adults. In the world of orcs, there was no distinction between minors and adults. As long as one could fight, they were considered an adult. Typically, orcs as young as 12 or 13 are forced into battle and labor, regardless of gender. Here, they can only earn their daily rations through fighting and work. Soon, the last portion of food was distributed, and Zhao Chen personally carried a tray filled with delicious dishes to Charlotte. With a gentle tone, he said, "Try this. It tastes amazing, especially the fruits." Charlotte looked at the bountiful food on the tray, including a curved apple slice and finger-sized berries. She glanced at Zhao Chen and said, "What about you? I'm already full. See, my belly's all puffed up." Zhao Chen casually patted his own bloated stomach. Charlotte chuckled softly and began to enjoy the food. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed Charlotte's head lowering until it was almost level with the tray. At first, Zhao Chen didn't understand what was happening until he saw the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. He realized the emotions she was trying to hide. Suddenly, the sound of crying filled the dining hall. Some female crew members were eating while tears streamed down their faces, mingling with the food they consumed. Perhaps they were moved by the delicious food. Or maybe they were reminded of their hardships and the siblings they fought to survive with back home. For the first time, they realized that food was not just for filling their bellies, but also a precious enjoyment. Zhao Chen suddenly broke the silence in the dining hall, startling all the female crew members. Some of them paused their eating, but Zhao Chen reassured them, "It's okay. Continue enjoying your meal, just listen to what I have to say." He signaled that they could keep eating, but they still watched him intently. Zhao Chen helplessly glanced at Charlotte, who had also stopped eating. Understanding his intention, Charlotte resumed eating, though her movements were noticeably slower. "I want to discuss something about your welfare benefits. Earlier, we agreed that after 3 years of service, I would grant you freedom." Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. "What were the meal standards like in your previous fleet?" Charlotte hesitated for a moment before answering, "A daily food allowance of 0.01 star coins." Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. 0.01 star coins? That's barely enough for one synthetic meal, which means they might have only had one meal a day. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I've done the math. We will phase out synthetic food and provide natural ingredients. Although it won't match today's feast, we can ensure 3 sufficient meals a day. Our food standard will be 0.3 star coins per person per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. As for the specific menu, I'll discuss it with the logistics department in charge of catering." Zhao Chen calmly announced this decision, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. After much effort, a 15-year-old half-orc female crew member finally couldn't hold back her tears and softly said, "Does that mean I can have rice with every meal now? Every meal with just plain rice?" Zhao Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit hesitant. Some of the female crew members started showing disappointed expressions. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen said, "Eating rice every day might be a bit monotonous, but we have other options. In the morning, we can enjoy porridge and bread. For lunch, we have various noodle dishes, and dinner offers a wide array of choices." Hearing the captain's words, the female crew members, who had looked downcast a moment ago, immediately brightened up, as if they had been given a new lease on life. "All right, continue with your meals. I have other matters to attend to," Zhao Chen said, feeling a touch of relief as he saw the joy on their faces before leaving the dining hall. As he walked out, he heard laughter and shouts of joy behind him. The captain is actually providing rice for every meal. It's like a dream. Is he joking? How is this possible? Even in the fleet we served before, we never had such treatment. I believe the captain wouldn't deceive us. The food he prepared just now was the most delicious I've ever had. The captain has no reason to lie to us, right? We are his purchased slaves. Even if he didn't provide this, we would still have to serve him loyally." A slight smile played on Zhao Chen's lips. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He didn't want a lifeless fleet of slaves. He needed an elite fleet with high morale and fighting spirit. Although in this era, the technological level of a starship determines its combat power to some extent, a fleet with high morale always has an advantage under equal conditions. A fleet with high morale can create miracles. How to have such a fleet? It's simple. Meet the crew's expectations and fill them with hope for the future. This way, any enemy trying to block their path or destroy their hope will become their mortal enemy. Suddenly, Zhao Chen heard hurried footsteps behind him. Charlotte blocked his way and said, "Captain, I think your decision was not well thought out." Zhao Chen shrugged and replied, "What's wrong? I think the results are quite good. Everyone seems satisfied. Charlotte, with a serious expression, said, I appreciate you raising the crew's dining standards, but do you realize what 0.3 star coins per person per day for meals means? Zhao Chen calmly answered, I can do the math. Over a month, that's 10 star coins per person. With 100 crew members, that's 1,000 star coins a month. Charlotte, with a heavy tone, said, 1,000 star coins. Do you know how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets that can buy? Zhao Chen smiled at Charlotte and, after she finished, added, I understand your concerns, but to me, they are not as important as everyone's happiness and satisfaction. Before, they were just a group of hopeless slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. I need a fleet full of hope, not a lifeless one. As for the welfare and dining standards, there's no need to discuss it further. The captain's orders were unequivocal, showing no signs of leniency, and might even become stricter. A captain who can't properly feed their crew doesn't deserve the responsibility. With that, Zhao Chen suddenly reached out and gently lifted the corner of Charlotte's mouth. She was taken aback, only to see a grain of rice on Zhao Chen's finger, which he then placed into his own mouth. Arrange a logistics meeting immediately to discuss necessary supplies and the future Starship restaurant's menu. Zhao Chen commanded, leaving without acknowledging Charlotte's flushed cheeks. Her heart was pounding, and it took her a while to regain her composure, clutching her chest. The captain's actions had deeply moved her, especially his firm demand for luxurious dining standards, which stirred something indescribable within her. The menu is set. From now on, meals for the crew will follow it. With a long journey ahead, I will procure the necessary supplies and military provisions. Charlotte, you'll be in charge of compiling a detailed list for me. All required materials will be transported to the ship. Don't worry about funding. Just calculate based on the actual needs of Storm Zero. Zhao Chen instructed the high-ranking female officers in the meeting room. Yes, sir. Charlotte responded, avoiding eye contact with Zhao Chen since entering the room. Logistics, get ready. I will order the ingredients, and they should be delivered within 3 hours. The new dining standards will be implemented starting tonight, Zhao Chen announced. Yes, sir. The logistics officers responded enthusiastically and left the room. Zhao Chen glanced at Charlotte. Without waiting for him to speak, she hurriedly said, I'll go compile the list of needed supplies and provisions, and left in a rush. Zhao Chen felt puzzled, sensing that something about this captain was quite unusual. By evening, the news of the new Starship restaurant menu had spread like wildfire throughout the ship. The crew thought it would take some time for the captain's policy to be implemented, but to their surprise, changes were made by the evening after being announced at noon. Off-duty female officers flocked to the restaurant. The place looked entirely different, even the decor had changed. The previous fixed ration meal system was replaced with a self-serve option. Previously, each meal had only 1 or 2 choices, mostly synthetic foods, divided into set A and set B with fixed portions. Now, the situation was entirely different. In addition to the food displayed in the windows, they could place orders directly with the kitchen for freshly prepared meals. Of course, the selected items had to be on the menu and were slightly more expensive. The breakfast, lunch, and dinner menus had expanded to over 10 options, and each female soldier's meal allowance was increased to 10 star coins per month. Each female crew member can order food based on her preferences, as long as her monthly expenses don't exceed the set limit and no food is wasted. At this moment, one of the female crew members' eyes lit up as she spotted the stir-fried shredded pork with vegetables on the menu. It seemed like she had found the dish she had been craving. Despite its relatively high price, equivalent to 3 days' worth of meal allowance, she figured that with some frugality, having meat once a week was manageable. Feeling a bit shy, she asked, Excuse me, can I place my order now? The head chef responded kindly, Of course you can. You can choose anything from the menu or from the items displayed in the pantry. This head chef, a half-orc, had previously worked for a half-orc lord and was renowned for his culinary skills, particularly in cooking. Now, he held the important position of head chef in charge of logistics on the Blizzard Zero. The female crew members began placing their orders enthusiastically. I'd like a rice bowl with a meat patty. I'll have steamed rice with vegetables, and a bowl of beef noodles. This room used to be the second lieutenant's quarters, but since there's only one lieutenant and Zhao Chen wanted to bring Zhao Waner back, it has been vacant. You can stay here for the time being. Zhao Chen pointed to the single room of the lieutenant while carrying his sister's luggage. Zhao Waner looked around the room and thought it was quite nice. Zhao Chen asked, Where did you dock your starship? Zhao Waner, a 4th-year student, also had her own starship. She explained, Senior Su Lan rented a long-term berth at the starport. She goes home during holidays, so I temporarily dock my ship in her spot. My crew members, who are also students at the academy, have gone home for the break. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Waner continued. Zhao Chen recalled, I remember your starship is AT-2 Fire Raven class heavy interstellar battlecruiser.
Zhao Waner nodded in confirmation.
When Zhao Waner was choosing her 4th-year starship, she, like Zhao Chen, faced financial constraints, and had to select from the Academy's starship warehouse. Fortunately, as an honor student, she received special treatment from the Academy, which provided her with a 30-year-old T2 Fire Raven-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. Although it was secondhand, it was among the best T2 starships available. Zhao Waner's reputation attracted students from other departments to join her crew, even though most of the recruits were civilian students. Despite the T2 Fire Raven class being impressive, it was still an old ship. Zhao Chen softly said, "One day, I'll get you a new ship." Zhao Waner rolled her eyes and retorted, "A new ship? Dream on. 50,000 star coins isn't even enough to buy the exhaust of a T2 starship." Zhao Chen smiled silently, not revealing that he had earned 3 million star coins by selling the technology of his T1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer. He wasn't planning to buy a starship since he had a system with a vast array of starship technologies. Why not build one himself? Confidently, he said, "Trust me. Just tell me what kind of ship you want, and I'll have it ready for you by the end of the year." Zhao Waner scoffed, "If you can, get me a carrier starship." Carrier starships are the most expensive, as they carry a large number of interstellar fighters and drones. Zhao Chen squinted and smiled. "I'll make sure you're satisfied." "A carrier starship? No problem." Zhao Waner didn't trust Zhao Chen's promises. Even a light T2 carrier starship costs no less than 10 million star coins. "All right, let's get ready and go eat." Zhao Chen headed towards the door. Once Zhao Waner was ready, they made their way to the starship's dining hall. As they walked down the corridor leading to the dining hall, Zhao Waner caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Zhao Chen smiled but said nothing. Zhao Waner noticed that Zhao Chen's attitude towards the half-beast female crew members had changed recently, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. She looked at him puzzled and couldn't resist asking, "Have you done something to those half-beast female crew members?" Zhao Chen lightly tapped her on the head and laughed. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking about now?" Waner playfully stuck out her tongue and blinked at Zhao Chen. She realized that their relationship had undergone a significant change recently. In the past, Zhao Chen never touched her head and always seemed a bit reserved, as if she were the older sister and he the younger brother. As they chatted and laughed, they walked into the dining hall. Suddenly, Waner stopped in her tracks, staring in amazement at the array of delicious food before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and mouth-watering pieces of meat filled the room with a tempting aroma. There was even a white, half-moon-shaped delicacy, the legendary dumplings. "Is this your starship's dining hall?" Waner asked, wide-eyed. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. "Of course. Go ahead and order whatever you like." He pointed to the chef behind the counter and said, "Put it on my tab." The chef gave him a slightly surprised look and said, "Captain, don't you need to swipe your card?" According to Zhao Chen's rules, even he had a dining standard to adhere to on the starship. As the captain, his meal allowance was 3 times that of an ordinary female crew member. Officers enjoyed even higher allowances than regular crew members, a tiered system designed to motivate the crew to work hard and earn promotions for better meal privileges. Zhao Chen began ordering methodically. "I'll have a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings." Most of the dishes on the menu were personally chosen by Zhao Chen, so there were quite a few Chinese dishes. Dumplings were particularly famous in this world, said to originate from an ancient recipe on a blue planet. However, due to the scarcity of natural ingredients, this dish had become a luxury reserved for the nobles, a legendary food for ordinary people. "Hurry up and order, there's a line behind you," Zhao Chen urged as he noticed Waner looking a bit dazed. She quickly glanced at the queue behind her, and then ordered a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. A floating robot scanned Zhao Chen's face. "Payment successful. Please take a seat." "Your food will be delivered by a robot," said the chef. Zhao Chen and Waner found an empty table and sat down. Waner couldn't wait to ask, "Are these ingredients all natural?" Zhao Chen nodded. "Yes, they are." Pointing to the holographic menu screen, Waner asked, "Can ordinary crew members order these dishes too?" Zhao Chen explained, "Everyone has their own meal allowance. As long as they don't exceed it or waste food, they can order anything within their limit." "What's the allowance for ordinary crew members?" 0.3 star coins per day, with a monthly limit of 10 star coins, Waner replied. Zhao Waner screamed, her voice so agitated that it drew the attention of nearby diners. She immediately lowered her head and whispered, "Are you crazy? 10 star coins. Even the noble escort fleet of our Star Glory Empire doesn't have such a high standard for meals. My crew's meal standard is only 0.05 star coins per day. If they don't have such high standards, how can I set mine so high? This is my starship, and I set the rules." Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "I can set whatever standards I want. It's my starship." Covering her face, Zhao Waner trembled as she said, "Do you think having those 500,000 star coins means you can do whatever you want? You're going to get into trouble sooner or later." Zhao Chen shrugged, "We'll deal with it when it happens." Just then, the dishes they had ordered arrived. Plates of fragrant pork and cabbage dumplings and fish-flavored shredded pork over rice were placed on the table. Faced with the delicious food, Zhao Waner abandoned her argument with Zhao Chen and enjoyed the meal, a happy smile spreading across her face. As Zhao Waner was about to educate Zhao Chen again, her handheld terminal beeped with a new message notification. She opened it, and her face instantly turned pale. "Something's wrong in the Xiaolong star system," she exclaimed. The Xiaolong star system was Zhao Chen's territory. What could have happened? Zhao Chen asked urgently. Zhao Waner projected the message in a hologram. It read, "Someone in the Xiaolong star system has colluded with outside enemies to assassinate the Zhao family. Second young master and third miss, do not return." Upon hearing news that someone in the Xiaolong galaxy was plotting against him, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. This unexpected intelligence disrupted his original plans. The informant was a trusted agent left by his sister in the Xiaolong galaxy, and only Zhao Chen and his sister knew her identity, which assured him of the news's authenticity. Zhao Waner, with some concern, suggested, "Maybe we shouldn't return to our territory immediately." Zhao Chen asked if they could contact the informant. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Waner replied, "I have her private communication channel, but I can't guarantee she'll respond promptly." Zhao Chen began to contemplate. His return to the territory wasn't merely for rest and relaxation. It was for future development. To strengthen himself, he needed sufficient power to protect himself. The Xiaolong galaxy provided a ready foundation, but it had become chaotic and complicated over the years due to neglect. Zhao Chen planned to use this opportunity to return and reorganize the Xiaolong galaxy, laying a solid foundation for the future. However, if this sudden news led to a change in plans, he wouldn't have time to address the Xiaolong galaxy's affairs once the academy term started, potentially causing a delay of a year or more. Understanding the value of time, Zhao Chen emphasized, "We must go back." Zhao Waner urgently countered, "Don't you realize someone in the Xiaolong galaxy is watching us? Going back would be walking into a trap." Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "We're not going back to surrender. The Xiaolong galaxy is rife with chaos, and our Zhao family has always been weak. Some nobles don't take us seriously. To truly control the Xiaolong galaxy, we must eliminate potential threats. I originally planned to proceed gradually, but since the enemy is giving me an opportunity, why not seize it?" Zhao Waner understood Zhao Chen's intention. He wanted to use this chance to eliminate those who sought to harm him and change the situation in the Xiaolong galaxy completely. Concerned about their strength, Zhao Waner reminded him, "We only have 2 T2 starships, and we know nothing about the enemy's arrangements. Going back now would be suicidal." Zhao Chen reassured her, "We'll prepare thoroughly. First, contact your informant to gather more intelligence about the forces behind this, the assassination plans, and any potential interstellar fleet arrangements." Pointing at the star map, Zhao Chen chose a location and said, "We'll go here first, to Arctic Fox starport." Zhao Waner asked in confusion, "Why go there?" Zhao Chen gave a mysterious smile, "You'll know when we get there. We don't need to bring my T2 Firecrow." Zhao Chen was filled with ambition as he prepared for the monumental task of shipbuilding. After meticulous preparations, the number 0 Blizzard finally set sail from the starport of Northern Star Fleet Academy. Prior to this, Zhao Chen had received 2 significant funds, 500,000 star coins from Jiang Haoren's Academy account and 3 million star coins from Liyaqi's secret account, which Zhao Chen had set up to conceal his identity before selling his starship technology. Originally scheduled to depart on July 1st, Zhao Chen had to leave 2 days earlier due to urgent matters in the Xiaolong star system. He hastily sent a farewell message to Leeway, while Zhao Waner hurriedly bid goodbye to senior sister Su Lan and others. Their destination was the Arctic Fox starport in the Arctic Fox star system. The journey required them to first reach the Stargate of the Northern Star System, then use the gate to enter the Arctic Fox star system, and finally arrive at the Arctic Fox starport. The entire trip was expected to take 5 hours. Standing beside the captain's chair, Vice Captain Charlotte reported her planned route to Zhao Chen, who sat resolutely in the captain's seat. Zhao Waner, however, looked displeased, clearly confused by Zhao Chen's actions. "We'll be activating the level 3 warp engines next. All crew members should enter deep-sea navigation mode and proceed to the hibernation pods for rest," announced Vice Captain Charlotte. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To reach the starport in the Northern Star System as quickly as possible, the use of warp engines was essential. A starship typically has 2 to 3 sets of propulsion systems, conventional engines and warp engines. The number 0 Blizzard could reach a speed of 100 knots using its conventional engines. Warp engines, on the other hand, are used for long-distance travel and can accelerate the starship to extreme speeds. During warp travel, most starships must enter deep-sea mode to prevent the crew from suffering the adverse effects of high-speed travel. Additionally, combat is not possible during warp travel. Warp engines are classified from level 1 to 9 based on their speed capabilities, and Zhao Chen's number 0 Blizzard was equipped with a level 3 warp engine. With the warp route finalized, the ship was about to enter the acceleration phase. "We will enter warp travel in 10 minutes, came Vice Captain Charlotte's voice over the ship's intercom. Purple lights flashed, signaling to the crew that warp travel was imminent. Nearby, several hibernation pods appeared, providing the crew with the quickest way to recover and be battle-ready. This was crucial, especially during combat behind enemy lines, where reaction speed was vital. Zhao Chen stood next to a hibernation pod, watching Zhao Waner enter one. He gently reassured her, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Zhao Waner furrowed her brow slightly and shot a mocking glance at Charlotte across from her. Without a word, she slipped into the hibernation pod. The transparent lid slowly closed, and a pale blue liquid began to fill the chamber. This liquid allowed for both free breathing and a deep, restful sleep. As Zhao Waner closed her eyes, she resembled a sleeping princess underwater, lying there serenely. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen did not immediately enter hibernation. Instead, he watched Charlotte at the control panel. The Zero Storm had nearly cut off all power supplies, diverting almost all energy to the warp engine, while the ship itself remained in a low-power state. When the countdown reached 10 minutes, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen and reported, "Out of 102 crew members, 100 are already in hibernation. We have 3 minutes left before the warp stage begins. It's our turn now." Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, took a deep breath, and then activated his own hibernation pod. The pale blue liquid started to envelop his body, bringing an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Eventually, he slowly drifted into slumber. The Zero Storm starship gradually came to a halt and switched to autopilot mode. In his groggy state, Zhao Chen faintly heard a weak sound near his ear. As the sound grew clearer, he felt as if he was returning to his own body. The intelligence system announced that Zero Storm had exited warp speed travel, reached its destination, and entered autopilot mode. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, and watched as the hatch slowly opened. The bridge lights came back on, and familiar figures started bustling around. Everyone quickly returned to their stations to check the starship's data. Deputy Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands, assisted by Zhao Waner. Zhao Chen instinctively took a couple of steps forward, but found his legs too weak to stand steadily and almost fell. "Captain, you're awake? We've arrived at the outer region of the Northern Star System Stargate. The starship is functioning normally and has resumed its navigation status," Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen as soon as she saw him. "You all woke up before me?" Zhao Chen asked in surprise. Zhao Waner chuckled as she looked at Zhao Chen's trembling legs. "We woke up just a minute before you. It seems you need to strengthen your physical training. In interstellar travel, both intellect and physical fitness are equally important." Ignoring her jest, Zhao Chen asked Charlotte, "How long were we in stasis?" 32 minutes, Charlotte replied. It felt like an eternity to Zhao Chen. Those 30 minutes weren't short. Without the warp engine, relying solely on conventional engines might have taken nearly 100 days. The advent of the warp engine has revolutionized interstellar travel, much like Stargate technology. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a discomfort in his stomach and instinctively started to retch. Charlotte quickly provided a floating waste bin, and Zhao Chen felt somewhat relieved after vomiting. He realized the challenges of warp travel. This is your first time using a military stasis pod, right? You've only used travel stasis pods before, which have an adaptation recovery phase. Military stasis pods aren't as comfortable. In your 4th year, you'll undergo relevant training. Most people vomit the first time, Zhao Waner explained, with a hint of smugness on her face. Zhao Chen ignored her, struggling to sit in the captain's chair, and glanced around the bridge. He was the last to wake up. The others' stasis pods had already sunk into the floor, while his had just started to descend. Zhao Chen gave the crew the order to head towards the Stargate in the Arctic Fox Galaxy. The deputy captain, Charlotte, immediately responded that the application had been submitted, and they would receive a reply in less than 10 minutes. Sure enough, within that time frame, the Blizzard No. 0 received the passage permit, but Zhao Chen had to pay a Stargate usage fee. Following the route provided by the Northern Star Stargate Management Department, the Blizzard No. 0 began its journey. Zhao Chen soon saw starships lined up waiting to pass through the Stargate, as well as those arriving in the Northern Star Galaxy. However, these scenes didn't matter to him. His attention was completely captured by the massive Stargate. Despite having studied Stargates in the Academy and seen pictures, this was the first time Zhao Chen had witnessed such a breathtaking sight. The Northern Star Stargate was designed like 3 interconnected temple gates, with the central 3 gates emitting blue, red, and gold lights, resembling a tricolored lake. As he gazed at the Stargate, various pieces of information about it flooded his mind. The Northern Star Stargate was AT-3, Class Trigod Gate, one of the top-tier Stargates independently developed by the Xingyao Empire, dominating most of the Stargate network within the Empire. Charlotte's voice interrupted Zhao Chen's reverie, reminding him that they had arrived at their destination. He took a deep breath, unconsciously gripping the armrest of the captain's chair. The Stargate jump process did not require entering deep-sea mode, a complex and obscure reason only understood by specialized interstellar scientists. For the average person, knowing that was enough. The entire process was swift. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery disappeared, replaced by a kaleidoscopic view, and then the darkness of space returned. Compared to warp travel, the Stargate jump felt much smoother. Zhao Chen thought to himself that it was worth the money, considering that an average person's lifetime earnings wouldn't cover the cost of a short-distance T1 Starship jump. He glanced at the time. The entire jump had taken less than 30 seconds. This was the charm of Stargates. They significantly shortened the distances between galaxies. However, Stargates had their limitations. The number of starships they could transmit per hour was finite, depending on the starship class. For instance, if 10,000 T1 starships could be transmitted per hour, then only 1,000 T2 starships and 100 T3 starships could be transmitted, and so on. The higher the starship class, the more expensive the Stargate usage fee. Zhao Chen and his team had arrived in the Arctic Fox galaxy and were currently within the Stargate's range. Once they left this range, they would resume warp travel and were expected to reach the Arctic Fox starport in about an hour. Deputy Captain Charlotte began briefing them on the upcoming itinerary. Zhao Waner leaned close to Zhao Chen and whispered, "You're really lucky to have found someone with command talent among the half-beast slaves. Charlotte is more professional than many fifth-year students I've seen." Zhao Chen smiled inwardly, marveling at the untapped potential of his deputy. They headed towards the Arctic Fox starport. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhao Chen's gaze swept resolutely over the vast ocean ahead. The sea breeze brushed against his face, causing his long hair to flutter in the wind. He took a deep breath and then, without hesitation, issued the command to set sail. With the crew's concerted efforts, the ship slowly began its journey, cutting through the calm waters. Determination and resolve shone in Zhao Chen's eyes. He knew the path ahead was fraught with unknowns and challenges, but he was undeterred. He trusted his instincts and wisdom, and had faith in the strength and cohesion of his team. Throughout the voyage, Zhao Chen remained composed and calm, handling various unexpected situations with ease. Whether facing fierce waves or dealing with mechanical issues, he always made swift decisions, stabilized the crew's morale, and guided them through difficulties, steering them towards their goal. After overcoming numerous obstacles, the ship finally reached its destination. As Zhao Chen looked out over the expansive ocean before him, a profound sense of achievement and joy welled up inside him. He knew that this voyage had been a test not only of his courage and intellect but also of teamwork and trust. In the vastness of the sea, Zhao Chen had demonstrated the true qualities of a leader. Zhao Chen's journey from the Bay star system to the Arctic Fox star system didn't leave much of an impression on him. If no one had told him, he might not have realized he had crossed interstellar space. The view was essentially the same. A pitch-black universe, endless space, and variously shaped planets, moons, and asteroids. When Zhao Chen woke up from hibernation again, the previous discomfort had lessened somewhat, but his legs were still trembling. The captain sent a message. "The fleet has reached the outskirts of Arctic Fox starport. Charlotte is reporting in." Zhao Chen gazed at the enormous starport in front of him, much larger than the one at the Bay Star System Military Academy. This was a true starport, practically a star city. He contacted Charlotte, introducing himself as Zero Blizzard Zhao Chen, and sent a communication request. Soon, a video window popped up, revealing an elegant woman in what looked like a work uniform. She introduced herself, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the officer in charge at Arctic Fox starport, code CC-11. It's an honor to serve you. As per your previous request, a large starship modification and upgrade workshop has been prepared for you. I'll send you the address. You've booked it for 2 months at a cost of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the goods you ordered, valued at 1.5 million star coins, have all been delivered and placed in the workshop as you requested." 1.5 million star coins. Zhao Waner exclaimed, looking at Zhao Chen in astonishment, while Charlotte couldn't help but give him a surprised glance as well. However, Zhao Chen's calm demeanor took them by surprise. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll treat you to tea sometime." The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She knew this client was extraordinary. The commission from this order was equivalent to half a year's salary for her. Charlotte received the starport berth location and slowly navigated the ship towards it, preparing to dock. Zhao Waner couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "What's with the 1.5 million star coins?" Zhao Chen didn't hide anything and replied, "I sold AT-1 starship technology." Zhao Waner looked at him in shock. Zhao Chen pulled out his imperial card and projected the balance. "Over 1.9 million star coins. Where did you get all these star coins?"
Zhao Waner asked, astonished.
Zhao Chen shrugged. "I sold the T1 starship technology and got another 500,000 from Jiang Haoren. Renting the starship workshop at Arctic Fox starport cost 100,000, the goods cost 1.5 million, and the pre-departure supplies for Zero Blizzard cost 10,000. Adding it all up, I'm left with around 1.9 million. Zhao Waner was speechless for a long time, finally picking up on the crucial detail. "T1 starship technology? How did you develop that?"
Zhao Waner was puzzled.
When would they finally develop the technology for starships? She had already assembled one, but assembling and developing were two different things. To her, it seemed like just a slightly challenging task. She rubbed her temples, contemplating how creating a brand new starship had turned into something more complicated than she had anticipated. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, her handheld terminal suddenly flashed. She glanced at it and her expression changed. It was the lookout her sister had arranged. The lookout was asking if she could do a video call. Zhao Chen asked about it. Zhao Waner found out that although they only had 5 minutes, it would be enough. The video call was quickly connected, and an image appeared before them. On the other side was a refined woman. Zhao Chen recalled her identity. She was a minor official in the interstellar trade industry of the Xiaolong star system. Unexpectedly, she was the lookout arranged by his sister, named Jiang Hong. Second young master, third young miss, Jiang Hong greeted them with a slight bow. Cut the pleasantries. Tell us about the situation in the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen demanded bluntly. Jiang Hong was slightly taken aback, not expecting the previously timid second young master to be so assertive, but she knew it was necessary. 2 days ago, I received information that several nobles in the Xiaolong star system have colluded with interstellar pirates. They plan to ambush you during your return to the Xiaolong star system for the holidays. Their goal is to request the Empire to appoint a new lord. Since I couldn't reach the eldest miss, it's crucial that you and the third young miss do not return.
Hanan Wong.
An interstellar pirate attack? Zhao Chen scoffed, such a cliché tactic, but effective nonetheless. Do you know which pirate group they are colluding with, and how many starships they have prepared for the ambush? Also, I need the list of nobles involved and the number of starships they control, Zhao Chen pressed. Though Jiang Hong didn't understand why Zhao Chen was asking these questions, she happened to know the details. The pirates were not a major force, having only 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 starships, with the rest being T1. As for the list of participating nobles from the Xiaolong star system, she had already compiled it and could send it over at any time. Most of the noble fleets are composed of T1 starships, around a dozen ships in total, with a few families possessing 1 or 2 T2 starships, Jiang Hong replied. Send the list, Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, Jiang Hong responded, slightly surprised by her own obedience to the second young master. She quickly asked, what are your plans? We won't return for now. I have other plans and will contact you, Zhao Chen replied. I'll try to reach the eldest Mississippi. With her intervention, this can be resolved. I can't stay here long, so I'll end the call. Second young master, third young miss, please take care, Jiang Hong said before disconnecting. At the same time, a list appeared before Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner. The Chui family, the Bao family. The list included more than a dozen families, most of them insignificant, but the Chui and Bao families held unusual status in the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Waner angrily complained. The Chui family and the Bao family have colluded with interstellar pirates to plot against us. In the Xiaolong star system, the influence of the Chui and Bao families has long surpassed that of the Zhao family. Our position as the ruling family is merely nominal. Their ambition knows no bounds. They crave to become greater rulers, not just confined to noble status within the star system. Zhao Chen widened his eyes as he looked at the list, exclaiming in surprise, I didn't expect her family to not be on it. Zhao Waner anxiously asked, so what do we do now? You still haven't explained why we've come to the Arctic Fox starport? Her questions were like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Zhao Chen patiently explained, we've come here to build a starship. Build a starship? What kind of starship?
Zhao Waner asked, puzzled.
At that moment, Zero Blizzard entered a massive starship workshop, dozens of times larger than the ones at the Northern Star Military Academy. The Arctic Fox starport boasts one of the few large-scale starship workshops in the northern region of the Xingyao Empire. With its comprehensive equipment and ample raw materials, it can significantly accelerate the shipbuilding process. Zhao Chen's heart filled with excitement as he looked at the workshop before him. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Waner asked, building a starship, what exactly are you building? Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship appeared before Zhao Waner. The magnificent carrier starship captivated her gaze. This is it, he said. Zhao Waner widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Zhao Chen, while Charlotte also wore a look of astonishment. In reality, this was a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, and it was a technological marvel independently developed by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen unreservedly took credit for this achievement. After all, it was provided by the system, and no one would contest it. Did you really develop this? Zhao Waner asked in amazement, her eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. As a top student at the Northern Star Military Academy for Starships, she understood the significance of a T2 carrier starship. Although T2 starships were not as advanced as T3 starships with star shields, they were currently the most cost-effective choice for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers. Being a standout among carrier starships, its value was self-evident. Zhao Chen shrugged, choosing not to engage further with Zhao Waner on the matter, as he had numerous tasks to attend to. Charlotte, I will provide you with the funds. You can purchase 500 orc slaves through that female overseer. My only requirement is that they must be female orc slaves, Zhao Chen ordered. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She had always dreamed of rescuing those orc warriors, once her comrades, who had been sold into the Xingyao Empire. While she didn't fully grasp Zhao Chen's intentions behind requesting female orc slaves, the opportunity to save them overshadowed everything else. Waner, unless Jiang Hong has intelligence to report, no one is to disturb me, Zhao Chen said, and then left the Zero Blizzard, heading towards the other side of the large starship workshop. There, interstellar containers were filled with raw materials he had purchased for 1.5 million star coins, along with a starship manufacturing platform. Was he really planning to build a T2 carrier starship all by himself? Zhao Waner murmured to herself, alone? That's almost impossible. Charlotte also found it hard to believe. However, in the days that followed, they began to realize that Zhao Chen was indeed that kind of person. He worked tirelessly, operating mechanical arms and various equipment, making rapid progress on the starship construction. By the 5th day, Zhao Waner could already see the keel of the carrier starship taking shape. Standing on the platform, Zhao Waner watched her brother, who looked somewhat disheveled but was still deeply engrossed in his work. She felt an unprecedented distance between them. Completing the keel of a T2 carrier starship alone in just 5 days was beyond her imagination. Professional starship manufacturers would take at least half a month for this step. Yet Zhao Chen had not only shortened the time by threefold but had done it all by himself. Over those 5 days, Zhao Waner witnessed Zhao Chen's meticulous progress. He operated like a precision machine, tirelessly working around the clock, only taking brief rests at the console when there were no tasks requiring his immediate attention. For the past 5 days, he had slept less than 10 hours, relying on nutritional supplements to keep going, and his body was under immense strain. Zhao Waner clenched her fists and strode towards Zhao Chen, whose face was smeared with grease. She grabbed him forcefully. "You're killing yourself." Zhao Chen opened his eyes and looked at his sister. "Has Jiang Hong come to see you?" Zhao Waner was taken aback, not expecting that to be his first question.
No.
Zhao Chen frowned slightly and continued towards the workbench. "I told you, unless it's Jiang Hong, don't disturb me." Biting her lip, Zhao Waner said angrily, "Why have you changed so much? Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard just to build a starship? We could follow Jiang Hong's advice and return to the Northern Starfleet Military Academy to wait for our elder sister." Without stopping his work, Zhao Chen replied in a low voice, "So, you're saying we should leave everything to our elder sister?" Zhao Waner halted, stung by his words, her emotions hard to express. "I know, you and our elder sister have always been close. She never liked me because I took what rightfully belonged to her." Zhao Chen gave a bitter smile, his hands still busy. "Our elder sister is brilliant, just like you. She was recruited into the Imperial Starfleet Academy at 20 and became AT-3 Starship Captain before 30. Such accomplishments are rare in the Empire. Before our father passed away, she managed our territory well, saving the Xiaolong star system from the brink of collapse." Zhao Chen continued, "I was only 2 when our father died, so I don't have many memories of him. I heard that after his death, our elder sister chose to stay with the Imperial Army rather than return to the Xiaolong star system. Her superiors rejected her return requests 3 times, urging her to reconsider. What our father said to her on his deathbed, I don't know for sure, but it was likely something along the lines of asking her to protect the Xiaolong star system and support me." His eyes dimmed. "Isn't that an unreasonable demand? Although I haven't interacted much with our elder sister, I've heard from the servants that she always dreamed of becoming the lord of the Xiaolong star system and creating a prosperous star domain. Our father's selfish request shattered her dreams and even forced her to support the one who took away her aspirations. I might not be able to fulfill that role." Despite being his own younger brother, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was convinced that he possessed more talent and had worked harder, only to see others reap the rewards of his efforts. Angrily, he questioned why all the glory had to belong to someone else. Why? However, his elder sister, Zhao Waner, remained silent, implicitly supporting their father's decision. Gradually, Zhao Chen began to feel as though he was becoming one with the memories of this body. Emotions and feelings from the past surfaced unexpectedly. Although he tried to suppress them, he found that these emotions surged like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. Thus, Zhao Chen decided to accept everything calmly. It no longer mattered whether he was the ordinary Zhao Chen from his past life, or the second young master of the Jiaolong star system. He only wanted to act according to his inner thoughts. Over the years, his elder sister had silently borne the heavy responsibilities of the Empire's military, not only developing her own career but also maintaining the prosperity of the Jiaolong star system. Were these responsibilities insignificant? Though unseen, he could imagine the loneliness she endured on her own. Turning to look at Zhao Waner, Zhao Chen couldn't bear to see his sister so exhausted. She had sacrificed too much. As a man and as the Lord of Jiaolong, these responsibilities should have been his to bear. Now that he had the ability, he would give it his all. rather than continue hiding in his sister's shadow as a timid second young master. In that moment, Zhao Waner gazed at her brother and, for the first time, noticed a resolute light in his eyes. An indescribable emotion began to spread within her heart. It's been 2 months since Zhao Chen and his team left the Polaris Military Academy. They spent this time at the Arctic Fox spaceport. What used to be just a construction area for a single carrier starship's keel now hosts a brand new carrier starship. This new vessel, adorned in yellow and black, boasts a sleek design that marries aesthetics with functionality, exuding a majestic presence. Next to it, the Zero Blizzard looks diminutive, like a child beside an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his exhausted body barely holding up as he completed the final starship inspection. He almost collapsed from fatigue. Is the inspection done? Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Waner, approached with a meal she had prepared for him. Zhao Chen took the food, disregarding the grime on his hands, and took a bite. The past 2 months had been incredibly arduous. He had barely slept. Thankfully, the advanced medical facilities and energy drinks kept him going. Finally, his hard work paid off. After 2 months of relentless effort, he completed the construction of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Waner looked at the impressive result, deeply admiring her brother's capabilities. Building a T2 Queen B single-handedly and designing it himself. This feat made Zhao Waner see Zhao Chen in a new light. If the instructors at the Polaris Military Academy found out, they would surely feel humbled. Why didn't I notice your potential before?
Zhao Waner asked curiously.
Zhao Chen had always seemed ordinary, a good student at best, with no other special talents. The family already had an elder sister who was a genius, and now it seemed they had another prodigy in Zhao Chen. If I showcased my talents too early, it might attract unwanted attention. Perhaps the people of the Xiaolong star system were also wary of my growth, so they chose this moment. It's best not to stand out too much, Zhao Chen found an excuse. So you've been hiding your abilities all along?
Zhao Waner asked, surprised.
It's called staying low-key, Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms over his chest. Just then, Charlotte walked over. Captain, do you have any orders? Charlotte's condition had improved significantly over the past 2 months. She had adapted to life around Zhao Chen, who wouldn't enjoy fresh, natural food every day. How's the training of the 500 orc female crew members going? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte had spent a month at the slave market in the Arctic Fox spaceport, purchasing 500 orc female crew members. After acquiring them, she began their training. Fortunately, they all respected Charlotte as a legendary general and followed her lead. With the benefits Zhao Chen had set up for them, they were more than satisfied with the delicious food provided. The training is progressing smoothly. If we had 50 blizzards, they could go into battle right now, Charlotte reported. And what about this T2 Queen B? Zhao Chen pointed to the carrier starship behind him. Charlotte gazed confidently at the colossal, yellow and black starship. She declared that within 3 days, she would be able to master the ship and enhance its combat capabilities. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Waner on the shoulder encouragingly and said, Charlotte, you'll lead Waner and the 100 crew members you've selected onto the T2 Queen B for a trial run. Waner looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, pointing first at the T2 Queen B and then at herself. She hesitated. Are you saying you're giving me this starship? But this isn't for free. I need to serve as your captain. Zhao Chen teased with a smile. So, are you up for it? Waner pouted. All right, I'll help you out. But it's not because I desperately want this starship. With that, she unhesitatingly led Charlotte aboard the T2 Queen B to familiarize themselves with the ship. The interior of the T2 Queen B was vastly superior to the Zero Blizzard, completely renewed. Waner walked into the bridge of the T2 Queen B and discovered that it had a circular, enclosed structure. However, once activated, the bridge would display a 360 degrees panoramic view of the ship's surroundings using advanced projection technology. Sister Charlotte, let's get ready to depart. I can't wait to pilot this starship for a trial run, Waner said excitedly. Commanding a carrier starship had always been her dream, and she never imagined it would come true at this moment. Nonetheless, they needed about half a day to make necessary preparations. The top priority was to familiarize the crew with the ship's environment and their respective duties. Fortunately, some of the half-orc female crew members she had recruited had prior experience on carrier starships, so they should be able to adapt quickly. Moreover, this was just a T2 class carrier starship, so the technical difficulty shouldn't be too high. They then began selecting suitable candidates to serve as crew members on the T2 Queen B. Those chosen were immediately notified to report to the ship. In a spacious chamber, Charlotte looked at the 100 eager half-orc female crew members before her, each with a smile on their face. A month ago, when they were brought here, they wore slave clothing and were filled with fear, like birds trapped in a cage. Zhao Chen had said that now, hope sparkled in their eyes. Charlotte made an important announcement. From this moment on, you are the official crew of the T2 Queen B. I will send you detailed position assignments individually. The past month on the Zero Blizzard may have brought you joy. But remember, all of this is an opportunity given to you by that man. If anyone slacks off in their combat duties, even if you were my comrade, I will remove you from this starship. Charlotte gazed at everyone present, her heart filled with gratitude. That gentleman had given them a second chance at life. Without him, they might not be enjoying the comfort of clean rooms and delicious food today. As half-orcs, they should understand the importance of being thankful and repaying kindness. Do you understand? Do you? Lying on the large bed in his captain's quarters on the Zero Blizzard, Zhao Chen watched Charlotte's speech through the eye of insight. He could sense that although these female half-orc crew members were not entirely loyal to him yet, they no longer harbored any hostility and were instead grateful. He believed their attitudes would soon change completely. He was quietly thankful for all of this. Fighting off sleep, Zhao Chen opened the system interface. In fact, when he built this T2 Queen Bee, he had already completed a system task. It was a quarterly task, to own a starship produced by the system. Task completed. He could now claim the task reward. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the reward. After claiming the quarterly task reward, he received 5 task points, a T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship blueprint, 500 system credits, and a T1 super soldier serum. Zhao Chen immediately felt a surge of energy. An industrial starship. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a type of auxiliary starship known as the interstellar industrial ship, often referred to as the mobile factory. Zhao Chen has always dreamed of owning one of these ships, as it would allow him to produce starships anytime and anywhere, without having to rely on rented workshops. Now, Zhao Chen has the chance to acquire a Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. This is a dream come true for him, as it means he could build his own interstellar fleet. Zhao Chen reviewed the specifications of the T2 Hammer and found it to be even larger than the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier. Although its weaponry is limited, its core function, interstellar industrial production, captivated him. This semi-automated industrial ship requires only a small crew to operate efficiently, significantly reducing the workload. Moreover, it minimizes raw material wastage, saving a substantial amount of costs. However, when Zhao Chen calculated the construction costs, he was stunned. A single ship costs a staggering 2 million star coins, making it more expensive than the T2 Queen class. Although he had some funds in his account, there was still a significant financial gap. Considering future maintenance expenses and other costs, he realized he was not yet financially equipped to build this interstellar industrial ship. The lack of funds became a major stumbling block for him. Frustrated, Zhao Chen scratched his head, realizing that building a starship is indeed a tremendously expensive endeavor. Are starships ultimately toys for the wealthy? His eyes flickered with a mix of helplessness and longing. But his desire for the interstellar industrial ship only grew stronger. How should I handle this urgent situation? Should I go back to Liyaki for another starship? But she already has one in production and doesn't need a second one in the short term. Should I look for other starship dealers? That could be risky, as it might anger some powerful factions that I can't afford to offend right now. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows in deep thought. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead as he remembered something long forgotten. The nobles of the Xiaolong star system are quite wealthy. Although the system itself is impoverished, that hasn't stopped these nobles from amassing considerable fortunes. A faint, cold smile appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. In addition to the technical reward of a starship, Zhao Chen received 3 other rewards: 5 mission points, 500 system credits, and AT1 super soldier serum. The mission points and system credits addressed his immediate needs, but it was the third reward that piqued his interest. T1 super soldier serum? This serum could enhance the human body and is administered via direct injection. The brief description was a bit vague, but the name alone suggested its potency. Zhao Chen thought to himself, since it's provided by the system, it should be reliable. Besides, his body was in a dire state. Over the past 2 months, he had fainted 5 times. He had even embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Waner when using the military-grade hibernation pod. As a man determined to conquer the stars, how could he allow himself to be so weak? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen took the serum from the system's inventory. A 20-centimeter cylindrical vial appeared in his hand, filled with a glowing pale blue liquid. He swallowed hard and muttered, "System, you won't deceive me, right?" With that, he resolutely injected the needle into his arm. Within a second, the blue liquid had fully entered his body.
No sense, Chen?
Zhao Chen looked at himself in confusion. But the next moment, his pupils dilated, and he felt like every cell in his body was exploding. He collapsed in agony, unable to utter a sound. To Zhao Chen, the ordeal felt like it lasted for an eternity. Gasping for air, Zhao Chen sat up abruptly, the discomfort gone. He glanced at the clock. Only 3 minutes had passed. He patted his body. No pain, not even the fatigue he had felt before. Standing up, he examined himself in the mirror. His face looked more chiseled, and when he lifted his shirt, his previously flat abdomen now showcased defined muscles. His arms had also gained muscle mass. He threw a punch, hearing the whoosh of air, and jumped. easily touching the ceiling. Excited, Zhao Chen dropped to the floor and started doing push-ups, effortlessly completing 500 without breaking a sweat. I've become a superhuman, Zhao Chen thought with joy. The T1 super soldier serum had indeed worked. Wait, if there's a T1, does that mean there's a T2? Suddenly enlightened, Zhao Chen opened the system marketplace. Zhao Chen was browsing through the system store when he unexpectedly came across the T1 super soldier serum he had used before. This serum required 1 mission point and 30 system credits to purchase. Previously, he had been focused solely on starship blueprints and hadn't paid any attention to these serums. Moreover, he hadn't used his valuable mission points on such items. He then took a look at the T2 series products and quickly found what he was looking for. The T2 Super Soldier Serum required 3 mission points and 600 system credits. At the moment, he wasn't in a hurry to enhance his physical abilities since he felt his current state was sufficient. He decided it would be better to wait until he had more resources to make the exchange. Seeing the price, Zhao Chen decided to put it on hold for now. With his fatigue gone, he headed straight to the bridge of the Zero Blizzard. A female orc crew member immediately greeted him, cautiously observing the captain, as if sensing something different about him today. He seemed more handsome than usual. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee. On the video screen appeared Zhao Waner and Charlotte. "Why aren't you resting?" Zhao Waner asked with concern. "I'm not that tired right now. How are the preparations going?" Zhao Chen replied. Charlotte said, "We still need about half a day to get everything ready." Zhao Chen instructed, "Charlotte, make an inventory of the essential supplies and military equipment we need and make sure everything is stocked before we depart. The Zero Blizzard will join you for the trial run, and once it's over, we'll set off for the Xiaolong star system." Zhao Waner was a bit surprised and asked, "In such a hurry?" Zhao Chen smiled and said, "We've kept them waiting for this Hongmin banquet for 2 months already. Any longer, and it wouldn't be appropriate." He was eager to reap his rewards. Report. The trial run of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship has been successfully completed with a 100% success rate. Captain, your orders? Charlotte stood on the bridge of the T2 Queen B, reporting to Zhao Chen via video communication from the bridge of the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction and stated, "All preparations are complete. We will set off for the Xiaolong star system immediately." However, in the video call, Zhao Waner expressed her doubts. "Are we really going to confront those space pirates with just these 2 starships?" Zhao Chen smiled at her and replied, "You've seen the performance data of the T2 Queen B. Do you still have doubts?" Despite her concerns, Zhao Waner chose to trust Zhao Chen in the end. Zhao Chen gave a slight smile and assured, "This mission will be flawless." Although still somewhat worried, Zhao Waner agreed to contact Jiang Haoren to gather more intelligence on the space pirates and noble fleet. After the communication ended, Zhao Waner sat in the captain's chair on the bridge of the T2 Queen B, looking around in disbelief at the advanced starship she found herself on. She asked Charlotte, "Will this mission be dangerous?" Over the past 2 months, Zhao Waner and Charlotte had developed a good rapport, and Charlotte was happy to share her knowledge. Charlotte replied based on the intelligence. According to the reports, the number of space pirates and noble fleet ships is limited, and most are T1 starships. This mission should be no problem unless they have more than 20 T2 starships, or a single T3 starship. Charlotte continued earnestly, "In fact, this T2 Queen Bee can be considered a quasi-T3 carrier because it has the star shield capability, which other T2 starships lack." A command voice echoed on the bridge, announcing that the flight path had been set and the acceleration phase was about to begin. Zhao Chen ordered all crew members to enter deep-sea mode via the intercom. As the hibernation pods opened one by one, Zhao Chen felt a surge of emotion, recalling that he was not the first to experience the T2 Queen Bee. He made a silent vow that once the T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship was built, he would begin construction on the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser. When Zhao Chen finally acquired a genuine T3 starship, his heart brimmed with joy and excitement. The T3 Blizzard. This starship had always been his most coveted item in the system's inventory. The advent of the T2 Hammer provided him with the funds necessary to build the T3 starship. Captain Zhao Chen received a report indicating that 99 out of the 101 crew members had already entered their sleep pods. A female orc crew member approached him. Charlotte had assigned her as his temporary deputy. "Got it. You should get some rest too," Zhao Chen said. The female crew member nodded and entered the sleep pod for liquid infusion. Zhao Chen watched as the lights on the bridge gradually dimmed and then glanced at the star map, where the T2 Queen Bee was accelerating into warp drive. This warp journey was unlike any before. It would take a full 2 weeks as they had to cross 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox system and the Soaring Dragon system were adjacent, but since the Soaring Dragon system lacked a Stargate, they had to rely on the starship's navigation. This highlighted the critical importance of stargates to star systems. There was a barren expanse between the stars, usually devoid of any resources. Crossing this area would take a significant amount of time. much like how ancient people had to cross vast oceans to reach another continent. This region was known as the interstellar margins. Zhao Chen lay down in his sleep pod, and blue liquid quickly filled around him. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a voice rang out. Mission triggered. Eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet located in the Soaring Dragon system. Mission difficulty, sea level. Rewards, 3 mission points and 600 credits. Failure penalty, deduction of 600 credits. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen accepted the mission and then fell into a deep sleep. The Zero Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee also set course for the Soaring Dragon system. On a habitable planet within the Soaring Dragon system, in a mansion 5 kilometers above the ground, Jiang Shasha was having dinner with her family. Although she was born into nobility and enjoyed better living conditions than the average person, she felt a tinge of disappointment as she looked at the food on the table. Each person had a serving of rice, 3 portions of green vegetables, one of which had a bit of minced meat, while the rest were synthetic foods. These synthetic foods looked luxurious, but tasted no different from ordinary food. These meals were enough to sustain an average person for a month. Jiang Shasha had once been proud of her family, but her experiences at the North Star Military Academy had made her weary of this lifestyle. Father, why don't you join the plans of the Bao family and the Chui family? Once they succeed, our 3 families could control the entire Soaring Dragon system, she asked. Whether it was about establishing their own domain or seeking to join other interstellar factions, Jiang Shasha's father was deeply puzzled. He watched the old master, bewildered by his indecision. Could it be that the old master still harbored loyalty to the Zhao family? So far, due to the old master's hesitation, the Jiang family had yet to participate in the actions planned by the Bao and Chui families. This situation left Jiang Shasha's father feeling anxious and disappointed. He was eager to find a better path for the Jiang family to secure their place among the interstellar powers. He hoped that the old master would make a decision soon to guide the family's future. The entire family turned their curious gazes toward Master Jiang, eager to understand why he had chosen this particular strategy. In a calm voice, Master Jiang explained, I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am merely a businessman who pursues profit. Although we have not directly participated in the schemes of the Bao and Chui families, should they succeed, we stand to benefit as well. After all, our Jiang family controls 70% of the interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Moreover, let's not forget about the Zhao family's eldest daughter. You might think she has distanced herself from the Zhao family just because she hasn't returned in years, but if she learns about the betrayal by the Bao and Chui families, she has the power to deal with them herself. Aligning with them would only invite her retaliation. Therefore, the wisest choice is to remain on the sidelines. Smart people always leave themselves an exit strategy. Upon hearing Master Jiang's explanation, the family members suddenly understood. He then looked at Jiang Shasha, who nodded in agreement. She had informed her father and grandfather about this matter as soon as she returned home. What kind of waves can a single starship create? She wondered aloud. I've heard the Bao and Chui families have hired interstellar pirates who are former professional soldiers. Jiang's father sneered, as if already envisioning the downfall of the inept Baron Zhao Chen. When the academy is on break, the Zhao siblings should come back just like Shasha. Why haven't they returned yet? Could they have discovered the Bao and Chui family's plans? Jiang's mother speculated quietly. Jiang Shasha explained, from what we know, Zhao Chen and his sister have gone to the Arctic Fox star system. His ship, the Zero Blizzard, needs repairs there. Although they will return after the break, the exact timing is uncertain. At that moment, a butler approached Master Jiang and whispered a report to him. Turning to his family, Master Jiang announced, latest news. The Baron has departed from the Arctic Fox starport and is expected to return to the Xiaolong star system in 2 weeks, after which he will head to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Jiang's father excitedly responded, but Master Jiang, squinting at his less composed son, cautioned, this time, we must act discreetly. Recall all direct descendants of the Jiang family to avoid any trouble. Jiang's father nodded in agreement. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the boundary space of the star system. The Zero Blizzard indicated its arrival at the destination, and Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, feeling much clearer-headed compared to the warp travel. When the hatch opened, he felt as though he had been injected with the T1 super soldier serum. Despite being immersed in blue liquid earlier, his clothes were now completely dry. He stepped out of the stasis pod, his legs steady and his spirit invigorated. A nearby half-orc female crew member looked at him in astonishment, noting his exceptional condition. She remembered seeing the captain trembling just after waking up not long ago. Typically, it takes at least 3 months to fully adapt to a military stasis pod. However, Zhao Chen appeared calm and composed, ready to dive into work. With Charlotte not on the ship, many tasks fell directly to Zhao Chen, who began issuing orders. Within a minute, all personnel on the bridge were back at their stations, checking various data of the starship. In 3 minutes, everyone was ready and on standby. The communications department attempted to contact the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. The radar department scanned the surrounding star region, trying to locate the T2 Queen Bee. As Zhao Chen issued commands, a video window popped up, showing the T2 Queen Bee's bridge requesting communication. Zhao Chen connected, and the screen displayed the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship. "You've arrived already?" Zhao Chen asked, looking at Charlotte and Zhao Waner on the screen, feeling puzzled. Zhao Waner replied, "We arrived half a day before you. If it weren't for matching the speed of the Zero Blizzard, with the T2 Queen Bee's level 4 warp engines, we could have arrived 5 days earlier. The Zero Blizzard uses level 3 warp engines, whereas the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship uses level 4 warp engines, resulting in a significant speed difference. As Charlotte mentioned, if it weren't for traveling together with the Zero Blizzard, they would have reached the Xiaolong star system much earlier. I got in touch with Jiang Hong. She is very anxious about our sudden actions and repeatedly emphasized that we should leave as soon as possible." Zhao Waner said. Zhao Chen inquired, "Does Jiang Hong have any other useful information?" Zhao Waner transmitted a star map. According to Jiang Hong's intelligence, the Bao family and the Cui family were planning an ambush at a specific location. Zhao Chen carefully examined the star map and discovered that the ambush site was precisely on the route to the Zhao family's planet in the Xiaolong star system. They had even calculated the point where the warp journey would end prematurely. The Bao and Cui families had meticulously planned this. If the ambush succeeded, they would immediately launch an attack on the Zhao family's home planet, aiming to exterminate all Zhao family descendants. "Our Zhao family really raised a bunch of ungrateful wretches," Zhao Waner said angrily. Jiang Hong also provided information on the starship models of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as those of the Bao and Cui families' private fleets. "Transmit those 2 pieces of information to me," Zhao Chen said. Although Zhao Chen felt confident, he knew that one must never be complacent. Familiarity with the enemy is key to winning every battle. Soon, 2 sets of information arrived in front of Zhao Chen. He examined the 2 information panels, which not only listed the names and models of the starships but also included images of the models, as these were relatively common vessels on the market. The pirate fleet consisted of 35 starships, including 5 T2 ships, 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 ships comprised 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers. In contrast, the rebel nobles had only 16 starships, highlighting the poverty and fear in the Xiaolong star system. Among these, there were 2 T2 ships, a T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 T1 ships were all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight of these ships, many of which were older than he was. Even the relatively new T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was a second-hand ship that the head of the Cui family had spent decades of family savings to purchase. As for the starships used by the pirates, they were generally the standard vessels favored by interstellar pirates, cheap and easy to repair. The most numerous among them were the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, a model developed by the Starshine Empire 2 centuries ago. While not highly powerful in combat, they were low-cost and had a low technological threshold. The Starshine Empire had even made the technology publicly available, driving the market price down further, making it a favorite among minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurers. Based on this intelligence, winning this battle should be straightforward, Charlotte said. The question now is where and how we should fight. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He looked at the star map of the Xiaolong star system and muttered, "We can't fight on their preset battlefield. Even though we could win anywhere, we need to minimize our losses. And if we fight near the Zhao family's home planet, there's a risk of collateral damage." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed to a spot on the star map. "Who says we have to go to them? Let's make them come to us." Charlotte and Zhao Waner looked at the spot Zhao Chen was pointing to and immediately understood his plan. Pirate Fleet. Flagship. This flagship was a T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, its hull marred with battle scars and repair marks, bearing witness to its long history. A burly man with a thick beard lounged on the captain's chair, his feet propped up on the control console in front of him. "Damn it, I've been waiting here for 2 months. If those guys hadn't been smart enough to send some women over, I wouldn't have stayed here this long." The grumbling man was the captain of this pirate fleet, who called themselves the Three-Claw Serpent Pirates. Their ships bore the emblem of a three-clawed serpent. From within the room came the sound of a woman's pleas and cries. A gaunt man emerged, pulling up his trousers. The women inside were so emaciated, they looked like skeletons. They vanished after a brief moment of torment, providing no amusement at all. This was the kind of thing the young noble ladies enjoyed. The gaunt man, sounding bored, said, "I think we should just attack the nobles of this star system directly." The bearded captain glanced at the gaunt man, who was his deputy. Although the fleet in this star system isn't particularly strong, don't forget who hired us. If we really stir things up here, we might end up in trouble. Let's earn our commission honestly and avoid unnecessary complications. The gaunt deputy picked his nose and said, we can avoid robbing these planets, but we need to discuss our commission. After all, we've had these dozens of starships waiting here for 2 months. We can't waste our time for nothing. The bearded captain smirked and replied, I've already thought of that. When they ask us to act, we'll demand a 30% increase in our commission. The gaunt deputy gave a thumbs up and said, you're sharp, boss. Really know how to plan. At that moment, they received a communication request. It looked like there was work to be done. The bearded captain smiled as he opened the video link. On the other side was a middle-aged man, whom he recognized as the head of the Bao family from the Xiaolong star system. Bao clan leader spoke seriously, every month. We send you a batch of women and food. The target has appeared, but they've changed their itinerary and won't be returning to their home planet. Instead, they will be stopping at a planet called Longwaxing for a day before heading back to the Bizixing Military Academy. Our operation plan needs to be adjusted. You must head to Longwaxing immediately and eliminate the target. They only have one starship, so I believe you can handle it. The bearded captain scratched his toes and said, adjusting the plan is no problem. Since it's within the same star system, we can get there quickly. However, we've already been delayed for 2 months, which has cost us a lot of business. We need to account for this time loss, or I won't be able to explain it to my crew. Bao clan leader detected the underlying intention and silently cursed. He knew very well that these people didn't usually have such operations planned out for months. Now they were exaggerating the impact of the 2-month delay. But the priority was to eliminate the useless baron. Name your price, Bao clan leader said coldly. The bearded captain held up 3 fingers and said, 30% increase in commission, non-negotiable. Bao clan leader's mouth twitched, but he suppressed his anger and said, fine. Once the job is done, you'll receive the payment. The bearded captain put down his foot and, with a serious expression, said, give me the coordinates, and we'll head out immediately to take care of that baron. No problem. We are professionals, the bearded captain said confidently. After receiving the coordinates, he immediately commanded his space pirate fleet to set off, confirming the coordinates and engaging the warp drive. To ensure the fleet's speed consistency, they deliberately limited the speed of the T2 starship to match the T1 starship. The entire journey took nearly 6 hours. When the bearded captain woke up from the cryo chamber, he immediately ordered the crew to prepare for battle and locate the target. It wasn't hard to find. As soon as they turned on the starship radar, they detected a lone starship floating near Longway Star, as if waiting to be preyed upon. The thin lieutenant excitedly said, Captain, it's only 20 minutes away. That's our target, the Baron's Blizzard Zero. The bearded captain grinned wickedly and said, the game begins, Baron. Meanwhile, the Baron stood on the Blizzard Zero, finally waiting for his prey. The 3-clawed serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately adopt a combat stance. Instead, they advanced slowly, appearing as just an ordinary fleet. As they approached the operational range of Zero Blizzard, the latter suddenly started to move, as if sensing something, and changed its course. The thin first mate, worried, asked, Boss, have we been detected? So what if we have? The bearded pirate captain replied calmly. Let's stick to the usual plan. Have the 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium frigates lead a few T1 Vulture-class medium frigates to flank them from both sides. At this range, intercepting them will be a piece of cake. The pirate captain's confidence was unmistakable. At that moment, the 3-clawed serpent fleet surged forward at full speed, chasing Zero Blizzard with no attempt at concealment. The T2 Ishkor-class and T1 Vulture-class frigates were the fastest, thanks to their superior mobility, rivaled only by a few interstellar cruisers. These frigates, with their high speed, were the pirates' favorite for escort and interception tasks, cheap and ideal for plundering. They pursued their target relentlessly, regardless of the opponent's ship type. Zero Blizzard accelerated to escape, but the pirate fleet clung to them like a persistent shadow, drawing ever closer. The bearded pirate captain sneered, trying to escape, little one? Once I set my sights on a prey, there's no escaping. Just then, the communications officer reported anxiously, Boss, there's an incoming communication request. It seems to be from Zero Blizzard. The pirate captain paused, then burst into laughter. Looks like the Baron is scared and wants to beg for mercy. Let's enjoy his final moments. The video call connected, and the Baron's face appeared on the screen. However, instead of fear, the Baron had a hint of mockery in his eyes. So, you are the leader of the 3-clawed serpent pirate fleet, the Baron said calmly. The bearded pirate captain was puzzled. How do you know me? I know you were hired by the Bao and Chui families to attack us, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. The pirate captain shrugged and smiled. In that case, there's nothing more to say. We're just doing our job for a fee. You'd better accept your fate. 2D. Zhao Chen chuckled derisively. Sorry, but the ones dying will be you. Zhao Chen was infuriated by the bearded pirate captain's taunts. With a sneer and a glint of defiance in his eyes, he showed no respect for the arrogant Baron. The idea that the Baron could send them to their deaths was utterly ridiculous. Zhao Chen retorted provocatively, "Send us to our deaths? Do you even have the capability? Look at your ragtag ship. It's no match for our three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet." The Baron responded with a mocking smile, his eyes scanning the surroundings with disdain, as if asserting his dominance. However, the atmosphere changed abruptly when a radar operator suddenly shouted in alarm, "Incoming! We're detecting numerous energy signatures rapidly approaching us." Zhao Chen maintained a calm exterior, but a flicker of unease crept into his mind. Energy signatures? Could they be enemy ships? The Baron frowned and quickly examined the radar screen, which was filled with countless dots. These dots didn't resemble starships, they looked more like interstellar fighters. It turned out to be a swarm of interstellar drones. Hundreds of them were descending upon them like a dark cloud, causing the Baron's heart to sink. The video communication was still ongoing, and Zhao Chen carefully chose his words, wary of the pirate leader overhearing his thoughts. With a cold command, he ordered, "Prepare for combat. Destroy every enemy ship, leave none behind." Following his orders, the drones began locking onto their targets, ready to strike. Leading the charge were the T-2 killer B-class medium drones, equipped with laser cannons. Though not the most powerful, their high maneuverability allowed them to exploit the enemy ship's weak points. However, the enemy's speed was overwhelming, rendering the Baron's close-in defense guns almost useless. A barrage of emergency distress calls flooded the bridge. T-1 Vulture-class medium frigates bridge hit, captain down. T-1 Scythe-class medium destroyer under heavy attack, requesting support. Chaos reigned on the Baron's bridge as a series of dire reports came in. The drones swarmed their ships like ravenous wolves. The Baron roared, "Fight back! Form a firepower net and intercept these enemies." Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted, shaking the entire ship with its shockwave, as if it would engulf them all. The Baron was stunned to see a T-2 Blue J-class medium cruiser being relentlessly bombarded by enemy drones, leading to its destruction. Facing the chaotic and dire situation, the Baron's heart tightened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he gave new orders, "Split the fleet." One group continues the assault on Zero Blizzard, while the high-mobility fleet searches for the carrier ship. They believed that the enemy's carrier starship was hiding nearby. If they could destroy that carrier, all the enemy drones would cease to be a threat. At this critical moment, the lean lieutenant made a clever suggestion. The bearded pirate captain immediately saw the wisdom in it. He ordered all the destroyers to stay and pursue the Zero Blizzard, while the remaining cruisers and frigates were to search for the enemy carrier at full speed. "Report. We've locked onto the enemy carrier's coordinates," the radar operator excitedly reported. All the returning drones were pointing in the same direction, indicating that the carrier must be in that area. They noticed that these drones weren't trying to conceal their position. Soon, under the radar scan of their starship, they discovered a carrier hiding behind a moon. The bearded pirate captain's eyes gleamed with hatred as he roared, "Charge! I want that carrier blown to pieces." T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, bridge report. The first squadron of interstellar drones has safely returned and landed. Reloading ammunition is expected to take 60 seconds. The combat report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We have lost 7 T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones and 1 T-2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drone. However, we successfully destroyed 2 T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers, 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, and 2 T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers. Report. The enemy fleet has locked onto our position and is advancing at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge are all ready, constantly updating the captain and first officer on the current situation. Charlotte stands by, watching Zhao Waner seated in the captain's chair. Before the battle began, Zhao Chen had privately instructed her to follow Zhao Waner's commands completely, intervening only if Zhao Waner made a wrong decision. If the situation spiraled out of control, she would have the authority to take over command. So far, Zhao Waner's leadership has been commendable. At this moment, the young woman sits in the captain's chair with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic, resembling an experienced professional soldier rather than a soon-to-be graduate. Begin deploying T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones to intercept the enemy fleet. The starship's engines roared to life, propelling it swiftly in the designated direction while activating the starshield system. The reloaded interstellar drones are ready for the second wave of attack. Zhao Waner issues combat orders while intently scanning the data panels. As the menacing interstellar pirate fleet closes in, the T-2 Queen accelerates to evade, but as a heavy carrier, its top speed is only 30 knot star speed, making it impossible to outpace the pursuers. Meanwhile, hatches open on the T-2 Queen's hull, launching T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones. In less than 10 seconds, All 300 drones are deployed, forming a dense swarm that charges at the pursuing pirate fleet. The battlefield now features two factions, the T2 Queen and Zero Storm. However, instead of aiding the T2 Queen, Zero Storm alters its course, maneuvering in a right arc and exposing itself to enemy fire. Several pirate ships prepare to open fire, but due to their high speed, targeting takes time. This maneuver is per Zhao Chen's order. Changing course was essential, as Zero Storm's speed made it almost impossible for the pirates to catch up otherwise. Initiate the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Captain Zhao Chen gives the command. Acknowledged, initiating the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. It will be ready in 10 seconds. 10. The bridge crew quickly executes the order. The massive cannon of T2 Zero Storm now comes into view. The right side ship shuts down its engines while the left side ship advances at full speed, executing an in-place turn. Zhao Chen stood on the command deck, his gaze unwavering as he locked onto the T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Suddenly, he issued the attack order. The starship began combat preparations, shutting down the right engine while pushing the left engine to full speed. The Zero Blizzard abruptly changed course, heading straight for the pursuing pirate fleet. This unexpected maneuver caught everyone off guard, especially the pirate fleet. Zhao Chen kept a close watch on the targeting window. As the red circle aligned with the T2 Ishtar class, he unhesitatingly gave the command to fire. The main cannon roared, shaking the entire ship. Without pausing, Zhao Chen ordered the right engine to restart, allowing the Zero Blizzard to speed around the enemy fleet at an astonishing pace, employing a high-speed maneuvering hunting mode. The ship's helmsman confidently executed the orders. This mode involves deftly evading enemy fire while luring a few enemy ships into the firing range, thereby minimizing the risk of damage. The maneuver is highly demanding, but fortunately, the Zero Blizzard's speed advantage was significant. In less than 10 seconds, the Zero Blizzard demonstrated its incredible agility. Finally, Zhao Chen had a moment to assess the impact of their attack. He was slightly shocked, while the others were filled with fear. The bow of the T2 Ishtar class had vanished, leaving a massive crater, as if decapitated. The surrounding pirate fleet witnessed this scene in horror. Their target had suddenly turned around and delivered a fatal blow. Astonishingly, one of the only two T2 Ishtar-class ships in their fleet had been destroyed. This was a heavy interstellar destroyer, boasting a larger hull, stronger firepower, and sturdier armor. And now, it had been sunk with a single shot by a 1200 caliber cannon. The pirate fleet's captains were in utter disbelief, scrambling to confirm the presence of the fearsome cannon on the Zero Blizzard's bow through their telescopes. The captain of a T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. In the face of such a devastating blast, even a high-tier T2 Ishtar-class ship would struggle to withstand it, let alone a lower-tier T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer. The sheer destructive power makes one wonder what kind of fate would befall anyone hit by it. Every 5 minutes, Zhao Chen, with a stoic expression, counted the enemy starships as if playing a ruthless game. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. With each shot fired, his smile grew increasingly cunning. Captain, one of our T2 Ishtar-class ships has been destroyed by a fierce attack from the Zero Blizzard. Just 1 shot. The frantic cries on the internal comms sent shockwaves through the bearded pirate captain. His T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer was the jewel of his fleet, symbolizing his power and wealth. While other T1 starships could be replaced, the rarity of a T2 starship was beyond words. The pirate captain had spent 5 years of savings to acquire this T2 Ishtar from the black market, and now it was gone in an instant. How could he accept this reality? In his fury, he shouted, "This is impossible. Don't think you can fool me. A 1200mm caliber cannon? This is no joke." Facing the trembling voice of his subordinate, the bearded pirate captain knew this was no prank. He shifted the blame to his employers, the Bao family and the Chui family, vowing to demand double the payment or even attack their planets. However, he would never get the chance to carry out these threats. As they pursued the enemy carrier starship, his T1 ships were systematically destroyed by the enemy's interstellar drones, especially the formidable T2 interstellar bombers with firepower akin to the main cannons of T2 starships. Under the combined assault of these drones, a T1 ship would soon become a wreck. News came in that they had lost a T1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser, and the pirate captain clenched his fists in rage. Upon entering firing range, the pirate captain ordered an immediate attack, hoping to obliterate the enemy carrier starship. However, when the laser main cannon fired, it exploded and dissipated against the light shield surrounding the carrier, inflicting no damage. The space pirates stood in shock, and the pirate captain, seething with anger, demanded from the pirate responsible for the weapon modules, "What the hell is going on?" The pirate crew stood bewildered, staring at the frail adjutant. They murmured in disbelief, "Star, shield, Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. Yes, it was indeed the star shield. But how could a T2 carrier starship be equipped with a star shield? They began to doubt. Could this be a T3 carrier starship? The bearded pirate captain, listening to the chatter, roared for silence. He turned to the adjutant and said coldly, "The star shield isn't exclusive to T3 starships. Look at this carrier. It doesn't resemble a T3 class at all. Based on the scale and combat capability of its drones, it's clearly not a T3 carrier. Yet, we just saw the star shield in action." Beads of sweat formed on the adjutant's forehead as he realized the interstellar battle had spiraled out of their control. The pirate captain frowned and asked, "So, what do we do now?" The adjutant replied gravely, "The star shield can only defend against attacks from one direction at a time. If we can attack from multiple directions simultaneously, the shield will be overwhelmed." The bearded pirate captain bit his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. He understood the adjutant's plan, but they had chased this carrier starship at great cost, losing several T1 starships just to catch up. What further losses would a multi-directional attack entail? "Boss, we have no way back. If we retreat, will the Baron let us go unscathed?" The adjutant took a deep breath and said, "I understand now. The Baron has been prepared all along. He set up this trap, using his flagship to lure us in, then unleashed his drones on us. This was a premeditated ambush." At this moment, they were cornered. They had no choice but to go all out. Full speed ahead. "We must destroy that carrier starship." The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth, his voice resolute. They were at the point of no return and could only fight against their fate. Report: T1 Blue Sparrow-class medium cruiser. Ship 03 side armor has been hit. Hull integrity at 50%. Report: T1 Vulture-class medium frigate. Ship 11 has been sunk. All crew lost. Report: T1 Vulture-class medium frigate. Ship 19 has been heavily damaged, lost power, and is unable to navigate. Report: T2 Ishkor-class medium frigate has a 10-meter diameter hole in its port side. 23 compartments sealed, 32 casualties, hull systems damaged, speed drastically reduced. The chase had been ongoing for over half an hour. The T2 Queen B-class heavy carriers drones had taken off and landed multiple times, with a loss rate exceeding 30%. However, due to the exceptional interception capabilities of the T2 drone-class light drones, the pursuing pirates couldn't find an opportunity to flank the T2 Queen B. The star shield continuously deflected rear attacks, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. The battleship had sustained severe damage, and the star shield was down to just 44% energy. A faint glow flickered across the shield as the crew of the T2 Queen B anxiously reported the energy levels. On the bridge, Zhao Waner watched the energy indicator drop from green to yellow, and soon it would turn to a dangerous red. Despite the dire situation, Zhao Waner's expression remained calm. The holographic display on the bridge showed that the enemy's T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate had broken through the defenses of our T2 drone-class light interstellar drones and was closing in on our starboard side. Meanwhile, the enemy flagship, a T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continued to bombard us from the rear. Facing threats from both directions, our star shield struggled to withstand the attacks. The shield control officer reported to the captain. Zhao Waner stood silent for a moment, then issued a sharp command. "Deploy all interstellar drones to attack the T2 Ishkor with full force. Maintain the star shield to defend against the rear assault." Charlotte watched Zhao Waner's decisive orders, understanding that this was the best course of action under the circumstances. Neutralizing one threat, even at some cost, would at least prevent the situation from deteriorating further. "Commander, we are in position on the target's flank. Requesting permission to fire." The captain of the T2 Ishkor barked. The bearded pirate captain roared over the communication channel, "Fire! Blow a big hole in them. Prepare to fire." However, at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A starship swiftly maneuvered to the flank of the carrier battleship, positioning itself between the T2 Ishkor and the T2 Queen B, and charged toward the T2 Ishkor at full speed. The sight of the 1,200mm cannon was a harbinger of what was to come. The pirate captain of the T2 Ishkor trembled in his chair, shouting in terror, "Fire! Fire now!" The main laser cannon of the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate roared, its beams slicing through the void like a sword, aiming directly at the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, blocking its path. Simultaneously, the massive caliber cannons of the Zero Blizzard unleashed their own barrage. Suddenly, a blazing fireball erupted between the two ships, creating a swirling vortex of gas. Remarkably, the two attacks canceled each other out, a coincidence so unbelievable it could only be attributed to the fleet's luck bonus granted by the system. Zhao Chen, standing on the bridge of the Zero Blizzard, knew this was the same luck that had previously allowed a single lucky shot to sink a T2 Ishkor-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Though such occurrences were statistically improbable, the luck bonus significantly increased their chances. Zhao Chen couldn't help but test it. Not every shot was a perfect hit, but the probability was noticeably higher. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen issued an unwavering command. Full speed ahead toward the target, the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate. The Zero Blizzard accelerated rapidly, reaching a speed of 100 knots in mere seconds. 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 3130mm T2 medium close-in defense guns fired in unison. Utilizing its high maneuverability, the Zero Blizzard quickly closed in on the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, with both sides' secondary cannons engaging fiercely. However, the T2 Ishkor-class frigate's accuracy plummeted against the swiftly moving Zero Blizzard, while the latter's secondary and close-in defense guns hit their marks almost flawlessly, relentlessly pounding the T2 Ishkor-class frigate's hull. The hull suffered severe damage, and Zhao Chen's ears were filled with a deafening roar as the bridge shook violently. Report: port side hull armor hit, remaining strength at 90%. Report: port side hull armor hit, remaining strength at 80%. Report: port side hull armor hit, remaining strength at 70%. Despite this being the first time the Zero Blizzard had taken enemy fire, its robust interstellar battleship armor handled the frigate's secondary cannon fire with ease. On the other hand, the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, under the relentless assault of the Zero Blizzard, was in critical condition, its hull battered and even starting to crack. The only hope for the T2 Ishkor-class frigate was to wait for its main laser cannon to cool down and reset. Just then, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. From the stern of the Zero Blizzard, 3 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones launched into the sky. 3 interstellar torpedoes were released at a dangerously close range to the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate. Due to the intense battle with the Zero Blizzard, most of the frigate's weapons were in cooldown mode, leaving it defenseless against the incoming T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Helplessly watching as 3 interstellar torpedoes struck the starship's bridge, midsection, and left side. Fire erupted and the starship shattered into pieces, ultimately sinking into the void. The frail adjutant, trembling, reported to the bearded pirate captain that the second T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate had sunk. The pirate captain sat in his command chair, stunned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he scrutinized the data panel and saw that most of the starships in the fleet had turned gray, especially those dispatched to attack Zero Blizzard. Total annihilation. This included 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy destroyers and the T2 Ishkor-class medium frigate. The Trident Serpent interstellar pirate fleet was now left with only 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium cruiser, 4 T1 Vulture-class medium frigates, and 1 T1 Bluebird-class medium cruiser. Despite their numerical advantage, the pirates knew they were doomed. Facing the T2 carrier starship and Zero Blizzard's targeting, their fate was sealed. "Boss, we should surrender," the frail adjutant cautiously suggested. The pirate captain was momentarily stunned. He never imagined that this seemingly assured mission would end in such a disastrous defeat. However, continuing the fight was pointless. The remaining 6 starships were destined to be obliterated. "Contact the Baron, we surrender," the pirate captain said despondently. Just an hour ago, he would never have dreamed he would end up a defeated man begging for survival. "Captain, the enemy flagship has sent a communication, indicating their willingness to surrender," Charlotte reported aboard the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen coldly replied, "Accept their surrender, but they must shut down all engines immediately." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relayed the captain's order. Shortly thereafter, all 6 starships shut down their engines. In the darkness, the interstellar pirates silently contemplated their future fate. Imprisonment? Enslavement? Forced to mine until death? At least, they were still alive. "Report, the enemy's 6 starships have shut down their engines," Charlotte reported. Zhao Chen suddenly issued an unexpected command. Zero Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee carrier immediately attack those 6 pirate starships and eliminate them. He coldly watched the 6 starships. Their arrival sealed the city's fate. Its downfall was inevitable the moment they set foot on this land. As they entered, the wheels of destiny began to turn, dooming the city to destruction. These people came from afar, driven by ambition and greed. Their eyes fixated solely on profit and power. They spared no effort in conquering lands, plundering resources, and ruthlessly exploiting everything this land had to offer. Their presence brought calamity and ruin to the city. To the residents of the city, they were invaders and destroyers. Their atrocities caused deep anguish and helplessness among the people, yet they remained indifferent and continued their destructive actions. The city's inhabitants began to feel despair, their hearts filled with anger and sorrow. However, among the people of this land, there were also brave souls who refused to bow to the invaders. United, they vowed to defend their homeland at all costs. They displayed unyielding determination and steadfast belief, facing a formidable enemy without flinching, willing to sacrifice themselves to uphold the dignity of their land. Eventually, The battle erupted, the air thick with smoke and the scent of blood. Both sides engaged in fierce combat, and in that moment, life seemed incredibly fragile. But the forces of justice ultimately triumphed over evil. The courageous defenders succeeded in driving away the invaders, saving the city. In the joy of victory, the people remembered the warriors who fought for freedom and justice. Their sacrifices and dedication brought new life to the city. Their spirit is eternally etched into the land, becoming an everlasting legend of the city. When Zhao Chen issued the order, everyone's emotions varied. Zhao Waner was startled and asked in confusion, "They've already surrendered. Why must we destroy them?" Zhao Chen's face was cold. Surrender? When they chose to initiate this battle, they already knew the outcome. If we had been defeated, have you ever thought about the fate we would face if we didn't surrender? Zhao Waner's expression became complex as she considered the consequences. Perhaps if they all died in battle, it would be better. But if captured, she and the female crew members would face a fate worse than death. I just checked the communications network of the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen continued. During the 2 months these space pirates stayed there, the nobles sent them at least 500 women from various planets. You know full well the kind of torment these women would endure once they were taken aboard the pirate ships. Hearing this, Zhao Waner bit her lip, torn by inner conflict. However, the Academy taught human rights. Charlotte, Zhao Chen said coldly, if Zhao Waner is unable to continue commanding, you will take over command of the T2 Queen Bee. Continue executing the combat orders. Charlotte nodded. Understood. The complex emotions in her eyes vanished, replaced by agreement with Captain Zhao Chen's decisive order. She knew the rules of the battlefield well. To survive in interstellar warfare, one must be as cold as ice. Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's order is not wrong, Charlotte said, standing beside Zhao Waner. On this battlefield, there can be no mercy, especially for such unscrupulous enemies. They know no righteousness, no shame. If we let them live, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their crimes are enough to warrant their complete annihilation. You can't even imagine the atrocities they've committed. But, those captured women? Zhao Waner said worriedly. For them, death is a release, Charlotte replied solemnly. Zhao Waner took a deep breath and looked at Charlotte. Can I continue to command the battle? Charlotte nodded. Zhao Waner gazed at the 6 pirate starships opposite them, a newfound coldness in her eyes. All interstellar drones, prepare for the final wave of attacks. The bearded pirate captain was waiting for the handover when he was met with an onslaught of interstellar drones and the 1,200mm cannons of the Zero Blizzard from afar. The ship shook, and the bearded pirate captain realized what was happening. Zhao Chen, you despicable scoundrel. You broke your word, he roared in fury. His last words before the 1,200mm cannons of the Zero Blizzard struck his T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. The other 5 starships also perished under the barrage. It was too late for them to restart their ships. Under the relentless attack of the Zero Blizzard and the bombing by the T2 Queen Bee's interstellar drones, the 6 pirate starships were destroyed one after another. In the end, they became wreckage on the battlefield. The battle was over. After a 10-minute break, Charlotte began assessing the battle damage to the 2 starships. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and sat back in the captain's chair, closing his eyes as he replayed the space battle in his mind. This was his first real engagement in a space battle. Although the opponents were merely interstellar pirates, the thrill far surpassed the simulated battles at the Academy. Destroying all 35 pirate starships was quite an achievement. Leaning back in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen appeared to be resting, but he was actually operating the system interface. In addition to dealing with the pirates, he had another objective, completing a system mission. The task was to eliminate the pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system, rated as a sea-level mission, with rewards of 3 mission points and 600 credits. Zhao Chen claimed the mission rewards, adding the 3 points and 600 credits to his account. Including the quarterly mission he had completed earlier, his resources were now substantial. As a top-tier starship engineer with special attributes like Fleet Luck Boost and the Eye of Insight, Zhao Chen had accumulated 1,100 system credits and owned 2 T3 Blizzard-class light starships. With 8 mission points in hand, he considered exchanging them for a T2 item. Zhao Chen felt a hint of anticipation for the future, as his growing strength allowed him to gradually build his own interstellar fleet. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at Charlotte on the screen. According to her report, the T2 Queen was intact but had lost 107 T2 Youngling-class light star drones, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium star drones, and 5 T2 Hornet-class heavy star drones. Ammunition supplies were down by 67%, but there were no casualties. The T2 Zero Blizzard had 7.5% damage to its hull armor, mainly on the port side, which did not affect its navigation or combat capabilities. Ammunition consumption was at 46%, with no personnel casualties. The total cost for repairing the hull armor, manufacturing star drones, and replenishing ammunition was 8,000 star credits. Although the 1-hour battle had incurred significant expenses, it was a small amount compared to Zhao Chen's accumulated wealth of 1,000,000 star credits. For the average person, however, it was a considerable fortune. Among the 35 destroyed starships, 5 were T2 class, and their wreckage could be salvaged, valued at approximately 600,000 star credits. Charlotte brought even more good news, much to Zhao Chen's surprise. 60,000 star credits? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Charlotte clarified that although the starships were old, their salvage value was at least 600,000 star credits if sold. After much deliberation, Zhao Chen realized that although the pirate fleet, initially valued at 6 million star coins, was now reduced to mere starship wreckage worth around 600,000 star coins, this value could only be realized by melting down the remnants themselves. If sold directly to others, it might fetch only 300,000 star coins, Charlotte added. Moreover, the Xiaolong star system lacks the industrial facilities needed to process these starship remains. Zhao Chen felt helpless, as the technology level in the Xiaolong star system is quite backward, stuck at T1 technology. These starship wrecks would have to stay here for now since no one would bother to loot them. Zero Blizzard and T2 Queen Bee were ready to depart, preparing for a warp jump to the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It was time to meet the elders, who had prepared an important homecoming gift for Zhao Chen. In return, Zhao Chen decided to reciprocate. His eyes betrayed a hint of insincerity, coupled with a cold expression. The time to cleanse the Xiaolong star system had come. Although this purge might shake the very foundations of the system, as many families were involved, Zhao Chen believed it was a necessary measure. In the Xiaolong star system, a single star illuminates 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, 77 moons, and over 400 periodic comets. This star system is categorized based on habitability into high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and marginally habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets are those that are extremely suitable for life, either naturally or through artificial modification. Low-quality habitable planets have some life-threatening factors but are still livable. Marginally habitable planets are more complex. While some interstellar species might survive on them, most would need special equipment or small artificial cities under energy shields to live there. The resource-scarce Xiaolong system has only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 marginally habitable planets. These include planets, dwarf planets, moons, and asteroids. The total population of the system is 500 million, with 99% being human and the rest comprising humanoid interstellar species. The main planet, Xiaolong Prime, is where the nobility resides and is the system's only high-quality habitable planet. However, today, an eerie atmosphere engulfs Xiaolong Prime. All space elevators have ceased operation, and starships are prohibited from departing the spaceport. These orders seem to herald a significant event. Patriarch Bao sits in a hall chair, surrounded by anxious family members. One impatient family member asks, "Patriarch, can we set out to attack the Zhao residence now?" Patriarch Bao closes his eyes and replies in a deep voice, "Not yet." Without news from Longwei Star, not a single starship, mech, or soldier from the Bao family is to move. The Bao family members look at their steady patriarch, with some feeling he is overly cautious. They think the useless Baron is likely already dead, so why waste time here? However, without the patriarch's permission, no one dares to act rashly. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the best part of Xiaolong Prime, lies the Zhao residence. The Zhao residence, uniquely built with wooden structures, sits among mountains and rivers, exuding an ancient elegance. Yet, at this moment, all Zhao family members wear pale faces, some already breaking down in tears. An elderly woman with a cane slowly steps out, striking the ground heavily with her dragon-headed cane. "Is this the appearance of Zhao family descendants?" she scolds. A red-haired woman beside her softly says, "Madame Zhao, the Bao and Shui families have already locked down the entire Xiaolong Prime and taken control of the patrol fleet. There are also rumors that they have hired pirate fleets to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner." A middle-aged man said helplessly, "This is essentially a death sentence for the Zhao family. The entire communications network on the main planet of Xiaolong has been completely blocked. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's no way to do it. The Zhao family is doomed to fall today." Another woman, holding a child, was sobbing uncontrollably. Madame Zhao looked at the sorrowful faces around her, nearly choking with rage. A red-haired woman stepped forward and said, "Madam, your health is fragile. You should go inside and rest." Madame Zhao whispered, "Jiang Hong, have you still not been able to reach Xiaoxia?" The red-haired woman shook her head and replied, "No news from the eldest daughter yet." "What about the second and third sons? They insisted on coming back, and I warned them not to." Madame Zhao asked. The red-haired woman hesitated before saying, "I tried to dissuade them, but after our last contact, there has been no further communication. Their current status is unknown." "Xiaohong, you were supposed to remain hidden. Why have you revealed yourself now?" Madame Zhao asked, looking worriedly at the woman before her. My mission is to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong owes her life to the eldest daughter, and I must fulfill this duty. Today, I will stand with the Zhao family, come what may, the red-haired woman declared fearlessly. This woman, Jiang Hong, was the secret sentinel left by the eldest Zhao daughter on Xiaolong. Understanding that her covert mission no longer mattered, she had resolutely returned to the Zhao family, ready for the final battle. Oh, who could have imagined that our Zhao family would fall into such a plight? Back in the day, my father, Madame Zhao suddenly started coughing violently. Jiang Hong quickly supported her, preparing to take her back to her room to rest. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. A starship, engulfed in flames, was plummeting through the atmosphere, heavily damaged in multiple places. Jiang Hong immediately recognized it as a T-1 Vulture-class medium starship. The T-1 Vulture-class starship crashed into the distant ocean, causing massive waves and a tsunami that spread outwards. Fortunately, there were no populated areas nearby. What happened? The Zhao family members asked in shock. Look, there seems to be a fierce battle in space. One sharp-eyed family member noticed the occasional flashes of red light beyond the atmosphere. Who could be fighting above the main planet of Xiaolong? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Could it be a conflict between space pirates and the Bao and Shui families? Someone speculated quietly. Activate the energy shield around the Zhao residence. Combat mechs, take positions. Jiang Hong stepped forward and ordered. Soon, a light screen enveloped the entire Zhao residence. Ground-based energy shield technology was relatively simple to operate, but applying it to starships was an era-defining challenge. 30 T-1 combat mechs appeared around the Zhao residence. This was the family's last line of defense, though it stood little chance against a starship assault. Look, there's a massive object entering the atmosphere, someone exclaimed. A colossal figure was slowly descending into the atmosphere, towering at 300 to 400 meters. That looks like a starship, someone recognized its shape. Like a colossal aircraft carrier in space, the mysterious silhouette descended, finally breaching the atmosphere and revealing the true visage of Mount Lu. However, this newly arrived starship only deepened the confusion, for no one had ever seen such a vessel. Why had it suddenly appeared on the main planet of Xiaolong? Suddenly, a voice echoed across the land, as thunderous as it was awe-inspiring. It emanated from the carrier starship. The voice introduced itself as Zhao Chen, declaring his return. It was a voice filled with determination and confidence, as if heralding his path of vengeance. As the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship descended into the atmosphere of the Xiaolong home planet, swarms of interstellar drones emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These drones, with capabilities rivaling top-tier battle mechs, left ordinary soldiers in awe. They swiftly circled the planet, a sight to behold. Standing on the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, Zhao Waner held a list in her hand. It contained the tasks assigned by Zhao Chen. Once the starship arrived on Xiaolong, she was to invite everyone on the list to the Zhao family residence. Zhao Waner remembered Zhao Chen's words clearly. Whether they are alive or dead, bring them here. The individuals on the list were members of families supporting the Bao and Chui clans. As the interstellar drones headed towards these families' residences to commence their retrieval mission, Zhao Waner made a decision. Sister Charlotte, I'll leave the command to you. I'll take a shuttle to the Zhao family residence. Charlotte nodded, reminding her, for your safety, I'll send a squad of interstellar drones to accompany you. Zhao Waner left the bridge and headed straight to the hangar, boarding a shuttle. Although this small interstellar transport ship could only hold a few people and wasn't suitable for long-distance travel, it was the best option since the starship couldn't land. Piloting the shuttle away from the T-2 Queen B, Zhao Waner gazed at the familiar landscape of the planet and soon arrived at a serene valley. From a distance, she could see a residence surrounded by a shimmering light shield. This was her destination, the Zhao family residence. The shuttle stopped just outside the light shield, where a row of battle mechs aimed their weapons at her. Zhao Waner used the loudspeaker to announce, I am Zhao Waner, the third daughter of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You can deactivate the shield. However, the inside remained eerily quiet, clearly still skeptical of her identity. With no other option, Zhao Waner activated the auto-hover mode, opened the front hatch, and stood up to let the internal personnel see her clearly. Soon, the light shield disappeared. It really is the third miss. The third miss has returned? The shuttle came from that carrier. Could it be reinforcements brought by the third miss? Inside the Zhao family residence, the family members were both delighted and astonished, puzzled by the scene unfolding before them. Seeing the shield vanish, Zhao Waner landed the shuttle in the courtyard of the Zhao family residence. She disembarked, and the Zhao family members quickly gathered around her. Miss Zhao Waner, the current situation is truly bewildering. What exactly happened to that starship carrier? Third miss. The Xiaolong star system has suffered a catastrophe. The Bao and Shui families have betrayed us and even attempted to attack you. Zhao Waner, surrounded by Zhao family members, declared with determination, "The situation is under control. As long as everyone stays within the Zhao family estate, you'll be safe." Waner, what on earth happened? I heard the Bao and Chui families joined forces with interstellar pirates to attack you and Chenner. How did you end up here? Didn't you encounter those pirate fleets? The matriarch, Zhao Leofuren, emerged with her dragon-headed cane, silencing the murmuring Zhao family members. Zhao Waner explained, "My brother and I piloted 2 starships and annihilated the entire pirate fleet near Longwei Star." Her words caused a stir among the Zhao family. The pirate fleet was destroyed? I heard they had 35 starships, including 5 T2 class ships. Taking them down with just 2 starships seems unbelievable. Most people doubted Zhao Weiner's claim. In truth, even she found it hard to believe without having experienced it firsthand. "We don't have time for detailed explanations now," Zhao Waner continued. "My brother is commanding the T-20 Blizzard to clear out the Bao and Chui followers. He tasked me with controlling the T2 Queen Bee to secure Xiaolong's main star. Grandma, rest assured, everything is under our control." She looked respectfully at Zhao Leofuren, who held a higher status than Zhao Chen, the Lord, as she was Zhao Chen's grandfather's sister. Despite personal reasons for never marrying, she remained robust. "Chener has returned, and he's involved in commanding the starships?" Zhao Leofuren asked in astonishment, a sentiment shared by the surrounding Zhao family members. After all, Chener was known as the good-for-nothing baron, excelling only in studies and little else. His involvement in commanding starships was beyond belief. Sensing the incredulous gazes, Zhao Waner reassured, "Grandma, please wait a moment. My brother will be here soon." After half an hour, an astonishing scene unfolded. 2 starships plummeted from the atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and severely damaged, one even bearing a massive hole. Someone recognized the ships, exclaiming, "Those are the Bao and Chui family starships. The T2 Hyena-class medium destroyer and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light cruiser." The starships crashed into the desert and mountains, causing massive explosions and shockwaves, but sparing the Zhao family estate. Amidst the shock, a shuttle landed at the estate, larger than Zhao Weiner's own. As the hatch opened, a squad of female soldiers in combat gear emerged, followed by a familiar figure, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers tightly gripped their laser guns, vigilantly escorting Zhao Chen through the Zhao family crowd. Their eyes were sharp and resolute, exuding an aura of invincibility that commanded respect and caution. Zhao Chen, undeterred by the gazes around him, walked straight to the elderly Mrs. Zhao. He slowly knelt down, his fists clenched, and his face full of remorse. He said, "This unworthy son, Zhao Chen, has arrived late and caused second aunt undue worry." At that moment, Zhao Chen's heart was filled with guilt and repentance, fully aware of the immense pain his unfilial actions had brought upon his family. In the Zhao family, the person Zhao Chen respects and is closest to is none other than his second grandmother. When Zhao Chen was very young, his parents passed away, leaving him with a distant elder sister and a baby sister still in swaddling clothes. Most of the Zhao family considered Zhao Chen an unnecessary presence, believing that his birth had prevented the eldest sister from becoming the head of the Zhao family and the baron of the Xiaolong star system, forcing her to leave home. However, throughout Zhao Chen's childhood, his second grandmother cared for him like a grandmother and mother. "Get up, you're a baron. How can you kneel before an old woman like me?" Madame Zhao hurriedly helped Zhao Chen to his feet, gazing affectionately at the young man. After more than a year apart, Zhao Chen had grown taller and stronger. Once Zhao Chen was standing, he supported Madame Zhao as they walked inside. "You're getting on in years. You shouldn't be going out so casually. Let me help you back to your room." Worried, Madame Zhao replied, "How can I rest at a time like this? I heard you destroyed the interstellar pirate fleet and are now dealing with the remnants of the Bao and Chui family starships?" Zhao Chen responded, "It's all taken care of. We annihilated all 35 starships of the 3-clawed serpent pirate fleet in the Longwei star sector. Out of the 16 starships from the Bao and Chui families, I destroyed 2 T2 starships and 7 T1 starships, and the remaining 7 T1 starships surrendered. Now that the Bao and Chui families have lost their fleets, they can no longer stir up trouble." The Zhao family members were inwardly shocked by Zhao Chen's casual announcement. What they had feared might be a catastrophic event had been resolved effortlessly by Zhao Chen. "Jiang Hong, contact all the nobles in the Xiaolong star system immediately. Order them to come to the Zhao family residence within 5 hours. Tell them it's a command from the baron. Those who don't comply will face the consequences," Zhao Chen ordered Jiang Hong, whom he was meeting for the first time. Jiang Hong was slightly taken aback and glanced at Zhao Waner, who said, "Jiang Hong, follow my brother's instructions." Jiang Hong then began to handle the matter. "Chener, how do you plan to deal with this?" Madame Zhao sensed the intention behind Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded and replied, "The Xiaolong star system has been corrupt for many years. It's time for a major overhaul." Madame Zhao looked at Zhao Chen, her withered hand gently stroking his cheek. "You've grown up, our Chener has grown up. Go ahead, No matter what you do, you are the Baron of the Zhao family, and I support you. A bit concerned, Zhao Chen said, Grandmother, the upcoming scene might not be suitable for you to witness. Perhaps you should move to another place? Madame Zhao laughed heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. Chunner, do as you see fit. I've lived for over 100 years and have seen more than you can imagine. You might not know this, but when your grandfather became a lord, I was the deputy commander of the Xiaolong Star System fleet. Today, I'll sit right here and watch how our Chunner cleans house. Waner, bring that chair over here. Zhao Waner gazed at her brother, a sense of inexplicable admiration welling up inside her. She felt that he had become the strongest pillar in her heart. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Waner strolled into the house and brought out an ancient redwood chair adorned with dragon carvings. The chair's surface was weathered and cracked, bearing the marks of time. This was a treasured heirloom left by Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family. The old matriarch of the Zhao family cherished this redwood dragon chair. She held a dragon-headed cane as she sat on the chair. Just then, a fleet of interstellar drones appeared in the distant sky, carrying unidentified objects beneath their frames. A shocking scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were dropped directly into the Zhao family courtyard by the drones. A voice emanated from one of the machines. Reporting to the captain, the Chui family resisted stubbornly and attempted to use force. As per your orders, the Chui family residence has been destroyed, and all members of the Chui family have been eliminated. These are the bodies of the Chui family head and several of their high-ranking members. Chui family? The Zhao family stared at the bloodied corpses on the ground, confirming a horrifying reality. Those were indeed the remains of the Chui family head. Some family members couldn't help but gag, the stench of blood filling the air. That old bastard from the Chui family should have met his end long ago. If it weren't for the generosity and favor of our ancestors, the Chui family wouldn't have reached their current status in the Xiaolong star system. It's disgraceful, the Zhao matriarch said, her expression unchanging as she watched the gruesome scene and condemned the Chui family. More interstellar drones arrived in succession, some carrying corpses, others bringing live captives. The living were bound in nets and dropped from heights into the Zhao family courtyard, barely clinging to life. Without exception, these people were nobles who had openly or secretly supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, one individual suspended by a drone drew everyone's attention. It was Bao Dashan, the head of the Bao family. His face was covered in blood, his eyes vacant, and he looked utterly defeated. He was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Patriarch Bao, long time no see, Zhao Chen said with a smile, looking at the discarded Bao Dashan, who lay there like a heap of mud. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Bao Dashan's rage flared up, and he roared, Zhao Chen, you beast, you demon, you slaughtered my family. I swear I will never share the same sky with you. Even if I become a ghost, I will avenge my clan. His words sent chills down the spines of the Zhao family members. Another noble family of the Xiaolong star system had been utterly annihilated. Bao Dashan, your shamelessness is truly unparalleled. Who orchestrated the assassination attempt on me and Zhao Waner? Who secretly organized the ground forces to seize control of the Zhao family residence after my death? Zhao Chen retorted sarcastically. Bao Dashan was left speechless by the mockery, though he glared at Zhao Chen with a burning hatred, wishing he could tear him apart. Unfortunately, with his legs broken, revenge was impossible. Find me a post and tie Patriarch Bao to it. Do the same with those corpses. Make sure they don't catch a chill, Zhao Chen ordered calmly. Soon, Bao Dashan, once the head of one of the three great noble families of the Xiaolong star system, was bound to a post like livestock. Madame Zhao silently observed Zhao Chen's actions, her heart filled with helplessness and compassion. She chose to remain silent, simply savoring her tea as if lost in thought. At that moment, a shuttle slowly descended outside the Zhao family residence but was intercepted by interstellar drones, unable to proceed further. A servant hurriedly came to report, the head of the Jiang family is here to visit. The Jiang family, as one of the three remaining major families in the Xiaolong star system, was also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée, Jiang Shasha. Complex emotions surged in Madame Zhao's heart. How should she deal with this special guest? Elder Jiang Xiong, the patriarch of the Jiang family, was slowly walking into the Zhao family residence with his son and daughter. Father, is it true what you said earlier? That two starships completely annihilated the interstellar pirate fleet? Jiang Ziwen, Jiang Shasha's younger brother, asked in a hushed voice. Jiang Shasha, standing nearby, looked deeply troubled. She bit her lip as if lost in thought. The battle took place on Longwei Star, where we have extended family. The news is absolutely true. The wreckage of those pirate starships is still floating outside Longwei Star, Jiang Xiong said in a solemn tone. Sis, are both of those starships Zhao Chen's? Where did he get such powerful ships? Jiang Ziwen asked curiously. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the two starships their father had shown her earlier. One of them was the carrier starship hovering 20,000 kilometers above their heads. One is called Blizzard Zero. Zhao Chen used it to win a starship duel at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. I haven't seen the other carrier starship before, so I'm not sure, Jiang Shasha said quietly. Suddenly, the scent of blood filled the air. As they wondered where the smell was coming from within the Zhao residence, the scene before them made their eyes widen in shock. Stone pillars stood tall in the Zhao family's courtyard, each one with a person tied to it, some alive, some barely hanging on, and others already dead. They recognized these people, knowing their identities. Among them were the heads of the Bao and Shui families, two of the three major families in the Xiaolong star system. The trio passed through the forest of stone pillars and approached the Zhao family members. Jiang Shasha looked at the man before her. He seemed familiar yet completely different. His eyes, expression, and aura made it feel like the Zhao Chen she had known for over 20 years was a different person entirely. Jiang Xiong of the Jiang family, along with my children Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha, here to pay respects to Baron Zhao, Jiang Xiong said, bowing first. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha followed suit. Uncle Jiang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen said with a smile. As soon as I received the Baron's message, I came immediately, not daring to delay, Jiang Xiong replied, his head lowered in a humble and respectful manner. Are you aware of the rebellion by the Bao and Shui families? Zhao Chen asked directly, getting straight to the point. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha felt a chill run down their spines, as if a blade was pressed against their necks. Yes, I am aware, Jiang Xiong responded. Were you involved? Zhao Chen asked calmly. No, I was not, Jiang Xiong replied. If you weren't involved, what were you doing during this time? Zhao Chen pressed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiong. I only learned of the Bao and Shui family's rebellion a month ago, but by then, the Xiaolong main star was already under their control. They had forcibly requisitioned my starships as well. I didn't want to join them, but I was powerless to stop them, so I could only watch as it all unfolded. Thankfully, the Baron is safe and managed to resolve the crisis, Jiang Xiong said, his tone shifting as he knelt on one knee. But I know that as a subordinate, doing nothing in the face of the Bao and Shui family's rebellion is tantamount to being an accomplice. I, Jiang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment from the Baron, but I beg for the mercy of my family and children. Jiang Shasha looked worriedly at her father, and then at the unfamiliar man before them. Zhao Chen's expression was grave, but he didn't directly criticize the Jiang family. He first instructed his children to step aside, and then convened a meeting of the nobility from the Xiaolong galaxy to shift the topic. As time passed, more bodies and prisoners began to accumulate in the Zhao family compound. When the heads of the noble families arrived for the meeting and saw the bloody scene, they were all terrified. Once everyone was present, Zhang Hong approached Zhao Chen and whispered something to him. Zhao Chen glanced around. Apart from those tied to the pillars, all the major and minor nobles of the Xiaolong galaxy were in attendance. Among them, the Jiang family was one of the three most powerful families. As for the rebellion of the Bao and Shui families, I have already dealt with it. Those involved are tied to those pillars. He pointed to the blood-stained pillars. Zhao Chen suddenly became stern, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. I know many of you have doubted my capability as your leader and thought me incompetent, he said, shrugging off the criticisms. I don't care what you say behind my back. If you think I'm unfit to be your leader, you're free to leave the Xiaolong galaxy and find a new place. I, Zhao Chen, will not stop you. But I despise hypocrisy. Since they chose this path, they must bear the consequences of their choices. Jiang Hong, step forward. Jiang Hong took a step forward. Zhao Chen handed over a list with the names of various families. Anyone still alive from these families is to be imprisoned. The leaders will be executed, and the remaining family members will be sent to labor in the mines permanently. The people present turned pale as they looked at what was essentially a death list. As for the families not on this list, you know yourselves how clean your hands are. From today on, everything in the Xiaolong galaxy belongs to the Zhao family. If you don't accept this, you can leave. Otherwise, I fear you might one day find yourselves tied to those pillars as well. Turning to face the crowd, Zhao Chen said firmly, this meeting is over. Grandmother, it's time for dinner. Let's go eat. Zhao Chen helped the elderly Mrs. Zhao into the main house, a stark contrast to the stern leader he had just been. Those left in the courtyard exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. Gradually, some began to leave, and soon everyone was silently heading out. On the Jiang family's shuttle, Jiang Xiong spoke in a solemn tone. Prepare for a complete family relocation. A complete relocation? Why? We have so many assets in the Xiaolong galaxy? Jiang Ziwen asked in surprise. Jiang Xiong sighed and explained. Didn't you catch Zhao Chen's meaning? He's warning us. If we don't honestly surrender these assets, the Jiang family will be next in line for retribution. Losing the assets, we can start over. Besides, I've been preparing in other galaxies for years. As interstellar merchants, we must always think thrice before acting. Sasha felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. She was Zhao Chen's fiancée and had deep feelings for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziwen was envisioning a brighter future, trying to persuade Sasha to accept the decision. Hearing these words only made Sasha feel heavier, as if the burden on her shoulders had grown even more. With a cold tone, Jiang Xiong reminded Sasha that the Zhao family had long ceased to be friendly toward them. Even with their full support for Zhao Chen, it wouldn't change the outcome. He warned that if they got involved in the rebellion of the Bao and Shui families, Zhao Chen would show them no mercy. Looking toward the Zhao family's direction, Jiang Xiong knew that now was the best time for them to leave. The Zhao family has a young heir coming of age, he thought to himself, realizing that fleeing was their only wise choice. Recently, Zhao Chen successfully reclaimed 7 T1 starships, which put him in high spirits. Earlier, he had Charlotte purchase 500 orc slaves at the Arctic Fox starport, and now 450 female slaves have been assigned to take over these T1 starships to maintain law and order in the Xiaolong star system. Additionally, he commanded a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship to clear the wreckage of the 35 Three-Claw Snake interstellar pirate ships at Longwei Star. These measures made the Xiaolong star system appear calm on the surface, but in reality, significant changes were taking place. The Zhao family, once marginalized, had overnight taken control of the entire Xiaolong star system. The T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, along with interstellar drones and Zhao family battle mechs, began taking over the properties of rebellious families. These families were deemed traitors, and their assets were confiscated. The entire process took nearly a week, but was ultimately completed. Jiang Hong stood before Zhao Chen, reporting on these developments. Unlike others, Jiang Hong had an intimate understanding of the Xiaolong star system, which is why Zhao Chen entrusted her with significant responsibilities. Zhao Chen inquired about the value of the confiscated assets, and Jiang Hong replied, a total of over 600,000 star coins. Zhao Chen was astonished to learn that these traitors had amassed such immense wealth. Jiang Hong added that dozens of noble families had left the Xiaolong star system within the week, and their properties were also taken over by the Zhao family. Zhao Chen felt elated because this meant new development opportunities for his T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Jiang Hong then asked worriedly, second young master, are you just going to let the Jiang family go like that? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, they've already been removed from the list of noble forces in the Xiaolong star system. Now, less than 20% of the noble families remain. Zhao Chen was filled with confidence about the future, believing that he could solidify the Zhao family's position in the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen allowed those noble families to leave, which indeed was a significant loss for the Xiaolong galaxy. Those who chose to stay made their decision with a firm heart and needed no words to express it. As for those who wished to leave, no amount of persuasion could change their minds. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and said, letting them go cleanly is better. At least we won't have to deal with their hypocrisy later, which would be unbearable and might even require punishment. Jiang Hong furrowed her brows and whispered, second young master, have you considered the situation of the Xiaolong galaxy? After this event, our already meager resources have been further depleted. The Xiaolong galaxy was already in ruins. Could it get any worse? Zhao Chen shook his head, smiling gently. Rather than entangle ourselves with the decaying Zhao family, it's better to decisively start anew. Writing a new chapter on the ruins is far better than painstakingly repairing the old. Applause broke out, and both Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong turned to see old Madame Zhao approaching with a cane. She praised, building a new city on the ruins and starting afresh is indeed a wise decision. Jiang Hong, hearing the old lady's words, felt conflicted. She couldn't refute them but was still doubtful of Zhao Chen's approach. Zhao Chen stepped forward to help the old lady sit down and said gently, grandmother, why worry about these things? I heard you were planning to leave the Xiaolong galaxy and return to the Northern Star Military Academy? Old Madame Zhao looked at Zhao Chen and nodded, yes, it's already late September, and the academy is about to start. It will take us 2 weeks to traverse the edge of the Xiaolong galaxy. Although I have taken leave, the academy is strict. If I can't complete my academic assessments, it will be difficult to graduate. The old lady sighed, academics are important, of course. It's a pity that the Xiaolong galaxy doesn't have a Stargate. If it did, everything would be much easier. Zhao Chen comforted her, don't worry, grandmother. Our Xiaolong galaxy will eventually have our own Stargate. When that time comes, if you and Waner miss us, we can return with just a call. Talking about the Stargate, Zhao Chen felt a sense of anticipation. Currently, the T2 items in the system store couldn't meet their needs. They had to wait for the store to upgrade to T3, hoping for new technology. Amidst their conversation, the old lady patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, Chenner, you are growing up. Pursue your dreams. I will always support you. The current state of the Xiaolong galaxy is already a mess. How much worse can it get? Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. After the old lady left, only Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong remained in the room. Zhao Chen turned to Jiang Hong and said, Jiang Hong, I know you've always been dissatisfied with my decisions. Zhao Chen gazed at Jiang Hong, who sat before him, her expression cold and distant. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Jiang Hong nodded impassively, indicating her agreement. With a calm demeanor, Zhao Chen said, I don't need your loyalty to me. I just hope you genuinely care for the Xiaolong star system. Whether you are loyal to me or my sister doesn't matter to me. Jiang Hong remained silent, offering no response. Zhao Chen continued, his eyes fixed on her. Waner and I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. I will leave you with 200 half-beast crew members and full command of the 71 starships. All matters of the Xiaolong star system will be in your hands. Before I leave, I will officially announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. Your words will be my orders. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhao Chen to make such arrangements. Despite knowing she wasn't his loyal supporter, he was willing to entrust her with the power of the Xiaolong star system. This left her puzzled and uncertain. During this period, Zhao Chen has been closely observing Jiang Hong, trying to understand her past. It turns out that Jiang Hong was a little girl picked up by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family while traveling in another galaxy. The scene at that time was heart-wrenching. Jiang Hong was huddled next to her deceased mother, with hunger and despair in her eyes, unable to shed a tear. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, moved by compassion, took Jiang Hong in and arranged a proper burial for her mother. From that moment on, she treated Jiang Hong like her own sister, teaching her knowledge and literacy. Jiang Hong demonstrated extraordinary talent, learning quickly and excelling in handling affairs. Over the years, most of the matters in the Xiaolong galaxy have been managed by Jiang Hong behind the scenes, with the old matriarch of the Zhao family issuing the orders. Although Zhao Chen is the nominal lord, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family has long entrusted everything to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong handles affairs with skill and ease, and most importantly, her loyalty to the Zhao family is beyond question, deeply grateful for the family that raised her. Currently, Zhao Chen lacks trustworthy talents by his side and cannot stay long in the impoverished Xiaolong galaxy. While Charlotte is a capable general in commanding warships, she may not be adept at governing a galaxy. Therefore, Zhao Chen resolutely chose Jiang Hong, an independent and resilient woman. Are you willing to take over the affairs of the Xiaolong galaxy? Jiang Hong asked tentatively. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. I trust you with it. Jiang Hong felt a surge of emotion as Zhao Chen began discussing his plans. For the Xiaolong galaxy to rise and prosper, 3 key factors are needed. The first is a Stargate. Without a Stargate, the galaxy cannot achieve anything significant. Although this problem cannot be solved in a short time, Zhao Chen assured that he would find a way. The second is industry. The Xiaolong galaxy has only had low-level T1 technology industries, barely maintaining self-sufficiency and sometimes even facing famine. According to Zhao Chen, the Galactic Alliance has a rating system for living conditions in galaxies from 0 to 10, and the Xiaolong galaxy's rating is only 0.3, far below the average. Thus, it is imperative to develop industries with external trade advantages to acquire funds for the galaxy's development. Zhao Chen has plans, but they require time to prepare. The last is a new order. As the old nobility gradually fades, the Xiaolong galaxy urgently needs a new order. Although Zhao Chen has his criticisms of the nobility, a galaxy still needs some prominent families. Jiang Hong's task is to rebuild the order, centering on the Zhao family, elevating the status of families loyal to the Zhao family, or cultivating new loyal families. Zhao Chen's plan was meticulously detailed. The first 2 points might seem distant for Jiang Hong, but the third resonated with her. Now, as the Xiaolong galaxy awaits revitalization, establishing a new order is the foremost task. Jiang Hong stared coldly at Zhao Chen, her voice icy and resolute. I'm not here for you, but for the young mistress. After finishing her sentence, she left with an air of arrogance, leaving Zhao Chen alone with the holographic projection of the Xiaolong star system displayed on his handheld terminal. Zhao Chen raised his hand, as if trying to touch the glittering expanse of stars. He murmured softly, if this is your wish, then let me fulfill it. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he were conversing with someone. Zhao Chen then opened the system interface. The system indicated that he was a top-tier starship engineer, endowed with fleet luck bonuses and insight points. He had 1,100 system points and 8 mission points, owning 2 starships, including blueprints for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship cruiser, T1 Wolf fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier, and T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ship. Frowning, Zhao Chen realized his savings were insufficient to upgrade the T2 system store. He decided to first complete the upgrade requirement of redeeming 2 T2 items. Since he had already redeemed the T2 Queen Bee-class starship blueprint, he needed just one more item. Thus, Zhao Chen began searching the system store for a desired item. Eventually, during his search, Zhao Chen found an item he had seen before, the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship blueprint. Although he couldn't view the detailed data, the brief description indicated that this starship was an auxiliary type, capable of developing agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fisheries without consuming any resources. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen spent 400 system points and 3 mission points to successfully redeem the blueprint. With the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship blueprint in hand, Zhao Chen immediately began studying its data. This starship could utilize cosmic microparticles to infinitely cultivate crops and livestock. While this technology had been researched within the Galactic Union, commercialization and mass production had remained elusive. However, for Zhao Chen, this marked a whole new beginning. Although a single T2 Bronze Eden costs a staggering 3 million star coins, Zhao Chen believes it's a worthy investment. In comparison, the T2 Queen Bee costs only 1.5 million star coins, but its yield is significantly lower than that of the Bronze Eden. Zhao Chen knows that the monthly crop yield of a Bronze Eden can reach a market value of 1 million star coins or even higher, which fills him with confidence. Different types of crops have different yields, but such high production can at least meet the needs of 1 million people. This fills Zhao Chen with ambition, and he decides to build 500 T2 Bronze Edens to eradicate the food crisis in the Xiaolong galaxy. Natural crops have always been highly sought after in interstellar trade, and Zhao Chen has keenly recognized this. He understands that in the future, Bronze Eden will be a crucial part of Xiaolong galaxy's interstellar trade. Therefore, Zhao Chen has been meticulously preparing to achieve his vision of food freedom. Zhao Chen stepped onto the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship for the first time, feeling a sense of comfort and spaciousness that surpassed that of the Zero Blizzard. After surveying the surroundings, he took the captain's chair. Zhao Waner, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen Bee, remained silent, acknowledging that Zhao Chen had built the starship himself. She asked if he wanted to depart early and travel to the Arctic Fox star system at maximum warp speed. Zhao Chen affirmed the plan, stating there was no need to wait for the Zero Blizzard, and that they should head directly to the Arctic Fox starport for a rendezvous. He then inquired if Zhao Waner had prepared all necessary supplies. She confirmed that materials worth 70,000 star coins, looted from the nobles, were stored in the T2 Queen Bee's cargo hold, while the wreckage of the three-clawed serpent pirate fleet would be transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, knowing these resources were critical for starship construction. Zhao Waner looked at him in surprise, praising him for sparing the Jiang family. Zhao Chen smiled and asked if she thought he should have slaughtered them. According to Jiang Hong's intelligence, although the Jiang family was aware of the Bao and Shui family's plans, they had remained neutral and uninvolved. Zhao Chen believed that excessive killing would be more harmful than beneficial, so he decided to spare the Jiang family but banish them from his territory.
Zhao Waner nodded in understanding.
She had initially thought Zhao Chen would seize the opportunity to deal with Jiang Shasha's family, but he had never mentioned her name. Preparing for departure, Zhao Chen entered the hibernation pod, which was more comfortable and aesthetically pleasing than those on the Zero Blizzard. The blue liquid inside emitted a faint fragrance, and Zhao Chen gradually drifted into sleep. The T2 Queen Bee then entered warp speed, ready to traverse the interstellar edge space en route to the Arctic Fox star system. At the Arctic Fox starport, the officer in charge, CC-11, greeted Zhao Chen with a smile via video link. Zhao Chen requested an additional starship workshop for a 2-month period and placed an order for raw materials worth 2 million star coins, urging for a quick procurement. Finally, he booked a ticket to the North Star Military Academy. After confirming all the requests, the officer processed the payment of 2.1 million star coins from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had only 1.9 million star coins left, but with the 700,000 star coins he had looted from the nobles of the Xiaolong star system, he had a total of 2.6 million star coins. Even after spending 2.1 million, he still had a solid 500,000 star coins left. The female manager smiled warmly and said, "During your stay, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me. I'm available 24/7. She then gave Zhao Chen a flirtatious glance, her eyes filled with tenderness, and reluctantly ended the video call. To her, Zhao Chen was a big spender. A ticket? Zhao Waner looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, not understanding what he was planning. After a week of warp travel, the T2 Queen Bee, powered by its level 4 warp engines, arrived at Arctic Fox starport a week earlier than the Blizzard Zero, and it was just in time for the last day of September. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be returning to the academy just yet. You can take this trip back to North Star Military Academy tomorrow, Zhao Chen said. What's more important than studying at the academy? Aren't you worried about the end-of-term exams? Zhao Waner mumbled softly, clearly upset that Zhao Chen wouldn't be returning with her. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Waner on the head and reassured her, "Don't worry, your brother has plans. I'll be back in a month or two at most." "I'll wait for you at the academy," Zhao Waner replied. The T2 Queen Bee slowly docked in the shipyard where it was originally built. Although the T2 Queen Bee took up some space, there was still plenty of room for a few more starships or additional construction. Since the raw material orders hadn't arrived yet, they had some free time. "Let's explore Arctic Fox starport. We've been here before for the construction of the T2 Queen Bee, but we've never really had a chance to look around," Zhao Chen suggested. After a week of rest, he wanted to enjoy a brief holiday before diving back into the busy days ahead. "Sounds great."
Zhao Waner agreed enthusiastically.
Zhao Chen called on a squad of half-orc female guards arranged by Charlotte, and the group of 7 boarded an unmanned hovercar, leaving the shipyard to enter Arctic Fox starport. The starport itself was a massive city capable of housing tens of thousands of residents, provided, of course, that one had the money to live there. Speaking of which, my crew doesn't seem to have any uniform clothing, Zhao Chen said, rubbing his chin as he looked at the 5 half-orc female guards by his side. They were dressed in plain clothes that were given for free by the slave traders when they were purchased. By the way, you didn't get any new clothes this year either. Let's buy some new outfits and also order some uniforms for the crew, Zhao Chen suggested. I have my school uniform, Zhao Waner pointed out. Zhao Chen noticed that Zhao Waner was still wearing her academy uniform. No one liked wearing their school uniform all the time. It was actually a way to save money. Zhao Chen grabbed Zhao Waner's hand and started walking forward. No way, we are definitely buying you some new clothes today. You won't go back without at least 10 new sets.
Zhao Waner was stund.
As they were walking, a person in a black cloak, head lowered, stumbled towards them. The half-orc female guards quickly moved to shield Zhao Chen. A man suddenly bumped into a female orc soldier, repeatedly apologizing in a hoarse voice, sorry, before hurrying away. Zhao Chen watched him leave until he disappeared around the corner. Zhao Waner noticed and looked at Zhao Chen in confusion. He calmly said, it's nothing. Let's go shopping. Once inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen stared at the outfits in front of him, looking conflicted. Tight uniforms, maid outfits, bunny costumes. The thought of his starship's female crew members wearing these was simply enchanting. However, Zhao Waner mercilessly shattered his daydream by sketching a few outfit designs herself. Suddenly, Zhao Chen saw a familiar figure outside the store, followed by a few suspicious individuals. He turned to Zhao Waner and said, wait here. You two stay, come with me. With that, Zhao Chen abruptly left the store with 3 female orc soldiers, blending into the crowd. In an abandoned underground tunnel, not far from a clothing store, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak was cautiously making their way forward. Earlier, this mysterious person had bumped into Zhao Chen's personal female guard on the street. Now, they entered a narrow passage and rhythmically knocked on the wall. Soon, dozens of figures emerged from the darkness. They were all females with small horns on their heads, short wings on their backs, and even slender tails. They surrounded the mysterious person. These girls were all Lilith's sisters. The mysterious figure slowly removed the cloak, revealing handsome features, though covered in black grime, which couldn't hide her allure. Like the other girls, she also had black horns on her head. You must be very hungry. Here's some food I found. Eat up, Lilith said, pulling out a box of green, viscous synthetic food from her cloak. Despite the unappealing taste, the girls grabbed the food immediately, clearly famished. Watching her sisters eat, Lilith couldn't help but swallow hard. They had missed an opportunity with a wealthy merchant today, unable to make a move, and his guards were too vigilant, leaving no chance. Lilith, you should eat something too, a young girl, looking about 13 or 14, offered some of the green food to Lilith. I've already eaten outside. I'm not hungry. You all go ahead, Lilith replied with a gentle smile, declining the offer. The young girl had no choice but to start devouring the food herself. Lilith turned away, gently touching her empty stomach. In reality, she hadn't eaten anything because today's food haul was too small, just enough for everyone to share. If she ate any, there wouldn't be enough. She could afford to skip a meal, but she couldn't bear to see her sisters go hungry. As she watched the box of green, viscous synthetic food being quickly devoured and even the bottom licked clean, she sighed, realizing she would have to go out hunting again today. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Lilith immediately became alert, looking in the direction of the sound and sternly shouting, "Who's there? I knew it. It's a succubus. Big brother, you were right. There might be more than one of them. If we follow them, we might find even more. Succubi fetch a high price in the market. A well-formed one is worth a fortune, and this one might be even more valuable." 7 men emerged, holding various weapons. Though they couldn't carry firearms, their melee weapons were enough to cause harm. They leered at the succubi and the frightened women before them. Succubi, an extremely rare interstellar species, were all female and capable of self-reproduction. Every succubus is a captivating sight in the universe, once living peacefully on a tranquil planet until they were discovered by outsiders. Due to their enchanting beauty, they soon attracted human hunters. The planet descended into a war of invasion, and the succubus race, being weak in power, ultimately saw their home fall. Many succubi were heroically sacrificed or captured, while a few survivors fled aboard starships, beginning a life of wandering. Over time, these succubi dispersed across the cosmos. Astonishingly, dozens of them were found hiding in the abandoned pipelines of a spaceport. They were practically walking treasures. "Quick, let's go," Lilith exclaimed, drawing her dagger and striking a combat pose. Her companions scattered behind her, desperate to escape. but their path was blocked by men. Lilith brandished her dagger, though she was no master of combat. Before long, her weapon was seized. Little girl, you better behave. Instead of suffering here, why not let me sell you to the nobles? You'll live a luxurious life, so why endure this pain? The man sneered, grabbing Lilith's arm. I will never be your captive. I'd rather die than submit. Lilith shouted, biting down on the man's arm. He winced in pain and kicked her hard in the stomach. She flew backward, clutching her belly in agony. Let me go. Lilith, help me! Her companions cried out. Lilith gritted her teeth and looked up, only to see that the other end of the pipeline was also blocked by another group capturing her friends. They were all in cahoots. Hey, be gentle with her. If she's hurt, we won't get a good price. Another man yelled angrily. The injured man smirked, walking toward Lilith. If we can't sell her, I'll enjoy her myself. I've never tasted a succubus before. They say one taste can prolong your life, he said, stepping on Lilith and grabbing her hair, grinning maliciously. Tonight, I'll savor the legendary flavor of a succubus. The pain from her hair being pulled was nothing compared to the despair in Lilith's heart. She knew the fate that awaited her and her companions. After years of fleeing, they still couldn't escape the cruel twists of fate. Why? Why couldn't succubi live equally, just because of their extraordinary beauty? Lilith was filled with hatred toward the universe, the invaders, and the men before her. If someone could save them, she would give anything, even her life. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the pipes. At first, the protagonist thought it was the escaping succubus, causing a twinge of fear to rise within him. However, as he approached the source of the sound, he saw a figure emerging from the darkness. This unexpected scene left him startled, but also filled with curiosity and excitement. He couldn't help but think, with all this commotion, maybe I can join in the fun. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked down at the scene in the underground tunnel. 3 female bodyguards surrounded him closely, their eyes alert and watchful. A man dressed in Lilith attire stared at Zhao Chen, his gaze threatening, and his hand began making suggestive gestures. The comrades who had been chasing a succubus started to gather, and the atmosphere grew tense. When asked about his identity, Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully before smirking dismissively. Who I am is none of your business, he retorted. The man felt insulted and pointed angrily at Zhao Chen. Kid, I warn you. I have the backing of the Black Fox Guild from Polarisport. You'd better scram now, or I'll make sure you never leave Polarisport again. Despite the Black Fox Guild sounding like an intimidating criminal organization, Zhao Chen remained unperturbed. He shook his head disdainfully and held out his hand. Your Black Fox Guild might have some skills, but do you really think you can leave here alive? The man detected the provocation in Zhao Chen's words and immediately drew his dagger. His comrades followed suit, drawing their weapons and closing in, heightening the tension. The 3 half-beast female bodyguards assumed combat stances. Zhao Chen stopped them and stepped forward alone, gesturing for the others to come at him. Enough talk, let's see what you've got, he challenged. The man ordered, get him, take him out. His comrades rushed at Zhao Chen, but the narrow tunnel only allowed 3 to advance side by side. The 3 female bodyguards gripped their short blades, ready to intervene at any moment. Despite General Charlotte's orders to prioritize the captain's safety, Zhao Chen's command to stay out of it left them conflicted. They could only watch, prepared to leap into action if Zhao Chen was in danger. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen deftly dodged the first dagger thrust and delivered a punch to the attacker's chest, producing a sharp crack. He then kicked the other 2 away with astonishing speed and strength, leaving the 3 half-beast female bodyguards in awe. Zhao Chen's prowess was on par with the top warriors of their race. Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with battle fervor. After injecting the T1 super soldier serum and conducting simulated combat on the starship, data showed his physical abilities surpassed most interstellar soldiers. However, his lack of real combat experience left him uncertain of his true strength. Now, he finally had the chance to prove himself. 3 minutes later, all of the man's comrades lay on the ground, except for him. A third of them were already dead, either from Zhao Chen's powerful strikes or his lethal blows. Zhao Chen exhibited extraordinary strength, something beyond what an ordinary person could endure. A man stared at him in terror, continuously backing away until he finally turned and fled. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger and threw it with precision, the blade embedding itself in the man's buttocks. A sharp, agonized scream echoed as the man collapsed in a bizarre fashion. Zhao Chen frowned in dissatisfaction and said, my accuracy still needs work. I was aiming for his head. Lilith's cold eyes fixed on the man lying on the ground. Memories of their harrowing escape flooded back. These people had been relentlessly hunting them, causing many of her sisters to die. Filled with hatred, she unhesitatingly drew a small knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering onto her face. After a brief moment of distraction, Lilith warily watched the man and the 3 female soldiers in front of her. Zhao Chen addressed Lilith, You are from the Succubi tribe, aren't you? He then signaled the female soldiers behind him to clear the battlefield, ensuring that anyone still breathing was dealt with. For these half-beast female crew members, this was routine. They showed no mercy in eliminating every trace of their enemies. Lilith pressed the dagger against her pale neck and declared, I would rather die than let you humiliate me. Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. I have no intention of humiliating you. I'm merely curious about the Succubi tribe. Lilith was momentarily puzzled, unable to grasp Zhao Chen's intentions. He suggested, this place is no longer safe. If you're willing, you can take refuge on my starship. I can guarantee your safety. Lilith eyed Zhao Chen suspiciously and asked, how do I know your intentions are different from theirs? Zhao Chen shrugged again. If I were like them, why would I waste time talking to you? If you don't accept, that's fine. We'll leave. As Zhao Chen was about to walk away, Lilith's resolve wavered. She couldn't help but call out, wait, I'll go with you. As long as you promise not to harm my people, I'll accept any condition. These words, coming from a captivating succubus, held great persuasive power. Zhao Chen looked at his female soldiers and instructed, take them back to the starship and do not harm them. The soldiers responded affirmatively and planned to hide Lilith's people in the hovercraft, ensuring their safe return to the starship. Zhao Chen resolutely walked out of the tunnel, seemingly indifferent to the succubi left behind. Lilith tightly embraced her kin, her heart filled with uncertainty and inner turmoil. Faced with a life-or-death decision, she knew her choice might not be the best, but she would rather take a risk than wait helplessly for doom. She watched the man take his steps, her mind torn with conflicting thoughts. However, what she failed to notice was the faint smile that appeared on the man's face, as if silently blessing her courage and resolve. The succubus race not only possesses enchanting appearances and innate allure, but they also harbor extraordinary intelligence. While their combat skills are mediocre, their sharp minds and exceptional management abilities set them apart. They excel at handling intellectual tasks, efficiently managing various affairs, and learning swiftly. However, despite these remarkable qualities, the outside world tends to view them primarily as symbols of beauty. After all, in the vast interstellar realm, intelligent species are not uncommon. Several unmanned vehicles were parked in Zhao Chen's starship workshop, a place that had practically become his private domain recently. Without his permission, even personnel from the Arctic Fox spaceport had no access. You can come out now, it's safe, Zhao Chen called out after stepping out of his vehicle. A group of succubi cautiously emerged, cloaked in black to conceal their identities. This is my starship workshop, and this starship is mine as well, Zhao Chen introduced. I am Captain Zhao Chen, and she is Lilith, the leader of these succubi. Lilith stepped forward, appearing nervous and timid, but she had to be brave for her people. Just then, another woman, Zhao Waner, alighted from another unmanned vehicle. She looked at the newcomers in surprise and exclaimed, Succubi. Lilith immediately eyed the woman warily. Don't be alarmed, she is my sister, Zhao Chen reassured, waving a hand dismissively. Turning to Zhao Waner, he said, you will be in charge of settling them in. Let them stay on the starship for a while. Take them to freshen up, then to the dining hall for a meal, and finally, arrange clean clothes and accommodations for them. All right, Zhao Waner agreed instinctively but quickly added, wait, you haven't told me where these succubi came from? Despite being a woman, Zhao Waner understood the implications of a succubus allure to men. Kidnapping? What kidnapping? It's just helping others, Zhao Chen retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhao Waner. I'll explain everything later. I need to check on a batch of raw materials that just arrived. As for the clothing order, you handle that. With that, Zhao Chen hurried off, leaving Zhao Waner and the succubi behind. Lilith led her people onto the enormous starship.
I'm Zhao Waner.
Although I don't know how you ended up here, rest assured, as long as I'm around, he won't harm you.
Zhao Waner declared firmly.
I am Lilith. Lilith responded softly. Her people remained timidly behind her, curiously taking in the gleaming corridors of the starship. Compared to the number 0 Blizzard, the interior of the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship was like a work of art. Zhao Waner had been captivated by its beauty the first time she set foot on it. You have a bit of an odor. Let me take you to freshen up, Zhao Waner said. Looking at Lilith, Lilith's cheeks flushed slightly. She and her group of succubi had been hiding in the underground tunnels of Starport, naturally carrying an unpleasant odor. The enormous bathroom was filled with steam, with shower stalls on both sides and a large bathing pool in the center. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Waner gently reminded them, go take a bath. Clean clothes are here. Change into them after you're done, and then I'll take you to eat. Lilith still felt a bit reserved, but the other succubus girls couldn't resist stepping into the showers to enjoy the warm water. Wow, it's actually hot water. I can't even remember the last time I had a hot shower. But using so much water, won't we get in trouble? I've heard that water is extremely precious on starships, one of the succubi remarked. Lilith looked around. Having once served on the starship of the succubus kingdom, She knew that such a bathroom setup was quite luxurious. Don't worry. Our starship uses the most advanced cosmic particle water molecule collection technology, so water isn't scarce, Zhao Waner's voice reassured them, easing their concerns. The succubi began to relax and bathe, washing away the grime and revealing their alluring figures. If Zhao Chen were present, he would surely be captivated. Life in the underground tunnels had made their appearances hard to discern, but now they were undoubtedly some of the most sought-after beauties in the universe. After several minutes, the succubi changed into clean clothes, feeling as if they were in a paradise. If it weren't for the meal waiting for them, they might have spent the entire day enjoying the bath. Sister Lilith, can we come back here to bathe again in the future? A young succubus asked, holding her hand with eyes full of hope. Of course, Lilith replied softly, though her heart was filled with doubts about Zhao Chen's true intentions and their future. The succubi all announced they were done bathing, and Lilith, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Thank you for the clothes. Our own clothes are still wearable, though just barely." However, their garments were tattered and ill-fitting, having been through so much during their escape that they only cared about covering themselves. Zhao Waner's eyes lit up as she looked at the succubi. "You're all so beautiful." Succubi are naturally charming and irresistible. They are born to be enchantresses. Lilith's cheeks reddened again, though she was long accustomed to such compliments. Zhao Waner glanced around at Lilith beside her, then looked down at herself, especially her chest, and couldn't help but marvel in disbelief. Although Zhao Waner was also quite attractive, she had not yet fully blossomed, and her style was completely different from Lilith's. Clearing her throat, she said, "Let's go enjoy some food." "Let's go enjoy some food." She changed the subject and led Lilith and the others to the starship's dining hall. Inside the dining hall, Zhao Waner pointed to the tables and said, "Feel free to order whatever you like, just don't waste any food." However, none of the succubi stepped forward. Zhao Waner looked at them in surprise, noticing that they were all standing there, dumbstruck. A few of them were staring intently at some half-orc female crew members who were eating in the distance, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Is this what you usually eat?" Lilith asked in astonishment. "These items on the menu are all natural ingredients, not synthetic food or anything like that." "Of course, go ahead and order," Zhao Waner said calmly. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Lilith thought to herself, "This isn't just a starship, it's a paradise." In a restaurant, Lilith and a group of succubi sat around a dining table. Lilith's elder sister ordered a steak and some fruit. The succubi gathered around the counter, their excitement palpable as if they were seeing fruit for the first time. Lilith looked at her kin with compassion, aware of the hardships they had endured in the past. After placing their orders, the succubi anxiously awaited their food. The chef, with a smile, informed them to find a seat as the food would be delivered by mechanical servers. Embarrassed, the succubi made their way to the dining area. Before long, the first dish arrived, a bowl of fragrant rice. The succubi stared in disbelief, savoring the bliss that the delicious food brought. The others looked on enviously, but soon their meals started arriving as well. They began to eat heartily, losing themselves in the delightful flavors. One young succubus, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry as she ate. She told Lilith that the food was so good, and the thought of not being able to have it again made her weep uncontrollably. Lilith tightly embraced the young succubus, fully aware of their past struggles. The sadness spread, and the other succubi also started to tear up. One petite succubus, holding an empty bowl that had been licked clean, timidly asked for more food. Although the chef couldn't understand her exact words, her determined expression was clear, and he agreed to her request. Soon, a second serving was placed before her. An hour later, Zhao Waner returned to find the succubi looking as if they were pregnant from overeating, much to her surprise. Lilith explained that they couldn't control themselves and had eaten too much. The succubi, now full, felt a mix of pain and happiness. For the first time, they experienced the satisfaction of a full stomach, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Zhao Waner chuckled softly and said, "I'll arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine later. Once you're feeling better, I'll show you to your quarters." Lilith expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Waner." She was acutely aware that this meal was worth more than all the food they had eaten in years. However, Zhao Waner modestly replied, "No need to thank me, it's just a meal." She was accustomed to the food on the starship, finding it ordinary, as if natural food was the norm and not the synthetic alternatives. Curious, Lilith asked, "Does every crew member eat like this?" Zhao Waner nodded and raised a finger. "Zhao Chen, my brother, set a monthly food budget of 10 star coins per crew member." Hearing this, Lilith was taken aback. She had glanced at the price list and realized that 10 star coins could allow her to indulge in gourmet food here for a month. Such a life seemed too good to be true. Lilith suddenly noticed something. "I see that the crew on this starship are all female, and apart from you and Captain Zhao Chen, they are all half-beast women." Zhao Waner shrugged and teased, "You'd have to ask my brother about that. He bought all these half-beast women from the black market as slaves. Slaves. Lilith was shocked as she looked at the half-beast women enjoying their meals. These are slaves. She began to question Zhao Chen's intentions. After the succubi had their fill, Zhao Waner led them to their quarters. There are 18 of you, right? I've arranged 5 four-person dorms, leaving some beds empty, Zhao Waner explained as they walked. Lilith quickly waved her hand. No need. One dorm is enough, even just a place to sit would do. She looked at the clean and tidy corridor, thinking it would be fine to rest there. After all, they had seen worse conditions during their years on the run. Zhao Waner proudly said, "Don't worry, our starship has plenty of rooms. It only takes 100 people to operate, but it can accommodate 300, even 700 or 800 without any issue." It was as if she was showcasing her home to them. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. These will be your quarters. The beds and blankets are ready, and there's clean clothing on each bed. These are temporary ID cards. You can use them to access the baths and dining hall, Zhao Waner introduced. Lilith looked at the dormitory in front of her, feeling a sense of heaviness in her steps. Lilith stepped into the room, hardly able to believe that this would be her sleeping quarters. Everything was so clean and bright. It left her utterly amazed. What surprised her the most was the fact that there was a private bathroom just to the left of the entrance. She had never heard of such a facility on a starship dormitory before. Typically, one bathroom would serve an entire dormitory section, and the conditions were predictably awful. But here, not only was there a private bathroom, the whole room was spacious and well-lit, covering an area of at least 40 to 50 square meters. There were 4 bunk beds arranged within, and to her astonishment, the space beneath each bed was utilized as a desk. The aisles between the beds were at least a meter wide, making the entire layout spacious and tidy, offering a sense of convenience and practicality. Lilith marveled once more. Such a starship dormitory was truly unbelievable. What kind of extraordinary starship was this? After ensuring the succubi were settled, Zhao Waner walked to the control panel on the other side of the starship workshop. Zhao Chen was busy planning the future starship construction, his hands constantly adjusting parameters on the holographic display in front of him. Hey, why did you bring those succubi back? What's your scheme? Zhao Waner interrogated Zhao Chen, as if he were a criminal. Zhao Chen paused his work and sighed. Hey, I'm doing a good deed here. Didn't you see how pitiful those succubi were? Zhao Waner squinted at Zhao Chen. Sure, they're pitiful, but I don't believe you brought them back just because of that. There are plenty of pitiful people in the Arctic Fox spaceport. Seeing that Zhao Waner had seen through him, Zhao Chen smiled and said, but these are succubi. I know you men have a soft spot for them. Zhao Waner crossed her arms and scoffed. Uft, I'm not that shallow. What I meant is, those succubi are incredibly smart. Zhao Chen raised his hand, displaying detailed information about the succubus race, particularly their learning abilities and intelligence. Zhao Waner guessed Zhao Chen's plan. So, you plan to recruit them? Exactly. Zhao Chen said enthusiastically. I need talent. While the half-orc female crew members are competent starship soldiers, they lack in certain areas. The succubi excel in management, have excellent memory, and are perfect for administrative roles on the starship. Zhao Chen was captivated. These are truly talented individuals, and preferably female ones. Zhao Waner eyed Zhao Chen skeptically. Is that really your only reason? Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm your brother. Have you ever seen me touch a half-orc female soldier all this time? Zhao Waner admitted she hadn't, but she still found the succubi too alluring. Zhao Chen smiled. All right, stop overthinking. Go get some rest. You have to take the interstellar cruise to North Star Military Academy tomorrow morning. You're not coming back with me?
Zhao Waner asked.
Zhao Chen pointed at the starship design in front of him. Look, can I leave? This is the future of starships. Zhao Waner asked curiously. What kind of starship is this? Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. This will be our future interstellar fleet. Zhao Waner initially wanted to tease him, but remembering Zhao Chen's assembly of the Blizzard and the construction of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier, she thought maybe he could actually pull it off. All right, I'll be waiting for you at North Star Military Academy. Zhao Waner glared at Zhao Chen, her eyes flashing with a warning. She threatened, if you dare bully those succubi, watch out or I'll. She made a scissor gesture with her fingers before turning and leaving. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, wondering where she had picked up such tricks. However, he wasn't concerned and continued his work. He believed there was no rush to subdue the succubi. Since they were already on his starship, they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. A while later, Zhao Chen was pulled back to reality by a system notification in his mind. He set aside his work and opened the system page, where 2 windows had popped up. One was a quarterly task requiring him to build and own 3 different T2 or higher-level starships produced by the system. Glancing at the calendar, Zhao Chen realized it was already October. It appeared that a new task was issued each quarter and would be automatically cancelled if not completed, though the rewards were substantial. This seemed like a good way to earn system rewards. The other window showed that his monthly points had increased by 80, thanks to the passive income from the T2 Queen Bee starship. Zhao Chen knew that aside from completing system tasks, owning system starships could also generate passive income. Since the T2 Queen Bee had been in service since early September, he could now collect monthly points, accumulating 80 points daily. The more starships he owned, the more points he would earn. Higher-level starships brought in even more points. This news lifted Zhao Chen's spirits. He thought that with more starships, he could earn substantial points even without completing system tasks. Time flew by, and on the second day after the Succubi arrived on the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Waner took an interstellar cruise back to the Northern Star Military Academy. Zhao Chen's orders for raw materials had also arrived, and he resumed his long starship building routine. During these 5 days, one person was particularly anxious: Lilith, the succubus. Initially, she thought the man would appear the next day and explain his intentions. However, the man didn't show up the next day, and even Miss Zhao Waner had left early. By the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, the man still hadn't appeared. Lilith gradually got used to life on the starship, waking up on time, making her bed, washing up, and then heading to the dining hall for meals. The rest of the time, she and the other succubi helped clean the starship, even though there were cleaning robots. They preferred to stay busy rather than idle. Over time, they became familiar with the half-orc female crew members and realized they had a comfortable life on the starship. The captain never forced them to do anything. By the 6th day, Lilith's anxiety grew stronger the more she adapted to her new surroundings, especially since the man still hadn't appeared. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. On the 7th day, Lilith lay on her soft bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time, unable to rest. In recent days, she hadn't had the luxury of sleeping on a soft bed for a long time. Sometimes, finding a corner that could shield her from the elements was already a blessing. As a result, on the first night, many of the succubi struggled to fall asleep, with some eventually collapsing on the floor, barely managing to close their eyes. Meanwhile, Lilith noticed the anxiety spreading among the other succubi. She could clearly see the meaning behind the expressions on their faces. They were desperately trying to hold on to this life because it was incredibly precious to them. On the 8th day, Lilith, sporting dark circles under her eyes, walked into the starship's dining hall and ordered her favorite dumplings, then sat down to wait. Soon, a plate of delicious dumplings was placed in front of her, and a man sat across from her. The restaurant fell silent, as if only the two of them were left. Lilith looked up and saw the man sitting opposite her. It was the same man who had disappeared for 7 days, the one she had been waiting for all week. "Tell me, where are you planning to go next? I can see you off," Zhao Chen said calmly while savoring his dumplings. His voice wasn't loud, but every succubus in the restaurant heard him clearly. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving them feeling as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. The food before them suddenly lost all its appeal. Bessie, a charming succubus girl, once hailed from a kingdom overrun by evil. She had been on the run since childhood, wandering across planets, starships, and various other places, constantly hiding her identity and enduring harsh conditions. Bessie witnessed her companions dying from hunger and faced numerous close calls, but was often saved by her brave sister, Lilith, who provided them with food. One day, however, their hiding place in the underground tunnels was attacked. In their moment of desperation, a powerful man appeared, vanquished their enemies, and brought them aboard his starship. On this starship, Bessie saw beauty and safety she had never known before. It was filled with female half-beasts, making her feel incredibly secure. Although Lilith had always warned her to be wary of men, believing them to be cruel demons. For the first time on the starship, Bessie enjoyed a bath with clean, warm water, experiencing the joy of cleanliness. She was taken to a well-equipped dining hall, where she marveled at the sumptuous menu and chose a meat-rich dish, savoring the happiness that good food brought. They were then assigned to neat and comfortable rooms, each with its own space, indulging in luxurious treatment that felt like a dream. Over the next week, Bessie and her companions lived a blissful life, enjoying everything the starship had to offer. They not only had comfortable accommodations and delicious food, but also helped the crew maintain the starship, striving to contribute in any way they could. However, today, the man who had brought them to the starship reappeared, delivering unexpected words that felt like whispers from the abyss. "Tell me, where do you want to go next? I can help you leave." A surge of complex emotions filled Bessie's heart, leaving her uncertain about what the future might hold. Bessie's eyes suddenly lost focus, and the tempting aroma of the delicious meat in front of her faded away. A thought surged through her mind. They had to leave this place and return to their old lives.
No.
She didn't want that. Lilith stared at the man before her, speechless. Zhao Chen claimed he had arranged everything and could book them tickets on an interstellar cruise, sending them to any planet or spaceport they desired. Lilith was stunned, unsure of how to respond. His words caught her completely off guard. Suddenly, Betsy snapped. grabbing a fork from the plate and holding it to her throat. I'm not leaving. I refuse to go. Tears welled up in her eyes as she glared at Zhao Chen. Betsy, what are you doing? Put the fork down. Lilith shouted, looking at the youngest member of their group. By succubus standards, Betsy was still a child. The little succubus ignored Lilith's plea and turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. Why? Zhao Chen looked at the petite, 4-foot-something succubus. Despite her small stature, her natural allure drew everyone's attention. His words had hit her hard. Lilith, I don't want to live that life again, Betsy sobbed. I don't want to drink that dark liquid, hide in the shadows, or live in constant fear. I don't want to starve, eat moss off the walls, swallow dirt, or scavenge for food only to suffer from hunger pains in a corner. I don't want to fight wild beasts on desolate planets for a scrap of food, watching my friends fall in battle. Here, for the first time, I realized that life could be beautiful. Her words were bitterly ironic. For succubi who lived in darkness, just surviving was a monumental task, let alone enjoying life. Many succubi present were moved to tears, their eyes red. The older ones savored their food, chewing each grain of rice slowly, knowing this might be their last taste of such delicacy. They would soon sink back into darkness. Betsy's red eyes bore into Zhao Chen, filled with despair and anger. If you're sending us away, why be so generous? Why let us experience this life? With clean clothes, warm water, delicious food, and soft beds. Why show us that we can be happy? You've shown us the light, only to push us back into the dark. As she spoke, the fork fell from Betsy's hands. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Lilith, feeling a mix of guilt and helplessness, walked over and hugged the little succubus tightly. Zhao Chen gazed at the emotionally turbulent succubi before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew his plan had come to fruition. These succubi had once endured the darkness, never having known the beauty of light. But Zhao Chen had brought them unparalleled happiness, like a brilliant beam piercing their dark existence. Now, his departure would mean the disappearance of that light, a cruel blow for them. If you don't want to leave, you can stay, Zhao Chen said calmly. The 18 succubi stared at him in unison, even Lilith's eyes showing a glimmer of hope. Zhao Chen continued, you can join my fleet, just like the half-orc crew members, and fight for me. Lilith was stunned. Fighting for a human was an unprecedented challenge for her. To humans, succubi had never been seen as stellar warriors, only as tools for pleasure. Zhao Chen gave them time to think, allowing them to finish their meal. If you choose freedom, you can leave through the back door, and someone will arrange for you to travel to any planet or starport. If you want to stay, register at the front door and become part of my crew, he said, wiping his lips and leaving the dining hall, leaving the decision to the succubi. He already knew their answer. As Zhao Chen walked away, little Bessie, a young succubus, immediately dashed to the front door. No matter what, she had decided to stay, even if it meant death elsewhere. One by one, the other succubi followed. A succubus looked at the silent Lilith and said, Lilith, let's stay. She took Lilith's hand and urged her. Lilith bit her lip, but soon found clarity. She had always longed for freedom, but what would await her after leaving? More evasion and hardship? She decided to stay. She gently patted the succubus's head, and then quickly walked in the direction Zhao Chen had taken. Walking down the starship corridor, Zhao Chen heard footsteps behind him, knowing he had succeeded. Suddenly, Lilith called out, stopping him. What do you want? She asked, blocking his path. Zhao Chen shrugged. You've already said it. Lilith looked at him skeptically. Zhao Chen understood that without a satisfactory answer, she wouldn't easily trust him. My fleet is newly established and lacks personnel for management and internal affairs. You succubi have the skills to fill those roles, he explained. Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude and shared his perspective. Lilith was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected anyone to value the unique abilities of succubi. Zhao Chen smiled and clarified that he wasn't interested in their looks or allure, but rather in their skills. He emphasized that he would never force anyone to do something against their will and would respect their right to leave. This was Zhao Chen's sincere stance. Lilith bit her lip and reminded Zhao Chen that recruiting succubi might cause trouble for the fleet. Zhao Chen responded with a confident and authoritative smile, declaring that if anyone caused them problems, he would become their biggest headache. Though Zhao Chen had a protective nature, his resolve and decisiveness were also convincing. Moved by Zhao Chen's attitude, Lilith agreed to join his team, though she couldn't promise absolute loyalty just yet. Zhao Chen laughed and said he didn't need their absolute loyalty. He just wanted them to genuinely work for the benefit of everyone and themselves. For him, loyalty wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that they could integrate into the team and adapt to life there. Zhao Chen provided them with hope and direction, becoming a guiding force for them. Lilith immediately asked what the next step was. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal containing study materials, instructing her to take it back and study with her kin. He mentioned that in a month, there would be an assessment that would determine their future positions and living conditions within the fleet. Lilith took the terminal and expressed confidence that they would study diligently. Zhao Chen knew that Succubi excelled at learning. After dealing with the Succubi matters, Zhao Chen returned to the construction bay of the T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The hull of the T2 Iron Hammer was beginning to take shape, but it would still take some time to complete. To meet the quarterly target, Zhao Chen needed to build another T2 class starship. Meanwhile, in the underground tunnels of the Arctic Fox starport, a team discovered multiple corpses and signs of human habitation. Half of the bodies had died from blunt force trauma, while the others had their throats slit. The situation was grim and sickening. The other party acted swiftly and decisively. Meanwhile, the tracking efforts failed to reveal any trace of the target succubus. His subordinates approached the man and reported the situation. The man frowned, his mind troubled. He wondered where the rats had been these past few days. It turned out they had encountered trouble. The succubus they had been searching for had vanished, and this was a mission assigned by the leader of the Black Fox Guild, underscoring its importance. The valuable information they had acquired with a significant amount of star coins was now worthless. Who dared to snatch their target at Arctic Fox starport? Determination flashed in the young man's eyes as he ordered, "Initiate a search immediately. Assign personnel to investigate every exit of this underground passage. We must find out who took the succubus." A month had passed, and Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was mostly complete. He realized that he needed to find some soldiers skilled in starship construction. Otherwise, the entire workload would fall on him, eventually wearing him out. With a face smeared in grease, Zhao Chen looked at the new ship in front of him and grinned. "Buddy, with you around, my workload will be much lighter." Just then, a soft female voice came from behind him. He turned around and was pleasantly surprised. Standing there was a woman in a pure white military uniform, with a short skirt that just covered her knees and white stockings accentuating her long legs. Since she was a succubus, the uniform had spaces for her tail and small wings, making her even more enchanting. Zhao Chen deeply understood the allure of uniforms at that moment. He silently thanked his sister, as the starship uniforms were designed and made by Zhao Waner. Considering the unique nature of Zhao Chen's fleet, these uniforms were not fixed in style. Only the fabric and overall design were consistent, making it clear they were part of the same series. They could be adjusted slightly according to the wearer's physique. After all, in Zhao Chen's unit, the soldiers were either beastmen or succubi. "Captain?" Lilith's voice brought Zhao Chen back to reality. Realizing he had lost his composure, he feigned calmness and asked, "Do you need something? Have you all mastered the material we covered?" "Yes, we've completed our studies. When will the assessment begin?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Chen recalled what he had instructed a month ago. "Let's start today. Have all the succubi gather in the starship's conference room." "Understood," Lilith replied and left. As she departed, Charlotte appeared. In fact, Charlotte had arrived here piloting the Zero Blizzard in the first week of October. After greeting and saluting Charlotte, Lilith left. The two had met a few times during this period and had quickly become good friends, perhaps due to their similar fates. It was evident that the succubi had adapted well to life here. Charlotte walked up to Zhao Chen, and they interacted like old friends. "Are you satisfied with the arrangements I've made for you?" Zhao Chen asked, scrutinizing Charlotte's uniform. Since Charlotte was the vice captain, her uniform had some different details, but the overall style was consistent. A white top paired with a white short skirt and white stockings. However, while the uniform on Lilith exuded an air of seduction, on Charlotte it conveyed the valor of a general, presenting two entirely different visual impacts. Succubi are naturally gifted in learning and management. Though that's the rumor, few have actually tested it. I suppose only you would recruit succubi as interstellar soldiers. If the outside world knew, they would surely say you're making the most of precious resources, Charlotte teased. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Ensuring that every woman can play her role in the right position is what truly matters." Charlotte watched Zhao Chen as he worked on constructing the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. "How's the progress on your interstellar industrial ship?" she asked. "It should be completed within a month. In the meantime, please help me find a team of female half-orc soldiers skilled in starship manufacturing and repair," Zhao Chen replied. Charlotte eyed him suspiciously. "Do you have some kind of special preference?" "Honestly, we already have hundreds of women on our starships. Maybe not all of them are drop-dead gorgeous, but they're definitely attractive. Plus, humans seem to have a particular interest in half-orc women. Some even call them beast-eared maidens." "Please don't misunderstand me," Zhao Chen said seriously. "We've known each other for 3 or 4 months now. Don't you understand me by now?" Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered, "Captain, do you have some kind of health problem?" Zhao Chen was taken aback and then erupted in anger. "What do you mean? Health problem? I'll tell you what, if you have the guts, come to my room tonight, and I'll show you what real stamina is." Charlotte wasn't offended by Zhao Chen's words. She had served as a captain before, commanding a group of half-orc soldiers, so she was no stranger to rough language. However, the thought of seducing Zhao Chen required some psychological preparation. Let's get back to business, Charlotte said, changing the subject. Does building this interstellar industrial ship mean you plan to construct more starships in the future? Zhao Chen nodded. My current goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. Then we need to address a few issues, Charlotte continued. We have 2 starships now, and we might have 3 soon. We need to decide on a name for our fleet. Should we stick with the name of your territory and call it the Xiaolong fleet, or choose a different name? Also, we haven't decided on a fleet emblem yet. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. You're right, we need to consider these things. We already have the fleet uniforms, but we need to finalize other details. Let's name the fleet the Xiaolong fleet, and use the Xiaolong emblem from my great-grandfather's generation. He pulled up an image of a dragon emblem on his handheld terminal. From now on, we are the Xiaolong fleet. Charlotte memorized the Xiaolong emblem, planning to have it painted on the starships. There's one more issue, she said. Even though we only have 2 starships now, I think you should consider the flagship arrangement. The flagship is the most important ship in the fleet, acting as its leader. We'll set aside the flagship matter for now, given our limited number of starships, Zhao Chen replied. In truth, he already had plans for the flagship, a T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser stored in his warehouse. Unfortunately, it had yet to be unveiled. But Zhao Chen was determined. The Xiaolong fleet's first flagship must be a T-3 starship. To be honest, in the Xiaolong star system, the Xiaolong fleet is already a rare presence, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Since the decline of the Zhao family, the starships belonging to their territory no longer proudly called themselves the Fierce Dragon Fleet. This, in turn, led to the fading luster of the family's crest. Zhao Chen gazed at the emblem before him, a wave of nostalgia surging through him as he remembered the glorious history of the Zhao family. He thought of his grandfather, who had endured countless hardships and setbacks to establish the family's foundation. Zhao Chen vowed to restore the brilliance of the Fierce Dragon crest, and to ensure that the illustrious name of the Fierce Dragon Fleet would once again resound throughout the Star Empire. In the conference room of the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, 18 Succubi waited with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Standing in front of them, Zhao Chen smiled and announced that the exam was about to begin. Each succubus had a holographic screen displaying their test questions. These questions had been carefully selected by Zhao Chen from the archives of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy's past administrative courses, and they were as challenging as a 6th grade level exam. Although they had only been given a month to prepare, the 18 succubi had dedicated themselves entirely to their studies, practicing even during meals, sleep, and baths. Today, they would finally put their knowledge to the test. As the exam progressed, some succubi answered with blank expressions, some furrowed their brows in deep thought, and others frantically searched for answers. 3 hours quickly passed. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and announced the end of the exam. Time's up, submit your screens. The results will be posted in a few hours. You are free to move around until then. Even though the exam was over, each succubus remained tense and anxious, waiting outside the conference room for the results. Little Bessie clutched Lilith's hand and whispered, Sister Lilith, if we fail this exam, will the captain make us leave? Although Zhao Chen had only mentioned that the exam results would affect their future positions on the starship, he hadn't said whether failing would result in expulsion. This ambiguity had put immense pressure on them over the past month. Lilith gently reassured her, Don't worry, you all worked very hard. I believe you'll pass. An hour later, Zhao Chen exited the conference room. 18 pairs of eyes fixated on him, filled with tension, anxiety, and fear. Zhao Chen announced the results. First place, Lilith. Lilith's top ranking was expected, given her extraordinary talent. Next was Marcy in 2nd place, and then the rankings continued until Bessie in 6th place. Bessie breathed a sigh of relief, glad she wasn't at the bottom. Those who ranked last were visibly distressed, some even covering their faces in tears, regretting not putting in more effort. After announcing all the results, Zhao Chen looked around and declared, Everyone passed. At that moment, the succubi who had ranked lowest also breathed a sigh of relief. One of them timidly asked, So, we can stay? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Of course. In reality, whether they could stay or not was entirely up to Zhao Chen's discretion. The exam was merely a formality. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that they had performed admirably. In just one short month, even a succubus with less than ideal exam scores had reached the level equivalent to a 4th-year student in the civilian department of the North Star Fleet Military Academy. Lilith, on the other hand, achieved the highest score, surpassing the North Star Fleet Military Academy's benchmark by several points. During the announcement of future job positions, Zhao Chen stated, Lilith will be my secretary officer, and Marcy will serve on the Zero Blizzard Bridge. Everyone's positions were within the fleet's civilian roles, but Lilith's role was the most crucial. Serving as the secretary officer made one the second in command in the fleet, just below the fleet commander. Within the starship, it ranked among the top 3 positions, equivalent to a deputy captain. Lilith was taken aback upon hearing she would become the secretary officer. Zhao Chen explained, "This is what you deserve. I hope you work hard. If you encounter other succubi, you can recruit them just like Charlotte did." Lilith looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, not expecting him to value her so highly. Bessie excitedly said, "Being able to stay here is the happiest thing for us." Thus, Lilith and the other succubi officially joined the Xiaolong fleet. In the last few days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. The emblem of the Xiaolong fleet was also displayed on the ship's hull. Zhao Chen looked at the new ship with joy, knowing it would allow for faster construction of more starships. He asked Charlotte about the progress of her tasks. Charlotte reported, "As per your request, I have gathered 200 orc crew members for starship manufacturing and maintenance." Zhao Chen, excited, said, "Great. Have them board the ship tomorrow to start learning and quickly master the T2 hammer." However, Charlotte reminded Zhao Chen, "Although we have the T2 hammer, the fleet's funds might not be enough to build another starship. We only have 900,000 star coins." Zhao Chen realized they were short on money again and needed to find a way to raise funds. With just over a month left to meet the quarterly task requirements, time was running out. Suddenly, the system presented a task: accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Rejecting the mission would cost 300 system points. Although Zhao Chen initially didn't want to accept it, considering the cost of refusal, he decided to take on the task. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task and immediately asked Charlotte to check if there were any bounty missions posted in the Arctic Fox galaxy. "Did you hear about it?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "Hear about what?" Zhao Chen stared at her, sensing she might know something. Charlotte explained, "The Arctic Fox starport just made a broadcast across the entire port, requesting private fleets and adventurer fleets to take on a bounty mission. The mission involves a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox galaxy where a nest of space bugs has appeared. A small Imperial fleet has already gone to support, but the number of interstellar bugs in the nest is overwhelming, and the situation is dire. The local Lord's fleet and other Imperial fleets will take a whole day to arrive, while we can get there in just 3 hours. The mission requires us to evacuate 5 million residents from that asteroid base." Bugs. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed. The interstellar swarm, much like an enigmatic species that appeared out of nowhere, remains shrouded in mystery with no available intelligence. These creatures are inherently belligerent, driven by an instinct to consume all surrounding life forms, sometimes even turning on each other. When they descend upon a planet, they bring catastrophic destruction to all its inhabitants. The swarm often emerges from mysterious cosmic rifts, still unexplained by science and referred to as cosmic fissures, or interstellar cracks, from which they pour out to assault nearby planets. If left unchecked, the swarm will devour all life on a planet, breed more offspring, and spread to neighboring worlds. The scale of the swarm varies depending on the size of the cosmic rift from which they emerge. The Galactic Alliance has established a classification system to address these variations. The Hive mothership is a formidable entity within the swarm, possessing power comparable to that of an interstellar battleship. It leads the swarm in conquering planets and mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants. Zhao Chen recalled the knowledge he had acquired about the swarm at the Northern Star Military Academy and inquired about the mission details from Charlotte. She shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Zhao Chen decided to prepare for departure quickly, ordering the Blizzard Zero and the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier to stock up on supplies and set off immediately. When Charlotte asked about their destination, Zhao Chen signaled her to get ready to leave while he gathered more intelligence. The two were to command the 2 starships in Zhao Waner's absence. Upon arriving at the bridge of the T2 Queen-class carrier, Zhao Chen contacted the starport administrator. The administrator smiled and asked how they could assist. Zhao Chen inquired about the status of the cosmic rift. After confirmation, the administrator directed him to the Arctic Fox starport headquarters for detailed information. Impatient, Zhao Chen pressed for swift details on the mission to expedite their engagement. The female supervisor received a shocking assignment. Just half an hour ago, a bounty was posted, but no one dared to take it. The chief of starport personally reached out to several private and adventurer fleet commanders stationed there, but all declined. Zhao Chendao was the only one who accepted the mission. She said, "Taking the mission is fine, but according to protocol, your fleet needs to register first and—" Zhao Chendao interrupted, "I need this done quickly. Handle it within 10 minutes. The supervisor hesitated. "These procedures are mandatory and are for your fleet's safety." At that moment, she received a notification. Zhao Chendao's account had been credited with 1,000 star coins. She glanced at the message, exchanged a knowing look with Zhao Chendao, and they both understood. Money indeed makes things easier. The supervisor immediately activated the emergency channel, promised a response within 10 minutes, and quickly sent the mission details to Zhao Chendao before ending the communication to arrange for emergency assistance. Zhao Chendao began reviewing the mission details sent by the supervisor. According to the report, a level 2 cosmic worm nest suddenly appeared 3 hours ago in a remote area of the Arctic Fox system. Upon receiving the news, the system's lord immediately dispatched a fleet to eliminate the interstellar insects. However, most of the Imperial Army had already been redeployed elsewhere, leaving only a small fleet in the Arctic Fox system. This fleet had already gone to the site, but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of interstellar insects. The Arctic Fox system urgently requested assistance from neighboring systems and the governor of the Northwind sector. The Northwind sector is one of the 8 major sectors of the Starshine Empire, overseeing 63 systems, including the Xiaolong system, the Northern Star system, and the Arctic Fox system. However, even if reinforcements arrived as quickly as possible, it would still take at least 10 hours. According to simulations, within those 10 hours, the interstellar insects would threaten planets home to 70 million people, including 3 asteroids and 1 moon. The first to be attacked would be the 5 million residents on asteroid P331. The Arctic Fox system's leadership was divided. One faction advocated for abandoning asteroid P331 to protect other more populous planets while waiting for reinforcements. The other faction believed the asteroid could be sacrificed but insisted on evacuating all 5 million residents from P331. The latter view was supported by the commander of the only Imperial Army fleet, who led the fleet directly to asteroid P331 to initiate the evacuation. Upon receiving the urgent mission notification, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Chen's face. The attack by the interstellar insect race had plunged the 5 million residents of asteroid P331 into peril, making the evacuation efforts by the Imperial fleet exceedingly challenging. Faced with this dire situation, the commander of the Imperial fleet came up with a bold idea: to request assistance from civilian fleets. To this end, he issued a bounty mission with a reward of 500,000 star coins, promising that the Empire would cover all battle-related damages. Zhao Chen pondered the situation. He wasn't particularly interested in the rescue mission and was reluctant to risk the lives of his starship crew. However, another thought lingered in his mind. The corpses of the interstellar insects were incredibly valuable, rich with resources, practically mobile treasure troves. And at this moment, Zhao Chen was financially strapped. Coupled with the system's task, at the headquarters for interstellar missions at Arctic Fox Starport, the leaders faced a daunting task but couldn't find anyone willing to accept it. Before them was a dangerous Tier 2 cosmic bug nest, hiding at least 3 T2 hive motherships and over 30 T1 hive motherships. For a regular adventure fleet, it was impossible to fend them off in a short time. Even though the bounty was a staggering 500,000 star coins, life is priceless. Everyone knew the peril of battling the insectoid species. A single misstep could lead to the entire starship's downfall, leaving no room for surrender. This wasn't merely a matter of 5 million lives. The wisest choice would be to retreat behind the P300 asteroid, which housed a population of 20 million. Holding that position would only require a 2-hour defense, giving reinforcements enough time to arrive. In contrast, defending the P331 asteroid would require withstanding at least 3 hours of assault to ensure the safe evacuation of 5 million people, which was far too risky. In a room within the starport, the chief officer of Arctic Fox Starport anxiously looked at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets in front of him. All 3 had declined the mission for various reasons. "I'll personally add another 100,000 star coins. Will you reconsider?" the chief officer pleaded. "This mission doesn't require you to fight the bugs to the end, just delay them for 3 hours. Maybe even 2 would be enough. Even for 1,000,000 star coins, it's not worth the risk." One commander shook his head and refused. Is the fleet commander who decided to evacuate the 5 million people on the P331 asteroid out of his mind? Why not just have the Arctic Fox system's lord order a retreat? The chief officer of Arctic Fox Starport sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. His superior, the lord of the Arctic Fox system, certainly wanted to pull back the Imperial fleet. Although the Imperial fleet wasn't under his direct command, a lord typically held some authority within their domain. And the lord of the Arctic Fox system was a count, a person of significant status. However, the commander of the Imperial fleet had an even more special standing. Just then, the chief officer received a message that filled him with joy. He immediately connected the communication. "Hello, you said there's a fleet willing to take on the mission?" the chief officer asked excitedly. The 3 commanders present exchanged glances upon hearing the news. They had all refused the mission, so who would be brave enough to step forward now? Incomplete paperwork? No problem. Given the urgency, we can streamline the procedures. They can depart immediately, the chief officer said. He suddenly asked, "Who exactly is this mysterious figure? How many starships do they command? The Black Dragon fleet?" Only 2 starships are currently docked at Arctic Fox Starport. The head of Arctic Fox Starport was momentarily stunned. The Black Dragon fleet? The 3 people nearby murmured among themselves. No one in the Northern Wind Star region had heard of such a legend. Just 2 starships? Maybe the rest of their fleet hasn't shown up at the starport yet. But who would dare to take on such a dangerous mission? Regardless of which fleet it is, notify them immediately, and don't delay. If they successfully complete the mission, Arctic Fox starport will offer an additional reward of 100,000. No, 200,000 star coins. The head's tone was resolute. After the communication ended, he looked at the three people present and tried to persuade them once more. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This bounty mission has no limit on the number of participants. Maybe you could go together. Or, never mind. Such a tempting mission should be left to that so-called Black Dragon fleet. One person sneered, while another joked, I want to see if they can really evacuate those 5 million people. They seem to have no confidence in the mission. T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, bridge. Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered you for the mission. Additionally, we've added a bonus of 200,000 star coins, bringing your total reward to 700,000 star coins upon successful completion. The female coordinator informed Zhao Chen via video call. Zhao Chen smiled and said, thank you. She wished him good luck. After the call ended, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte on the other side of the screen. Charlotte curiously asked, what's the deal with the Black Dragon fleet? Zhao Chen explained, I used the name Black Dragon fleet temporarily for the mission registration to avoid attracting too much attention. He then looked at Charlotte and asked, aren't you curious why I accepted this mission? Charlotte replied, accepting or rejecting the mission is your decision as the captain. As your subordinate, my only duty is to give it my all. Charlotte was undoubtedly an outstanding starship commander. At that moment, the T2 Queen and Zero Blizzard were leaving Arctic Fox starport, preparing to enter hyperspace. It would take some time. Zhao Chen continued, what do you think our chances are of completing this mission? Charlotte grew serious and displayed the mission briefing as a hologram, describing, this is a level 2 cosmic insect nest. Assuming there are more than 3 T2 brood motherships and 30 T1 brood motherships, our chances in a direct fight are slim due to the lack of interstellar support ships. Even if we exhaust all our ammunition, it's unlikely we'd eliminate them all. But if the goal is just to buy time and evacuate the 5 million people on asteroid P331, then our success rate increases significantly to about 80%. That high? Zhao Chen was surprised by Charlotte's analysis. Charlotte firmly stated that the odds might be less than 30% against 2 ordinary T2 starships. However, your 2 starships are anything but ordinary. Zhao Chen has had multiple first-hand encounters with the interstellar insect race. As long as it's not a massive swarm, the threat isn't particularly severe. Charlotte's words greatly boosted Zhao Chen's confidence. The warp engine route has been preset, and the acceleration phase is about to commence. Warp travel will begin in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen decisively ordered. All crew members switch to deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members switch to deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Target locked. P331 asteroid at the edge of the Arctic Fox star system. 20 minutes later, Blizzard Zero and the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship arrived at the designated coordinates. Zhao Chen was the first to awaken from stasis. He stepped out of his pod and took his seat in the captain's chair, preparing to issue commands. Just then, a voice called out beside him. Within a minute, the bridge crew returned to their stations and began checking the starship systems. Everyone was back at their posts within 3 minutes, ready for orders. The starship immediately entered Level 2 combat readiness, with interstellar drones poised for deployment. Zhao Chen scanned the bridge and noticed that his secretary, Lilith, had already begun issuing orders. Sensing Zhao Chen's gaze, Lilith asked nervously, Did I do something wrong? No, you've done an excellent job, Zhao Chen praised. Your recovery speed is impressive. Your physical condition is remarkable. The secretary's role was to assist the captain in issuing commands and to preemptively execute certain non-critical orders when necessary, just as Lilith had done. I used to serve on a starship in the Succubi kingdom and participated in battles against invaders, but we ultimately failed, Lilith explained. The Succubi kingdom's war, that was over 50 years ago, wasn't it? You were already in service back then? Zhao Chen began to speculate about Lilith's age. Yes, I'm 75 years old, Lilith responded. 75? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Lilith appeared to be no more than 20. Sensing his confusion, Lilith explained, our succubus race can live up to 300 years under normal circumstances. With technological assistance, we might reach 400, similar to your human race. 400. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, realizing that Lilith was practically a young woman by human standards. The maximum human lifespan had reached 150 years, but only a few elites could enjoy such longevity. Captain, Blizzard Zero has completed its warp jump. Awaiting further instructions, Charlotte's communication window popped up. How far are we from asteroid P331? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith quickly responded. At the T2 Queen Bee's speed, it will take 30 minutes to reach. Blizzard Zero only needs 10 minutes. Warp jumps can only get us to a general vicinity. In non-combat environments, we can get closer to the destination, but in combat zones, the fleet decelerates early, stops the warp jump, and proceeds with conventional engines. Blizzard Zero and the T2 Queen Bee proceed to asteroid P331. We'll finalize the battle plan upon arrival, Zhao Chen ordered. Charlotte and Lilith acknowledged in unison. The two starships advanced at the same speed. About 10 minutes later, they encountered a group of slow-moving interstellar transport ships. Zhao Chen stared in confusion at the interstellar transport ships before him. Their speed was a mere 10 knots, significantly below the normal level. The ship numbers indicated they belonged to the fleet of the Arctic Fox star system, specifically T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships. It was clear they were here to execute the evacuation of the population on asteroid P331. Lilith immediately responded, explaining that she had learned this information from her study materials. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised and gazed quietly at Lilith. She softly explained that her study materials had covered this topic. They should contact these starships to inquire about their slow speed. Zhao Chen frowned. Soon, the communication link was established. The opposing fleet's commander was the first to speak. Which fleet are you? We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to support the evacuation of asteroid P331. Are you the interstellar transport ships responsible for the evacuation? Why is your speed so slow? Lilith asked. The opposing fleet commander seemed a bit taken aback and explained. Our ships have sustained damage, which has affected our speed. Since you are here to support, please proceed ahead. With that, the commander cut off the communication and chuckled to his adjutant. Someone actually took on this mission. How foolish. We're not idiots. If we rush there and encounter an attack from the interstellar Zerg, what then? We'll just move slowly and wait for the Imperial army to fail. Then we'll retreat immediately, he added. Lilith's voice came through again. Fleet, execute the evacuation mission and proceed to asteroid P331 immediately. The fleet commander frowned. Who are these people to interfere so much? Since their end hadn't activated the communication, the T2 Queen's Bridge didn't hear this conversation. The adjutant, smoking casually, said, ignore them. Let's keep moving. They're not the Imperial army, so what can they do? Report. An unknown model of a starship has targeted us with its secondary cannons. A bridge crew member suddenly reported. The fleet commander snorted. They dare to fire at us? We're part of the Arctic Fox star system's fleet. Suddenly, streaks of meteors flashed by, one of them passing less than 100 meters from the bridge. Final warning. Failure to comply with the mission will result in serious consequences. The female voice echoed again. The fleet commander swallowed hard. She's crazy. She'll get us all killed. What should we do? They seem serious about firing. The adjutant was so scared that he didn't even notice the cigarette burning his hand. Yelping in pain, the fleet commander, with a grim face, said, this time, I'm out of luck, but I won't forget this. Full speed ahead to asteroid P331. Standing on the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen watched with a hint of satisfaction as the previously sluggish fleet of interstellar transport ships suddenly accelerated to full speed. He was well aware of their usual deceitful tendencies. Normally, he would let them be, as they were of little consequence. However, this time the mission system had assigned the task to Zhao Chen, and he could not tolerate any deliberate delays. Determined, Zhao Chen resolved to give his all to complete the mission. P331, a small asteroid with a population of 5 million, is a minor resource-rich celestial body. The Arctic Fox star system has established several bases here, deploying 5 million people for resource extraction. However, an unforeseen crisis caught everyone off guard. The sudden appearance of cosmic insect nests has plunged P331 into peril. The person in charge of the asteroid is under immense pressure to organize an evacuation and is at their wits' end. Despite their best efforts, only a fraction of the population has been evacuated due to a shortage of interstellar transport ships. To make matters worse, the interstellar transport fleet from the Arctic Fox star system, scheduled to arrive half an hour ago, has yet to show up. Suddenly, a video window popped up in front of the asteroid's administrator, revealing a woman in the uniform of the Star Empire's Imperial Army. She inquired about the progress of the evacuation. The administrator could only respond helplessly that they had managed to evacuate 50,000 people, leaving over 4 million still waiting. The female officer frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the fleet's delay. In the fleet, an urgent report rang out. Captain, we've detected a large number of insects on the right flank. We must retreat. Simultaneously, another report came in. The enemy's T2 insect mothership is attacking us with plasma cannons. The female officer received a constant stream of distressing reports, each one heightening the asteroid administrator's anxiety. The administrator suggested another evacuation attempt, but the female officer firmly stated that no one could be left behind. He grimly realized that if it weren't for her leading the Imperial fleet, he might have already abandoned the asteroid. Although they continued to fend off the insect attacks, time was running out. The female officer insisted on the urgent evacuation of civilians, and the administrator could only reluctantly agree. Aboard the bridge of the Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship, the flagship of the 5th Fleet under the 7th Legion's 3rd Corps of the Star Empire, The female officer stared intently at the radar screen, which was filled with countless red dots representing millions of insects. An anxious female adjutant urged that they must retreat immediately, or they risk being surrounded and annihilated by the insect swarm. The female officer understood the gravity of the situation. With the increasing number of insects, their escape routes were rapidly closing, leaving them no choice but to watch as disaster unfolded. The female officer clenched her teeth and hesitantly said, "Can we really just stand by and abandon the millions of lives on that planet?" The female deputy, unwavering, replied, "Miss, your life is far more valuable than those millions of lives." The female officer, however, stood firm, "No. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect the people of the Empire." The deputy's mind was racing, hoping the officer would temper her overwhelming sense of justice. She had to sternly remind her, "Miss, while you are concerned about those millions of lives, have you considered the cost if something happens to you? How many will pay the price, and how many families will suffer?" The female officer felt conflicted, knowing she might be stubborn, but her sense of justice couldn't let her abandon those millions of lives easily. Finally, she gritted her teeth and compromised, "Hold out for 2 more hours." The deputy, however, insisted, "2 hours is impossible. We can only hold out for 1 hour. After that, we must retreat. If things go south, your starship can withdraw, and I'll lead the remaining fleet to hold the line." Compared to the officer's life, the fleet of 30 Imperial starships seemed insignificant. The female officer resolutely rejected the proposal, clenching her fists as she demanded, "Why haven't we received any support after sending out the distress signal?" The deputy was at her wit's end, almost wanting to knock out the officer and forcibly take her away. The internal conflict between the officer's sense of justice and reality raged on. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the increasing number of bugs had breached the defenses of a T2 Guardian-class medium starship. Swarms of bugs attacked the hull, gnawing at the armor. The bridge crew reported to the female officer, "The starboard hull of T2 Guardian 0712 is overrun by bugs and cannot be salvaged." Once a starship was swarmed by bugs, it was almost certain doom. The female officer watched the T2 Guardian with a mix of anger and guilt, knowing it would be the first loss in her fleet, but likely not the last. Suddenly, a crew member exclaimed, "Report! A swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind us." The female officer, surprised, asked, "Interstellar drones?" As they watched in astonishment, the drones entered the battlefield, targeting the bugs with fierce attacks, wiping them out, and supporting the besieged T2 Guardian. Under the cover of the interstellar drones, the bugs were gradually cleared, and the T2 Guardian successfully escaped danger. The appearance of the interstellar drones left the female officer astonished. She couldn't help but wonder where these mysterious machines had come from. Suddenly, a voice came through the communication device. A male voice echoed over the channel, "I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. We received a bounty mission and have come to provide support." Hearing this, the female officer felt an indescribable surge of emotion, with tears welling up in her eyes. At last, someone had responded to her call for help. Someone was willing to lend a hand. This filled her with immense relief and reaffirmed her belief that there were still people in the world driven by a sense of justice. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, several massive, insect-like creatures, as large as interstellar warships, were steadily approaching, sending chills down one's spine. Respected commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, Chu Xian is the commander of the 5th Fleet under the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starshine Empire. When she learned about the arrival of reinforcements, she excitedly asked, "How many starships have you sent to support us?" Chu Xian eagerly awaited the response, knowing that the arrival of reinforcements meant that the 5 million people on the planet could be safely evacuated. Zhao Chen candidly replied, "We only have 2 starships." "Only 2? Chu Xian looked doubtfully at her female lieutenant and whispered, "Did I mishear? I thought it was 20. The female lieutenant nodded in confusion, indicating she had also misheard. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment and then reconfirmed, "Your fleet only has 2 starships?" Zhao Chen affirmed. Chu Xian tried to grasp at a sliver of hope. "Are you just the vanguard, with the main fleet still on its way?" Zhao Chen denied it. "This support consists of just our 2 starships. No one else was willing to take on the mission you issued." Chu Xian's spirits plummeted. She began to question whether she should continue to hold P331 asteroid, whether she should sacrifice her fleet for a sense of justice and responsibility. She sighed, "Thank you for your support, but with only 2 starships, it's hard to turn the tide." Her mood was somber. "So, I've decided to give up?" Zhao Chen countered. "Are you giving up without even trying?" Chu Xian was taken aback, as his words struck a chord deep within her. Despite the risk of defying the Lord's orders and deciding to protect the evacuation of 5 million people on P331 asteroid, which could endanger her fleet and the safety of tens of millions behind the lines, she was a soldier worthy of respect. Staring directly at Chu Xian through the virtual window of the video communication, Zhao Chen's gaze sent a jolt of electricity through her. She opened her mouth to speak, but her female lieutenant interrupted. The lieutenant reminded Chu Xian that with only 2 T2 starships, it was impossible to change the situation, as there were 30 T2 starships of the Empire's fleet present. Chu Xian's female lieutenant was skeptical of Zhao Chen's claims, considering him a naive fool, and tried to prevent Chu Xian from taking action. Zhao Chen, however, requested that Commander Chu Xian thoroughly understand the current situation. Commander Chu Xian silenced her lieutenant and said seriously, "This is the current situation. A swarm of interstellar Zerg surged from a sealed secondary universe wormhole, including 4 T2 hive carriers and 35 T1 hive carriers. Despite successfully destroying 4 T1 hive carriers and severely damaging 1 T2 hive carrier, the overwhelming number of Zerg left the defense line on the brink of collapse." Zhao Chen turned to Commander Chu Xian, inquiring about the fleet's losses and the remaining combat capabilities of their starships. Chu Xian, though momentarily hesitant, firmly replied that her fleet still had 30 starships, 2 of which were heavily damaged but remained operational. Over 50% of their weapons were still functional. However, given the sheer scale of the Zerg, their firepower seemed insufficient. Interrupting Chu Xian, Zhao Chen resolutely declared, "We still have the strength to fight." The female adjutant covered her face, puzzled by the stubbornness of this young commander, who seemed as headstrong as the young lady herself. She muttered, "The young lady's status is so distinguished. How could someone like him compare?" She bluntly pointed out the harsh reality, refusing to let the 30 starships risk following the 2 heavily damaged ones. Ignoring her, Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Chu Xian, asking if she was willing to trust him and take another risk for her beliefs. Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, torn with inner conflict. The female adjutant, unable to bear it any longer, openly criticized Zhao Chen's decision. Zhao Chen added, "If you still have doubts, I can assure you, you can retreat at any time if the situation becomes hopeless." Commander Chu Xian solemnly declared, "I agree. My fleet will follow your command." Her eyes sparkled with determination, showcasing her resolute spirit. The female adjutant anxiously called out, "Young lady." Chu Xian softly replied, "Let me be willful one more time. If we can't change the outcome, we can still retreat." Realizing that the young lady's decision was unchangeable, the adjutant knew her mistress was a person of integrity and stubbornness. Zhao Chen promised, "My drone fleet will provide cover for your retreat. Form a one-way carrier battle formation with my T2 carrier at the core." Commander Chu Xian worriedly asked, "Can your interstellar drones withstand such a massive Zerg force?" Zhao Chen confidently replied, "Trust me, Commander Chu Xian." Chu Xian gazed at Zhao Chen, sensing the radiance emanating from him, and a glimmer of trust sparked in her heart. She furrowed her brow, took a deep breath, and then decisively issued orders to her fleet. She commanded the entire fleet to disengage from the battle immediately and retreat at full speed towards the coordinates. At position, she directed her subordinates to form a unidirectional carrier battle formation with the allied carrier starship at its core. Her gaze was firm and composed. She knew this was the best way to protect her fleet members. Even though it meant a temporary retreat, her sense of duty and resolve left no room for hesitation. The quality of the Imperial fleet is truly commendable. With a single command from Commander Chu Xian, 30 starships swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, forming an orderly and secure retreat formation. The T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates maintained a protective rearguard, prepared for any sudden threats. Fortunately, the anticipated crisis did not occur. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones launched a rapid attack, using cannons and missiles to scatter the enemy swarm. Simultaneously, 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones dropped timed bombs and then retreated. As the swarm pursued, the timed bombs detonated one by one, creating a web of firepower that caught the enemy off guard. On the bridge, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield through a deep space telescope. Despite having studied the interstellar insectoids at the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, witnessing their combat tactics firsthand left him both exhilarated and awestruck. The sight would likely overwhelm anyone with trypophobia. The interstellar insectoids employ a unique combat style. The hive motherships are colossal biological starships. Despite their limited mobility, their main weapons, bioplasma cannons and biotorpedoes, do not dominate among ships of their class. However, their distinctive hierarchical structure grants them special combat strategies and tactics. The swarm tactics. A T1 hive mothership houses approximately 10,000 T1 insects, while a T2 hive mothership carries 100,000 T1 insects and 1,000 T2 hydralisks. The insects and hydralisks serve as the mothership's combat units. The former, resembling winged mantises of human size, excel in close combat. The latter are 10-meter-tall serpentine creatures capable of spraying corrosive acid. They can fight freely in space with incredible speed, matched only by interstellar frigates. Other starships struggle to keep up. Though the insects are categorized as T1 and T2 units, their combat effectiveness is generally below standard levels. For instance, a T2 Hydralisk is no match for a T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in one-on-one combat. However, when facing thousands upon thousands of these insects, the challenge becomes overwhelming. You are no longer up against 1, 10, or 100 enemies, but rather a relentless tide crashing down upon you. As soon as any of those bugs latch onto your starship and breach its hull, the interstellar warriors inside are essentially doomed. These bugs know no fear. They are driven purely by instinct and the commands of their hive mothership, relentlessly attacking their targets. This combat strategy is somewhat reminiscent of carrier starships, with the bugs acting as the hive mothership's interstellar fighters. Report: all T2 Wasp-class heavy interstellar drones and T2 Hornet-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing runs and are returning, Lilith reported. Get those Wasps and Hornets resupplied and ready for the second wave. Also, deploy 3 waves of 300 T2 B-class light interstellar drones, Zhao Chen ordered. Understood, Lilith responded, relaying the captain's orders. The Imperial fleet, which had been worried about whether these interstellar drones could hold off the bugs, was now astonished by their performance. These drones' combat effectiveness rivaled that of interstellar fighters of the same class.
Imperceive, Commander Chu Suang Rematch.
The female adjutant noticed a carrier starship with yellow and black markings, resembling some kind of insect, eerily similar to the interstellar bugs they were fighting. What kind of carrier starship is this? I've never seen it before, she said, pulling up the starship database to scan the unfamiliar vessel, only to find no records of it. Our database doesn't have any information on it, she exclaimed in surprise. Commander Chu Xian, remembering what a certain man had said, looked at the carrier starship with a serious expression and murmured, I hope that Captain can really turn the tide. The female adjutant thought to herself, just 2 starships? Impossible, unless they're both T3 class or something. Wait, aren't there supposed to be 2 starships? Where's the other one? She suddenly asked, checking the starship radar. There was no energy signal from a second starship. Where is it? Over the P331 asteroid, dozens of T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered, with airships continually evacuating civilians to the transport ships. Thank goodness you're here. The asteroid's administrator, nearly in tears, greeted the fleet commander. We're just following orders. Hurry and organize the evacuation. Time is of the essence. If the interstellar bugs get within our safety perimeter, we must leave immediately, the fleet commander said, forcing a smile. Yes, we'll expedite the evacuation. We'll complete it in 1.5 hours tops, the administrator vowed. The sooner, the better, the fleet commander replied impatiently. He didn't want to be here. A bunch of lunatics had forced him to come by threatening him with starship cannons. Now that he was here, he had no choice but to carry out the evacuation. He just hoped that despicable man could hold out a bit longer, allowing them to complete the mission safely. However, deep down, he harbored darker thoughts. That man and his damned spaceship had better be completely destroyed far away from our battlefield. Ideally, after we've safely retreated. Yes, just like that. The master silently prayed. Under the cover of the T2 Queen-class heavy carriers drone swarm, Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T2 Queen. Following its lead, they formed a unidirectional carrier battle formation, ready to face the impending swarm. This formation only needed to defend in one direction. The T2 Queen was at the rear, followed by the T2 Grey Wolf-class light space cruisers and T2 Fire Leopard-class medium space battleships. Ahead of them were 8 T2 Hyena-class medium space destroyers and 20 T2 Guardian-class medium space frigates. The fleet of 31 starships established a solid defensive line, prepared for a fierce confrontation with the swarm. As the swarm approached, all Imperial starships opened fire simultaneously, showcasing their experience and coordination in battling the interstellar insects. Meanwhile, the T2 Queen continually deployed waves of drones into the fray. However, as time went on, the number of drones recovered after each wave dwindled, reduced to debris by the swarm. Despite the T2 Queen's support, the sheer size of the swarm gradually put the fleet on the defensive, as if a black tide was about to engulf them. Commander Chu Xian stared intently at the holographic interstellar map, her face etched with worry. In less than 20 minutes, the swarm would directly threaten their starships. Her female deputy anxiously suggested, Commander, our firepower isn't enough to hold off the swarm. Chu Xian solemnly ordered, get in touch with the captain of the Black Dragon fleet immediately. The video window opened, and Zhao Chen's face appeared on the screen. He spoke first, saying, wait a little longer. Both Chu Xian and her deputy were puzzled. Chu Xian asked, wait for what? Zhao Chen's gaze wasn't on them but fixed on the holographic interstellar map, as if waiting for a miracle. He said solemnly, give me 10 more minutes. Chu Xian did not argue. deciding internally to wait for 10 more minutes. If nothing changed, she would order the fleet to retreat. As time ticked by and the swarm drew closer, the deputy became increasingly frantic. Suddenly, a radar officer on one of the starships exclaimed, "High-energy reaction detected at the rear of the swarm. AT-2 Hive mothership's life signal has disappeared. There's a fast-moving, unidentified energy signal at the swarm's rear." Commander Chu Xian and her female deputy exchanged glances, a sense of astonishment welling up inside them. Determination gleamed in Zhao Chen's eyes as he set his plan into motion. "Charlotte, it's your turn to shine." At that moment, the previously relentless swarm of insects began to slow their assault, with some even starting to retreat. Commander Chu Xian immediately ordered the release of drones to assess the situation. Due to the dense swarm, the starship couldn't directly observe what was happening behind them and had to rely on the drone footage. Soon, images started coming in. "Oh my God, is that a starship?" the female deputy exclaimed. "It's moving incredibly fast, at least 70 or 80 star knots." "No, it should be 100 star knots." Commander Chu Xian instinctively judged the starship's speed. 100 star knots? The female deputy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the wreckage of AT-2 Hive mothership came into view, shattered into 3 pieces with one side clearly showing signs of a massive attack, piercing right through it. "That's the work of a cannon with a caliber over 1,000 millimeters. Commander Chu Xian confirmed the weapon used through the images. She urgently requested a zoom in on the starship. As the image enlarged, albeit a bit blurry, they could still see the starship speeding through the enemy lines, ignoring the chasing swarm and maintaining its high velocity. Its incredible speed left the pursuing insects far behind. The Hive mothership tried to counterattack with bioplasma cannons, but they were futile against the starship's agile maneuvers. Commander Chu Xian couldn't help but ask Zhao Chen about the situation. With arms crossed, Zhao Chen calmly explained, "That's our fleet's Zero Blizzard, AT-2 starship equipped with a 1,200 mm caliber cannon, boasting exceptional speed." "A 1,200 mm caliber cannon?" The female deputy was astonished. "So you had this planned all along, not just to fend off the swarm, but to use their attack to lure them out and expose the Hive mothership's weak point." Then Zero Blizzard struck swiftly, directly targeting the Hive mothership. Commander Chu Xian understood Zhao Chen's strategy. Zhao Chen was not only a man of justice and responsibility, but also a tactical genius. "You're insane. One misstep, and that starship would have been devoured by the swarm." The female deputy looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Zhao Chen, however, confidently stated, "There will be no mistakes because Zero Blizzard fears nothing." This last sentence, Zhao Chen kept to himself. The commanding officer of that starship is the legendary half-orc general, known as the White Tiger General, Charlotte. General Charlotte is a towering figure with a gaze as sharp as a tiger's. In every battle, he demonstrates extraordinary courage and wisdom. His tactics are both skillful and decisive, always making the right calls at critical moments to lead his fleet to astonishing victories. With grand ambitions, General Charlotte firmly believes his mission is to safeguard interstellar peace and justice. Even when facing formidable enemies, he never backs down, charging into battle without hesitation to protect his fleet and comrades. Under his leadership, the fleet boasts formidable combat strength, and his soldiers are deeply loyal, willing to fight for him at any cost. General Charlotte is not only an outstanding commander, but also a compassionate leader. He cares deeply for each of his warriors, regardless of their rank or status, ensuring they receive his unwavering support. His actions inspire everyone around him, motivating them to face challenges bravely and never give up. On the interstellar battlefield, General Charlotte shines like a brilliant star, illuminating the path for his soldiers. His courage, wisdom, and kindness make him a beacon within the fleet, inspiring everyone to strive forward for their shared beliefs. No matter the challenges or difficulties they encounter, General Charlotte will lead his fleet with unwavering determination, never accepting defeat. In the bridge report of Blizzard Zero, the swarm began to retreat one after another, preparing for an attack. The crew on the bridge reported this to Charlotte. Without hesitation, Charlotte ordered to continue at full speed. At this moment, Charlotte was personally controlling the starship's navigation. Every turn, every course, was under her command. This should have been the job of a dedicated helmsman, but General Charlotte had taken the helm herself today. She knew the dangers of this mission all too well. A slight mistake and they could be hit by the bioplasma cannons of the swarm's mothership or caught by the pursuing swarm, both leading to certain death. She repeatedly calculated the routes and trajectories in her mind, waiting for the main forces of the swarm to retreat. Charlotte muttered softly, her eyes scanning the star map as if searching for a target. At this time, Blizzard Zero was able to evade pursuit flexibly. On one hand, this was due to its astonishing speed. On the other hand, the sparse numbers of T1 bugs and T2 hydralisks left behind by the swarm's mothership couldn't form an effective encirclement. However, Once the main forces of the swarm, including the Imperial fleet and T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starships, retreated, Blizzard Zero would face a greater threat. As time ticked away, a crew member reported that the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon had been reloaded and was ready to fire. The crew member in charge of the weapon systems reported this. In fact, these data had already been imprinted in Charlotte's mind. At this moment, the bow of Blizzard Zero was precisely aimed at a T2 swarm mothership. The mothership seemed to sense the danger and began to retreat rapidly, firing plasma cannons at Blizzard Zero, but missing the high-speed moving starship. Charlotte stared intently at the targeting system. She had only one shot. The swarm was controlled by the mothership. Destroying it wouldn't annihilate the swarm, but it would severely weaken their combat effectiveness, like an army losing its leader. The time had come. Fire! Charlotte roared. The T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon fired its shell, cutting through space like a comet, and struck the side of the T2 swarm mothership. A massive explosion tore the kilometer-long mothership to pieces, with debris scattering across the cosmos. After the initial explosion, a secondary, larger explosion split the mothership in two, marking its demise in the universe. Commander Chu Xian and her female deputy were stunned by the spectacle. Previously, they had managed to heavily damage a swarm mothership but couldn't destroy it. However, this time, a single shot had obliterated the mothership. The scene was utterly unbelievable. And just now, that T2 swarm mothership was indeed destroyed by a single, deadly shot. Could this be a T3 starship? The female lieutenant was in disbelief. Commander Chu Xian quickly grasped the reason behind it. They had struck the organ in the hive mothership that stored bioplasma elements, akin to hitting an ammunition depot or the engine room of our starship. Such a hit would cause a chain explosion, amplifying the damage by several times, even up to tenfold. But hitting it twice in a row, is that even possible? The female lieutenant questioned. Commander Chu Xian, staring at the screen showing the rapidly maneuvering Blizzard Zero, replied, "It's not about possibility. This starship just did it. In 10 minutes, it destroyed 2 T2 hive motherships. That's an outstanding achievement. Report, over half of the enemy swarm forces have retreated. The remaining swarms can't break through our fire blockade," a crew member reported. Commander Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane. A truly mad battle plan. But it has achieved its strategic objective of delaying the enemy. We can now hold out for at least another hour, maybe even two." The female lieutenant was speechless, recalling her earlier mocking remarks about the two starships. It felt like a slap in the face. However, she voiced her concern. But will the Blizzard Zero make it back safely? Commander Chu Xian shared her worry. After destroying 2 T2 hive motherships, the Blizzard Zero has begun its retreat. But the enraged swarm won't let the culprit escape. Waves of black swarms are surrounding the starship, their numbers now dozens of times greater. It's like a giant black hand trying to crush a tiny mosquito. Report, based on the starship's calculations, our chances of escaping at the current course are only 16%, a crew member reported nervously. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days in the Orc Rebellion, where she was always outnumbered and outgunned, but managed to turn the tide every time. "Turn around," Charlotte suddenly commanded. The order caught everyone on the bridge off guard. The original retreat path was away from the main battlefield, but turning around meant heading straight into it. Isn't this a suicide mission? They thought. But on this starship, Charlotte's word was law. The Blizzard Zero executed a swift turn. "Full speed ahead," Charlotte ordered sternly. After a brief turn, the Blizzard Zero's speed surged to 100 knots. Charlotte then pulled up a virtual control panel, input a series of numbers, and said, "Remove the engine restrictions. Continue to accelerate." Remove the engine restrictions? The navigation officer was stunned and hesitated. "If we do that, the engine will be under too much strain." "This is an order. Continue to accelerate," Charlotte commanded with determination. "Yes, ma'am." Removing engine restrictions, continuing to accelerate, the officer complied. Speed 103. Speed 106. Speed 110. The cruising speed set for each starship engine is not actually its maximum speed, but its optimal speed. This means that at this speed, the engine's lifespan is maximized. If exceeded, various navigation problems can arise and the engine's lifespan will be significantly reduced. Therefore, most starship engines have a speed limit lock that only the captain or the first officer can unlock with a password. Engine report. Engines are starting to overload. Engine report. Power systems are overloading. Engine report. Current speed is now 120. Everyone on the bridge felt their hearts tighten. The sudden decision to change direction by Blizzard Zero, combined with the drastic speed increase, left the encircling swarm of bugs unable to react in time, quickly leaving them far behind. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The battlefield was divided into two areas, one where the main Imperial fleet was engaged in combat, and the other where the redirected bug troops were attacking Blizzard Zero. Typically, people would expect Blizzard Zero to flee in the opposite direction, so the bugs had already set up their encirclement. However, the number of bugs in the direction of the main battlefield was much sparser. Unfortunately, in that very direction, there happened to be a T2 bug hive mothership and a small contingent of bugs right in the path of Blizzard Zero. Engine report, speed is too fast. We can't make a sharp turn, the crew reported anxiously. Charlotte suddenly burst into laughter, the first time she had laughed so freely since meeting Zhao Chen. Then let's not detour. Full speed ahead. Let's crash through. The flagship of the Imperial Fleet, the T2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship, was bustling with activity on the bridge. Commander Chu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed the Zero Blizzard heading straight for AT2 Hive Mother, with a small swarm of Zerg in its path. What the heck is that ship doing? She exclaimed. The female deputy was dumbfounded. It looks like it's going to ram right into it. Chu Xian's expression turned grave. The main cannon of the Zero Blizzard needs about 5 minutes to reload. It's only been 3 minutes since the last shot, so it can't use the main cannon yet. It seems like they've disengaged the engine's safety limits. Its speed is now over 130 star knots. In just a few minutes of observation, Chu Xian had already gathered some critical combat data on the Zero Blizzard. Now, silence fell over them as they watched the screen intently, eyes glued to the image of the ship charging into the enemy like an ancient knight on a suicide mission. The swarm protecting the T2 Hive Mother sensed the impending danger and rushed forward like a black tornado, attempting to intercept the ship. Meanwhile, the abyssal maw of the Hive Mother began to open slowly, targeting the speeding ship. Bioplasma cannons started charging within the maw, glowing with a blue hue. Simultaneously, the Zero Blizzard was already on a collision course with the swarm. From Chu Xian and her team's perspective, it seemed like the Zero Blizzard was diving headfirst into the Zerg. However, its speed was so incredible that it outpaced even the T1 Flyers and T2 Hydralisks. What happens when two high-speed objects collide? One side gets torn apart. And in this scenario, it was the Zerg who played that role. T1 Flyers and T2 Hydralisks smashed against the hull of the Zero Blizzard, turning into splatters of green goo before they could even mount an attack, giving the ship a new, grotesque, paint job. Inside the Zero Blizzard, the crew felt as if they were in the eye of a storm. The continuous thudding could be heard from every corner of the ship, and the ground beneath their feet shook incessantly. Bridge report. The comprehensive damage to the frontal armor is at 10%, 12%, 14%. Report. The comprehensive damage to the side armor is at 3%, 5%, 7%. The crew kept updating the ship's status. The relentless thudding seemed to cast a shadow over the hearts of many on the bridge. Temporary Captain Charlotte's eyes, however, gleamed with a manic light. Her long dormant blood was boiling. What's our current speed? She shouted. 135 star knots. Although the speed is slightly affected by the collisions with the swarm, our ship's speed is still gradually increasing. Should we keep accelerating? The crew member in charge of speed control was drenched in sweat. The red, ever-increasing numbers on the display made her heart race faster than ever. Keep accelerating, Charlotte ordered. She stared at the external footage displayed before her. The view was engulfed in darkness, as if all light had vanished, because the hull was surrounded by a swarm of insects. These creatures were moving in reverse, but due to their high speed, they couldn't effectively attack the ship's armor. The only real threat came from their suicidal collisions. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, the radar showed that the distance between Zero Blizzard and the largest swarm was decreasing. Suddenly, the darkness was shattered by a burst of light. Zero Blizzard broke through the swarm, now facing the T2 Hive mothership at point-blank range. The Hive mothership opened its massive maw, ready to unleash its devastating bioplasma cannon. All secondary guns and close-in weapon systems, fire at will, Charlotte roared. The secondary guns and close-in weapon systems fired in unison as the bioplasma cannon launched. The collision created a dazzling fireball, with smoke and dust filling the air, and the shockwaves scattering the surrounding insects. Moments later, Zero Blizzard emerged from the explosion. Charge again. Prepare the close-in weapons, Charlotte shouted. The crew immediately activated the ship-wide communication system, shouting to brace for impact. Every crew member aboard Zero Blizzard gripped onto anything they could, bracing themselves for the imminent collision. In the next moment, T2 Zero Blizzard accelerated towards the bow of the T2 Hive mothership. Despite the vast difference in size, Zero Blizzard's hull was that of an interstellar battleship, second only to an interstellar frigate in strength. Coupled with the high-speed impact, Zero Blizzard was like a speeding starship projectile. The terrifying force of the collision caused the bow of the Hive mothership to cave in and the entire ship to veer off course. Meanwhile, Zero Blizzard's close-in weapons continued to fire relentlessly. On the bridge, Several female crew members lost their balance due to the sudden impact and fell to the floor. Though slightly injured, they quickly returned to their stations. Report: forward armor damaged by 50%. Speed reduced to 80 knots. Insects are pursuing from behind. Charlotte silently observed, seemingly able to see through the hull to meet the eyes of the T2 hive mothership on the other side. Finally, the violent collision caused the hive mothership to shift position, and Zero Blizzard brushed past it. Full speed ahead. Charge! Charlotte immediately ordered. Zero Blizzard accelerated without hindrance, heading straight for the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet. Amidst the black tide, the swarm surged forward like a relentless wave. The T2 hive mothership, having sustained a collision, was now teetering on the edge of destruction. Its bow had caved in by a third, and one side of the ship was riddled with bullet holes, looking close to death. Who would have thought that a T2 hive mothership could be crippled by a starship of the same class? Was this fate? On the bridge of the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, T2 worker-class light drones and T2 Hornet-class heavy drones were assembling, attempting to carve a path through the Zero Storm. The Imperial fleet was coordinating with them. Zhao Chen watched the Zero Storm draw closer on the starship radar, while a line of swarm forces blocked their path. The Zero Storm was in a precarious situation, caught between a swarm battle line ahead and a massive pursuing swarm behind. It was like a sandwich, vulnerable to being devoured by the swarm at any moment. Aboard the bridge of the Imperial fleet's T2 Fire Leopard-class medium battleship, even without Zhao Chen's orders, Commander Chu Xian knew exactly what to do. With a stern expression, she issued the command, "Relay my orders. At all costs, we must carve a path through the swarm." The Imperial fleet's starships unleashed their maximum firepower, concentrating their attacks on a single point until they tore open a breach. However, the swarm would never allow the culprit that had destroyed 3 T2 broodmother ships to escape unscathed. They began to encircle and blockade, forming a pincer movement with the pursuing swarm ships, aiming to crush their target from both sides. At this critical moment, they ignored the rest of the Imperial fleet, focusing solely on annihilating that damned starship. The female adjutant reported nervously, "The breach has been sealed." Commander Chu Xian clenched her fist and resolutely ordered the attack to continue, determined to help the starship break free. In Chu Xian's mind, that starship had already become a heroic figure. How could she watch it be surrounded and destroyed by the swarm? Despite the starship's fierce efforts, it couldn't open a new breach. Meanwhile, the hull of Zero Blizzard could no longer withstand the damage from the swarm's relentless attacks. Chu Xian felt a pang of guilt, while the female adjutant sighed with regret for the starship's fate. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the swarm's defenses, annihilating a large number of bugs and clearing the space instantly. Following that, the prepared T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones and T2 Hornet-class medium interstellar drones swarmed out, attacking around the breach to prevent the swarm from sealing it again. It turned out to be the main cannon shells from the interstellar missile ship. They were timed to detonate with precise calculations of the explosion distance. Through the breach, Commander Chu Xian saw the distant Zero Blizzard speeding towards them, its 1,200mm giant cannon shining brightly, and she understood. "Quick! Provide covering fire," Commander Chu Xian urgently ordered. Under the covering fire of the Imperial fleet and with the support of T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier drones, a figure darted through the swarm's defenses. It was the much-anticipated Zero Blizzard. At this moment, the Imperial fleet's ships could clearly see the scars left by the swarm's attacks on Zero Blizzard. The hull armor had hundreds of dents, especially at the bow, with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 3 meters, marking the spot where it had destroyed the T2 broodmother. The hull was still covered with the corpses and green fluids of the swarm, and any bugs attempting to attack the starship were swiftly dealt with by the T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones. Commander Chu Xian watched the starship with a sense of admiration. It truly was an extraordinary vessel. Chu Xian was in awe of Charlotte's bravery during the recent battle. It was nothing short of perfection, like a seamless flow of water. She couldn't help but wonder if she could perform as brilliantly under the same circumstances. However, she found no answer to her question. Zero Blizzard reporting, mission accomplished. The ship sustained damage, but only 7 crew members were lightly injured. Charlotte reported the battle status to Zhao Chen via video. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance highly. They had discussed the strategy for this battle in advance. Although Charlotte had proposed the plan and Zhao Chen had agreed. Real combat is ever-changing and requires adaptability. Charlotte had assured Zhao Chen that there was at least an 80% chance of success, and that they could safely retreat even if they failed. Charlotte delivered on her promise. The flagship of the Imperial Fleet request communication. Secretary Lilith pointed at the communication request and reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen agreed to connect. The communication screen opened once more, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. She reported that the evacuation of civilians from asteroid P331 was 80% complete and would be fully finished in half an hour. This meant they needed to hold out for just a few more minutes before they could gradually retreat from the battlefield. Commander Chu Xian was filled with curiosity about the man in front of her. He seemed like a god, leading 2 starships to avert the crisis and save 5 million planetary citizens. She was full of questions. Who exactly was this man? What was the origin of those 2 starships? We'll continue fighting while retreating, Zhao Chen said calmly. 3 T2 Zerg hive ships have been destroyed, and the Zerg command system will be in disarray for a short time, significantly affecting their combat effectiveness. Commander Chu Xian wanted to continue the conversation, but Zhao Chen interrupted. Stay vigilant until the battle is over. The communication ended, and Chu Xian stared blankly at the black screen. This was the first time she had encountered a man who ended a communication so swiftly. She considered herself a prized flower of the Imperial fleet, yet Zhao Chen unknowingly made Chu Xian daydream about him. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He massaged his temples and took a deep breath. Despite Charlotte's assurances, the tension hadn't entirely dissipated. Lilith had already completed the data analysis for the 2 starships and began her report. As of now, the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship has taken a significant hit. Nearly 200 T2 Larva-class light interstellar drones, 60 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones have been completely lost. The drone casualty rate in this battle has reached 70%, and half of the ammunition and supplies have been depleted. Fortunately, there have been no personnel casualties. Speaking of the T2 Queen, let's move on to the situation with Blizzard Zero. Unfortunately, the current state of Blizzard Zero is quite concerning. Its frontal armor has sustained over 70% damage, while the side armor has taken 30% damage. The 3 front compartments have been crushed and deformed, and are now sealed off. Although the structural integrity of the starship's main framework has decreased by 5%, it does not affect Blizzard Zero's ability to continue combat and navigation. Current engine diagnostics indicate everything is functioning normally, but a thorough inspection upon return is required to rule out any potential risks. The power system, energy system, and control system are all operating normally. Ammunition and supplies are down by 30%. The entire fleet faces immense challenges ahead, demanding that all crew members work together to navigate the difficult times to come. Lilith gazed at Zhao Chen, her eyes reflecting the battle information provided by Charlotte. She was compiling the data using the Zero Blizzard system. Zhao Chen felt satisfied. Lilith was getting the hang of her tasks, proving the impressive learning abilities of the Succubus clan. The upcoming battle seemed straightforward, with victory in sight. However, Zhao Chen suddenly grew serious and said to Lilith, "Don't forget that statistic." Lilith nodded firmly, assuring him that they were meticulously compiling the data and that there would be no errors. Zhao Chen smiled approvingly and nodded back. As predicted by Zhao Chen and Chu Xian, the swarm's attack efficiency significantly dropped after losing command of 3 T2 Hive mother ships. The assaults were no longer as fierce. The female deputy excitedly reported to Chu Xian, "We have received word from asteroid P331. All 5 million civilians have been safely evacuated." Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. They could now withdraw and leave the remaining Hive motherships and the swarm to the incoming Imperial fleet and the Lord's fleet. Fortunately, this was only a level 2 cosmic hive, which wouldn't last long. A level 3 cosmic hive would have spelled disaster for the Arctic Fox system. Chu Xian spoke with ease, having witnessed a Zerg battle before. A level 3 cosmic hive had once appeared in a star system, and in less than a week, the entire system fell, turning into a Zerg hatchery that bred countless Zerg fleets. It took the Imperial fleet months to eradicate the Zerg, leaving the star system a desolate wasteland. "Quick, contact the Black Dragon fleet and inform them they can leave the battlefield," Chu Xian ordered enthusiastically, but then decided to handle it herself. She was curious about the Black Dragon fleet and its commander. Her communication request was quickly accepted. "Captain, the 5 million people on asteroid P331 have been evacuated. We can leave the battlefield now," said Commander Chu Xian. Zhao Chen nodded, showing little emotion as the system had already indicated the mission's successful completion. He hadn't finished checking when Chu Xian's communication request came through. He prioritized her call due to an extremely important matter they needed to discuss. "This time, your fleet was a great help," Commander Chu Xian began, but Zhao Chen interrupted her again. If it were anyone else, Chu Xian might have already felt annoyed. Commander Chu Xian vividly remembered that according to the Galactic Alliance regulations, any kills made during the campaign against the interstellar Zerg would be credited to the person who made the kill. Even if the bodies couldn't be recovered immediately, a record could be made first. Zhao Chen asked for confirmation, and Chu Xian affirmed this. Zhao Chen then presented a detailed report listing the destruction of 3 T2 Zerg motherships, over 70,000 T1 flying bugs, and more than 400 T2 hydralisks. Due to the current inability to clear the battlefield, they would have to wait for the Imperial fleet to sweep the area before collecting the bodies. Despite some of the carcasses being devoured by other Zerg, At least half of the remnants could still be preserved, with a value estimated at 50 to 60,000 star credits. Chu Xian inquired if the commander would prefer to directly receive these bodies. Zhao Chen, smiling, assured her that the starship's recorder would accurately verify the enemy kill count. Chu Xian felt puzzled. Why discuss money at this moment? This made her slightly skeptical of the man before her. Zhao Chen, however, seemed unconcerned about the change in his image. He needed funds to build a starship. He offered to act as a third-party witness for Chu Xian and directly approve the recovery of the Zerg bodies. Chu Xian smiled and agreed to help handle these matters. Zhao Chen then inquired when the funds would be available. Chu Xian replied that through special channels, the funds could be transferred within a day, along with a reward of 60,000 star credits to commend the fleet's outstanding performance. Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude and provided an account number before hastily ending the call, leaving Chu Xian feeling somewhat awkward. She wondered why this man was in such a rush, not even giving her a chance to speak. Determined to meet him, she felt like a curious cat that couldn't be satisfied. Just then, an account information message arrived. Chu Xian saw that the account was a temporary one set up at the Arctic Fox starport. This indicated that the Black Dragon fleet was stationed there. She connected this with the posted bounty tasks and the fleet's departure time, guessing that the fleet likely set out from Arctic Fox starport. If necessary, she could confirm the task recipients with the person in charge at Arctic Fox starport. While waiting for the other Imperial fleets to arrive for the handover, Chu Xian made up her mind to head to Arctic Fox starport in search of the mysterious man. Though she didn't know his exact purpose, an intense urge within her drove her forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was entirely unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. He was busy counting his star credits. With 600,000 star credits from this mission, plus the previous bonus and additional bounty from Arctic Fox starport, he had amassed 1,300,000 star credits in total. Adding the 900,000 already in his account, Zhao Chen now had a total of 2,200,000 star credits. He muttered to himself, seemingly lost in his newfound wealth. With just 1 month left until the quarterly task deadline, Zhao Chen needed to have 3 system-manufactured starships, but he had only completed 2/3 of the requirement. This included the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier and the T2 Iron Hammer class heavy industrial starship. Although there were no penalties for not completing the quarterly task, the rewards were substantial. Zhao Chen didn't want to miss out on this opportunity, so he had to build 1 more starship within the remaining month. He carefully reviewed the recently completed system tasks and opened the system interface in his mind. A long-awaited notification box appeared before his eyes. The Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy issued a Class C mission, which was moderately challenging but came with substantial rewards, including 5 mission points and a special bonus of 1,000 credits. Zhao Chen completed the mission by safely evacuating the inhabitants of asteroid P331, achieving a 100% completion rate. Watching the residents of P331 safely evacuate, Zhao Chen felt a sense of accomplishment and eagerly claimed the mission rewards and the special bonus. After claiming the rewards, Zhao Chen received the technical blueprint for AT-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate and unexpectedly obtained a blueprint for a new type of starship. This surprise delighted Zhao Chen, as the new starship, though named plainly, held exceptional potential. As a top-tier starship engineer, Zhao Chen possessed special attributes like fleet luck enhancement and the Eye of Insight. With a total of 1,780 points and a fleet of 10 starships, Zhao Chen's warehouse was now enriched with the technical blueprints for AT-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, among other valuable rewards, significantly enhancing the system's data. Zhao Chen decided to first study the Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. This starship had a unique appearance, resembling a compact rhino, with an irregular oval shape that was more petite compared to other T2 starships on the market. Despite its smaller size, its hull armor was exceptionally robust, made from a special combination of the hardest T2 grade metals, boasting armor strength 10 times that of the Zero Blizzard-class ships. This made the starship an ideal choice for travel, given its remarkable durability. Although equipped with heavy armor, the Black Rhino-class ship was not particularly fast. However, its unique short-range assault mode could significantly boost its speed in a short amount of time, giving it a tactical edge in combat. Zhao Chen was filled with curiosity and anticipation for this starship. The T2 Black Rhino can appear exactly where Allied ships need it the most, providing them with solid protection. It's no exaggeration to say that it's like a mobile interstellar fortress. Additionally, its advantage lies in its cost, only 100,000 star credits. For the price of building a single T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier, you could construct 15 T2 Black Rhinos. It's truly the king of cost-effectiveness. Zhao Chen enthusiastically contacted Charlotte on the Zero Blizzard, asking if they could engage in warp travel back to Arctic Fox starport. Warp travel? We're heading back to Arctic Fox starport, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen eagerly prepared to activate the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship docked in the Starship Workshop at Arctic Fox starport to begin constructing the T2 Black Rhino. Charlotte started organizing the tasks. Orders were relayed from the bridges of both starships to prepare for warp travel and initiate deep-sea mode, set to depart in 10 minutes. As the captain, vice captain, and secretary officer, Zhao Chen and his team finally entered the hibernation pods. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte on the screen and praised, "The operation was brilliant this time." Charlotte humbly replied, "It was mainly thanks to the powerful performance of this starship that my tactics could be executed perfectly." Lilith couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose to break out in the opposite direction instead of continuing to accelerate?" Charlotte explained, "Extreme warp speed can't be sustained for long. It must be used cautiously, or it could damage the ship's hull." Lilith suddenly understood that Charlotte had a thorough plan all along. Charlotte mentioned the unexpected destruction of the T2 Hive mother ship. "I didn't expect it to be a one-hit kill. It was quite surprising." Zhao Chen knew there was an element of luck behind it, but also felt proud of the team's performance. Lilith then pulled out images of the P331 asteroid captured by the Deep Space Telescope, showing that Zhao Chen's Black Dragon fleet had successfully retreated, with the swarm failing to catch up. In the depths of the universe, a swarm of insectoids advances toward the P331 asteroid, targeting the base on its surface. The buildings have been destroyed, but the swarm finds no trace of any humans. Zhao Chen's eyes reveal his concern. Without their intervention, the asteroid will become a hellish landscape. The insectoids plan to use it as a breeding ground to hatch more hive ships and combat units, with the ultimate goal of overrunning the entire Arctic Fox star system. Like a wildfire, the interstellar insectoids must be extinguished quickly, or the consequences will be dire. On the dimly lit bridge, Lilith converses with Zhao Chen, suggesting they prepare for stasis. Zhao Chen lies down in the stasis pod, a fragrant liquid enveloping his body. He feels as though he is amidst an enormous interstellar fleet, each ship adorned with the emblem of a dragon. As the two starships engage their warp drives, they vanish into the vast expanse of space, heading towards an unknown destination. When Zhao Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in the outer region of the Arctic Fox starport, just minutes away from his destination. The starship had resumed normal navigation, and Zhao Chen immediately contacted Ms. CC-11, who was responsible for his reception. She covered her mouth in surprise, addressing him as Sir. Zhao Chen teased, "You don't seem very enthusiastic about my return." Stammering, she responded, "No, that's not it. The battle on asteroid P331." She violated reception protocols out of curiosity and asked. Zhao Chen casually replied that the matter had been resolved, which only piqued her curiosity further. Zhao Chen requested to extend the use of his original starship workshop for another month, and demanded the materials listed in the order to be delivered within 3 days. He pointed out that part of the materials was for repairing the starship, and the cost would be covered by the issuer. Zhao Chen handed her a list of the required materials, stating that the payment of 1 million star coins would be deducted from his bounty, with any shortfall to be settled in a few days. She agreed to his terms. The communication was suddenly cut off, leaving the lady puzzled. At that moment, an unauthorized communication request came through. It was an internal call from higher-ups. The head of Arctic Fox starport appeared on the screen, asking if she had received the Black Dragon fleet. The head ordered that the starship workshop fee for 1 month be waived, the material order be arranged, and the bounty along with additional funds be credited within 12 hours. The lady was astonished that Zhao Chen's identity had garnered such high-level attention. The head then informed her that she had been promoted to deputy director of the Arctic Fox starport reception department, specifically to handle the reception of the Black Dragon fleet. She was authorized to fulfill any of Zhao Chen's requests as long as they were reasonable, and for any unmet needs, she could directly contact the head. The sudden promotion left her dizzy. She had gone from being an ordinary starship reception officer to a deputy director. This unexpected advancement was shocking to her. Being promoted to deputy head of the reception department was nothing short of a significant leap for the female officer, leaving her filled with gratitude and amazement. The overall head of starport responded calmly, "If you want to thank someone, thank your luck for encountering such a guest." Nervously, the female officer inquired, about the Black Dragon fleet. "Can you tell me more? Who are they exactly, that you hold them in such high regard?" The head of starport replied in a grave tone, "Their origins are still unclear, but they have successfully completed a bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet to safely evacuate from asteroid P331. This revelation made the female officer gasp. Private fleets wouldn't dare take on such a mission, yet they had accomplished it. She picked up the critical detail. They led the Imperial fleet, not assisted or helped. This subtle difference hinted at the Black Dragon fleet's formidable power. Additionally, another significant figure had shown interest in the Black Dragon fleet and was soon to visit the Arctic Fox starport. This person's status was so extraordinary that even the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system would have to extend the utmost hospitality. The head of starport warned, "You must treat this guest with the utmost caution and report to me immediately if anything happens." After the communication ended, 2 starships from the Black Dragon fleet slowly came into view, preparing to dock at the starship workshop. The female officer activated the video feed and observed the conditions of the ships. One was a predominantly yellow carrier starship, while the other was severely damaged, with a caved-in bow and a hull covered in dents and long gashes, scars from a collision with a T2 hive mothership. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of battles this starship had endured. Once the starships docked, the T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained stationary, while over 100 female or crew members lined up to welcome their return. Lilith watched the starship settle smoothly and let out a long sigh of relief. After years of a fugitive life, this was her first time participating in a battle against the interstellar insect race as the starship's secretary officer, filling her heart with complex emotions. Although she appeared very composed on the outside, inside she was a bundle of nerves. Now, with everything finally coming to an end, she could breathe a sigh of relief. She arranged for the injured soldiers from Blizzard Zero to receive medical treatment. For those with severe injuries, she decided to have them enter the med pods at the starport, with the fleet covering the costs. Meanwhile, the T2 Hammer began its work on repairing and maintaining Blizzard Zero's hull, while also rebuilding the lost interstellar drones on the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier to restore its combat capability as soon as possible. I will personally oversee this matter, and you will need to assist me. As soon as Zhao Chen arrived, he immediately started organizing the task assignments. The T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship has just embarked on its maiden operational mission. Equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities, this ship can manufacture a wide range of items, from starships and mechas to interstellar fighters, drones, and even combat suits and laser guns for space warriors. However, its production capacity is somewhat limited by the target construction level and other factors. Despite these constraints, it can still perform engineering tasks within the ship. When hovering in space, it can extend its work platforms outside the hull to build larger starships, such as carrier-class vessels of similar scale. The T2 Hammer operates in a semi-autonomous mode, equipped with various engineering robots. By inputting task codes and corresponding technical standards, the ship system can direct these robots to carry out their tasks. Nevertheless, human supervision is still required, as 20% of the processes necessitate manual operation of robotic arms and other industrial equipment. Additionally, the engineering robots need to be overseen and have their work quality checked by personnel. A T2 Hammer requires a crew of 200, far more than a combat ship of the same class. At this moment, Zhao Chen is leading a team of 200 female or crew members, each with a basic understanding of industrial technology, to undertake various tasks. They are operating maintenance robots to repair the Zero Blizzard and organizing the production of T2 Queen-class heavy carrier drones within the T2 Hammer. With his exceptional engineering skills, Zhao Chen efficiently directs his team to accomplish their respective tasks. After assigning duties, Zhao Chen heads to the T2 Hammer's bridge to input the technical schematics of a new starship into the system. This new ship is the T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate, the third starship Zhao Chen plans to build. Although he also possesses the schematics for the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, constructing it would take a month and cost 3 million star coins. To meet the quarterly goals, he has decided to postpone its construction. Once the technical information is inputted, the industrial ship system encrypts it, making it inaccessible even to the ship's captain without Zhao Chen's special authorization. The system then fragments and distributes the technical schematics to the crew, with key sections further encrypted, requiring Zhao Chen's direct involvement. If the T2 Hammer faces a threat, the system will self-destruct all encrypted information. After entering the final technical schematics, Zhao Chen closes the interface and leans back comfortably in the captain's chair, surveying the T2 Hammer's bridge. The black iron decor is not luxurious but is straightforward and exudes a sense of industrial strength. From here, he can monitor images from various locations and keep track of the status and progress of each work unit. Reflecting on the experiences of building the Zero Blizzard and the T2 Queen, Zhao Chen feels a deep sense of nostalgia and accomplishment. Zhao Chen felt elated. After wrapping up his tasks, he was surprised to receive 2 payments almost immediately, and the raw materials had already arrived outside the workshop. In just half a day, everything was sorted out with impressive efficiency. These payments had already covered the cost of the raw materials, and the remaining funds were transferred to Zhao Chen's personal account at the Imperial Bank. His balance now stood at 1.2 million star coins. Once the T2 Black Rhino was built, he could start constructing the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, achieving fleet self-sufficiency and potentially expanding into the food trade. Zhao Chen invited Lilith to walk with him to the starship workshop doors and open them. The T2 Iron Hammer was positioned deep inside, out of view from the entrance. Zhao Chen was unfazed as he directed the external transport crew to stack the raw material containers by the door. A female manager, whom Zhao Chen had only seen via video calls before, now stood before him, wearing a professional smile and a fitted skirt suit, her blouse intentionally left unbuttoned. However, Zhao Chen paid no attention to her appearance, focusing instead on inspecting the containers of raw materials, as if he could already see the T2 Black Rhinos taking shape. The manager felt a bit awkward, thinking she might get a chance to ask this important figure out later. She then noticed Lilith, dressed in a white female military uniform, standing beside Zhao Chen. The sight of Lilith left her stunned. She was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking both protective and mischievous feelings. The manager self-deprecatingly thought that with such a stunning woman by his side, her own charms as a mere starport service manager were incomparable. Zhao Chen entrusted Lilith to liaise with the manager. As his secretary, Lilith would be increasingly involved in such matters. Though she had acquired substantial theoretical knowledge, practical experience was crucial for her growth, from fleet combat to internal management and logistical support. Lilith stepped forward and initiated the conversation with the manager, while Zhao Chen remained engrossed in the raw materials, contemplating the future. Nearby, Old Chun, the commander of the interstellar transport fleet, seemed downcast. A dashing young man was helping an older gentleman out of the starship Earth. Known as Old Chun, he had just returned from a mission. Can you believe it? This time I encountered a complete idiot who threatened me with ship cannons. And he actually fired. The shells coming so close to my bridge. Old Chun complained. Seriously? Someone dared to threaten Brother Chin? Tell me who it was. If they're in the Arctic Fox star system, my Black Fox Guild brothers will make sure they regret it. The young man boasted confidently. Old Chun shook his head, unsure of the specifics. He had only heard about someone called the Black Dragon Fleet. There was no video call. He had just seen the other party's starship. As they were talking, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop. Being an interstellar transporter, Old Chun instinctively glanced inside. Through the massive workshop doors, he saw the very starship he despised. Despite its worn appearance and dented bow, he could unmistakably identify that cursed vessel. A surge of anger rose within him. With a stern face, Old Chun headed straight for the starship workshop. The captain of the starship, Zhao Tama, stormed out with a fierce presence, shouting angrily at the starship's workshop. A young man, hands in his pockets and a smug expression on his face, stood by and sneered, "Mess with my brother Chin, and you'll regret it. You'd better leave now and apologize to him." This sudden outburst drew everyone's attention, including Lilith and the female supervisor who were in the middle of a conversation. The supervisor's face changed as she recognized the two men. The one referred to as Brother Chun was the commander of the interstellar transport fleet of the Arctic Fox star system's lord, rumored to be a relative of the lord. Within the Arctic Fox star system, he was notorious in the interstellar trade and transport business for his unscrupulous activities. Due to his powerful connections, those he bullied often chose to endure in silence. The young man, on the other hand, was a high-ranking member of the Black Fox Society, another infamous dark force in the Arctic Fox star system, playing a significant role in the star system's underbelly. The two had a deep connection and frequently used interstellar transport ships for illegal transactions, reaping substantial profits. Zhao Tama stepped forward calmly and said, "I'm the captain. What do you want?" Brother Chun, showing no courtesy, moved to grab Zhao Tama's collar. Without hesitation, Zhao Tama kicked him hard, sending him flying several meters. The young man, enraged, shouted, "How dare you hit me? I'm with the Black Fox Society. Do you know what happens to those who cross us?" Before he could finish, Zhao Tama kicked him in the face, slamming him into a cargo crate with a thud. A clear red shoe print marked the crate. Zhao Tama frowned, and the onlookers thought he was angry. In reality, he was just irritated that the kick had hit one of his sore spots. Although the kick wouldn't damage the contents of the crate, Zhao Tama still felt uneasy. The young man, clutching his swollen face, angrily exclaimed, "How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll report you to the Imperial Military Court for attacking my fleet with your starship's cannons." Brother Chin, holding his stomach and feeling like his insides were about to spill out, pointed at Zhao Tama and said, "You're in big trouble now. Just wait for your punishment." Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Tama in support, and said, "You delayed the fleet, slowing us down and endangering the lives of 5 million people. Isn't that trouble you've brought upon yourselves?" The threatening female voice that Old Chin heard was none other than Lilith's. As the sound reached his ears, a surge of anger welled up within him. Suddenly, a young member of the Black Fox Society lunged at Lilith, but Zhao Chen swiftly stepped in front of her, his gaze unwavering as he stared down the attacker, who hesitated and stopped in his tracks. The young man nervously held up a photo of a person in a black cloak, part of the face obscured. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the person in the photo was Lilith. The young man accused Zhao Chen of assaulting their comrade and stealing valuable items. Zhao Chen calmly replied, "Yes, so what?" The young man threatened, "Just you wait. There will be consequences. No one crosses the Black Fox Society." Old Chin chuckled with excitement upon hearing this exchange, knowing the truth about the succubus. However, Zhao Chen frowned. He didn't want any trouble. If things escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, delaying critical shipbuilding plans. Lilith angrily reprimanded Old Chin, worried that their identity as succubi would bring trouble to Zhao Chen. Their life with the Xiaolong fleet was happy, Yet it also brought its own set of challenges. The sound of cannon fire echoed, heightening the tension. Old Chen sneered and denied the accusations, claiming the fleet had slowed down due to technical issues. He looked at Lilith and Zhao Chen with disdain, believing they had no evidence to support their claims. Just then, a woman in an Imperial Army officer's uniform appeared, leading a squad of soldiers. Her presence stunned Old Chen into silence. He no longer dared to shout. The sound of her footsteps was clear, as if asserting her authority. The woman was dressed in a military uniform, her chest adorned not only with the emblem of the Imperial Army, but also with an additional, eye-catching badge. This badge bore a single, golden character, Chu. In the sunlight, the character seemed to shimmer, emanating an aura of mystery and authority. Her gaze was resolute and profound, as if it concealed many stories and secrets. Whenever someone inquired about the origin of the Chu badge, she would respond with a mysterious smile, unwilling to divulge more. Yet, the glint in her eyes revealed a sense of determination and confidence. Her demeanor was composed and graceful, as if she carried a great responsibility. Every movement she made was imbued with strength and resolve, inspiring a sense of awe in those around her. The Chu badge seemed to be a unique symbol of her distinct personality and background. Perhaps this Chu badge represented her identity and mission, a symbol of her steadfast beliefs and fearless courage. Regardless of external speculation, she quietly shouldered her responsibilities and steadfastly walked the path she had chosen, unwavering. Like the Chu badge, this woman shone with a unique brilliance that was impossible to ignore. The female officer gracefully made her way through the crowd and approached Zhao Chen. Slowly, she removed her white gloves, revealing her delicate, pale hands. "We meet again," she said. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised as he gazed at the Imperial fleet's female commander, Chu Xian, standing before him. He wondered why she was here. Out of politeness, Zhao Chen shook her hand but quickly let go. He was actually reluctant to have much contact with Imperial officers, as the Empire represented the Xingyao Empire, and revealing too much information might bring trouble. This time, he was on a bounty mission, partly triggered by the system and partly due to a shortage of resources needed for his quarterly starship construction task. Chu Xian noticed Zhao Chen's quick withdrawal and felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering about his intentions. However, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to curry favor. She turned and looked at the pale, sweat-drenched Lao Chen, asking, "Are you the commander of the interstellar transport fleet responsible for the evacuation of asteroid P331? Lao Chen cautiously confirmed, his eyes occasionally glancing at the golden Chu emblem on her chest. Suddenly, a female adjutant stepped forward and slapped Lao Chen without hesitation, reprimanding him. "Answer our commander's question and stop looking around." Lao Chen hurriedly explained, "Yes, I am responsible for the evacuation of asteroid P331, and we have successfully completed the evacuation of the civilians." Chu Xian then asked, "So, are you saying that he," referring to Zhao Chen, "deliberately delayed and refused to evacuate the civilians from asteroid P331? Is that true?" Lao Chen became flustered and defensively claimed he was being framed, even accusing Zhao Chen of using ship cannons to attack his vessel, stating he would go to the military tribunal to file a complaint. Chu Xian suddenly called over a male soldier, Xiao Song. "Investigate this matter thoroughly. We must not wrong the innocent, nor let the guilty go unpunished." Xiao Song immediately mobilized with his guards to begin the investigation. Lao Chen's heart tightened, and sweat poured down his face. He anxiously recalled whether he had handled things properly. He had briefed everyone in the fleet, though their testimonies wouldn't be sufficient as direct evidence. He could argue that it was a malicious slander. He had erased all the navigation records of the starship, wiping out any traces that could lead back to him. As for the footage that other guy's starship might have recorded while warning him, he could explain that his starship was undergoing maintenance at the time. Everything was fine. There wouldn't be any problems. "Hello, let's introduce ourselves properly. I am Chu Xian, a commander of a small Imperial Navy fleet," Chu Xian said with a smile as she greeted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen sneered inwardly. Her rank was colonel, but she had a brigadier general under her command? Who would believe she was just a commander of a small fleet? "Yes," Zhao Chen replied curtly. Chu Xian gazed at the starship hangar, noticing the Zero Blizzard being repaired along with another carrier starship. She curiously asked, "That's the Zero Blizzard. But what's the name of the other carrier starship?" "Queen B-class heavy carrier starship," Zhao Chen answered. "Queen B? I've never heard of that name. I searched the starship database and couldn't find any information about these models," Chu Xian said, blinking in curiosity. "I don't know either," Zhao Chen admitted. "You don't even know your own starships?" Chu Xian felt a bit annoyed, thinking Zhao Chen was being too aloof. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A group of people wearing clothes with the emblem of a black fox entered the corridor, armed with various weapons, even laser guns. However, they stopped in their tracks, stunned. Less than 30 Imperial soldiers had taken defensive positions, their guns aimed directly at them. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. "What's going on here?" the leader of the Black Fox gang asked in surprise. "Why are Imperial soldiers here?" Chu Xian, seeing the newcomers, guessed they were here to cause trouble for Zhao Chen. "They want to take my people," Zhao Chen explained coldly. The Black Fox gang began to retreat cautiously. Chu Xian asked curiously, "Are these people from the Black Fox gang? Did you offend them?" Zhao Chen responded icily, "They want to take my subordinates." "Hey, you, come here." Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a prominent gang leader. The leader's face turned pale, intimidated by Chu Xian's golden insignia, but he reluctantly approached. He saw Wang Chang standing nearby and felt a pang of regret. Wang Chang also felt wronged. He had tried to send a message to the Black Fox gang to hold off, but was caught by an officer named Xiao Song and had to abandon the plan. "Tell me, why are you here?" Chu Xian asked, crossing her arms over her chest. The underling lowered his head and fell silent for a moment, torn with indecision. If he didn't volunteer the information, Chu Xian would decide to go directly to the Black Fox gang leader for answers. Her eyes showed a hint of coldness as she spoke to him. "If you don't tell me, I'll ask your boss myself." Trying to appease her, the underling asked, "Officer, you are?" Chu Xian replied firmly, "I'm Chu Xian, and this is my friend. Bullying my friend is the same as bullying me." She pointed assertively at Zhao Chen standing behind her. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "Since when did I become this lady's friend?
Chu Suan.
Could she be from the Chu family?" The name Chu Xian suddenly struck a chord with the underling, sending a shiver down his spine as if he had just encountered a ferocious beast amidst raging waves. He instinctively wanted to utter her full name, but was silenced by her piercing gaze. The underling nervously watched the female officer, Chu Xian, standing before him. Even with the leader of the Black Fox Society present, one word from her could spell their end. Here's what happened. They had attempted to capture a group of Succubi, only to be outdone by another party. Unbeknownst to them, the other party were friends of Chu Xian. They were willing to offer their lives an apology, as long as no one else was implicated. Resolutely, the underling drew his laser gun without hesitation. In that instant, Chu Xian's personal guards had already set their sights on him. At the slightest sign of threat, he would be dead in an instant. Chu Xian had plenty of cards to play to ensure her safety. The underling handed the laser gun to Chu Xian, behaving like a submissive lapdog. This surprised Zhao Chen, who stood nearby. Clearly, this woman was someone extraordinary. Recalling how a one-star brigadier general had followed her orders without question just moments ago, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. A one-star brigadier general holds a rank that is not easily attained. Even after retiring, they could be ennobled as barons or viscounts, a status far above Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen, seemingly seeking his opinion. "Leave," Zhao Chen said coldly, uttering a single word. If it weren't for the ongoing cargo transfer, he would have been interrupted for over 10 minutes while building his new ship. He was in a good mood today, and didn't want to harm the innocent. "Handle it yourselves, but remember, this person is my friend." Chu Xian's face lit up with a faint smile. The underling exhaled in relief, knowing he had narrowly escaped. Since Chu Xian had left the matter to him, he had to show some resolve. He then turned to the stunned Wang Chang, walking over coldly and ruthlessly beating him. "How dare you disrespect Miss Chu's friend? You must have a death wish." He cursed aloud, though deep down, he wished he could tear him apart. Unfortunately, Miss Chu didn't want any bloodshed. Boss, please stop. I was wrong." Wang Chang begged on the ground. "Take him away and punish him with the utmost severity," the underling ordered coldly. Sacrificing a mid-level member for Miss Chu's forgiveness was a trade well worth it. Even the leader of the Black Fox Society would make the same decision without hesitation. Wang Chang turned pale, trembling all over. Like a frightened dog, he crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen, pleading, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't kill me. I have an elderly mother who needs me to care for her, an 80-year-old wife, and a young child who depend on me." His pleas were incoherent, but Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if what Wang Chang said was true, Zhao Chen was convinced that many had suffered under his hand, and this was merely the punishment he deserved. Wang Chang was taken away by the henchmen of a minor leader. As they departed, the minor leader carefully bid farewell to Chu Xian, who waved him off. The minor leader, feeling relieved, hurried away, and the members of the Black Fox Society dispersed. It was rumored that Wang Chang endured excruciating torture, and his body was discovered days later in the garbage dump of the Arctic Fox starport. The minor leader had kept his promise. As the Black Fox Society left, Xiao Song, who had previously departed, returned. At this moment, Old Chen's face was ashen with fear, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Chu Xian inquired about the progress. Xiao Song glanced at Old Chen, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He had discovered that the navigation data of the interstellar transport ship had been deleted, but he hadn't expected to find a backup deep within the ship's system processor. He successfully retrieved this data, which showed that Old Chun had ordered the transport ship to delay its mission to the P-331 asteroid. Upon hearing this, Old Chun collapsed to the ground, looking utterly defeated. Chu Xian's cold gaze fixed on Old Chun, her anger palpable. She despised betrayal and selfishness, especially when it endangered the lives of Imperial soldiers. Old Chun's actions had crossed her line. Begging for mercy, Old Chun offered to surrender all his assets. Chu Xian, unmoved, ordered Xiao Song to send him to the military tribunal. In desperation, Old Chun pleaded, claiming his cousin's husband was the lord of the Arctic Fox star system, hoping to escape punishment. Chu Xian remained unfazed, stating that if the lord of the Arctic Fox star system felt there was an injustice, he could come forward himself. Xiao Song coldly dislocated Old Chun's jaw with a punch, rendering him speechless as soldiers dragged him away, his fate sealed. Subsequently, the lord of the Arctic Fox star system divorced Old Chun's cousin and apologized to Chu Xian, who graciously forgave him. Old Chun, however, was sentenced to the utmost penalty by the military tribunal. Chu Xian then looked at Zhao Chen with satisfaction and asked if he was pleased with her handling of the situation. Zhao Chen calmly replied that there was no need to repay any favors. Chu Xian, somewhat surprised, pointed to Lilith beside Zhao Chen and to the spot where the minor leader of the Black Fox Society had stood, reminding Zhao Chen not to go back on his word. If Zhao Chen hadn't stepped in to help, that Black Fox could have posed an even greater threat to you today. Just being scared by a Black Fox made Zhao Chen realize that it was a mistake to bring only 2 starships to deal with those bugs back then. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and continued, even if you think you helped me this time, we're just supporting each other. There's no debt to speak of. Remember, I was the one who provided you with the lead on Lao Chen's situation. And if it weren't for my fleet's timely discovery of their lax attitude and the subsequent warning, P-331 asteroid couldn't have been evacuated so quickly during the later battle. Chu Xian was momentarily at a loss for words due to Zhao Chen's remarks. Recalling her initial intention, she took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, "Let's not bring this up anymore. We're partners fighting side by side. Let me treat you to a meal." "No time," Zhao Chen replied coldly as he walked into the starship workshop and closed the door behind him. Since the cargo had been fully unloaded, he needed to hurry and construct the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Chu Xian, having never experienced such treatment, stood frozen in place, her expression blank. The goods listed on the order have been fully delivered. The female manager looked gratefully at Zhao Chen. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhao." After Lilith saw the manager off, she returned to Zhao Chen's side and noticed that the door behind them had been closed. She could even hear someone forcefully kicking the door outside. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Aren't you considering talking to Miss Chu? Do you know her background is quite extraordinary?" Zhao Chen looked puzzled. Lilith raised her hand to project a hologram of Miss Chu. "Since becoming your secretary, I've gathered some intelligence on the Starshine Empire, including information about Miss Chu. Although I couldn't find her photos online, the details I've pieced together confirm her identity," Lilith explained. Zhao Chen paused and gestured for Lilith to continue. "We are in the Arctic Fox star system, which belongs to the Northwind sector. The governor of the Northwind sector is Miss Chu Xian's grandfather, who holds the title of Imperial Duke. Additionally, her other grandfather is the governor of the Chu River sector, also an Imperial Duke and a 5-star Marshal of the Empire. Most importantly, Miss Chu Xian is the only granddaughter of the Duke of Chu River and is highly cherished. The Northwind governor dotes on her even more than his own grandson. She's the apple of the eye for both sector governors," Lilith said seriously. Even the Black Fox wouldn't dare act recklessly and directly requested the Arctic Fox star system's lord to find her. "Do you think I should approach her?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith looked at the captain with confusion, puzzled by his intentions. Obviously, the nobler her status, the further we should distance ourselves from her. Right now, we need to focus on our development. Even though we have 2 top-tier T-2 starships, we are still vulnerable against real enemies, Zhao Chen replied calmly. In fact, Zhao Chen had another reason. He didn't believe that a duke's granddaughter would be so enthusiastic about him. Something seemed off. Besides, with the increasing number of secrets he held, interacting with someone like her would introduce too many uncertainties. Thus, keeping his distance was the best option. "Understood," Lilith responded. "I've already arranged for the raw materials. The next task is to complete the construction of the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate by the end of the year." Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, outside the door, Chu Xian, if she knew her charm was not enough to compete with a T-2 starship, would probably be furious with Zhao Chen. She wondered aloud, "What is with this guy? Can't he see my status? I invited him to dinner, and he still doesn't give me any face?" With her hands on her hips, Chu Xian's demeanor was far from her usual composed military officer image. Her female adjutant couldn't help but chuckle. "Miss, could it be that you have feelings for this gentleman?" Chu Xian scoffed. We've only met a few times. How could I possibly have feelings for him? Besides, he's the typical iron-blooded man. Chu Xian muttered to herself, could it be that I actually like him?
Impossible.
She shot an angry glance, feeling a surge of fury. The female adjutant, curious, asked, why did you come all the way to the Arctic Fox starport? Was it just to have dinner with him? Chu Xian tried to calm herself, staring intently at the gate as if she could see Zhao Chen's figure. She said in a serious tone, I checked the starship named Zero Blizzard and found no records. Not even for the other starship. I expanded the search, but still found no matching ships. This suggests two possibilities. Either he has an extremely secretive way of acquiring starships, or he designed and built these two ships himself. Designing and building them himself? That seemed too incredible, as T2 starships are not something an ordinary person can easily create. The female adjutant was skeptical. Chu Xian understood this, which is why she was determined to uncover the truth. She explained, if it's the former, we could use this channel to acquire these powerful starships. If it's the latter, then he is undoubtedly a genius. Bringing him into the Chu family would certainly strengthen us. The current situation in the Starshine Empire is complex, and we must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. With that, she glanced at the female adjutant. Don't think I'll throw myself at a man just because of love. I'm not that kind of person. The female adjutant quickly shook her head, but her eyes showed some hesitation as she murmured, that wouldn't be throwing yourself at him. Chu Xian's mouth twitched, thinking, this girl dares to tease me. At that moment, Xiaosong came over to report, Miss, the two dukes have sent a communication request. Before Chu Xian could stop him, Xiaosong had already connected the call. Ignoring Chu Xian's glare, he quickly left, followed by the female adjutant. Chu Xian covered her face, hearing two familiar voices. The two elderly men appeared in the communication window, expressing their concern for her. Chu Xian angrily said, Old man Zhu, I told you not to let Chu Xian go to you. Now look at what happened. If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you. The old man defended himself. Xiao Xian came to me out of concern. This encounter with the interstellar Zerg was purely accidental, but she is safe now, so don't worry. The other old man also urged, my dear granddaughter, please come back. Even if you want to command a fleet, we have our own fleet for you to choose from. Chu Xian felt a deep sense of unease. She listened to her grandfather and father's booming voices, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Her grandfather's fleet boasted a powerful T-4 interstellar battleship, a marvel she had long dreamed of commanding. In stark contrast, the T2 starship she currently served on felt like a helpless little bird, lacking even a star shield, leaving her feeling incredibly vulnerable. However, her grandfather had arranged for her to command a T3 carrier starship in the Beifeng star region. This ship was equipped with an array of dazzling starfighters and allowed her to direct battles from a safer position. Compared to the formidable battleship, it was indeed a much safer option. Reluctantly, Chu Xian accepted her grandfather's arrangement, but her heart remained heavy. Troubled by thoughts of Zhao Chen, she found herself torn between her personal feelings and the overwhelming care her grandfather and father showered upon her. She decided to temporarily set aside her personal concerns and agreed to return home to see them, fearing that otherwise, the two elders might do something drastic. At the headquarters of the Chu family, there was a young woman known as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Her name struck fear into the heart of the Black Fox gang's leader. Though the situation had been resolved, it was unlikely that the eldest daughter would pursue any blame. One of the lieutenants remarked, however, we probably won't be able to meddle in those succubus affairs anymore. We're not sure about the identity of the man beside the Chu family's eldest daughter, but she clearly values him highly, directly calling him her friend. This is obviously a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox gang furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, said, this is a task assigned to us by Han Xiao, and we haven't completed it yet. Though Han Xiao is important, he can't stand up to the Chu family. The lieutenant muttered, that's true. If we really provoke the Chu family, the Black Fox gang might not escape unscathed. The leader nodded, all right, I'll inform Han Xiao about this. For now, everyone should lay low and avoid causing any trouble. The group agreed in unison. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of December. The once spacious starship workshop now felt a bit cramped with the addition of 10 starships. Had these starships not been relatively small, they wouldn't have fit at all. Zhao Chen stood before the 10 starships, scanning them with a satisfied smile. He commanded, prepare to initiate the starship tests. Immediately, activity buzzed from the bridge. Beside Zhao Chen, 10 video windows showed each captain methodically executing the startup procedures. Reporting, Black Rhino-class Ship 1, initiating starship engines. Reporting, Black Rhino-class Ship 2, starship engines running smoothly. Reporting, Black Rhino-class Ship 5, automatic diagnostic of starship drive system. Diagnostics complete. System functioning well. Reporting, Black Rhino-class Ship 7, automatic diagnostic of starship weapon systems, diagnostics complete, system functioning well. Zhao Chen listened to the reports quietly. Before long, each T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault escort ship had completed its initial startup procedures. Reporting, Black Rhino-class ship 8, initial startup complete, all systems normal. Once all 10 starships had reported, Zhao Chen beamed, clenching his fist slightly. Excellent. Over the course of nearly a month, Zhao Chen had produced 10 T2 Black Rhino-class starships in one go. The T2 Black Rhino's small size, coupled with assembly line production techniques, had significantly boosted production efficiency. Moreover, the cost was low, with each ship costing only 100,000 star credits. The total cost of these 10 starships was just a fraction of the 1 million star credits spent on raw materials. I didn't expect you to build 10 T2 Black Rhinos all at once, Charlotte remarked, standing beside Zhao Chen and surveying the 10 escort ships. Aside from their hull numbers, the starships were nearly identical. Zhao Chen chuckled. After all, it was something that had to be done sooner or later. Our fleet only has 2 starships, one of which is a carrier. Although it has a star shield, its defense is not comprehensive. It takes a considerable number of star cruisers to form a competent fleet. Charlotte gazed at the star cruiser before her with a sense of awe. This high-performance star cruiser costs only 100,000 star coins to build, which is simply unbelievable. Moreover, it took just 1 month to build 10 of them. Such efficiency and quality are truly astounding. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the tireless efforts of the T2 Iron Hammer. Without it, the local starship workshop could only manage to build 3 in a month. Zhao Chen looked out at the Seoul Starship Workshop and the hardworking T2 Iron Hammer class heavy industrial starship. With its assistance, this time, Zhao Chen didn't need to handle the manufacturing himself. He only needed to complete less than 1% of the core technical aspects. Let's go for a test flight. After that, we'll purchase some military supplies and necessities before heading back to the North Star system, Zhao Chen instructed. It had been 3 months since Zhao Waner had returned early to the North Star Starship Military Academy. For a student, such a long leave of absence was indeed unreasonable. In reality, Zhao Chen didn't really need to attend school anymore, but he had to obtain a degree from the North Star Starship Military Academy. According to the laws of the Starshine Empire, any lord must graduate from an internal interstellar military academy. The specific requirements for these academies weren't strict. As long as it was a qualified interstellar military academy, it sufficed. Thus, some noble children might casually choose an obscure academy, spend 6 years there, and then return to inherit their titles. Due to his father's early demise, Zhao Chen inherited his title ahead of time according to imperial law. However, if he failed to obtain certification from an interstellar military academy within the stipulated time, he might be forced to relinquish his title. There's one more thing we need to arrange, Charlotte said. What is it? Zhao Chen asked. We need to establish the Xiaolong fleet system, Charlotte suggested. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since you have an idea, you must also have a plan ready. From today, your position is no longer captain but fleet commander. You can choose any starship as your flagship. I recommend the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship for better safety. I will take on the role of captain of the Zero Blizzard while serving as the deputy fleet commander. Lilith can be your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. We also need to appoint captains for the other starships. Additionally, we have around 200 female soldiers without formal positions. A T2 Black Rhino requires only 20 female soldiers to operate, so these 200 female soldiers can fill that gap. As for the selection of captains and the core crew for each starship's bridge, you will need to arrange that personally, Charlotte instructed meticulously. As a former fleet commander, Zhao Chen had always been adept at organizing everything. He told Charlotte, I've already made a list. Take a look, and if everything's fine, I'll approve it. Zhao handed over all responsibilities to Charlotte, made a deliberate lazy gesture, and then mentioned he was a bit tired and would head back to rest. Charlotte rolled her eyes at the fleet commander in front of her, thinking that this captain, no, fleet commander, seemed to be increasingly fond of shirking his duties. Zhao Chen always avoided doing unnecessary tasks himself, believing that if he had subordinates, there was no need for him to toil. At this moment, Zhao Chen didn't go to rest but instead prepared to review his completed quarterly tasks and claim his due rewards. This quarter's task was to have 3 starship systems produced, and Zhao had already successfully completed it, ready to collect his task rewards. The quarterly tasks were finally completed, and with 3 missions accomplished from the starship systems, Zhao Chen could now claim his rewards. The reward list included 10 task points, 1,000 system credits, AT2 Super Soldier Serum, and AT2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Combat Mech Blueprint. Zhao Chen felt a sense of gratitude. Such generous rewards made his efforts worthwhile. Among the rewards, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar item, the T2 Super Soldier Serum. Having used the T1 version before, he vividly remembered how it significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the T2 version would do. Taking a deep breath, he injected the serum into his body without hesitation. A sharp pain coursed through him, like an electric current surging through his veins, causing his cells to tremble and his consciousness to feel as though it might detach from his body. However, a few minutes later, Zhao Chen smiled contentedly, his gaze determined, feeling a surge of power within. He swung his fist experimentally, and the motion was so swift that it created a blur, effortlessly lifting his bed. In the mirror, his reflection was more resolute, muscles perfectly defined, showcasing immense strength. Zhao Chen mused that with his current power, dealing with the likes of old Chun from the past would only take a single punch. Next, Zhao Chen turned his attention to another reward, the T2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mech. Although combat mechs were no longer the stars of the interstellar era, they still played crucial roles in planetary conquests. While starships could engage in space battles, controlling a planet required combat mechs, especially when minimizing planetary damage was a priority. Zhao Chen realized that while both combat mechs and interstellar combat mechs belonged to the same category, their uses were vastly different. The former was deployed with ground forces, whereas the latter could operate in space and even perform interstellar jump combat. As Zhao Chen examined the data and specifications of the interstellar mech in his hands, anticipation filled his heart. The T2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mechs come in various models and represent the pinnacle of interstellar combat technology. These units boast armor strength between 40 and 50 units, cruising speeds of up to 10 star knots, and maximum speeds reaching 30 star knots. Standing at a height of 15.8 meters, the entire structure weighs 420 tons and requires only one pilot. In terms of armament, they are equipped with dual 36-barrel Gatling laser cannons, 30-unit mini-missiles, and a Black Knight lightsaber, delivering firepower comparable to the T1 Starship. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with these specifications, secretly anticipating future battles. After familiarizing himself with the various advantages of the interstellar combat mechs, Zhao Chen glanced at his data interface. As a top-tier starship engineer, he possessed special attributes like Fleet Luck Bonus and the Eye of Insight. Currently, his mission points had reached 2950, and he owned 20 starships. Additionally, 12 starships remained unsold in his empty warehouse, while the T3 Blizzard-class mission awaited him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen decided to upgrade at the T2 mall. Upon meeting the requirements of redeeming goods, completing system tasks, and consuming system points, he upgraded the T2 mall to the T3 mall without hesitation. This upgrade granted him a privilege to redeem goods without needing mission points. However, when browsing the T3 series products, he was taken aback by the prices, all exceeding 6,000 system points. Next, Zhao Chen, along with Charlotte, supervised the maiden voyage of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. The fleet of 10 Black Rhino-class frigates slowly departed from the starport and returned successfully after a few hours. The successful trial run set the stage for future battles. Following this, Zhao Chen began procuring military supplies and daily necessities. Although the funds for starship construction were limited, they were more than sufficient to sustain over 600 female interstellar soldiers. He also meticulously planned a New Year's Eve banquet to celebrate the arrival of the new year with his companions. The open space in the starship workshop was filled with an array of food and drinks, accompanied by lively music. People indulged in dancing, feasting, and joy. This lavish banquet, though costly, marked Zhao Chen's first grand New Year's celebration since his arrival in this world. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of liquor, her gaze fixed on Zhao Chen and Lilith beside her. Lilith announced the total expenditure of 5,000 star coins. Charlotte shook her head, thinking to herself, 5,000 star coins. That used to be my living expenses for several months during my time with the rebel forces. Now, this amount had been spent in just one night. It was indeed a bit extravagant. Zhao Chen teased her, feeling a bit of regret now? Charlotte didn't respond, but her expression said it all. Suddenly, Zhao Chen raised his voice and asked, "Warriors of the Xiaolong fleet, are you happy?" Upon hearing the commander's call, all the soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, we are." Zhao Chen smiled, raised his glass, and downed his drink in one gulp. He then said with a grin, "I, Zhao Chen, don't have grand ambitions. I just don't want to let my family down. I want to build a prosperous Xiaolong star system and fleet. I want to ensure that those who follow me live good lives, lives filled with dignity and hope, not like puppets. We must have enough strength so that no one dares to bully us. Our dignity will never be violated." Many female soldiers paused what they were doing, their eyes filled with emotion, and some even had tears welling up. "Next year on this day, I hope we can share fine wine and dance under the moonlight again. To our future, cheers." Zhao Chen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand over her heart, and solemnly declared, "Under the starlit sky, we pledge our loyalty till death." The female soldiers echoed in unison, "Under the starlit sky, we pledge our loyalty till death." Zhao Chen tilted his head back and downed his drink once more. At that moment, the new year was about to begin. The system chimed in. Annual mission triggered, quarterly mission triggered. Zhao Chen made an excuse to leave the banquet hall and found a quiet spot. Suddenly, two system pop-ups appeared before him. The annual mission required him to graduate from the Northern Starfleet Military Academy within a year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Graduation was still more than 2 years away, and he was currently just a fourth-year cadet. However, the rewards for completing the annual mission were surely substantial, and he didn't want to miss out. He decided to graduate early and simultaneously prepare for the establishment of the Xiaolong star system. The other pop-up displayed the quarterly mission, to build an interstellar fleet consisting of 30 starships, including 5 different models of T2 or higher class ships and 1 T3 class ship. This was a tall order, but Zhao Chen had already constructed 3 T2 starships: the Queen Bee-class heavy carrier, the Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and the Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Additionally, he possessed the blueprints for AT-2 Bronze Eden-class starship and AT-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Constructing the T-3 Blizzard would cost a staggering 13 million star coins, equivalent to the cost of building 130 T-2 Black Rhinos, or nearly 10 T-2 Queen Bees. Zhao Chen had less than 1.2 million star coins on hand, a shortfall of roughly tenfold. Bridging this massive gap would be a formidable challenge. Using the T-2 Iron Hammer to build the T-3 Blizzard would take 2 months and require full production capacity. Moreover, the T-3 Blizzard had to be built in secrecy. If discovered, Zhao Chen could face unnecessary trouble. Despite knowing that the risk of exposure was inevitable, Zhao Chen hoped to delay it as long as possible to buy himself more time to prepare. He faced 2 daunting challenges: construction costs and construction time. The tasks for this quarter were no small feat, and Zhao Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. Closing his eyes, he began to meticulously plan and brainstorm. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes with a clear construction plan in mind. First, he planned to spend a month expanding the T2 Hammer 1 to create a brand new T2 Hammer. In the second month, the T2 Hammer 1 would begin constructing the T3 Blizzard, which was expected to take 2 months. Simultaneously, in the second month, they would also start building the T2 Hammer 2, aiming to create AT2 Bronze Eden, which was estimated to take less than a month. Despite the high cost of this auxiliary starship, its construction time was relatively short. By the third month, the T2 Hammer 2 would be fully dedicated to building a large number of T2 Black Rhinos or other T2 starships that could be completed within the time frame. In order to meet the quarterly goal of 30 starships, the timeline seemed feasible, but the critical issue now was the shortage of raw materials. The total construction cost would amount to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands, troubled by the worsening financial gap. He had no idea where to secure the funds. His territory? That was out of the question. The Xiaolong star system was still a mess. The only option was to raise funds externally. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trade was the quickest way to acquire funds. Previously, in a desperate bid for cash, he had sold the technical blueprint for AT-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer at a low price, which was a one-time deal, a necessary compromise. But this time, Zhao Chen was determined not to repeat that mistake. With the T1 Wolf-Laus technology, he had earned Liyaki's trust. This time, he planned to strike a big deal with Liyaki's brother, Leeway. He had already thought through all the details. Returning to the banquet, Zhao Chen decided to enjoy the rare New Year's Eve event to the fullest. On the first day of Galactic Year 3031, the Xiaolong fleet officially set sail. 13 starships majestically departed from Arctic Fox starport, heading towards distant star regions. Zhao Chen watched the fleet navigating in a carrier battle group formation and felt a sense of pride. This was what a true fleet with carrier starships looked like. The previous mismatched assembly of starships, with a single T2 Queen Bee, couldn't compare to this fleet. Now, with 10 T2 Black Rhino frigates surrounding it and the Zero Blizzard close to the T2 Queen Bee, they were ready to handle any potential threat at any moment. Report: we have exited the restricted warp travel zone of Arctic Fox starport. Lilith relayed the information. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, ordered the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel, with the destination set for the Arctic Fox star system's Stargate. They would use it to reach the Northern Star System and then return to the Northern Star Military Academy. After 6 months, Zhao Chen finally returned to campus. This long-awaited moment filled him with immense excitement, as if he were attending a grand event. His anticipation made his steps lighter, each one brimming with hope and enthusiasm. During this extended period of waiting, Zhao Chen deeply felt the pain of separation. Countless days and nights, he yearned for the moment he could return to school, imagining the joyful reunion with his teachers and classmates. This longing and anticipation sustained him through the long days, making him cherish the upcoming reunion even more. Zhao Chen's eagerness and excitement to return to campus burned like a blazing fire, illuminating his path forward. He knew that this return marked a new beginning, a continuation of the past, and a glimpse into the future. With a heart full of passion and anticipation, Zhao Chen embarked on his journey back to school, filled with dreams and hopes for the life ahead. After a long journey of nearly 2 weeks from the Xiaolong star system to the Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Chen finally reached his destination. The next leg of the trip, from the Arctic Fox star system to the North star system, would take only a few hours, making him feel much more at ease. The Queen Bee AI system notified him that the ship had exited warp travel and was now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen and Lilith immediately woke up and received orders for the crew to return to their posts. The entire fleet has safely arrived. Awaiting further instructions, Lilith reported to Zhao Chen. Raising his hand to activate the star map of the North Star system, Zhao Chen saw that they were still some distance away from the North Star Military Academy, but it would only take a few minutes to get there using the warp engine. He decided to first secure the Xiaolong fleet by choosing a secluded area within the North Star system and tasked Charlotte with the assignment. As a former Beast Tribe rebel general, Charlotte was well-versed in selecting hidden locations and quickly found an ideal spot to conceal the fleet. Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte to stay there and expand AT-2 Iron Hammer-class industrial starship. Before leaving the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen exchanged 1.2 million star coins into various supplies, which were stored inside the T2 Iron Hammer to ensure the fleet's survival needs. Charlotte accepted the orders and promised to maintain open communication. Before parting ways, Zhao Chen and Charlotte switched ships. He boarded the Zero Blizzard and took the T2 Black Rhino back to the Academy. The distance between the two locations wasn't far, and using the warp engine, it would take at most 15 minutes to arrive. Soon, they reached the outer region of the North Star Military Academy and rented a docking berth that could accommodate both a large and a small starship. "Is this really your Starfleet Academy, Commander?" Lilith gazed at the stunning interstellar city before her, feeling a surge of envy. Once, her own kingdom of Succubi had boasted such magnificent architecture. However, fate had forced them into a life of fleeing and hiding. Now, Zhao Chen's orders made her nervous, but she fought to keep her fear in check. She still felt uneasy about the outside world, having spent so many years struggling in darkness. But as a member of the Xiaolong fleet, she had to face this challenge, despite the lingering anxiety. "Come with me," Zhao Chen said firmly. Lilith hesitated. I can wait on the starship. Just let me know if you need anything." Zhao Chen looked deep into her eyes and said resolutely, "That's an order." He understood Lilith's psychological barriers, but as the secretary officer of the Xiaolong fleet, she had to overcome them. That's why he insisted on her accompanying him, to help her grow through experience. With trepidation, Lilith responded, "Yes, sir. You can wear your regular uniform to cover your form, hide your tail, wings, and horns," Zhao Chen suggested. Lilith felt a slight relief at this. Even partial concealment made her feel a bit more secure. After the two starships docked, Zhao Chen led Lilith out. He had changed into the academy uniform, while Lilith wore a dress that cleverly disguised her features. Zhao Chen observed her. She looked like a timid young girl, but he knew that her unveiled face would captivate anyone. Such was the allure of a succubus. Zhao Chen first notified Leeway and Zhao Waner of his return, but Zhao Waner declined the communication request. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Did she have an urgent task at hand? He decided to set it aside for now, trusting that Zhao Waner would get back to him. As Zhao Chen and Lilith strolled through the academy, Lilith initially clung to Zhao Chen, clearly apprehensive. Gradually, as she grew more familiar with her surroundings, she began to cautiously observe the buildings and people around her. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was preoccupied with an important matter: graduation. To meet his annual goal, he needed to advance 3 levels within a year, a formidable challenge indeed. He decided he would seek Zhao Waner's advice on how to accomplish this swiftly and effectively. His gaze fell on a holographic model of a starship in a display case, none other than the T1 Longshore-class medium interstellar destroyer he knew so well. The display case bore the bold words, "Starfleet Academy, Forging the Future." The most popular T1 starship. Over 500 orders in just 2 months. Hailed as the pinnacle of future aerospace technology, this starship's unique design and advanced features have captivated countless space enthusiasts. From its sleek exterior to its state-of-the-art interior, every detail showcases the meticulous craftsmanship of its creators. Whether for long voyages or exploring uncharted territories, this starship is set to become an invaluable asset for space travelers. The surge in orders reflects an unending passion for technological progress and the exploration of the future. Each buyer harbors a deep curiosity about the unknown cosmos and a strong desire for adventure. They hope that by owning this starship, they can explore the vast universe and embark on their own interstellar odyssey. The overwhelming demand for the T1 starship is not just a testament to its performance, but also a reflection of the dreams and adventurous spirit of its buyers. As the number of orders continues to climb, this starship is destined to become a legendary chapter in the history of space travel. Zhao Chen paused, staring intently at the news report in his hand. Around him, students were buzzing with excitement. pointing at the T-1 Wolf Mike-class medium interstellar destroyer, their eyes filled with envy. Although it was just a T-1 starship, the allure of the Wolf Mike class was undeniable. The T-1 Wolf Mike was in high demand. Word had it that it would take 6 months to get one. Indeed, many lords were placing orders for this starship, with each unit costing only 30,000 star coins. Truly a bargain. It was said that this starship was poised to become the best-selling T-1 starship of 3031, possibly breaking previous sales records. As Zhao Chen listened to the chatter around him, he watched the holographic advertisement projection and even heard Li Yaqi's personal endorsement. The T-1 Wolf Mike is undoubtedly the most cost-effective T-1 starship. Stay tuned to Baiyin's Starship Technology Group for the most outstanding interstellar ships. It seemed that in the months since Zhao Chen handed over the T-1 Wolf Mike to Li Yaqi, she had successfully promoted the starship. This outcome was within Zhao Chen's expectations because the T-1 Wolf Mike was the most cost-effective combat ship in his store, bound to be a hit. The production cost was only 10,000 star coins, and with Li Yaqi selling it at 30,000, after accounting for advertising, operations, and labor, each unit's profit ranged between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. If orders had reached 500 units, once delivered, Li Yaqi would earn nearly 6 to 7 million star coins. Compared to the 3 million Zhao Chen received, the profit had more than doubled. However, building and delivering 500 T-1 Wolf Mites was the potential total revenue for Li Yaqi over the next 6 months. The situation at the time did not allow Zhao Chen to wait that long. Only full payment upfront could get him the 3 million star coins immediately. Looking back, perhaps Li Yaqi would have accepted a 4 million star coin offer. Forget it. There's no point dwelling on those regrettable memories. Zhao Chen covered his face, feeling a deep sense of frustration. But this time, he was prepared to approach Li Yaqi again, ready to make a bold move. Just as he was contemplating these matters, his handheld terminal pinged with a message. It was a text from Leeway. Zhao Chen, come quick, your sister is being bullied. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness as he, along with Lilith, headed to the address Leeway had sent. It was a starship duel arena. In the arena, a T-2 Fire Raven-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, its hull billowing black smoke, was being slowly towed away by an interstellar tug. Several shuttles were transporting crew members out of the Fire Raven. In the arbitration area, Zhao Waner stood fuming, glaring at a group of people in non-Beiji Starship Military Academy uniforms. She angrily retorted, "What's the matter? Can't the Beiji Starship Military Academy folks handle losing? We won fair and square. Blame your own lack of skill. The so-called genius girl from Beiji Starship Military Academy was just defeated by us." A crowd had gathered, their words sharp and unforgiving, surrounding a woman with wavy brown hair. Shui Xiao, her pigtails bouncing, jumped out and angrily confronted the haughty woman. "Why do you keep attacking? We've already surrendered." "Disgusting." "Referees, didn't you see this?" The referees, chastised by Shui Xiao, averted their guilty eyes. They weren't from the Northern Star Military Academy. They feared the noble lineage of these young aristocrats, whose ancestors hailed from the illustrious Tiano Noble Starship Military Academy. Every student there came from wealth and was not to be trifled with. The woman spread her arms, a cold smile on her face. "I failed to stop in time. Your T-2 Fire Raven-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is so fragile. My mistake. Apologies to the students of the Northern Star Military Academy." Though she apologized, her face remained mocking. Suddenly, a shuttle stopped, and several injured crew members, covered in blood, were carried out, one of them unconscious. Zhao Waner couldn't waste time arguing and hurried to tend to her crew. A medic following her said, "One is critically injured but has been given a shot of adrenaline and is out of danger. The other 7 have minor injuries and will recover in a few days." Zhao Waner looked at the critically injured crew member. It was her junior, someone she had personally recruited, who once said she idolized Zhao Waner and yearned to join her starship. They had a close relationship. Seeing her junior in such a state, Zhao Waner felt a deep sense of guilt and anger, glaring at the woman across from her. "Oh my, that look is scary. She's just a commoner. So what if she dies? Not worth mentioning." The Northern Star Military Academy even accepts commoners, unlike our Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, which only admits noble descendants. As for crew members, we just recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. "Whatever. I'll cover the medical expenses," the woman said, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Don't you dare insult my crew."
Zhao Waner shouted, enraged.
The woman looked at Zhao Waner coldly, mocking, "So what if I insult them? If you have the guts, challenge me to a starship duel. I'll be ready any time. But remember, your crew's lives won't be my responsibility, and there will be casualties. Don't cry then." Zhao Waner burned with the desire for revenge but had no starship available, and her crew was injured. She felt a deep sense of frustration and helplessness. She thought of her brother, whom she had always looked down upon. If only he were here. "Fight if you want. The Zhao family never backs down. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Waner trembled, looking excitedly towards the source. She recognized the familiar figure. Once disregarded, now it brought her a sense of reassurance. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes, and a wave of grievance surged through her heart. Zhao Chen, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked over to Zhao Waner. Instead of comforting his sister right away, he gently asked, "Crying? Feeling sad?" Zhao Waner turned her head, hastily wiping away the traces of tears from her face, trying hard to conceal her vulnerability. She bit her lip, anger rising within her. "I'm not crying. I'm going to confront that awful woman again." Zhao Chen's sharp, unrelenting words struck a nerve in the woman facing them, igniting a deep-seated fury within her. Zhao Chen was incensed by the insult from the woman with the big waves. He glared at her, furious that she had the audacity to speak ill of his beloved. One of the woman's admirers saw this as the perfect chance to showcase his strength. How dare Zhao Chen be disrespectful to Miss Zhou Min? He decided to challenge Zhao Chen, throwing a punch in his direction. Shui Xiaoxiao and the others nearby were taken aback by the boldness of the North Star Military Academy cadet. They were astonished. Not only had he broken the rules of interstellar combat, but he had also dared to physically attack someone. Zhao Chen, however, quickly grappled the incoming fist, twisted the assailant's arm, and sent him crashing to the ground with a painful scream. Zhao Chen then delivered a swift kick to the man's face, sending him flying and ultimately landing unconscious at the feet of the woman with the big waves. Unfortunately for him, he missed the chance to impress his dream girl. "Is that Zhao Chen, Zhao Waner's brother?" someone exclaimed. "No wonder he defeated his classmates last semester. He's really something. And did you notice? He's quite handsome too." Some of the North Star Military Academy cadets recognized Zhao Chen, while others had only heard of his exploits. But now, his actions were winning them over. They had long harbored resentment towards the students of Tiano Academy. Nice job, Zhao Chen. You should teach that annoying woman a lesson too," cheered the twin-tailed girl, Shui Xiaoxiao, as she walked up to Zhao Chen without fear. Zhou Min, the noblewoman, was startled by Zhao Chen's aggression and took a few steps back. Ignoring her, Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Waner and said, "Handle your problems. In the Zhao family, we always reclaim our honor when humiliated." Zhao Waner, pointing to the distant T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser being dragged from the combat zone, said with a hint of grievance, "My starship is heavily damaged, and my crew is injured. Do you want to regain your lost honor?" Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Waner nodded firmly, her eyes burning with indignation and anger. She had lost the interstellar battle, but her opponent had continued to attack her starship and harm her crew even after she had conceded defeat. This was intolerable. "I will challenge her. I'll handle the starship," Zhao Chen declared. Although Zhao Waner didn't know what Zhao Chen had planned, she felt a glimmer of confidence. Taking a deep breath, she walked up to Zhou Min and announced, "Zhou Min, I challenge you again. You choose the time and place. Do you dare accept?" Zhou Min laughed in exasperation and replied, "Fine, in half an hour. My starship is unaffected anyway." "Deal," Zhao Waner said resolutely. At that moment, the onlookers parted to make way for a group of people who appeared to be instructors. A sharp-voiced woman quickly stepped in, immediately spotting one of her academy's students lying on the ground. She angrily pointed at a male instructor from Bizixing Academy and demanded, "Vice Principal Hong, what is going on with Bizixing? My student was perfectly fine, yet here they are, beaten by one of your students. You owe me an explanation. We from Tiano Academy are here for academic exchange. Is this how you treat your guests?" Vice Principal Hong looked a bit taken aback and tried to calm her down. "Vice Principal Jia, please, let's first understand what happened." The students began to clamor, arguing incessantly. Some accused Bizixing students of being sore losers who resorted to violence, while others claimed that Tianyao students had broken the rules during the starship duel and continued to attack after conceding. The heated noise was overwhelming. After a thorough investigation, the two vice principals finally grasped the situation. Vice Principal Hong's expression turned serious as he addressed Vice Principal Jia. "It seems this incident is quite complicated, and both sides bear some responsibility. We should handle this calmly." However, Vice Principal Jia, appearing arrogant and blunt, retorted, "Vice Principal Hong, lately your arrogance makes one think you're the principal. As a guest, I've always shown you respect, but you're being ungrateful." Though Vice Principal Hong muttered inwardly, he maintained a smile. "If we are to assign blame, the facts are clear. Your student blatantly violated the rules by attacking after the opponent had surrendered. These rules are well established in starship duels. Does your academy not teach them?" Vice Principal Jia's face turned livid. Vice Principal Hong sighed, "Vice Principal Jia, the students from Bizixing have expressed a desire for a rematch. Since there is a conflict, we, as students of starship military academies, should resolve it through a starship duel." Zhou Min stepped up to Zhao Waner, sneering as if to say, I defeated you once, and I can do it again. Come on, let's settle this. Zhao Waner glared at her opponent, brimming with newfound confidence. Vice Principal Hong pondered for a moment. All right, let's handle it this way. As for the earlier incident, we won't pursue it further. With a cold smile, Vice Principal Jia looked at Vice Principal Hong. Arrogance truly is unbecoming. Fine, I will have my student defeat yours again. Let's see if Bezixing can handle it. Vice Principal Hong hesitated slightly, glancing at Zhao Waner. He knew she was diligent and exceptionally talented. A second consecutive defeat might have a negative psychological impact on her. He was about to speak, but stopped himself. Zhao Waner abruptly interrupted the Deputy Dean's speech, firmly declaring, Deputy Dean Hong, I've decided to join the battle. Please respect my decision. Deputy Dean Hong frowned and walked up to her, reminding her sternly, Zhao Waner, your starship is damaged, and your crew is injured. It might not be wise to go into battle now. Let's reconsider this. I have my starship. I must fight.
Zhao Waner persisted.
At this moment, Zhao Chen approached and said to the Deputy Dean Hong, let the ladies handle their own matters. With that, he gave a signal to Lilith behind him, quietly instructing, take Zhao Waner to the Black Rhino. Understood. Lilith walked over to Zhao Waner, and the two of them promptly left the scene. Zhou Min stood by, sneering at the unfolding events, secretly thinking, since you're so determined, I'll let you have your way. I hope your starship can withstand the test this time. With that, she turned and headed towards her own docked starship, ready to face the next battle challenge. Leeway burst into the crowd, panting, and found Zhao Chen. Catching his breath, he said, Old Zhao, I thought you entered from Gate A. I waited for you there for ages. Those nobles from Tiano Military Academy are so arrogant, acting like they own the place. Realizing the presence of the two vice deans, he quickly coughed a few times, shifted his gaze, and fell silent, moving to Zhao Chen's side. Curiously, he asked, where's your sister? I just saw her starship getting ready for the next duel. Zhao Chen replied, yes, she's preparing for the next duel. Leeway exclaimed in surprise, another duel? Shui Xiaoxiao interjected, didn't you see earlier? Waner's brother is amazing. He directly confronted that woman and defeated her bodyguard. Now he's letting Waner pilot his starship for another round. Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, could it be the Zero Blizzard? I can't wait to see your mega cannon in action again. Zhao Chen shook his head, no, it's not the Zero Blizzard. Shui Xiaoxiao looked disappointed but still curious, then which starship is it? Zhao Chen replied mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. He then asked, where's Senior Su Lan? Wasn't she with you? It seems like the other side is deliberately causing trouble. Is there a conflict? Shui Xiaoxiao explained, Senior Su Lan is attending the exchange event between Northern Star Academy and Tiano Academy. She's a 6th grade student representative, so teachers always take her to such events. She then indignantly recounted what happened to Zhao Waner, complaining, it's all that woman's fault. She can't control her man and takes it out on us. She detailed the events, revealing that Tiano Academy had visited Northern Star Academy a week ago for a 2-week academic exchange. During this period, outstanding students from each grade interacted with each other. Students like Zhao Waner and Shui Xiaoxiao, who were the beauties of the academy, became the focus of attention. A noble student from Tiano Academy persistently pursued Zhao Waner, making his intentions clear. Zhao Waner rejected him every time, warning him to stop harassing her. However, he continued to send her gourmet food and gifts daily, even promising a T3 starship as a temptation. Zhao Chen exclaimed in shock, a T3 starship? That's quite a gesture. A T3 starship, worth billions of star coins, was an irresistible temptation for most girls. He speculated, this playboy probably uses sweet talk to lure you in, then discards you once he's bored. Shui Xiaoxiao angrily added, I looked him up, and it turns out he's exactly like that. He's had ambiguous relationships with multiple girls. What a scumbag. Shui Xiaoxiao felt a mix of disdain and disgust towards the woman named Zhou Min for her infatuation with Feng Xiaowei. Leeway chimed in, explaining that Zhou Min's success in deceiving so many girls was largely due to Feng Xiaowei's status. Feng Xiaowei is the second son of the Typhoon Consortium, a prominent entity in the Xingyao Empire, known for its ventures in grain trade, interstellar transport, and particularly in the field of starship technology. Their T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer has been a top seller in recent years, with over 100,000 units sold. It is said that this single starship has amassed the Typhoon Consortium billions of star coins over the decades. The success of the T2 Hyena propelled the consortium from obscurity to becoming a major financial power in the empire. With such wealth and influence, Feng Xiaowei could easily lure young girls with promises of a T3 starship, making them fall for his schemes. If they managed to get their hands on a T3 starship, Leeway left his sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear to those who understood the gravity of the situation. When mentioning the T2 Hyena, Leeway appeared slightly embarrassed, having previously purchased one himself. Is that man not here yet? Zhao Chen scanned the surroundings. If the second son were present, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention. Shui Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and sneered. That spoiled brat is only good at being selfish. He never gets involved in women's disputes. We still need to wait for 2 more starships to be ready before we can enter. There's some time left. Shui Xiaoxiao, Leeway, I have a question for you. Do you know how to skip grades quickly? Zhao Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about grade skipping. Skipping grades? Shui Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Though she didn't understand why Zhao Chen was interested in this, she had a favorable impression of him due to the Zero Blizzard Cannon incident. However, she had no knowledge of the matter. I have no idea. Our academy's grading system works like this. As long as you accumulate enough assessment credits for each grade, you pass that grade and can move on to the next one in the following semester. If you can accumulate 3 times the required credits for the next grade within 1 academic year, you can skip a grade. But if you fail to meet the assessment standards of the higher grade after skipping, you'll have to repeat the grade. A voice chimed in from the side. Zhao Chen looked over and saw it was Vice-Dean Hong. Is there a limit to how many times you can skip grades in 1 academic year? Like skipping from 1st grade directly to 3rd grade? Zhao Chen asked. Vice-Dean Hong hesitated slightly before responding. Theoretically, there's no limit. However, the regular grade assessments are already quite challenging. Accumulating 3 times the assessment credits and skipping 2 grades consecutively while ensuring you don't have to repeat a grade is unprecedented in the history of the Northern Star Academy. Most students only skip 1 grade and find it manageable to meet the assessment standards of the next grade, ensuring smooth progression. Zhao Chen now had a clearer understanding of the process. Vice-Dean Hong was curious about why Zhao Chen suddenly started asking questions and inquired, Zhao Chen, why the sudden interest? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about how my sister managed to skip grades back then. Vice-Dean Hong responded with admiration, your sister's talent is truly remarkable. With more training and practical experience, she is bound to become an outstanding fleet commander. The use of fleet commander, instead of captain in his words, highlighted the Academy's high regard for Zhao Waner's potential. Zhao Chen's aptitude shouldn't be underestimated either. It's a pity he chose the wrong major. His ability to assemble 3 old starships into a new one and defeat a T-2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is quite impressive. Vice-Dean Hong suggested that Zhao Chen switch to starship engineering, but Zhao Chen politely declined. Over half an hour later, an interstellar battle cruiser slowly entered the starship dueling arena. Everyone watched as Vice-Dean Hong pointed and said, that is a T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battle cruiser, the latest T-2 starship developed by the Hurricane Consortium. Despite being medium-sized, its firepower and armor are comparable to heavy starships. It costs a staggering 11 million star credits, enough to buy a T-2 battleship or carrier. Leeway was taken aback, but Vice-Dean Hong explained with a smile. This starship is all about luxury and has low cost-effectiveness, so there are very few actual buyers. However, due to its exquisite appearance, it has become a fashion symbol for noble ladies. Vice-Dean Hong pointed out that Zhao Waner's T-2 Fire Raven costs less than 8 million, much cheaper than the T-2 Purple Rose. Watching the drone broadcast, the T-2 Purple Rose's appearance was stunning, with a purple rose design etched onto the hull, making it look like a piece of art. However, compared to Zhao Chen's Zero Blizzard, the odds seemed to favor the Zero Blizzard. Suddenly, a miniature round starship appeared in the broadcast, catching everyone's attention. Vice-Dean Hong thought it was against the rules, but Zhao Chen confidently declared, that's my sister's starship. Vice-Dean Hong was astonished and said, Zhao Chen, isn't that an interstellar frigate? A T-2 Black Rhino-class heavily armored assault frigate? To an outsider, this interstellar frigate would seem like just another anonymous ship, with no knowledge of the secrets it holds. Look, that's a starship from the Northern Star Military Academy, an interstellar frigate. Are they really planning to take on a battlecruiser? The Northern Star students must be out of their minds. If they don't want to win, why bother with the hassle? It's truly laughable. The students from the Tiano Noble's Interstellar Military Academy laughed heartily, launching into a verbal assault against the Northern Star students, particularly targeting Zhao Chen. However, they only dared to taunt from a distance, mindful of his earlier display of boldness. The Northern Star students wore pained expressions, as if they had swallowed flies. They stared at Zhao Chen in astonishment, their expectations completely shattered. They had thought Zhao Chen would deploy the formidable Storm Zero, but instead, he chose AT-2 Interstellar Frigate. Zhao Chen Yu. Leeway gulped, unable to predict his friend's next move. Ever since their previous mission, Zhao Chen had become increasingly unpredictable. Let them see, Zhao Chen said, crossing his arms and smirking slightly. His choice of the T-2 Black Rhino was a well-calculated decision. During their journey, Zhao Chen had reviewed the interstellar combat logs and learned that their opponent was AT-2 Purple Rose, familiarizing himself with its weapon systems. The Purple Rose was equipped with 10 T-2 class dual 200mm medium railguns, firing every 30 seconds. Railguns, being non-ballistic weapons, use electromagnetic technology to accelerate metal projectiles. They have high firing speed and accuracy within a specific range but lack guidance capabilities, causing accuracy to plummet beyond their range. Hence, ships equipped with these weapons need to engage in close combat, typically used by interstellar cruisers and frigates. The T-2 Purple Rose's railguns were powerful enough to pose a significant threat to ordinary T-2 ships, given the ship cost a hefty 11 million star coins to build. However, against the T-2 Black Rhino, even if every shot hit the hull's armor, it would take a continuous 20 minutes of precise bombardment to inflict substantial damage. The Black Rhino wouldn't allow it that much time. At this moment, the T-2 Purple Rose and T-2 Black Rhino quickly assumed their designated battle positions, the size difference stark. The T-2 Purple Rose measured 310 meters in length, while the T-2 Black Rhino was only 110 meters, with an elliptical, rhino-shaped hull. Such a small ship, not even as heavily armed as the Storm Zero, drew comments from Shui Xiaoxiao, who couldn't help but complain. She had hoped to see her favorite big guns, but instead, she was met with disappointment at the small, delicate ship. Zhao Chen added, "Sometimes, size isn't everything. Hardness is what truly matters." After the arbitrator briefly introduced the duel rules, he directed the two starships to their random starting points, ready to commence the intense starship duel. The video communication remained active. Zhou Min laughed loudly, pointing at Zhao Waner on the opposite side, and mocked, "Zhao Waner, are you trying to make me laugh to win this duel? If so, congratulations, you almost succeeded. Using an interstellar corvette to challenge a battleship, truly unique." Zhao Waner remained unfazed and calmly responded, "I hope you can still laugh later." The video communication suddenly cut off, and Zhou Min sneered, "A corvette trying to act tough, just wait. I'll turn your ship to ashes." The audience was eagerly anticipating the duel, their emotions clearly divided. Students from Tiano Academy were elated, as if watching a comedy show, while some students from Northern Star Academy had already left, unable to fathom the idea of a corvette challenging a battleship. Perhaps the corvette's armor could withstand a few rounds of enemy fire, but what about its firepower? Corvettes are known to have the weakest firepower among all types of ships. Moreover, how many weapon modules could such a small ship carry? How could it engage in battle with a battleship? With weak defensive cannons? Don't be ridiculous. Is this the kind of teaching your school promotes? It's truly astonishing. Vice Principal Jia didn't hold back his sarcasm as he mocked Vice Principal Hong, his eyes full of amusement. Vice Principal Hong was also unsure, glancing at the still expressionless Zhao Chen. Theoretically, Zhao Chen shouldn't be someone who doesn't know his limits, but challenging a battleship cruiser. This had never been documented in any tactical case studies. It's just an academic exchange. Vice Principal Hong could only say helplessly. Soon, both starships arrived at their starting points. When the arbitrator announced the start of the battle, the two ships moved unhesitatingly towards each other's detected positions. On the bridge of the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault corvette, Zhao Waner sat in the captain's chair, a fire of anger burning within her. Her secretary Lilith and the original captain of the T-2 Black Rhino stood on either side. Lilith suggested, "Miss Zhao, I think we might not need to fire this time." Zhao Waner, puzzled, looked at Lilith. "Not fire? Then how do we win?" "In all the trial missions of the T-2 Black Rhino, there's one that has never been executed. Perhaps we could try it in this battle," Lilith said, a sly glint in her eyes. "What experiment?"
Zhao Waner asked.
Lilith answered, "A hull collision test in actual combat." Zhao Waner was momentarily stunned. Then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. A few minutes later, the two starships began to draw closer. Two starships were quickly closing in on each other's firing range. The bridge railguns of the T-2 Violet Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser were locked onto the approaching starship, an interstellar frigate. Zhou Min, brimming with combat fervor, was ready to showcase her might. Attempting to counter her battlecruiser was sheer folly. "Report, all 10 railguns are fully charged and ready to fire," the deputy captain promptly informed. Zhou Min, eyes fixed on the interstellar radar, smirked and commanded, "Let them come a bit closer. Open fire in 1 minute." "Yes, Captain." The audience held their breath as they watched the live broadcast of the battlefield. The two starships drew nearer. Soon, they witnessed the T-2 Violet Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser strike first. 10 T-2, class dual 200mm medium railguns roared to life. 20 metal projectiles hurtled towards the interstellar frigate, striking it with precision. Explosions erupted on the armor of the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault interstellar frigate, shrouding the 100-meter-long vessel in smoke. Students of North Star Academy began to worry about the brilliant cadet, Zhao Waner, who was quite popular among them. Shui Xiaoxiao, in particular, gripped Zhao Chen's sleeve tightly, revealing her concern for her close friend. Moments later, A small silhouette emerged from the smoke. Almost simultaneously, everyone stood up, staring in disbelief at the small ship. This, how is it possible? Vice President Jia was dumbfounded, and others began to murmur. The interstellar frigate was completely unscathed. On closer inspection, one might notice slight damage to the paint, but the live feed showed no significant changes. The T2 Black Rhino class continued to advance towards the T2 Violet Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser, their distance shrinking. How can it be unscathed? Keep firing. Use armor-piercing rounds. Zhao Min started to panic. After the second barrage, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the smoke. Seconds later, the starship emerged, still unscathed. Oh my god, what kind of material is that armor made of? It withstood the T2 Violet Rose class firepower without a scratch. Could it be a T3 class interstellar frigate? The students were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the students of North Star Academy were getting excited, while those from Tiano Military Academy were stunned. God, how is it possible to be unscathed? Zhao Chen, what material is your interstellar frigate made of? Leeway looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Shui Xiaoxiao also cast a curious glance. It's just a relatively sturdy interstellar frigate, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Leeway and Shui Xiaoxiao both rolled their eyes. Relatively sturdy? With that armor strength, it could probably withstand a few hits from a battleship's main cannon, Shui Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath. After the third, fourth, and fifth rounds of attacks by the T2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser, viewers noticed a significant detail during the fifth round. Zooming in on the live feed, they spotted a damage area on the port armor of the T2 Black Rhino, a gash several centimeters deep and a few dozen centimeters long. Despite its formidable build, the T2 Black Rhino's firepower was not enough to pose a threat to the T2 Purple Rose, let alone match its speed. Deputy Director Jia, struggling to maintain his composure, attempted to reassure himself and the audience, while Deputy Director Hong offered insincere praise. Deputy Director Jia clung to the hope that the battle could still be won. On the battlefield, the T2 Purple Rose also detected something amiss and began to keep its distance from the T2 Black Rhino while continuing its assault. Zhao Min was determined not to back down, believing that the relentless barrage would eventually overwhelm the T2 interstellar frigate. The T2 Black Rhino class heavy assault frigate's bridge front armor was 6% compromised, with the most critical area at 12%. The side armor had sustained 3% overall damage. Captain Zhao Waner, after consulting with Zhao Chen, decided to initiate short-range assault mode and ordered the crew to prepare for impact. Her dark eyes gleamed with resolve as she monitored the distance between the two starships on the star map. Distance optimal. Relay the command. Prepare for short-range assault mode. All crew, brace for impact.
Zhao Waner kommandet Sternli.
The T2 Black Rhino was engineered to withstand significant attacks and collisions, with each combat station equipped with special protective measures to ensure the soldiers' safety during impacts. As the short-range assault mode activated, the ship's speed surged. Increase speed rapidly, the captain ordered, and the red numbers on the bow soared instantly. The audience watched the screen intently, astonished by the frigate's incredible acceleration. It's so fast, much faster than before, they exclaimed. Suddenly, they realized the frigate's trajectory. Is it going to ram the T2 Purple Rose? The students were wide-eyed in shock, finding it hard to believe that a frigate would attempt to collide with a battlecruiser. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile as he saw an opportunity to test the T2 Black Rhino's collision resistance. At a breakneck speed, the T2 Black Rhino aimed one of its horn modules at the flank of the T2 Purple Rose. Zhao Min, seeing the frigate closing in rapidly, shouted in alarm. The deputy captain, resigned, noted that their speed had reached its limit and evasion was impossible at this distance. They had no choice but to brace for impact. Before the deputy captain could finish speaking, a heavy collision reverberated through the ship. In an instant, everything not bolted down on the bridge was flung into the air. Some crew members were even thrown several meters away. Zhao Min, sitting in the captain's chair, watched wide-eyed as a large posterior came hurtling towards her face. The face she had spent hundreds of star coins maintaining was now making intimate contact with someone's behind. Alarms blared, drowning out Zhao Min's cries for help. Severe impact on the port side. Armor breached. 13 compartments sealed off. Engines damaged. Speed reduced by 30%. As everyone struggled to get back on their feet, the vice captain noticed a 200-pound soldier sitting in the captain's chair. He demanded, "Where is the captain?" The soldier mumbled incoherently, offering no explanation. Suddenly, Zhao Min's voice came from behind the hefty soldier. She was slumped in the captain's chair, looking utterly squashed, especially her face, which was now unrecognizable. The vice captain pointed at her face, stuttering, "Captain, your face." Stunned, Zhao Min kicked the soldier aside and grabbed a mirror. Her face was a mess of bumps and bruises. She screamed, "My face! The ship took another hit, causing the vice captain to lose his balance and accidentally press his hand against Zhou Min's face. She shrieked hysterically as the impacts continued, each one more jarring than the last. The ship was spiraling out of control, heading straight for an asteroid. The vice captain urgently checked the situation. The display showed their ship being pushed towards the asteroid by an interstellar patrol ship. Desperately, the vice captain urged Zhou Min to surrender, but she was still fixated on her face. The cost of her cosmetic enhancements was too high for her to give up so easily. The deputy captain urged Zhou Min to surrender quickly, but at this point, Zhou Min no longer cared about winning or losing. The sight of the interstellar frigate before him was truly daunting. Zhou Min immediately contacted the arbitration department to express his intention to surrender. The arbitrators in the audience had just received the surrender information from T2 Purple Rose, but had yet to inform T2 Black Rhino. Through the live broadcast, they watched as T2 Purple Rose crashed heavily into the asteroid's surface, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The hull of T2 Purple Rose was severely deformed. Meanwhile, T2 Black Rhino, the instigator of all this, seemed indifferent. He pulled out his massive black horn and looked on with satisfaction at the wreckage of T2 Purple Rose. Without a second glance, he then left the asteroid. Everyone watched the interstellar frigate intently, their hearts pounding with a mix of awe and dread. Could this really be an interstellar frigate? The entire audience in the stands fixed their eyes on the dual zone's desolate asteroid, and the scene before them evoked a sense of regret in everyone. The T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate was severely deformed, with hardly any intact sections. The jet-black hull was riddled with holes of various sizes, as if it had been ruthlessly attacked. Several interstellar tugboats and small medical ships had already started making their way over to begin rescue operations for the crew. Compared to the previous state of Zhao Waner's T2 Fire Raven-class heavy battlecruiser, the situation appeared even more dire. The arbiter announced Zhao Waner from the North Star Academy as the victor. At this moment, Vice Principal Hong looked smugly at Vice Principal Jia beside him. Vice Principal Jia snorted in frustration, rejected North Star Academy's offer for repairs, and left the stands abruptly. The other students from the Tiano Academy departed in dejection, leaving behind an air of desolation. Meanwhile, the students from North Star Academy were elated, as if they had personally won the victory. Vice Principal Hong snorted coldly, disdainful of the arrogance displayed by Tiano Academy's students. However, he was also surprised by the resilience of the T2 Black Rhino. Its armor strength and short-range acceleration capabilities had impressed him. Zhao Chen and his group had long vanished, piquing Vice Principal Hong's curiosity about this particular student. Suddenly, someone excitedly shouted, "Look! The latest report is out." Everyone turned to the report and learned about the dire state of the T2 Purple Rose-class medium battlecruiser. Its hull armor was severely damaged, compartments sealed off, and Captain Zhou Min was seriously injured, her face disfigured. The entire ship had lost 7 crew members, with 26 seriously injured and 57 with varying degrees of injury. The estimated repair cost was a staggering 3 million star coins. This news elicited laughter from some, with a few even joking that Captain Zhou Min had botched a cosmetic surgery. Such losses were enough to purchase a brand new T2 interstellar frigate or destroyer, leaving everyone in sheer disbelief. On their way to find Zhao Waner, Shui Xiaoxiao enthusiastically recounted the details of the interstellar duel. "Old Zhao, that starship of yours is incredible. Just a few hits, and it completely shattered that T2 Purple Rose. Where did you get that interstellar frigate?" Leeway curiously asked Zhao Chen. "Want one?" Zhao Chen replied with a question instead of an answer. Leeway was momentarily stunned, then nodded eagerly. Who wouldn't want such an impressive interstellar frigate? It could even hold its own against a star battlecruiser. "If I have the time, I'll build one for you," Zhao Chen said. Although his production capacity was limited at the moment, building a T2 Black Rhino in the future wouldn't be too difficult. "Really, Zhaoge? You're like a brother to me." Leeway couldn't contain his excitement at the thought of owning such a starship and didn't bother to ask where Zhao Chen's came from. "Zhao Gu, you're still single, right? How about considering my sister? She's a bit hot-tempered and older, not as gentle as some girls, but she's definitely a beauty." Zhao Chen laughed. "So, owning an interstellar frigate means I get your sister too? Zhao Gu, if you build me a T2 Black Rhino, I might consider giving you Su Lan's contact details, measurements, and preferences." Shui Xiaoxiao teased. "Even Han Tianwang offered me a lot for this info, but I didn't spill a word." "Another one trying to sell their sister," Zhao Chen sighed. "Aren't you into big battleships? How could a starship like this suit your tastes, young lady?" Shui Xiaoxiao giggled. "I've come to realize there's some truth in what you said. A bit of toughness isn't bad. But of course, I still love big battleships. Imagine pairing my big gun with a small cannon. Wouldn't that be fun?" Zhao Chun could only feel sorry for their sisters and classmates, who were willing to trade them for starships. "I don't have the capacity right now, but once I do, you two will be my priority," Zhao Chen promised. These must be pretty expensive, Leeway cautiously asked. His family had just gotten him a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, and he wasn't sure he could afford another costly starship. Not too expensive. The market price won't exceed 3 million star coins. I can even give you a discount, Zhao Chen assured him. It was true. The profit margin on T2 starships was usually around 20-fold. For instance, a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, sold for around 4 million star coins, only cost about 200,000 star coins to build. But Zhao Chen's T2 Black Rhino was exceptional, and selling it could yield a 30-fold profit. Its only drawback might be its insufficient firepower. Soon, they arrived at the dock where the T2 Black Rhino was parked. Leeway and Shui Xiaoxiao immediately circled the starship. My gosh, there's no serious damage at all. Plenty of minor scratches, but the only significant damage is this 50-centimeter diameter, 10-centimeter deep dent.
Leeway exclaimed.
Wow, look at that massive black horn. Shui Xiaoxiao stood in front of the ship's bow, eyes gleaming as she gazed up at the shiny, enormous black horn. Zhao, Waner, and Lilith stepped off the starship, and Waner's demeanor was truly captivating. Lilith exclaimed, "Your bravery just now was really impressive. It's a pity we didn't get to see Zhou Min's fate after the battle."
Suddenly, Xue Xiaoxiao appeared beside Zhao Waner.
Waner smiled and admitted that the victory wasn't solely due to her own abilities, but was largely thanks to the powerful T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. The crew knew the ship inside out. She only needed to express her wishes, and the half-beast captain, her sister, would handle everything perfectly. Zhao Waner then glanced towards Zhao Chen, trying to speak but feeling a bit awkward. Zhao Chen, puzzled, asked, "Are you talking to me?" Waner bit her lip shyly, her cheeks turning a light shade of red, and whispered, "Brother, I really like you." Shui Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, and Waner, embarrassed, reached out to slap her. Xiaoxiao dodged nimbly. "No way. I didn't say that. Xiaoxiao, stop making stuff up. If you keep it up, I'll have to teach you a lesson."
Waner denied hastily.
Xiaoxiao laughed and teased as she ran away. "What? You don't like your brother? Then give him to me. Brother Zhao Chen, what do you think?" Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh along with the two cheerful girls. Waner chased Xiaoxiao back to Zhao Chen, stopped, and without daring to look him in the eye, softly said, "Thank you, brother," before turning around to continue chasing Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chen watched Waner's figure, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. For all these years, Waner had never called him brother. The news of the Northern Star Academy students using a starship to defeat the Tiano Academy students' battlecruiser continued to spread within the academy. Zhao Waner, a fifth-year prodigy, quickly gained fame, while Zhao Chen returned to his own ship, the Zero Blizzard. Despite having a dormitory at the academy, he was accustomed to the spacious and comfortable bed on the starship and had no desire to return to the cramped dorm room. Additionally, Zhao Chen had another task to accomplish, finding Leeway's sister, though not to become her brother-in-law for free. The headquarters of the North Goose Starship Technology Group Industrial Park was located in the orbit of a planet. It used to be an industrial facility for a starship component manufacturing company. 6 months ago, it was acquired by North Goose, and after 2 months of upgrades and renovations, several starship production lines and docks were introduced, beginning the mass production of the T1 Wolf Flea. This starship industrial factory could produce up to 100 T1 Wolf Fleas per month. Due to Liyaki's bold moves, North Goose had invested nearly 5 million star coins, including 3 million star coins for starship technology buyout fees, which remain unaccounted for to this day. This once sparked anger among North Goose's top management, who thought Liyaki was shooting herself in the foot. However, in mid-November of 3030, North Goose's subsidiary, North Goose Starship Technology Group, held a starship launch event, unveiling a new medium-sized interstellar destroyer named the T1 Wolf Flea. The 30,000 star coin price tag sent shockwaves through the entire northern star sector. In the current market, the minimum price for a T1 interstellar frigate is already a steep 50,000 star coins, and a T1 interstellar destroyer goes for a whopping 100,000 star coins. Yet, Bayin's newly launched T1 interstellar destroyer is priced at just 30,000 star coins. Such a low price for a T1 starship? Could there be a catch? In the 3 days leading up to the launch event, no one was willing to buy this starship. However, on the 4th day, Liyaki announced a special offer. The first 100 T1 Lancashire destroyers would be available for a 3-day trial with no deposit required, and buyers could return them at no cost if unsatisfied. This offer piqued the interest of cash-strapped private fleets and galaxy lords, who began to give the starship a try. By the 5th day, everything exploded. Bayin's ordering system was nearly overwhelmed as orders flooded in. One galaxy lord even placed an order for 100 T1 Lancashire destroyers. It's worth noting that Bayin's warehouse only had 300 T1 Lancashire destroyers in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 had been snapped up, and payments were fully settled. This move brought 9 million star coins into Bayin's accounts, turning their financial situation from loss to profit for the year. Now, Li Yaqi is preparing to expand the current Starship factory to increase the production capacity from 100 T1 Lancashire destroyers per month to 300 per month. The expansion is expected to be completed by mid-year. Li Yaqi glanced at the shareholders attending the meeting and her father across the table, noticing his satisfied expression. The shareholders, who had previously been dismissive, now looked at her with approval. One shareholder remarked, "Yaqi is truly outstanding. This T1 Lancashire has ignited the market in the northern star sector of our Xingyao Empire. I've heard that orders have reached 500 ships. It's speculated that this impact might spread to other star regions of the Xingyao Empire, potentially driving annual demand to 5,000 T1 Lancashire destroyers. The profit from 5,000 T1 Lancashire destroyers far exceeds the overall profit of our Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. I always knew our Yaqi would succeed. I think increasing production to 300 ships per month isn't enough. We should aim for 500 per month and tap into the markets of other star regions in the Xingyao Empire." The shareholders enthusiastically discussed and planned the future of Bayan in the starship technology sector. Meanwhile, Li Yaqi regarded these uncles with the same bemused disdain as she had a few months ago. How laughable they were. At that moment, Li Yaqi's terminal flashed with a message notification. Normally, she would professionally disable notifications during meetings, even for messages from her father. However, a few months ago, one person had become an exception. "Sorry, I have an urgent matter to attend to. We'll end the meeting here," Li Yaqi said, not waiting for her uncles to respond before leaving the meeting room. The conference room vanished instantly, replaced by an empty space with a few vacant chairs. Li Yaqi quickly opened her communication device, which showed a message. "I want to talk to you about the information that mysterious account sent a few months ago. The one from the person who offered her the T1 Wolflouse technology." A surge of curiosity and anxiety welled up inside her as she wondered what stories and secrets lay hidden behind this.